What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Happened. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Hinata. Thank you three brothers. Looking at the Byakugan girl, the hearts of the three Tonys suddenly moved. Tony. Little sister, no thanks. Genos. Little sister, no thanks. Shandong University. Little sister, no thanks. At this time, everyone in Pirate World was also unblocked from the chat group. Kizaru looked at the three people discussing, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Advertisement, Kizaru. At Tuo Ni, Genosi, Shanda, three fellow Taoists, this Hinata is so heaven-defying, have you all voted? Seeing Kizaru happened, the three were shocked. Tony. Welcome to the boss. Shanda. Kizaru boss, look for yourself, Hinata is old. Kizaru. It's really so covered, the old man takes a closer look. With that said, Kizaru clicked on the photo in the ranking. Seeing how cute Hinata looked that day, Kizaru fell instantly. Kizaru. The old man also voted for Hinata, inside Konoha village. Konoha tricolor gathered again. Jiraiya's face was full of interest and she muttered. The most beautiful list, the most beautiful list. 0. The Pirate Empress, surely can be on the list, right? I don't know if she is among the last 5. Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, and they also nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's words. Then, the three of them clicked on the stunning photos of this selection. Moment. Jiraiya. Yeah, Senju Hashirama. Wow. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Me. They saw 5 people in Pirate World at the same time. And the beauties of Pirate World are known for their sexiness. But after watching repeatedly, the three nodded and each made a decision. Jilai. Also. I also vote for Hinata to support the younger generations who support my village. Sisters of Pirate World, I'm sorry. At Shirahoshi, Perona, Vivi, Tina, Alvida. You guys are also good looking, but I only have one vote, sorry for the time being. I will definitely vote for you if I have a chance later. When the heavens and the world saw Jiraiya's behavior, they all contemptuously. Especially Kizaru, Tony and others are still attached below. This makes more people shameless. Shado, you 5, you should build a list of all heavens. In an instant, everyone laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama in Konoha village were slightly embarrassed. Both of them blushed a little, although Shado didn't talk about them directly, but they were seated in their hearts. In the end, the results were also released. Hinata took the first place in one fell swoop, first in the counterattack. Chapter 119, Auto-generated chapter title. 119, the world's lottery is completed, detonated Heaven's Wand community. Standings after stunning 5 competitions end. 6th, Hyuga Hinata, Hokage World. 7th, Shirahoshi, Pirates of the World. 8th, Perona, Pirates of the World. 9th, Vivi, Pirates of the World. 10th, Alvida, Pirates of the World. Looked at the results, the Heaven's Wand circles are somewhat strange. 5 candidates Hokage World, there are only Hinata out of a circle. The remaining 4, all over the world are pirates down. The Hokage World, although there are many unconvinced. But this is the result of the selection of the Heaven's Wand circles, everyone also did not dare to dissent. See the results, the various chiefs' Heaven's Wand circles are slightly smiled. Stunning list? It's just after dinner they talk only. Is the ease to relax between 2 fighting? Gangster care about this little list. 660 they care about is the combat power list, which forces standings list and so on. Along with a list of the next announcement, the entire Heaven's Wand community have all been detonated. World Lottery is completed, the list is hereby given to the combat power play against the world. Road to see this announcement, the entire Heaven's Wand sector are set off large earthquakes. Super God World. Yan, Cold and other people instantly stop the bickering, everyone looking excited. Guy on the Holy Throne Lufthansa mouth is more of a challenge. Combat power list, but also began. Among She Crane Eyes is slight hint side cleaners. Wand sector list a variety of mixed stand, but surely everyone looking forward to the most are the combat capability list. Forces standings barely came in second, but combat capability list absolutely deserved first. He Crane Eyes a little desire. She silenced 10,000 years of heart, the excitement began to slightly up. Guy Shakespeare same. If they are able to get the world, that he Guy Shakespeare can be several hardy battle in the heavens battlefield. Mo Megain on the number Demon Queen is also excited. Combat power list has opened. If our world, his aging mother must spread the faith in the Heaven's Wand Demon Kingdom. Addo, you say I am the queen, can we start a demon in Heaven's Wand industry reputation it? Mo Megain raised an eyebrow, looked to the side of Addo. Alto nodded, his face very devout. The queen, beliefs devil, this is the only sector of the Heaven's Wand faith. Angel, Shinigami, they are eclipsed in your glory. Mo Megain slight smile, the heart is good enough. Advertisement punch the world. Gianuo excitedly big pound the table. Teacher. Combat power to open the list, if we are able to get the world is not able to see your best shot. Gianuo look forward to. Saitama looked dull with some embarrassment opening. You first stop your hand. Watching 2 barrels of instant noodles on the table as Gianuo shook the rickety. Saitama heart is very sorry. but involuntary, and he thought if he had entered the heavens battlefield, and that the strong won world war. It is not really able to show their full strength it? Saitama some expectations, the scalper trembling slightly, as if want to grow hair-like. The spacecraft also Poros ha ha laughing, ha 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 ha. Combat power to open the list, I was finally able to Unicron Poros debut among all industry rankings. Ha 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 ha. This could be considered an appetizer before reaching the earth it. Poros ha ha mad laughing, mouth arrogant discourse continues to spit out. And the next moment his eyes a condensate. If, list will not let me have the opportunity to war, I smashed you this one sector rankings. Ah ha 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 ha, Poros laughed, can be the next moment. Boom. Moment, majesty, sacred, extraordinary. Unparalleled pressure is coming. Poros in the spaceship instantly knelt to the ground under the pressure of the sky. In his mind, only the golden sacred 10,000 realms ranking list shined. Poros was still dissatisfied, his expression had just become stance. Can be the next moment. Boom, Poros' expression on his knees changed wildly. The armor on his body suddenly made a sound. Among them, Poros spouted a mouthful of blood in an instant. Even so, Poros, the overlord of the universe, cannot be convinced. He desperately wanted to stand up, and his physical strength was endlessly activated. There is not the slightest touch of affection. Boom. The pressure that shook the world fell. Poros' entire body was instantly crushed on the ground, and his bones were shattered. Advertisement this time. Poros' expression finally began to frighten. His power was completely suppressed, and in his mind, there is only that shocking 10,000 worlds ranking. The golden sacred light radiates. Poros' expression changed for the first time. The feeling of being like a god and being able to kill him at any time made him very uncomfortable. And the rankings give him a sense of sacred and inviolable. If he has any idea of resisting insult, he might really get some terrible punishment. That was a consequence that even he could not bear. Under the pressure, Poros finally succumbed, no longer dare to say anything against it. At the same time, in the worlds of the heavens and the world, countless powerful men are looking forward to it. They are looking forward to whether the next world will be them or not. If it's their world, these big guys don't mind taking a shot and entering the 10,000 realms rankings for a big battle. The rewards given by the leaderboard may be something they all desire. Tutoring the world. Bai Lan was a bit boring, but seeing that the ranking list is about to announce the next drawn world, my heart is slightly moved. If I can draw this world, can I also play in the heavens and 10,000 realms? He didn't want to be stronger, because in this world, no one is stronger than him. Even at this moment, Whitebeard and them are not invincible in his eyes. He wanted to go to another world to take a look. All the parallel worlds in this world had been destroyed by him. And if you can play in other worlds, it would be great to increase your strength by the way. Aizen smiled slightly and put a marshmallow in his mouth. Marvel Universe. Thanos holds a virtual left palm. He can't wait to enter the battlefield of the heavens for a battle now. Iron Man Tony has a headache. Although the battle list is good looking, it has nothing to do with him. He was still very confident in his own combat power. After all, ordinary people, who was his opponent after putting on the steel suit? But looking at the evildoers in the rankings, Tony's arrogance disappeared. Kizaru, who was at the bottom of the rankings, could kill him with a few tricks. What kind of fight is this? He is still looking forward to when a list of the wealth of the heavens, or a list of geniuses, will appear. Then he would have a chance to be on the list. Tony is very confident about his financial resources and talents. As for other things, just forget it. 4 or Chapter 120. Auto-generated chapter title, 120. Aizen's excitement. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Shinigami World. Captain Yamamoto called all Shinigami to a meeting. This meeting is mainly to discuss the 10,000 world rankings. And at the moment, except for the 3 captains Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Chusen Kanami, all captain-level figures have arrived. Yamamoto was not in a hurry, but waited quietly, at this time. There was a sound of pushing the door. Aizen wore black-rimmed glasses and walked slowly with a gentle face. Ichimaru Jin and Chusen Kanami were beside him, and the 3 came together. Just sitting down, Hitsugaya Dashiro, who had noticed a little abnormality, asked. Aizen, what have you been doing for so long? There is also Chusen Kanami, why are you here together? When Hitsugaya Dashiro spoke, his tone was full of gunpowder. Aizen smiled faintly when he heard the question from the elementary school student. Some things have been delayed, as for Yin and Chusen? Need me to explain to you? Aizen smiled. The old Yamamoto man in the main seat coughed slightly. Well, don't make a noise, just a little thing. We officially opened the meeting. This meeting discussed how to use the rankings to protect Soul Society in the future. The old man has a hunch that the great changes in the whole world are about to begin. As the Captain Yamamoto said, worries flashed through his eyes. 09. He always has a sense of crisis in the dark. This seems to be related to the friend Habak who was sealed by him thousands of years ago. The faces of many captains present here changed slightly. The 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuchiki said indifferently. Captain refers to the kid Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing what Byakuya Kuchiki said, everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. That Kurosaki Ichigo can have this kind of energy? Surprised the team captain? That was the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and he created Godei 13 with one hand. You know, the original Godei 13 was a killer organization. Captain Yamamoto is a well-deserved werewolf. Just the kid Kurosaki Ichigo? Can Captain Yamamoto feel the crisis? It's not that everyone here looks down on him. Kurosaki Ichigo really doesn't have that qualification now. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigikoku thought for a moment, then shook his head. The old man doesn't know, anyway, everyone has been more careful these days. Everyone nodded. Only Aizen had a smile in her heart. On the face, it was calm, and when everyone is discussing. Sudden. The next announcement on the leaderboard is released. Under the gaze of countless people from the heavens and the world, the names of the extracted world appeared. The world of the ranking list this time, Shinigami World. Advertisement. The heavens and the worlds were shocked when they saw this sentence. Tony. Shinigami World. What kind of world is this? It is called Shinigami, can it take away human life? Or, it's all dead here? Tony was very puzzled, with strange expressions on his face. Heard of Hokage World, Pirate World, this is acceptable. But now, a Shinigami World has appeared, this is a bit unacceptable. Everyone in the Spirit Cage World is also somewhat different. Little lowly Sha-Do turned her head to look at Broken Star. Sister Broken Star, Shinigami World. What world is this? Oni-san Broken Star shook his head. Doo-doo, I don't know this world either. But listen, it should be a very permeating world. The faces of Shanda and others also flashed strange colors. It is said that after death, people will be taken away by Shinigami. This Shinigami world, can't it be that kind, right? The more Shanda said, the more frightened his expression became. Thought flashed in Bai Yuekui's eyes while sitting in the driving position. But she did not speak. Taking you as a name alone, she can't tell what kind of world this is. Super God World. City of Angels. Guy Shakespeare's face suddenly sank slightly. Yan eyes is showing disgust. Is this the world with the Shinigami? Shinigami Carl has a relationship? Cardio, Brooke and others' faces flashed complicated look. Shinigami Carl. This is one of the few king of the universe level of civilization. Crane he then shook his head. Do not be too nervous, I think the Shinigami world, Car should not matter. Listen he Crane say, all this some slight ease down. Aboard the Devil Queen. Mo Megain eyes widened, I rely on. Shinigami world, it doesn't Carl have anything to do? Even Mo Megain are some doubts, but she also shook her head. Carl then how to avoid cattle, definitely do influence the degree of Wan industry rankings. The Shinigami world, it should be just the same name. In doubt heavens Wan strong in all major industry. Their minds, suddenly appeared in a picture, it was, and Blue Star almost normal blue planet. Karakura town. At a time when during the day, Ichigo, who is also the classroom. Sitting by the window, Ichigo listlessly looking out the window. But this time, rankings issued a bulletin that rode, however, he played a direct Ji-Ling. Shinigami? Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo heart slightly surprised. Could it be they in the world? Shinigami, Rukia title it is not that guy do? And it has become a Shinigami agent. Ichigo heart surprised some, but still not sure. Until, he saw a picture chart at this time to play. As if, in that picture where the world was his, subsequently, a screen rotation. Appear in the eyes of the vast desert. Look at this desolate scene, Ichigo's heart still some doubts. But the next moment, a minimum level of Jillian appear. Ichigo looked at the skullbones look like a body, the heart suddenly determined. Here's where they're in the world. Turn a picture again, Hueco Mundo, is just a passing moment. Immediately, jingling chord appearance is also fleeting. Indeed, even the spirit of the palace appearance, are slight twinkle in everybody's eyes. Although only just a moment, but eyes and eyesight were instantly judged to where it was. Think of this 660 eyes and mind some slightly excited. The rest is a bit of a shock all the Shinigami captain. Yamamoto old man looking slightly sank, but the heart is also slightly excited. Inclusion complex emotions in his heart. I do not know joy and sorrow, but Yamamoto captain's heart began to look forward to competing. For fighting force able to get them Shinigami world standings, even by his heart and mind, we can no longer remain calm. Picture in the list, they actually fixed in this room at the moment. A look of joy among all the captain, can be the next moment. A laughing voice sounded dull, sitting on the side of Aizen then this looks calm smile. My feeling was right he stood up straight sigh. In the eyes of the heavens Wan world. Boom, Aizen instantly body that broke out as deep as the sea of Ryotsu. Terror Ryotsu lift to fly directly impact the roof. Sunshine took advantage of the opportunity this time to come. Yellow eyes shine on Aizen lens, so that everyone can now see his face. The Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami stood up at this time also. Aizen smiled slightly. Lu Yuan Jai relooking Yamamoto country for a change. And this is the messenger of Shinigami has arrived. Commander, Aizen captain killed Central 46. If not finished, this messenger Shinigami directly shocked. Hueco Mundo, channel is not already open. Aizen bathed in sunlight, smiling. Since then, the happiness of heaven stand. Chapter 121, auto-generated chapter title. 121, the famous scene of the heavens, forced the king Aizen. Seeing Aizen basking in the sun and uttering those words in a high-profile manner, the entire world was stunned. Pirate world. Inside the marshal's office. 3. Admiral has already returned, and is sitting on the sofa watching the 10,000 worlds rankings. At this moment, the three people watching the live broadcast raised their brows. Aokiji's expression was still arrogant, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. The man in the white robe seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. Akainu's expression is a bit ugly. This Aizen is not a good person at first glance. It must be the same as that group of dross on the sea, it is trash that disturbs the world. Akainu snorted coldly, not optimistic about Aizen at all. Moreover, Akainu hates traitors most. This Aizen obviously betrayed his own power, which made Akainu even more shameless. And the last of the three Admiral, Kizaru Paluzolino. He didn't have any disgust, instead his eyes were picky. Kizaru even raised his hand and slightly lifted the sunglasses next to his eyes. His eyes were full of differences. How can there be a breath of pretense coming to your face? This is so familiar to him, isn't it, that every time he fights with him, the sentence, "Have you been kicked by the light?" comes first? Kizaru said. I'm familiar with this routine. He looked at Aizen, his eyes brighter and brighter. This pretense is novel and creative, worth learning. Sky Island. The face of Enel, who claims to be a god, is full of mockery. Just you, still standing in the sky? Do you want to be side by side with the god? This god tells you, there is only one god in these heavens and all realms. Enel's expression is a bit ugly, he also signed up to fight before. But none of the Qinghai people of Damit knew him, as long as Sky Island people knew his fame, vote for him. However, when compared between Sky Island people and Qinghai people, the gap is a bit big. Enel's face was ugly, and he reluctantly continued to look down. Hokage World. Madara's eyes in Akatsuki's organization suddenly lit up, showing some interest. This Aizen is interesting. Madara suddenly felt that this Aizen had a bit of arrogance of her own. In Konoha village, Konoha is still watching the leaderboard battle in the office. Seeing Aizen's series of actions, Senju Hashirama's face was slightly stagnant. Advertisement, this, why is it so similar to a motor? Senju Hashirama suddenly thought that every time he fights with him, he has to put on a wave of force before he can officially start the fight. Looking at Aizen in the picture again, a sense of familiarity came to my heart inexplicably. Super God World. This time, seeing Aizen, the many angel sisters did not have any disgust. Unlike Kizaru's wretchedness, Aizen's pretense is very special and charming. Angel Yan raised the corner of his mouth. Aizen? Interesting. Mian Shin turned her head slightly to look at Angel Lingxi and suddenly smiled. Lingxi, why are you blushing? As soon as he said this, Yan and the others looked over in an instant. Even the sacred eyes of Gai Sha and Hexi turned around. Being stared at by so many people, the blonde sister Lingxi's face became even more red. Yan joked. Lingxi, what? Did you like this Aizen? Missing heart. Sister Yan. Lingxi yelled too angrily. The holy Gai Sha on the throne smiled slightly. Lingxi, if you are attracted to this Aizen, when I get the chance, I will talk to him. Hexi also said. Yeah, Lingxi, Queen Gai Sha, who will be able to recruit a good son-in-law for us, Qiancheng. Lingxi's complexion became more and more red. Queen Gai Sha, Queen Hexi, you guys tease me too. Lingxi lowered his head, all the embarrassed were looking for a seam to get in. Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lingxi, this Aizen is really handsome, not to mention you were tempted, I am a little tempted. The angels burst out laughing. Yan and others let Lingxi go. And at this moment in the picture, the captain of the 13th Division, Jishiro Yukitaki stood up instantly, looking at Aizen in disbelief. Aizen, why are you killing Central 46? And what do you mean by that sentence? Are you going to betray Soul Society? Hearing what Jishiro Yukitaki said, all the captains present also stood up. This Aizen, what kind of thing is it? And he hasn't waited for Aizen to speak. Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Tusen Kanami, the captain of the 9th Division, came to Aizen at the same time. Like servants, the two stood calmly beside Lan. Advertisement. The 7th Division Captain Paimura Sajin immediately stared. Tusen, what are you doing? Why do you want to go to him? Is it your oath to abandon us? As Komamura Sajin said, he couldn't believe that Tusen Kanami would do such a thing. The two are the best partners, and Sajin in the village joined Gode 13 because of Tusen Kanami and became the captain of Shinigami. Listening to Paimura Sajin's words, Tusen Kanami did not move. Standing next to Aizen, he was also very different in his heart at this time. Even he didn't expect Aizen to have a direct showdown at this time. I never told him and Yin about this beforehand. The two thought there was still a while. Unexpectedly, Aizen would do this all of a sudden. Ichimaru Jin smiled slightly, with the same expression as before. Tusen Kanami was silent and did not answer the words of his best friend. Aizen, standing in front of the two, raised his hand at this moment. Hogyoku appeared in his hands. Jishiro Yukitaki's eyes tightened. Hogyoku, Aizen, is that your purpose? Captain Yamamoto, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a deep voice at this time. Gode 13, take down Aizen. Captain Yamamoto spoke decisively, and immediately stood up with a cane. The commander, who usually doesn't show any momentum, showed the extremely powerful and terrifying Ryotsu in an instant. The floor began to tremble and cracked instantly. The roof that had been lifted by Aizen Ryotsu was also scattered again, the king's. But the next moment, above everyone, a pitch black hole was suddenly torn open. Among them, a group of ugly and strange creatures swarmed out. Wearing a white mask, a squirming monster with a pure black body appeared in front of the heavens and the world in an instant. Manos Grande. All Captain Shinigami present were taken aback. Next moment, a golden light enveloped Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tusen Kanami. With a piece of land under their feet, the three of them began to lift off slowly. Aizen's face, with a calm and easygoing expression, suddenly became cold. Jashiro, pay attention to your tone, you are too arrogant. I did this, of course, to pursue a higher level. Aizen said flatly. The last second is still gentle, but the next second. Aizen gently took off his glasses and stretched out. The other hand was placed in front of the head, and he combed back slowly. Seeing this scene, the heavens and the world are now, Chapter 122, auto-generated chapter title. 122. The heavens and the world. I don't see if there is no blue big in the king list. No one is invincible from the beginning, so are you, me, and everyone. Even God, too. But from this moment, the unbearable blank period of the throne of the sky is about to end. Click. The black-framed eyes in Aizen's hand shattered directly and passed away with the wind. His gentle hairstyle, which looked like the elder brother next door, also turned into wild and unruly hair under that hairspray hand. I will replace God and stand in the sky from now on. Boom. The whole heaven and myriad realms were silent. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Aizen incredulously. Pirate world. In the marshal's office, Kizaru's figure trembled, and his eyes were even more shocked. How can someone pretend to be better than me? Kizaru looked at Aizen, who was slowly rising in the golden light, and his heart was like a grass and mud horse rushing past. He pretends to be coercive, so he only dares to pretend to be weaker than himself or the existence of the same level. He has never been so bad at his mind that he goes to the Holy Land 5 elders and pretends to be forced. But this Aizen, that old man Yamamoto, doesn't he seem to be very strong? But this Aizen pretended to be forced in front of him without any scruples. Kizaru said in his heart that he learned it. While looking at Aizen and Kizaru with horror in his eyes, he was learning Aizen's way of acting. Aokiji's expression was slightly solemn, looking at this blue very seriously. Kizaru's eyes may all be on Aizen's pretense, but he was paying attention to the reactions of the people below. Unbelievably, some people are even more cautious. This is actually nothing. If only the captain at the same level as Aizen is cautious, then Aokiji will not be surprised. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who was on the main seat, showed a slight caution in his eyes. This makes Ching Shang a little weird. The facts are similar to what Aokiji thought. Captain Yamamoto is indeed a little jealous of Aizen in his heart. But this fear is just that it is very tricky. In terms of hard power, Aizen doesn't care no matter how strong he is definitely not his opponent at the moment. However, if you want to keep the current Aizen, you can rely solely on Shikai Ryujin Jaka. Can't do it. To completely leave Aizen, Yamamoto, the old man, must use the solution, Kanhuo Taito. Can the solution be used in Soul Society? The entire Soul Society doesn't want it anymore. The cannibalism is too powerful, a JFD, which makes old Yamamoto a little hesitant. Advertisement, that's why he didn't take the shot himself, quietly watching him leave. If the old Yamamoto man let go, don't talk about Aizen. No one in the entire Shinigami world is his opponent. Shinigami, Yamamoto, the strongest in 1,000 years, has this confidence and strength. New world. The Moby D*K. Whitebeard looked at Aizen with great interest in his eyes. Although it was just a quick glance, Whitebeard had a feeling. This Aizen and the team captains of Godai 13 are both at an unpredictable level. Whitebeard's face was slightly solemn. The heavens and myriad worlds are really a vast stage. Red Force. Hongfa pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword, with caution in his eyes. Aizen Sosuke. I remember you with red hair. Wano Kuni Ghost Island. Kaido angrily smashed with a mace. His eyes became tyrannical. This Aizen kid is so rampant. Don't let me Kaido meet you. If I meet you, my Kaido will definitely show you the power of the world's strongest creature. Cake Island. Big Mom laughed. Aizen Huyusuke, what a funny person. His bloodline must be very strong, right? My old mother has some eyes on you. If I get the chance, I will definitely have a son with you. That must be the strongest blood of my Charlotte family. Oh. Charlotte Linlin's terrifying laughter resounded in the castle. Sky Island. God Enel looked embarrassed. Furthermore, Enel's face was extremely ugly and gloomy. Aizen, you call it a god in vain. Enel, will never let you go. Aizen. Seeing this guy who could be more aggressive than himself, Enel couldn't tolerate it completely. Hawkeye was sitting in the castle, his eyes flickering slightly. Shinigami world? Is it a world with swords? As Hawkeye said, the black Daoyu behind him trembled with excitement. Finally, wait for a world where Kendo is prosperous. Mahawk sighed, his eagle eyes trembling slightly. Advertisement Hydra Island. Empress Boa Hancock sits high on the throne. Although her face is still proud, but looking at Aizen, the Empress's eyes flashed with caution. Can a man have such a charm? I don't know if I can compete with Ai's family. The Fishmen Island, Straw Hat Pirate Group. Red hearts have already appeared in the eyes of Nami and Robin. Sanji saw him on the side, and his heart was furious. He looked at Nami and Robin and said sternly, Nami-san, Robin-san, what is so good about Aizen? I think he will just pretend to be forced. Sanji's words did not cause the slightest reaction from Nami and Robin. The two still looked at Aizen blankly, like a little nympho. Sanji was reluctant, and gathered around the two to analyze Aizen's shortcomings. Finally, the second daughter was annoying, Nami furiously said. Sanji, can you stop telling me, it will delay me from seeing the male god. Robin's expression was also stern. Sanji, don't slander Aizen, you are jealous. Sanji's face was embarrassed. On the side, Zoro gradually oozes cold sweat on his face. As a swordsman, only he can feel the powerful sword intent of Aizen. Along a long distance, just Aizen in the picture made Zoro feel a strong sense of oppression. This Aizen is probably stronger than Hawkeye. Kizaru spoke in the chat group at this time, causing a sensation in the heavens and all realms. Kizaru. Is this a strong competitor to push the leaderboard? I have seen it. A crisis emerged in Kizaru's heart. The position of the first king of the 10,000 realms is a bit unsafe. And after hearing his words, all the heavens and all realms also happened. Aizen's hair gel hand, God's contempt, cold and arrogant tone and so on. All of this, the pretense is too perfect. Shadow. At Kizaru, the wretched uncle's pretense is good, but it's not as good as my big blue. The wretched uncle is wretched and ugly, I am mostly handsome in blue. Without Lan Da, I will not watch the king list. As soon as Shadow said this, the heavens and myriad worlds also evoked a burst of response. Shadow is right, I won't watch if there is no blue sky in Wang Bang. I don't watch if there is no blue sky in the king list. Looking at the series of screen swiping messages, Aizen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly made a big splash in front of the interface of the heavens. However, Aizen did not deliberately hide it. Since it was broadcast live, it doesn't matter. Chapter 123, Auto-generated chapter title. 123. The first game is about to begin, and 10,000 realms is excited. Aizen's words arrogantly ignited the heavens and all realms. No one thought that the Shinigami world would be drawn to such a big event. Aizen stood in the golden light and slowly rose, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked, and he looked at the captains with contempt. The captain of the juvenile division, Hitsugaya Dashiro, was full of anger. Aizen, one day, I will freeze you myself. Aizen smiled slightly as Hitsugaya Dashiro said. Captain Hitsugaya, your biggest problem is that you are too confident. Smiling slightly, Aizen didn't care about the provocation of the elementary school students. And the reason why he has a direct showdown at this time is also because the time has come. The 10,000 realms rankings have come, and he actually didn't need to keep hiding it a long time ago. Through this meeting held by the old Yamamoto, he returned to the Soul Society and directly took Hogyoku away. And he has also obtained Wang Jian's information, and there is no need to hide it anymore. Then, the world drawn this time in the rankings is their world. Aizen, there is no need to continue hiding, so simply, Kyoga Suigetsu who reported to Shinigami was cancelled. Showdown directly. Hokage world. Looking at this Shinigami world that is about to fight against his own world. Countless people have solemn eyes. Akatsuki is in the organization. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Aizen, what an interesting young man. Come and challenge me, Madara, let you see what a god is. Nagato's eyes widened too. This set of Aizen just now can be compared to the time when he controlled Pen's 6 paths to force him to make a mistake. A bag of rice has to hit several floors, is like an elementary school student in front of this Aizen. Was crushed and crushed. Although I haven't seen Aizen make a move, the length is almost determined. This Aizen's strength must also be the top of the world. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization is also full of solemn faces. Although Uchiha forced the king to turn his face and look calm, there was a sense of crisis in his heart. This Shinigami world looks very strong. Sasuke, the little Uchiha king, is practicing in the secret room. Looking at Aizen in the picture at the moment, he also stared wide. How is this possible? How could there be such a character? Thinking of Aizen's sassy and heroic posture, Sasuke felt powerless in his heart. Super God World. Advertisement Angel Lingxi was directly captured by Aizen's heroic posture. When Angel Yan and the others made a joke, Lingxi's face turned red. Holy Geisha looked at Aizen and found it very interesting. Looking at Hexi, Geisha said with a smile, this is much more caring than Carl. Silver-haired Hexi also smiled slightly. Yeah, Queen Geisha, Carl is so boring. But this Aizen wants to be a god, it's too far away. Geisha nodded. Look at his later performance, maybe with the help of the rankings, he can really become a god. After all, in terms of courage, he is not bad at all. Having the king's will, as for the qualifications, is secondary. Hexi nodded, admiring Aizen in his eyes. Yan and others listened to Geisha and Hexi's conversation, their expressions were all startled. Geisha and Hexi, even give that Aizen such a high evaluation? Yan looked at Geisha, lowered his head and asked. Queen Geisha, you said, this Aizen has the qualifications of a king? All the angels turned their eyes. Looking forward to Lingxi, Aizen has become her male god. Now looking at Geisha qua Aizen, she is also a little happy. Even the arrogant cold turned his head. The reason why she hasn't spoken up to now is entirely because even a proud person like her was somewhat conquered by Aizen. But this is only a little bit. The only person who truly believes in Leng is always Queen Geisha. Under everyone's gaze, Geisha on the throne opened his mouth to explain. Angels. The king's aptitude lies in his fearlessness and courage. It lies in the arrogance of not surrendering to anyone. Spend. Gai Sha looked at Yan, which surprised Yan inwardly. This is the difference between you and Anishid. You all have the qualifications of a king, but because of my existence, your arrogance has been suppressed. Maybe I won't fall, you have to go through too much if you want to become a king. When the angels around heard it, they were all startled. All the guarding angels knelt on the ground immediately. Yan even put one hand on his chest, his face extremely pious. Queen Gai Sha, I only recognize you as a king, and you will never fall. The angels around also echoed one after another. Hexi smiled slightly and waved his hand. Queen Gai Sha scared you. Without the rankings, it may be really difficult for Yan to become the king. It will take Queen Gai Sha to be offline for a while. 0. Look for flowers, but right now there is a leaderboard, everything is possible. Advertisement, I didn't look, this is another person with king qualifications. Like Hancock, this Aizen also has an arrogance higher than heaven and earth. Upon hearing the sound, all the angels nodded. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do's expression seemed to mean that she was completely captured by Aizen. Sister Broken Star, Lan Da is so handsome, however, he seems to be a villain, but he is still so handsome. Sha Do was a little excited, unable to control herself. Oni-san Broken Star's eyes trembled slightly for a moment. This Aizen is very attractive, even she was a little moved. Don't talk about her. The eyes of Bai Yuekui in the driving seat were full of different colors. 0. Aizen Sosuke, muttering this name, Bai Yuekui was lost in thought. Marvel Universe. Tony looked at Aizen's arrogant look, and then thinking about Aizen's heroic appearance just now, his expression was a little unnatural. This Aizen, how can I pretend to be more forceful than him? If he learns this trick, any young lady will have to fall in front of him? Tutoring the world. Big Boss Bailan smiled and looked at Aizen's figure. Suddenly, I felt that Aizen seemed to be like myself. Bailan's long lonely heart beat slightly, he couldn't help it a bit, and said in the chat group. Bailan. At Aizen, are you too, a self-proclaimed god? Aizen in Jin Guang raised her eyebrows slightly, but he did not answer. The powerhouse of Otherworld, wait for me, come to government your world. At that time, you will be able to appreciate God's heroism. Aizen said the towering arrogance, then, in a sudden burst of chat groups dissatisfied voice sounded. Prin did not care. If God is, then you willing to swear allegiance to the people, he must give the appropriate remuneration. Prin finished the sentence, they no longer speak in the chat group. Aizen looked at this passage, suddenly feel lonely across the white-haired teenager screen have. Mouth curled. I swear allegiance to you people? Aizen smiled, but inside Prin because some moving words. Live at this stop, chat group announcement. Hokagev Shinigami, the first battle is about to begin. The two sides battle on behalf of choices. Chapter 124, auto-generated chapter title. 124, Hokage World Played Candidate, Forbearance Sector Shock. Chat group to see this announcement road, Wan Heavens our numerous strong community look forward to it. Punch the world. Saitama is eating instant noodles, watching the announcement rankings issued to the interest. The first battle Hokage and Shinigami to start? Hopefully, that Aizen give me some pleasant surprise. Aizen thought that a high-profile name scene, Saitama hard to some expectations. He looked forward to this Aizen is able to match the power of his people. As he saw Saitama Big Devil no longer lonely, side of the Jianuo also some excitement. Teacher, to start off, to begin, well look, really want to see this world who Hokage candidate played what is, pirates or anyone challenging world. Chat group thinking about the rules of the new release, Jianuo heart is full of expectations. The list of combat power, will fight with the pirates and the slightly Hokage not, 66-0, the same. Although both sides still voted the world situation decided to play candidate. But now, if someone chooses to challenge the party standings figures will be the first to fight. But the other elected representatives of the world will not lose this opportunity. But wait for the completion of this battle, fight and turn to the next person and the next one in preference to challenge candidates. This avoids one party to challenge the world has been, and the other world war cannot embarrassing situation. It boils down to this. If Hokage did not choose this round the world challenge, played candidate as Guy. The Shinigami world chose to challenge people are Zaraki Kenpachi. They will first be Zaraki Kenpachi fight, then fighting Guy is inevitable. Jianuo look forward to double reverse play on behalf of the world. Hokage world. Sakura and Ino this small street sigh of handsome Aizen. See this announcement, the two cannot help but look to the office Hokage. At this point the Hokage office building, of high-rank Konoha gathered again here. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato Hokage in 2. More stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Guy et al. Everyone is talking about the war Kiba whether to send representatives to play. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought a moment, he said, Shodai, Minato. I think it is necessary to allow teachers to war, if we can win, he also resurrected. At that time, Konoha's combat power will be unprecedented. Stronger than it is now, but also to maintain world peace and tolerance, forbearance village prevent what other action. Everyone heard, or food for thought from Sarutobi Hiruzen words. Advertisement Senju Hashirama condensate with eyebrow and nodded. His younger brother really should have such an opportunity, if you win, we brothers can meet again. Namikaze Minato also agree. Night aim if the resurrection, we Konoha Hokage ages are all gathered together. Previously earth-moving reincarnation, I did not take a look at second generation of Flying Thunder God. For a time, everyone has nodded, identity down this decision. But this time, meditation in Senju Hashirama there suddenly shook his head. Gentlemen, we cannot fight this opportunity to Tobarama. Few people are somewhat different, turned around and looked over. Senju Hashirama Chen Sheng, tell their own reasons. Tobarama's strength, my older brother is very clear. Although he combat power than cage level, but not that much, to participate in the First World War Shinigami probably lost more than it won less. Analysis Senju Hashirama here, the people react this time is over. Yes indeed. Shinigami exposed the world's first combat power before the Heavens One interface is bound to choose one of the strongest of people. No one wanted to own the world's first battle is to lose. So, Shinigami world is bound to send the strongest person. This cannot help Senju Hashirama, who are not careful. With the strength of second Hokage Senju Tobarama, although very strong. But there is still a long way to go from the strongest in the world. After thinking about it, everyone shook their heads. In the first battle, it is indeed inappropriate to let second Hokage go. Several people were thinking again, wondering who Konoha should send in this battle. And this time, Jiraiya suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the might guy behind everyone. Guy now wears half of Hokage's sleeves, and the whole person looks more youthful. But he is not so fond of expressing opinions, which makes people ignore him involuntarily. Jiraiya patted his thigh. Hey, guys, we Konoha and Guy. He's going to fight, he will definitely win. After hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Might Guy. Guy smiled slightly, embarrassed. Everyone looked at Guy who was not good at words, and couldn't help thinking of Guy's performance in the battle with Marine. After a little thought, everyone looked happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed. Hey, my old bone is really not easy to use. This head isn't working anymore, why didn't you expect Guy? Namikaze Minato also nodded. With Guy's strength, I won't necessarily be an opponent if I have full combat power. Especially Guy's kick, Yi Guy. Advertisement Namikaze Minato said, with an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. He is very lucky now. Fortunately, Guy is Konoha's ninja. What if this is another ninja from Ninja Village? It's like a nuclear bomb, where to hit it? Senju Hashirama shook his head gravely. Fourth generation, what you said is still a bit conservative. Facing Guy's kick, even me, may not be able to survive. What? Everyone's complexion changed drastically, and they looked at Guy in disbelief. Senju Hashirama nodded. Guy's strength is currently #1 in our world. At least, no one can match him in a short burst of time. Being so complimented by Senju Hashirama, Guy smiled embarrassedly. 8 inner gates, my father taught me to guard Konoha. When the 8th gate is fully open, I will definitely die. But go to the battlefield of the heavens to fight. Guy didn't finish speaking, but the blazing color in his eyes couldn't hide it. Everyone nodded. We, Konoha Village, sent Guy. Soon. The list of applications is released. Might Guy of Konoha Village. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It is Madara who thinks that it is enough for him to occupy 3rd place on the leaderboard. The ancestor of Chakra, the mother of Sage of 6 Paths. Jinchuriki Gara 5.3 from Senagakure. At this moment, the ninja world was like an earthquake. It is impossible for Konoha to participate in the war. Onoki, Luosha, 4th Raikage and others have long communicated well. No one signed up for Kirigakure, 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki of Rock Shinobi Village, and this look is incredible. But they were not in a hurry, and wanted to see if there were any surprising names on this list. And watching Might Guy from Konoha Village sign up, Onogi and others all smiled slightly. He was waiting for the Shinigami world to challenge him, so Akatsuki and Water Country did not sign up at all. In this first battle, all of them are Raikage. On the list, there is a name written impressively. More introduction below. Chapter 125, Auto-generated chapter title. 125. Otsutsuki Kagaya, ancestor of Chakra, mother of Sage of 6 Paths. Looking at that name, the whole ninja world was shocked. And then, it is thick and unbelievable, everyone stared at the name. Look at the introduction of that name. Akatsuki within the organization. All the members were stunned. Lord Madara stood up directly from the main seat. At this moment, his arrogance is no more. Instead, his face was shocked, his eyes widened, and his heart was full of incredible. How is it possible? How is this possible? Madara murmured, staring at the name for a long time lost. Otsutsuki Kagaya? The ancestor of Chakra? The mother of Sage of 6 Paths? Are you kidding me? Madara has a deep unbelievable heart, but the introduction given by the rankings can't be wrong. This, Rao is Madara's mind, and at this moment I don't know what to say. In the Hokage world this time, there are people of the 6 Paths level. What's so special? The ancestor of Chakra, 6 Paths, that is the realm that Ban dreams of. If he could have the strength of the 6 Paths class, Madara would no longer have to wrestle with the villages of Ninja World. By 09, what tail beast? What 5 countries? What kind of hot mom? It's all rubbish. His squad can suppress the entire ninja world by force alone, and then use infinite Tsukuyomi to create the peace he wants. Looking at the faint line of description, Mother of Sage of Six Paths. Madara fell into a long silence, and looking at the name behind him was also stunned. Black Zetsu almost couldn't control it. He looked at the name with eyes wide, full of disbelief. Mom actually signed up to fight. Black Zetsu really wanted Otsutsuki Kagaya to join the war. If Kagaya plays, as long as he doesn't encounter too strong, he can basically win. If you win, you may be able to break through the seal and re-enter the ninja world. He, Black Zetsu, will be able to return to his mother. But anyhow, he can't control Kaguya's will. Can only rely on his own will to see if he wants to participate in the war. Black Zetsu's body was trembling, and he thought silently in his heart. Mom, you must win. Advertisement. Black Zetsu's heart was completely excited. He no longer has to worry about how to structure his mind. As long as Kagaya wins, it is likely to be rewarded directly to break the seal. At that time, he will be able to reunite with his mother. Black Zetsu was excited, his heart beating faster than ever before. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization also narrowed their eyes. Otsutsuki Kagaya, they don't know the name, but look back. The ancestor of chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. These two titles are quite silly. Everyone was shocked. How strong will someone who can become the ancestor of chakra be? Moreover, he is also the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Gui Zhao looked at his partner and asked in a low voice. The legendary Sage of Six Paths actually exists. This is too shocking, and he has a mother who is also the ancestor of chakra. Tenten. Ghost Zhao gasped in shock. Itachi, who has always been in front of the Taishan landslide, can hardly remain calm now. Looking at that title, who can't be shocked? The legendary Sage of Six Paths does not exist. He actually has a mother who is also known as the ancestor of chakra. This is too hard to believe. The Akatsuki group was shocked, not knowing what to say. Thunder Country. Fourth Raikage's eyes widened and he couldn't believe the name at all. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect this kind of existence to participate in the war. This is too shocking. Killer Bee, Samui and others are also completely lost. They are all in Nana, Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Everyone was shocked and lost, unable to calm their hearts. The land of the earth. Third Tsuchikage Onoki is not much better. He looked at the name, and the shock in his eyes overflowed. The ancestor of chakra, is there such a thing? The mother of Sage of Six Paths. Oyemu really couldn't imagine how strong this one would be at this moment. It should be better than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, right? Onoki thought so, and the cold sweat on his face no longer knew how much it had slipped. Black Soil was a little puzzled on the side. Grandpa, this Otsutsuki Kagaya, is it strong? Oyemu said nonchalantly. Of course it's strong, that's the ancestor of chakra. The country of wind. Fourth Cascade Rosha looked at the name, her eyes bursting out. Advertisement. This is more shocking than the registration of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. How can there be such a degree of existence? Although I haven't seen how strong Otsutsuki Kagaya is, Luo Sha has a premonition. This person's strength may be at the level of destroying the world. At the same time, Konoha village also exploded. Senju Hashirama and others stared, completely unbelievable. For a long time, Namikaze Minato said stupidly, I read it right, everyone? The ancestor of chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths? Although the name Otsutsuki Kagaya is very strange. But the ancestor of chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. These two explanations have already demonstrated the power of this Otsutsuki Kagaya. Okay. Everyone couldn't reflect it all at once. Even if Sage of Six Paths really exists, they can't be sure. Now, the mother of Sage of Six Paths has all come out. How can this not be shocking? Senju Hashirama looked around. What should I do now? Until now, even he couldn't decide. Who should vote for this vote? Even Guy himself was a little ashamed. In front of that person, he was not so confident about his 8-gate anymore. After a long time, Namikaze Minato sighed. 660, Shodai, I suggest that this vote should go to this Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, this is the ancestor of chakra, and the strength must be very strong. If he plays, he should be able to win the first battle with Shinigami for our world. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face is wrinkled together. No. For the fourth generation, whether this Otsutsuki Kagaya is an enemy or a friend, whether it is good or bad, we don't know this. If he wins, if he descends into the ninja world, the consequences may be disastrous. Several people nodded when they heard it, not knowing how to make a decision. For a long time, Senju Hashirama made a difficult decision on his face. We still have to vote for this Otsutsuki Kagaya. The most important thing for us right now is to be responsible for the whole world. We must ensure that the selection for each battle is the strongest at the moment. Only in this way can our world go further and our world can have more opportunities. Hearing what Senju Hashirama said, everyone was contemplative. Soon everyone understood what Senju Hashirama meant. Only by sending the world's strongest can we have a chance to win. Only in the Hokage world can they win the Shinigami world in this match. Only in this way can the Hokage world finally stay on the leaderboard. Overcoming obstacles along the way, their entire Hokage world will become stronger. Everyone nodded and voted for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 126, Auto-generated chapter title. 126. Heavens and Worlds. How to fight in this Shinigami world. Many people in the ninja world voted for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kaguya's votes soared all the way, far away from the second might guy. Sage of Six Paths Yui, who died in name but had been following the ninja world, raised his eyebrows at this time. Furthermore, it was a surprise. How can mom sign up? How can mom sign up? Sage of Six Paths 10,000 Years face was full of shock. He didn't expect this level. If you let Kagaya participate in the battle and win. Then once she lifted the seal, today's ninja world will suffer. Sage of Six Paths looked anxious. But seeing Kagaya take the lead and throw away the second place far away, he felt a little weak. It's over. Sage of Six Paths is full of despair in his heart. After Kagaya is resurrected, the ninja world must suffer. Sage of Six Paths, the filial son, has already begun to think about how to seal his mother again. But he still wanted to be stubborn at the end. Sage of Six Paths did not hesitate to vote for Might Guy. And in the end, Otsutsuki Kaguya's name ranks first. Open black lens bracket Hokage World Final Battle Candidate. Otsutsuki Kagaya, ancestor of Chakra, mother of Sage of Six Paths. Seeing this result, Sage of Six Paths felt helpless for a while. What am I? He really wanted to directly knock the brains of everyone in the ninja world. See the same result. The Otsutsuki family, who are far away in the void of the universe, have their eyes bright. They look down on this 10,000 world rankings, and have no interest at all. Therefore, it is always shielded. Seeing Kagaya playing now, they were a little bit interested. And countless people in the heavens and worlds looked at the long list of titles, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and they were a little shocked. In the pirate world, the Holy Land Mariajoy among the flowers. Above the void throne, Yim, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help opening his eyes. Otsutsuki Kagaya, ancestor of Chakra. If you remember correctly, Chakra is the energy used by that world, right? Unexpectedly, did this kind of character begin to participate in the war? She looked at the leaderboard with a keen interest in her eyes. Although she had not participated in the war before, she seemed to have missed the battle list. But, she has a hunch in her heart that there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Advertisement. After nearly 1,000 years of silence, she was in no rush. The 10,000 Realms ranking, muttering these words, I'm waited with interest for the start of this battle for the first time. She wanted to see what level the world's strongest was. And in naval headquarters, looking at the name and a series of titles, Sengoku and others were directly surprised. Then Hokage world, is there any fairy? Garp spoke in a different place. Sengoku and others were also very surprised. In that Hokage world, there are such existences as immortals. Sengoku's expression was slightly solemn. I don't know why this mother of Sage of Six Paths didn't play during the World War with us. Looking at her title, she should be a peerless powerhouse, right? Anything that no one can match. After Sengoku finished speaking, he added that this was not enough to express his shock. Third, Admiral was also a little shocked. The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses were full of disbelief. This, the fairy's mother? How strong is this? Just kidding. I really don't know how to fight this Shinigami world. First World War. Qingshang's lazy expression was also put away, becoming very cautious. Akainu's gloomy face had a glimmer of expectation. He wanted to see what kind of combat power this Otsutsuki Kagaya might be. The strongest person in the world. How about the strongest level in the Hokage world? After all, is there any strong Might Guy? Akainu now has a shadow on Might Guy's kick. Next time I see Guy again, he will definitely take a detour. In New World, Whitebeard is a little cautious. Otsutsuki Kagaya, are Madara and Hashirama strong? These heavens and myriad worlds are really big. Whitebeard sighed, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. This Otsutsuki Kagaya may be a stronger existence than him, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. It's not like Guy's explosive strength. The ancestor of Chakra may have truly extraordinary strength. Beast Kaido also quietly put away his arrogant expression. Ancestor of Chakra. This title, how can it be more shocking than Laozi's world's strongest creature? Kaido thought about the identity of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and his heart was full of dignity. Can be called the ancestor, not to mention that it is the strongest in the world, but it is definitely the strongest group of people. Maybe, stronger than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, right? Advertisement. Kaido thought silently. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are no longer opponents. Kagaya, the ancestor of Chakra, can he guarantee that he will not die? Charlotte Linlin, who was laughing, stopped laughing. Ancestor of Chakra? Such a strong identity. Ancestor, this is a title that my old lady has never had. Charlotte Linlin said, looking forward to how strong this Otsutsuki Kagaya will be. The powerhouses of the pirate world, such as Red Hair, Eagle Eye, and Empress, are also shocked by their gazes. This is the first battle between Hokage and Shinigami. It may be the strongest battle that has appeared since the battle list was opened. It is this Otsutsuki Kagaya alone that has raised the sense of anticipation of this battle to ultimate. Super God World. The corners of Morgana's lips on the earth turned up, and her interest increased greatly. Ancestor? Is it the same as my demon ancestor? Interesting. Morgana was very interested in her heart. But she thought at the same time, how can I fight in the Shinigami world? The Hokage world has moved really strong this time. The kind that can be called the #1 in the world. How will the Shinigami world respond? Morgana's mouth was twitched, and there was a slight expectation in her eyes. At this time, all the heavens and myriad worlds were also bursting one after another. Countless people looked at the selection of the player, king of the king, in the Hokage world, and their hearts were full of shock. The chat group is about to be blown up by everyone's discussion. Otsutsuki Kagaya, this name is awesome at first glance. The ancestor of chakra, I just want to ask, is she the strongest existence in the Hokage world? Look, she is still the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Yeah, this is too shocking. Shenron's mother, she must also be a fairy, even stronger than the fairy. How strong is this? I'm looking forward to this battle. How can Shinigami world pick it up? Can they catch it? I don't think so. It may be directly crushed by the ancestor of chakra. All the heavens and all realms unanimously believe that the Shinigami world can't fight against such powerful people. But the heavens and all realms are also looking forward to it. They are looking forward to this battle. They are looking forward to the appearance of Dotongmu Kagaya. Apham. Shocked to the extreme. Chapter 127, Auto-generated chapter title. 127, Shinigami World Player, Soul Society Earthquake. Spirit Cage World. Shanda and others looked at the candidates for the Hokage world. The inner balance of victory has been completely inclined to the Hokage world. Whoever looked at it, the name of the ancestor of chakra was too bluff. It must mean extremely powerful strength. Shado looked at Broken Star beside her and asked innocently. Sister Broken Star, is there really a fairy in Hokage? Oni-san Broken Star frowned slightly and spoke tentatively. Even now, she didn't dare to be sure whether the fairy was real. Shado, I think it's possible for immortals to be as big as the heavens and 10,000 realms. Shanda's face was slightly shocked when he heard Broken Star's words. He was sitting on the ground, not knowing what to think anymore. Fairy, how far away is this word? If there are immortals in the world, there shouldn't be this end time. Hearing that, the ground team was slightly silent. Their former comrades in arms asked for help before they died. But countless people tried, but couldn't invite immortals at all. People in the world don't think immortals exist anymore. Everyone's faces flashed with sadness, and they thought of the deaths of those comrades in arms. Bai Yuekui looked thoughtfully at this moment. This immortal may not be the immortal in our ordinary sense. In my opinion, the Hokage world is actually just a Jongwu world, not like a world where immortals can be born. Jongwu? Everyone is full of question marks. They looked at Bai Yuekui, waiting for answers. 660 This is the first time everyone has heard of the term Jongwu. Little lowly Shado thought at this time. Boss, what do you mean? Do you still have Lo Wu and Gao Wu? Bai Yuekui nodded. Her eyes were full of thought, but she was sure of her guess. I think there should be a standard for the assessment of the force of the heavens and the world. There are not only low-level martial arts, middle-level martial arts, and high-level martial arts. I think there are more likely to be super martial arts, or even higher. What? Everyone was shocked. The avant-garde thinking of the world class has shocked them enough. And Bai Yu Zhao threw another blockbuster. This time makes them a little unacceptable. Shanda's face was dull. Nene asked. Boss, are the pirates and Hokage world both counted as Jongwu? Bai Yuekui nodded, with a cold tone. Yes, everyone's brains are a little bit rocky. Advertisement: the pirates and Hokage are so powerful in a world where they can destroy an island and flatten a mountain at every turn. This level of force can only be counted as Jongwu. They really can't imagine the world of Jongwu and how powerful the world of Gaowu will be. Shado asked naively. Boss, what level is our world? Everyone looked at the white moon shape, and everyone's eyes were burning. Who doesn't want to see making one's own world a very advanced world? But under the gaze of everyone's expectation, Bai Yuexi's tone was still cold, without feelings. Our world, at best, can only be considered low-spirited. What? Shanda and the others were shocked in an instant. Their world is actually only a low-level martial artist, so it is the most. This is a bit unacceptable. Bai Yuekui said again at this time, bringing the topic back to the battle between Hokage and Shinigami. So, the Hokage world may not necessarily win the Shinigami world, but it hasn't appeared in one yet. If it's a high martial arts world, then Hokage. Bai Yuekui didn't finish her words, but everyone already understood what she meant. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed with Bai Yuexi's view. Shanda slapped his head, his tone excited. I am looking forward to this battle between Hokage and Shinigami. The others also watched with scorching eyes, looking forward to it. As for the Shinigami world that everyone talks about, the candidates for the first battle are being discussed fiercely here. This world, Inoue Orihime, Ishida and others all looked at Ichigo. Among them, the strongest is Ichigo. And after such a long time of franchise, Ichigo has become a lot stronger, and it has been able to solve it. Had it not been for the rankings, Soul Society had postponed Rukia's execution, otherwise Ichigo would have broken into Soul Society to save people. Inoue Orihime looked at Ichigo, holding his hands on his chest. Ichigo, go to the war. I believe you will win. Sato also persuaded. Yes, Ichigo, between us, only you are the strongest. This first battle is none other than you. Although Ishida Yulong didn't speak, his expression already showed that he meant it. Ichigo scratched his head. AJFD, embarrassedly, does everyone think so? Inoue Orihime nodded repeatedly. Ichigo, you will definitely win. Nodding, Ichigo's face became firm. Okay, then I'll sign up to fight. Now awakened, Ichigo is also more confident in his strength. He thought that he could crush the captain of Soul Society. Advertisement even against the captain of the Shanghai, he will not be too weak. Another group of people in this world, the Masked Legion, is also in heated discussions. I think we must seize this opportunity. If we get rewards in the leaderboard, it's not impossible that we can beat Aizen. Yes, Aizen is now betraying Soul Society. As long as we get something in the rankings and unite with Soul Society, we have a good chance. Everyone nodded and decided to fight desperately for a chance to enter the rankings. And in Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto is convening a meeting with 10 captains except Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tusen Konami. Everyone had already fully discussed at this time. Zaraki Kenpachi was the first to bear the brunt. He stepped on the table with one foot, opened his chest, and laughed wildly. The battle list is wide open, I must go to one of them. Everyone, give me this first battle, ha 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 ha, I will definitely win this battle for you, presumably, you have no objections? First generation Kenpachi Yunohana Retsu smiled slightly. Zaraki has a good chance of winning. When the other captains heard this, they agreed with them in their hearts. However, the other captains had different opinions. The 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuchiki looked cold. In his heart, he didn't think he was weaker than Zaraki Kenpachi. He also wants to represent the Shinigami world in the war. Kiraku Shunsui smiled slightly, and the straw hat he was wearing lowered the brim of his hat slightly. The battle list, I am also very interested. Kuretsuchi Mayuri even licked the corners of his mouth. I have been interested in the 10,000 world rankings for a long time. If one of the great battles can be reached, will it help my experiment? Kuretsuchi Mayuri's eyes are full of greed. He has been staring at the 10,000 world rankings for a long time. Many captains are also arrogant, and Ryotsu feels slightly overflowing. Kenpachi's mouth suddenly cracked when he saw the crowd making a fuss and didn't want to give up. If you don't agree, then let's kill it. Hearing the sound, all the captains turned their eyes to the old Yamamoto man. Boom. The blood in his body had already boiled, and he couldn't bear it for a moment. No, just give this opportunity to Zaraki Kenpachi. The old man Yamamoto suddenly paused with his walking stick. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kenpachi laughed wildly and looked at the captains. Watching the quarrel among the many captains under his team. We go day 13, let's register by team number. A faint light suddenly lit up under Yamamoto's white eyebrows. And the final registration result came out, and the entire Soul Society also began to quake. At that time, the winner will participate in the first battle. At this time, hearing Yamamoto's words, many Shinigami captains were shocked. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 128, auto-generated chapter title. 128, boom. Bursting with a sense of anticipation of a war. The results saw the sign, even more than as the Soul Society earthquake. Shinigami whole world starts trembling slightly. Quadruple captain, first generation Kenpachi Yunohana Retsu turn around to see fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Commander, you really want the war? Word Yunohana Retsu's, full of strange. As the old man and Yamamoto had created Gode 13 of the people together, she was very clear Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country's terror. That was, alone conceal friends Halbok person, known for thousands of years the strongest Shinigami. Handheld hotline strongest Zanpakuto, Soul Society die of old monster. Yamamoto legend Lu Yuan Jai heavy country has uncountable dollars. At this time, many in the room as the captain turned around. Even Zaraki Kenpachi are not the arrogant voice. The crowd watched, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country nodded slightly. The old man a bone, do activities, we must completely old. He heard these words, my heart just like the captain of the mini atomic bomb explode. Captain of Soul Society, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country. He even really want war, all eyes indescribably shocked. This is simply so astonishing, Yamamoto old man very long affairs. But now, even to the other world and fight from interest. Captain Hart suddenly raised a number of horror slightest meaning. Commander of the powerful strength, has not demonstrated how long. Eyes Yunohana Retsu is full of different colors, but her heart thought a moment, some clear understanding. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, then single-handedly founded Gode 13. But Gode 13, but initially a pure killers, Shimao Flower, Commander Yamamoto. Which is not a sword stained with blood, the bones of dead mountain over. The flower girl's heart also has to understand why fast wait Yamamoto Yuan Lu country to war. Heaven's battlefield is independent of any world space. Advertisement also, there have divine power rankings blessing. Do not worry about what you are forces of terror, we cannot shake the slightest patch of space. The commander Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, but called the hot line of the strongest Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka only Shikai, the surface temperature is equivalent to the sun. Once the solution has been, that temperature, but the sun's core. This and other terror's capabilities, and even the captain himself cannot easily use both. History, and he became among the friends of the Halbok in that war, used Kiji Ryujin Jaka of. Since then, I never used, because this trick too destructive. Otherwise the day, Aizen will not run, but if the captain has the solution, the entire Soul Society will suffer. If the heavens can put a different battlefield, Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, you can use all of their own strength. He would not have the slightest scruples. You can play, which accumulated the ins and outs of the millennium. 2A, vigorous war. Sister Wa just doesn't know now. Who can force the captain's solution? Even the current Whitebeard, in front of the captain, is a slash. Therefore, Sister Wa is a little faintly looking forward to it. The captains also thought of this, and they looked at the registration of the captain, just signing up for the battle. Did not challenge any strong on the list. Because of those people, the captain doesn't like it at all. The three of the strongest, Whitebeard, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, are not enough in front of him. The fact is also true. The old Yamamoto smiled inwardly and sighed a little. Hokage world, don't let me down. He was expecting that the Hokage world could send a strong hermit this time. Don't think about the people like Whitebeard anymore, like children fighting. That's too boring. In the Suya Palace, Aizen Haki sat sideways on the throne, as the pressure of the mighty sky fell on everyone. Advertisement Espada was originally roaring and chatting, but because of the candidates for this battle, it was too noisy. As Aizen's coercion fell, everyone immediately silenced and did not dare to say a word. Grimmjow, the sixth Saber King, looked at Aizen, and he couldn't believe it. Could it be? Aizen will shoot himself in the first battle? No way. Everyone also had this idea, and their faces changed. Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, was also thinking inside. He wanted to be dispatched in the first battle, but with Aizen's cautious character, he still wanted to take another look. I'm not afraid of Hokage world. Not kidding, the number one Whitebeard now is just like that in his eyes. Although it was a one-on-one battle, Kyoka Suigetsu didn't have much effect. But, Aizen has the confidence to win against Whitebeard by relying on Ryotsu alone. As for the second and third Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he has never taken it seriously. To stop the discussion of Espada under his command, it was only that they affected their own thinking. After a while, obviously, he is the true leader of Espada. Hearing Aizen's words, Espada nodded, but Espada Yami was somewhat unwilling. Aizen spoke faintly, his tone incapable of being beat. First Blade Stark nodded. At this time, Ichimaru Jin Tsusankanami's heart moved slightly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He was aggrieved inwardly. Aizen, this is not trusting them at all. 0. Look for flowers. The first game is Stark. Although the expression was not joyful, it did not refuse either. Ichimaru Jin's inner tension is getting stronger and stronger. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Aizen looked at the first Blade Stark. This order, just follow the Espada ranking. He has a hunch that something big will happen in the near future. So there is no idea of letting the two participate in the war. 0. However, Aizen let Stark participate in the first battle. This made Yami a little dissatisfied, but he dared not show it. Aizen's lewd prestige is too great, Stark registered in his head. But soon, everyone who saw the registration list was taken aback. Furthermore, there was a deep shock. Aizen on the throne changed his face. Ichimaru Jin and Tsusankanami glanced at each other, although Tsusankanami had no eyes. The two of them said different things in their hearts. In the first game, the person from Soul Society turned out to be the captain, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. What a special thing. Espada is also shocking. Even the fourth Blade Xiaowu raised his eyebrows slightly. Yamamoto Genryu Jai Shigekuni. Looking at this name, Xiaowu is very cautious. He is confident to face any captain, but the captain, he doesn't have that confidence. Don't say him, even Aizen is all about the captain. The captain was full of jealousy. Looking at the name, Aizen's laughter suddenly came from the quiet Suya Palace. Oh. It's really interesting. Captain, I didn't expect you to sign up for the first game. It's thousands of years of loneliness. Does that make your killing knife unbearable? Aizen said flatly. The crowd was quiet and no one dared to interrupt. The final registration result was confirmed. The entire Shinigami world is all over. It was an unparalleled shock. Furthermore, it was a strong sense of anticipation. Countless people are looking forward to the battle of Captain. They want to see what kind of strength the strongest person in Soul Society has. P.S. This chapter can be seen. Don't you know what's wrong? Chapter 129, auto-generated chapter title. 129. Shinigami, the strongest in 1,000 years, resounds through the heavens and all realms. Shinigami World Final Candidate, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni, Gode 13 Captain, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, combat power, 999 Car Fist West. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo's face suddenly stagnated. Seeing that name, he suddenly felt a little familiar. And the next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's face changed drastically, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly in shock. How can this be? How could he participate in the war? Inoue Orihime and others are still a bit unclear. But after Kurosaki Ichigo explained, all people are brain shocked. The deep shock from head to toe made their bodies tense. Masked Legion. Hiriko Shinji's eyes widened, and his whole body was full of disbelief. How could Captain Yamamoto join the battle? It's still the first round, how is this possible? The people around him were not much better, their faces were shocked. Only Fist West saw that 660 was the line of fine print at the back of the ranking announcement. Hello. Look, what does that combat power, 999 Che Guangxi mean? When everyone heard this, they turned their heads and looked over. F*K. It's so special, yes, what do you mean by this 999 combat power? Mugeruma Kensai stood there, his brain was a little bit rocky. Kenshi, I remember what your name is, Muguruma Kensai. Captain, it's 999 Che Guangxi, this is more than 160 times yours. Guangxi's face became extremely embarrassed. Suddenly he wanted to ask about the ranking list, what exactly was this fighting power? And everyone in Soul Society also saw that line of fine print. Byakuya Kuchiki and others raised their brows slightly. 999 cars Fist West, how many cars do I have? Urahara Kazuki in this world is also somewhat different. Kurosaki Ishin sprayed out directly, I am not wrong, right? The captain actually participated in the battle? Shihuan Yoruichi was also shocked on the side, for a long time. Urahara Kazuki smiled slightly, there is a good show, I don't know, can I see the captain's full shot? Remembering that in the battlefield of the heavens, you can fight without scruples, Urahara Kazuki thought of the terrifying Zanpakuto ability of the old man Yamamoto. And at this moment, the heavens and worlds also saw the candidates for the Shinigami world. Advertisement: the chat group blocking of Hokage and Shinigami world has also been lifted. Pirate world. Sengoku and others raised their brows when thinking about how the Shinigami world should fight this battle. Kizaru is still slurping his mouth. Marshal Sengoku, some of the ancestors who look forward to this battle in the Hokage world. It must be very strong, Kizaru said, eyes filled with anticipation. Sengoku's eyes also showed solemnity. Yes, and fortunately, this Otsutsuki Kagaya did not appear in the first battle with our world. To that guy, even Whitebeard is not an opponent, right? As Sengoku said, he became more and more cautious with that Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kizaru nodded. I just don't know who will be sent to Shinigami in this battle. Don't be short of strength in the end, it was beaten by that Kei Yoruichi. Then it's boring if you look at it. As Kizaru said, he didn't even imagine the possibility that the Shinigami world could fight Kagaya. At this time, the leaderboard released the candidates for the Shinigami world. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Promise. Marshal Sengoku, Shinigami's player has been selected. Let me see what level it is. Halfway through the conversation, Kizaru's voice was immediately awkward. Furthermore, there was a thick unbelievable meaning in his eyes. Kizaru was taken aback and was speechless. When Sengoku and others saw Kizaru's appearance, they were a little curious. Everyone turned their attention to the 10,000 worlds ranking in their minds. Looking at the candidates for the Shinigami world, Sengoku and others were also stunned. For a long time, it was Kizaru who took the lead to slow down. He shouted, his eyes still trembling. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, Gode 13 Captain, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, fighting power. Speaking of this, Kizaru can no longer speak. At this moment, even the lazy servant Aokiji was full of stern expressions. Millennium, are you kidding me? Even Akainu, who has always been determined, is full of unbelievable heart at this moment. Kizaru looked around. There are people who can live for 1,000 years. His tone was full of shock and surprise. Sengoku's eyes are deep. Yes, someone can live for 1,000 years? Sengoku thought about it at this time, except for some buggy fruits on the sea. Normal people, in any case, can't live less than 1,000 years. For a long time, the crowd eased the shock. Advertisement. At this time, they no longer think that this battle Shinigami is just a background board. Originally, everyone thought this was Kaguya's solo show 0. But now? Who still thinks that this Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni does not have the strength to fight Kei Yoruichi? Gode 13 Captain. The 4 strongest gods in 1,000 years. Garp frowned at this moment. Sengoku, this Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, may not be a human being. Garp's words completely awakened everyone. Aokiji is a bit strange. Garp Vice Admiral, you mean, what is he Shinigami? Garp looked solemn and nodded deeply. Sengoku's eyebrows also showed thoughts. If he were a human, the leaderboard would not say that. The evaluation given should be the strongest person in 1,000 years, not the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Hearing what Sengoku said, everyone agreed, but Kizaru's eyes rolled. Sengoku, Marshal, Shinigami, is it possible that it is a profession? For example, my name is Paluzalino, Admiral Kizaru, and first I'm a Marine. Everyone turned their eyes around and waited for Kizaru's next words. Kizaru's wretched face smiled slightly, I said. Akainu's face was somber. Just tell me if you have something to say, what are you talking about? Kizaru nodded. If Marine was founded 1,000 years ago, and I am the strongest admiral in Marine's history. In this way, I can be called the strongest admiral in 1,000 years, or the strongest Marine in 1,000 years. Kizaru's wretched voice came to my ears. The strongest admiral in 1,000 years? Isn't it also called, the strongest genius in 800 years? Just you? Sengoku said in a deep voice at this time. The strongest Marine in 1,000 years. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even Qingshang looked at Kizaru incredulously at 5.3. Seeing the name of Yamamoto Genryusai Heavy Country, the whole world will be fried. Although Kizaru's words are not tuned, they have some truth. But Kizaru's unique brain circuit thinks this way, and the heavens and the world don't think so. It's like that Rob Lucci in CP9. Akainu also nodded, his face gloomy. You want to say, Garp Vice Admiral is the strongest Vice Admiral in 1,000 years, I believe it, but you? Then, whether Yamamoto is so strong still needs to be verified. When everyone heard it, they all nodded in agreement. Kizaru's expression was a bit awkward, but he didn't think he didn't have that chance either. Akainu suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, the name of Yamamoto Shinigami. Yamamoto is well known in the world. Chapter 130. Auto-generated chapter title, 130. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Yamamoto Moto ni Yusai Shigekuni. Super God World. The angel Lang looked up proudly and said proudly. The representative of the Shinigami world is called the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Just lived 1,000 years. How much combat power can you have? The cold tone was full of disdain. Yan surprisingly did not refute Lang at this point. Because of their angels, even Yan is now 3,000 years old. Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi, the two of them have lived for more than 30,000 years. Live longer than anyone else, but no one can compare to their angels. Thought flashed across Angel Lingxi's face. Then how old is my blue sky? Should be younger than me. Lingxi murmured softly, but Jixin listened to her words. Lingxi, your land da is definitely not as big as yours. When you two are together, you will be an old cow eating tender grass. The humorous voice came, and Lingxi, who was thinking, blushed instantly. Hot heart. Yan also smiled slightly. Lingxi, you like that Aizen so much, we will help you when we have the opportunity. Lingxi desperately shook his head. Nothing, but there was a strong expectation in her heart. Aizen, this is already her male god. After joking about Lingxi, everyone thought of Yamamoto's fighting power. Look at these 09 combat powers. The ranking list gives the combat power data for the first time. This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni has 999 cars. Fist West, is it a unit of measurement of combat power? Really novel, Yan said, thinking constantly in his eyes. For the first time I heard that Guangxi is a unit of combat power. But this is the data given by the rankings, and a group of angels have automatically agreed with it in their hearts. Even the Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi raised their eyebrows. Fist West, is the ranking unit measuring combat effectiveness? It's a novel word. Hexi thought so, and a smile flashed across Jumei's face. Queen Gai Sha, after watching this battle, we can rely on the strength of this Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni to assess our standards of combat effectiveness. After all, this is a united force given by the leaderboard. Gai Sha nodded, and that extremely mature voice sounded. Yeah, Kenshi, interesting. He raised his head arrogantly. Queen Gai Sha's fighting power must be Che Guangxi. All the angels smiled slightly. At the same time, they are also thinking about how much they are. The angels in Tiancheng were dreaming, and at the same time looking forward to the start of this battle. Spirit Cage World. Shanda Mayu was shocked. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. No, right? Advertisement? This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni can't live for 1,000 years, right? Everyone's eyes were a little shocked. 1,000 years, this is the age that people can live to? But no one questioned the rankings. The sacredness, loftiness, justice, accuracy, etc. of the rankings have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. By now, no one dared to question the rankings anymore. Bayu's eyes flickered slightly. 999 chess fist, is it a combat unit? How many cars do I have? At this time, frantic discussions have begun in the chat group. Genos opened black lens bracket. The combat power unit given by the leaderboard is so novel, I have never heard of it. How much am I? How many cars should I have? Genos' self-talking speech immediately caused a while. Tony Stark. Understand. From now on, our combat power will have a unified standard. I think I should have a few cars too, right, Genos? At Tuoni Sitake, I don't know how many cars we have, but my teacher, there must be countless cars. Tony. Who is your teacher? Genos. I have never seen the limit of my teacher. His combat power is at least tens of thousands of vehicles. The chat group is in full swing. Everyone is discussing how many cars they have and how powerful they are. And within the Shinigami world, Guangxi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The huge Hashijin comforted him. Fist West, don't be angry, this is also an inexplicable honor. After all, in the future, the heavens and the world will use you as a combat unit. Besides, you have 6 cars. Guangxi was furious in an instant. If you can't comfort, don't comfort others. God, I still have 6 cars. At this time, a child not far away passed by, he said while waving his fist. My fighting capacity is 100 carts, no one is my opponent, ha 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 ha. Guangxi's expression was awkward, and his face as dark as the bottom of a pot became even darker. Hiriko Shinji and others also didn't know what to say. Fisting West, don't think too much about it, maybe it's just the same name. Kenshi nodded helplessly. It can be said that, the ranking version does not necessarily look at him. But, he has a kind of secret feeling, that Fist West, he is talking about. After all, his name is Mugaruma Kensai, no one can calm down with 3 heavy names. Kenshi as a standard of combat effectiveness is just a small matter. The focus of intense discussion in the chat group has shifted to the battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Captain Yamamoto. Devil Queen Morgana. At all members, who do you think will win this battle? Is it Otsutsuki Kagaya whose fighting power is unknown? Or Yamamoto Motoryusai Shigekuni, who has a fighting power of 999 cars? Advertisement Kenichi and Shinigami's World received a 100,000 point crit once again. And Morgana's words did not stop. Buy to leave, buy to leave. We are making a bet. If you lose, I owe me a favor, If you win, I owe him a favor. Tony. At Mogan Na, the queen is right. It's also fair, the devil queen has paid too much for us. Open black lens bracket. I'll come first, my country Otsutsuki Kagaya. Close black lens bracket. Tony shook the wine glass. He is still more confident about the name of Kaguya's ancestor of chakra. Although Yamamoto's captain is also well known, he thinks Kagaya is even more bluffing. Genos. Morgana, I press Otsutsuki Kagaya. Shandong University. At Mogan Na, I also press Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for the Shinigami world and Hokage world, some of the people involved are representatives of the battle against their own world. 6 chess 660 boxing west. At Mogan Na, I press Yamamoto Yuan Lu Jai Chongguo. As soon as fist west bubbed, the entire heavens and all realms were one of them. Morgana. At Muguruma Kensai, I rely on, your combat power is clear? Backquote, no way, no way. Are you this standard of combat effectiveness? Morgana was very good and confused, and was slightly shocked. Quangshi's face was dark, very helpless. Open black lens bracket Muguruma Kensai. It should just be the same name. Morgana. Understand and understand. Tony, understand and understand. Soon. The golden light flashed. In everyone's mind, the battlefield of the heavens unfolded. An extremely familiar scene appeared in everyone's mind. Shrouded in golden light, a battle scene of half the sea and half the land appeared. The sea is endless. The earth is even less expansive. The heavens and all realms are a little surprised. The heavens and all realms have collapsed. 2 golden lights descended on this dark night, like 2 extremely bright suns. It's just a confrontation, it's so powerful. What level of power are these two? The imposing collision suddenly roared, but before everyone was surprised, the 2 golden lights dissipated. But 100 meters apart, above the head, is the shining galaxy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But that day, there seemed to be no end, infinite height. It's even worse. What about the leaderboard? 2 figures stood quietly under this silent night sky. At this moment, breakthrough? This scene is a bit big. It's like the world has changed color. Chapter 131, auto-generated chapter title. 131. The momentum that shocked the heavens collided. The moment when the 2 figures appeared, the otherwise calm sea was choppy instantly. There was a slight roar from the thick earth. 2 peerless powerhouses are opposed. Even if everyone hasn't seen their faces, the momentum has already suffocated most of them. This is the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The strongest in 1,000 years Shinigami, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. The top powerhouses of the 2 worlds are in opposition. Just a confrontation of momentum made some low-woo worlds tremble. The waves were turbulent, and the ground around the 2 of them trembled slightly. Watching this scene, Kizaru was a little surprised. Sengoku frowned even more. Poor Salino, that Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni may not be what we thought. Looking at the figure shrouded in horror Ryatsu, Sengoku no longer thought the situation was what they thought. This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni may really be an old monster who has lived for nearly 8,000 years. Kizaru also nodded, his face also full of horror. In the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni stands in midair. He was dressed in a tyrant outfit, with white eyebrows and white beard, fluttering in the wind. His clothes drifted with the wind, and his whole temperament was very extraordinary. Before he took the initiative to release, Ryatsu gathered an extremely terrifying aura beside him. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years hangs a wooden cane, and a slight smile flashes on his face. And its opposite. A beautiful woman with long white hair also stood in the air. By his side, although there is no horrible aura. But the moment it appeared, the space fluctuated slightly. Looking at that beautiful face, the heavens and the realms were a little shocked. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. That's female. After seeing Kagaya's Jade reincarnation Sharingan, Uchiha Madara's body trembled slightly. Advertisement. I saw the black Go Jade logo on Kagaya, who lived alone in 6 paths. Ban's heart beats wildly. So, isn't it what he desires most, the legendary realm? Muttering in her mouth, Madara's pair of Rinnegan was more excited than ever. The 6 paths realm, that is what he dreams of. One day, Madara will reach that level. And saw the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya appear. Black Zetsu's heart is also crazy. Mommy. My boy finally saw you. In an instant, Black Zetsu almost had the urge to cry. But he desperately held back, but Heiju's heart cannot remain calm. He planned for 1,000 years, just to resurrect his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Originally thought that Madara would have a great chance of resurrection, but after Ban returned to the Akatsuki organization, he felt discouraged. Black Zetsu was almost desperate, but at this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya signed up for the battle. Entered the battle against the Shinigami world. Well, as long as Kagaya can win this game. It is very likely that the leaderboard will help it lift the seal and resurrect it. Black Zetsu's eyes were firm. Mom, we must win. Black Zetsu thought so. But Otsutsuki Kaguya's other son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, did not think so. Sage of 6 paths Yui looked at the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and his heart was full of complexity. As a big filial son, he didn't want Kagaya to win this game at all. Sage of 6 paths looked at the figure of Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, and his heart was loosened slightly. Looking at the aura of Yamamoto Genryusai, it should also be possible to fight with Kei Yoruichi. But he still didn't let go of his heart completely, his eyes were still full of tension. Mom, if you want to persecute the ninja world again, I will personally seal you. Sage of Six Paths thought so and continued to look at the battlefield. Advertisement Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shadow has innocent eyes. Boss, Sister Broken Star, look at him, Kaguya's eyes are so special. It's amazing to have a pair of Byakugan just like that Hinata. And, there is such a weird eye in the middle of his forehead. Little lowly Dudu said, with interest in his eyes. Oni-san Broken Star nodded. Yes, those eyes also seem to have some terrifying power. As Broken Star said so, Shadow nodded, Sister Broken Star, but look. This, although Kaguya has such a pair of weird eyes, she is still so beautiful. The three eyes are not obtrusive at all, they're very harmonious. She should be a very gentle person. Dudu frustrated his fingers, thinking in his eyes. Shanda's eyes also showed a different color. Yes, this Otsutsuki Kaguya, if I participate in the stunning list, I feel better than Conan. Even, he can compete with our emperor. Several men including Shu Tong also nodded, agreeing with Shanda's words. Listening to their discussion, Bai Yuekui was thinking in his eyes. She is very interested in Kaguya's Wang Jiao Jiao eyes. This is like Sharingan of Uchiha Madara and Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. It is very possible that these eyes are a combination of the two, and they have the power of both eyes at the same time. At the same time, the heavens and worlds are also curious because of Kaguya's weird eyes. Everyone is looking forward to the collision of the two. People in the Hokage world think that Otsutsuki Kaguya will definitely win. Before the powerful chakra was used, all the cage level powerhouses began to change their colors. As for the remainder of cage level, they couldn't feel the huge chakra on Kaguya at all. But they could feel the terrifying aura from Kaguya. The horror left everyone in a daze, unable to say a word. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.ne. 132 days for the board, the earth as a child. Among the battlefield, Kaguya and Commander Yamamoto are slightly lift eye. Two eyes in the air right touch, just this moment. Heaven's wand sector countless people just like Burke. Lu Yuan Jai Yamamoto smiled slightly heavy country. Watching Kaguya, Yamamoto dull opening. Hokage strong in the world, I believe you and I are living a long time the old guy. Causing loss of lives, the young group of things. You and I, how come the next game of chess? Yamamoto finished, so quietly watching Kaguya, waiting for her answer. Available across the Kaguya did not answer what he meant. Apathy raising his hand, they have to start attacking. Seeing this, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country again and smiled. Accompany the old lady, what a game of chess, then down at the same time. A thrill of horror Ryotsu who rises from Yamamoto core, straight toward the opposite pressure to Kaguya. The Kaguya although the strength of the powerful. But she survived less than 10 years' time. It is a simple ordinary girl. She's a momentum, never automatically distributed out, and cannot control the strong sense of coercion. Lu Yuan Jai heavy feel Yamamoto country Ryotsu terror, Kaguya face not help slightly change. Watching silent Kaguya, Yamamoto 677 smiled. You do not speak, that is agreed. We, take this day as the board, the earth is a child, the next game now. When he finished, Yamamoto ranging Kaguya answer. Waved their hands crutches, a mountain in the battlefield will be uprooted him directly. Lived nearly 1,000 years, Yamamoto old man not only Ryotsu called mass. General captain of tolerance solution, only the degree of Ryotsu is Shikai. More that most horrible Ryotsu control force. Ordinary Ryotsu, in his hands has been playing out tricks. Roaring rumble of a small hill, directly Kaguya and landed in the middle of his. Yamamoto smiled, walking stick in the hands of a finger. As a center, we have a man again, who can be connected to the first 5 words, even who won. Yamamoto hear the words of the heavens wand circles or glance. Advertisement this rule is very simple, all of them very familiar backgammon. But, it uprooted a mountain out of thin air, even if it is a hill, AJFD, head, but also the mountain awe. Many people inside are full of shock, this fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country though not shot. But he showed strength, has been called the extreme terror. Listening to the words of Yamamoto, standing opposite the Kaguya slightly thought a moment. Then, she surprisingly nodded, this scene so everyone somewhat stunned God. Yamamoto is looking Kaguya's smile. You go first. Kaguya nodded. Subsequently, its seat with one hand toward the other side of a small hill out. The cycle of terror Sharingan pupil outbreak of force, he will instantly pull up the hill. Rinnegan some capacity, 9 hook jade reincarnation Sharingan course there are. And, power is more powerful, between rumbling, up the little hill spending, continues to roar shook the earth around. Look at this scene, the heavens wand circles are somewhat shocking. Kaguya although not as Yamamoto as casually move mountains, came up with a big movement not know how many times. But she pulled up the bare hills of comparable Yamamoto that big a number. And why he did not reveal the slightest weather, the Kaguya's strength may also be strong. Shinigami world. A captain is somewhat different congregation. Their commander, actually go down with each other up. This is to forfeit to win the other side. Commander is captain, it really is brain circuits Ching Chi. And that Ryotsu control of power and quality, all the captain to shame. Even the first generation Kenpachi Unohana Retsu, all eyes flashed miss. How long, did not see the commander shot. Hope, this time, the captain has been able to see the total solution it. Advertisement flower girls think so, some of the rest of this idea are also the captain. Also watching this scene, the virtual Night Palace Aizen also slightly surprised. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, really powerful awe. Aizen eyes flashed fear meaning. Commander of strength, it's horrible. Even he does not think he can beat captain. To this end, he also deliberately create a special slope, extinguishing Prince Wang Dahuai Sri Lanka. Commander, one that I had prepared a gift for you ah. Aizen said, and the eyes ghost of a smile, secular. Kurosaki Ichigo some shock. Just two people who feel that the pressure of terror, his face had been unable to maintain calm. Now see the two hills that move as routine, his heart is even more shocked. Ishida, who is also his face solemn. Kurosaki Ichigo this time some callous way. The captain's strength so strong, how to rescue Rukia Guy ah. Just see the tip of the iceberg of the total strength of the captain, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a deep despair. Thank the understanding and support. P.S. Sorry everyone, today a power outage only write 3 chapters. Inoue Orihime wearing school uniforms, pants pleated skirt is a slight flutter. And promise to burst everyone's more, I will do it. Trust yourself. Orihime smiled slightly, looked at Ichigo's eyes full of trust. Orihime students, thank you. Ichigo looked stunned and speechless, heart, embarrassed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Orihime saying so, to Kurosaki Ichigo encouraging. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, eyes exposed firm. Ichigo, no matter what, I will always be with you at your side. I'll make it up later, we rest assured, but you, I recognize the man. Kurosaki students, you certainly possible, besides, you have us due. Sorry everyone. Also, she said, in my heart. Chapter 133, auto-generated chapter title. 133, it's collapsed and can't bear it, Hokage world. Watching Kagaya agree to play chess with Yamamoto, and both sides are playing back and forth. This scene shocked the entire ninja world. Konoha, the country of fire. Senju Hashirama and others are still standing in the office building, but this time Naruto is also there. All the Konoha executives looked at Kagaya, their eyes tightened, their expressions full of dignity. Only Naruto pointed to Kagaya, looked at Namikaze Minato and said, Dad, look, this Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes. There was a lot of interest in Naruto's eyes. That pair of Byakugan is the same as Hinata's scent, so special. Hearing Naruto's words, the many Konoha high-rises in the room started to think about what Naruto said. Indeed, Kaguya's eyes seem to be Byakugan no doubt. It is Byakugan from the Konoha Hyuga clan. But Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others thought of something deeper in their hearts. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, mother of sage of 6 paths. Why does she have Byakugan? According to the relationship of the ancestor of chakra, the chakra of everyone in the ninja world should come from that person. Then the Byakugan and Hyuga clan. Can these all be said to be descendants of this one? And Naruto spoke excitedly again. Look, Dad, and the weird red eyes on his forehead. There are 9 Guyu to give away. I've seen Sasuke, he was still a single pair before, and that time he turned into a 3-hook jade. Naruto said innocently, and then changed his voice the next moment. Is it wrong? The eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya are like those of Pen 6 Paths. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled look. Namikaze Minato smiled softly, and reached out to touch Naruto's head. Dad, didn't you say it, don't touch your head, the guild grows not tall. Naruto said furiously. Namikaze Minato is resurrected, and he has fatherly love again, and has become an extremely innocent child. He also turned from the demon fox hated by the villagers to the son of the hero 4th Hokage. Naruto hadn't adapted to this change at first, but when Namikaze Minato was there, Naruto released all his discomfort on Namikaze Minato. Looking at his son, Minato smiled slightly. The important thing about bringing Naruto to Konoha this time was not his intention. But Senju Hashirama told him, advertisement since Naruto is Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki, there is no need to hide some things from him, let him bring Naruto directly with him. He also knows the meaning of Senju Hashirama's move. Konoha owes Naruto something. So Senju Hashirama wanted to train Naruto well, and even had the intention of accepting Naruto as a disciple. Read this. Namikaze Minato smiled again, and looked at each other with Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke in a deep voice from the side. The leader of Pen, Tien Dao, was originally named Yahiko, and was one of the 3 disciples I had received. The eyes, named Rinnegan, are the same eyes as the legendary sage of 6 paths. But Rinnegan, it should have been the eyes of the other of the 3. This person is named Nagato. But they should have died. I don't know why. Yahiko will come back to life. Hearing what Jiraiya said, the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato and others changed. Only Senju Hashirama can still maintain some calm. As first Hokage, he knows far more than Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the stubbornly, his tone full of solemnity. So according to Jiraiya's words, Rinnegan should have been with that Nagato. But I don't know why, I ran to Pention now, and I also got 5 more pairs at the same time, didn't he? Jiraiya nodded, her eyes a little complicated. If he had taken the three of Nagato away together, wouldn't that kind of tragedy happen? Thinking about Pen's remarks, Jiraiya knew that his heart had been distorted. At this time, Namikaze Minato said his guess, including, Pen's 6 paths may be just someone's puppet, 6 people may be one, and so on. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Those 6 are all dead? Nagato used Rinnegan to create 6 doubles. Jiraiya was a little shocked, but didn't expect the truth to be like this. Namikaze Minato nodded. But, Mr. Jiraiya, I'm just guessing. Jiraiya nodded, eyes full of regret. Senju Hashirama coughed and attracted everyone's attention. Then can we have a bold guess? The red eye on Kaguya's forehead is a combination of Sharingan and Rinnegan, possessing all the abilities of both. 0. Look for flowers. What? How can this be? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was a little shocked. Namikaze Minato nodded. According to that person, the ancestor of chakra. Advertisement. Everyone suddenly realized that they all understood. Otsutsuki Kagaya may be the source of all this. Sharingan, Rinnegan, Byakugan. The 3 pupils are all from his ancestor of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said in a shocked tone. Doesn't that mean that this Otsutsuki Kagaya will know all the pupil skills, ninjutsu, blood succession limit, and blood succession elimination of our ninja world, etc.? Moment. Everyone's eyes widened and their brains were blank. My god, Dad, how strong is this Otsutsuki Kagaya? Naruto said in surprise, but he never noticed, how long has the 9 tails in his body disappeared? Even Namikaze Minato is. The 9 tails in the 2 of them had been silent for a long time, and they had not transmitted any information to the 2 of them. Everyone was surprised, and there was a roar in their minds. It turned out to be in the battlefield. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Yamamoto Modonyasasai Shigekuni moved faster and faster. The hill that the 2 moved is getting bigger and bigger. The entire battlefield between the 2 has been filled with countless hills. But the 2 are still going down, but the world is already trembling faintly. In addition, Kaguya's Rinnegan pupil power is also gradually unable to support. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You and me, do you end here? As soon as he stretched out his hand, the several hills he was carrying were destroyed by him. 3 or 4 seats, 5 or 6 seats, even 90 seats were moved together. Sir, I won. I saw Kagaya at this moment with a little irritation on his face, and his entire temperament was extremely cold. Kagaya has gradually become impatient, his white eyebrows were raised slightly, and he smiled kindly. But to the back. The pupil power of Otsutsuki Kagaya is endless, but it is not so useful. The old Yamamoto smiled slightly. The 5 hills are connected in a line. At first, the 2 of them only moved a small hill. But Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni didn't care. After all, the 2 sides have to really fight afterwards. He waved his cane plainly. Old Yamamoto looked at Kagaya on the opposite side. Chapter 134. Auto-generated chapter title, 134. Otsutsuki Kagaya. After so many years, I haven't shot for a long time. Yamamoto said, his expression was very indifferent. And that smile made him very confident, as if he said this, Kagaya would admit defeat. The leaderboard battle is not without admitting defeat. But everyone is the powerhouse of both worlds and the representatives elected by the world. No one will choose to admit defeat, regardless of decent, villain, good or evil. They will fight with all their strength, not for others. Just for my own world. Hearing the words of Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni, the whole world is a little weird. Pirate world. Kizaru in the marshal's office raised his eyebrows, with wretched expressions mixed with dissent. Well, what does that mean? This old Yamamoto man actually won the battle with a single game of chess. Are you a little too confident? Kizaru said so. No wonder he thinks about 677, the entire marshal's office. Except for Garp, even Sengoku thinks so. Akainu's face was slightly solemn. He felt an extremely strong breath from that Otsutsuki Kagaya. And, whenever he looked at Kagaya, he felt the hair standing upright all over his body. It seems that if Akainu confronts this Kagaya, he will face something extremely terrifying, and his life will not be saved. Thinking of this, Akainu's face looked a little ugly. At least, that Kagaya made him feel the pressure. But the Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni, but there is no pressure at all. Although it is difficult to lift a small hill out of thin air, the visual impact is quite strong. But Akainu can fight with his body, there is nothing to shock him. He just won a game of chess. This Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni thought he had already won the battle. It's too overwhelming. Sengoku also frowned slightly. That Otsutsuki Kaguya's aura is so powerful that he feels a lot of pressure in his heart. And the old Yamamoto man, although the shooting scene was very big, but he did not feel too terrifying strength. It is too hasty to determine the outcome of the next game of chess. Sengoku shook his head too, not thinking Kagaya would recognize it. On the battlefield, Kaguya's face was also very cold. The whole person's momentum is cold and tough, as if something terrifying is about to be born. However, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni still looked at Kagaya with a smile. His expression was very confident and indifferent. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Akainu snorted coldly. This, Yamamoto old man, really arrogant. I want to see how much his strength is. If my magma meets this Kagaya, I can barely support it, but this old Yamamoto man? Akainu shook his head with a look of disdain. Hearing what he said, the three admiral also had the same idea. While watching Kaguya's momentum in the field became more and more terrifying, Yamamoto on the opposite side became more and more relaxed. Garp frowned. He always felt that this didn't seem to be a bluff. On the contrary, it seems to have extreme confidence in their own strength. Even in the face of a strong opponent like Otsutsuki Kagaya, this Yamamoto still has strong confidence in defeating the opponent. Garp stared at him and continued to watch without saying a word. Hokage World. Akatsuki within the organization. Lord Madara looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya excitedly. The corner of his mouth showed a wild smile. Let me see, the horror of 6 paths. Presumably, no one can stop it. That's the realm in the legend, that's the realm that my class dreams of. Uchiha Madara thought so, the desire in his eyes almost overflowed. Hearing Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni's words, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly showed disdain. Shinigami World, are they all such idiots? I thought the next game of chess would be able to win this battle? This is the battle list, not the chess list. Madara smiled disdainfully, expecting Kagaya to play Yamamoto out of Shang. The 6 paths level is powerful in Madara's eyes. It is invincible, just invincible, he has confidence in Kagaya. Black Zetsu was also excited inside. Looking at Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni, his eyes were full of disgust. Be the stepping stone to Mother's resurrection. Mom's name will surely resound through the shinobi world, no. Mother's name will resound through the heavens and all realms, ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu laughed wildly in his heart, his eyes excited like never before. As long as Kagaya wins this battle, the two of them will be able to meet. This is what Black Zetsu has most anticipated for nearly 8,000 years. The kind of despair looking at my mother being sealed. The kind of plan to resurrect the mother in the dark night, but the plan is destroyed time and time again. He didn't want to bear this kind of despair anymore. Mother, advertisement, mother, Black Zetsu exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, compared with Sage of 6 Paths Hai and his younger brother Hamura. Black Zetsu is a thoroughly dutiful son. In order to resurrect the mother, plan a filial son for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu glanced at Yamamoto Motoyanagi-sai Shigekuni again. Old man, bear my mother's anger, ha 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 ha. Spirit Cage World. Shan Dameyu was shocked, I'll go. This battle between the Hokage world and the Shinigami world was so explosive at the beginning? Come up, it's this kind of powerful confrontation. Shado also nodded, her eyes shocked. Yes, Shanda, you finally said something right. Both of them are so strong. Moving a mountain is like eating and drinking water, this is so shocking. Little lowly Shado thought in her heart, as if she lifted a small mountain and smashed it at the polar devourer. That must be extremely shocking, by the time, what lighthouse? What king-level polar eater? What boss? None of her rivals. Peas, wipe your saliva. Oni-san Broken Star spoke nonchalantly, frightening Shado. But then she found out, in the battlefield, a saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Although Kagaya hasn't done anything yet, her indifferent and terrifying aura has almost condensed to the apex. Baikold's voice sounded. This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, too despised her too much. Since the battle, Kagaya speaks for the first time. Shado quickly wiped her mouth. Kaguya's sleeves are dancing, and his whole body is like minus 50 degrees ice. They dare not let go of any picture. For so many years, I haven't made a move for a long time. When these words sounded, Kaguya's voice still had a hint of warmth. Shanda and others roared with laughter. 5.3. Bai Yuekui looked at Kagaya and Yamamoto with solemn eyes. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were staring. Probably next, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the peerless powerhouse, will really make a move. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The voice has changed to the coldness of Ultimate and the indifference of Ultimate. But the moment the voice fell, Chapter 135, auto-generated chapter title. 135. Yamamoto, this old bone of mine has been inactive for a long time. Shinigami World. Seeing that Kagaya was about to actually start hands with Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the many captains of Gode 13 were surprised. Yunohana Retsu sighed. This Otsutsuki Kagaya would be fine if he admits defeat. However, she chose to do it. Sister Wa shook her head. Hey, the strong in the Hokage world, don't be hit by the captain. Sister Wa thought so, and the other captains also looked different. The eyes of Komamura Sajin, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and Jashiro Yukitaki flashed solemnly. They haven't seen Captain Yamamoto take a shot, but to be able to sit firmly as the captain of Gode 13 for 1,000 years, Yamamoto Motoyanagi must be extremely strong. What's more, the strength that was shown to them from time to time, even if it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was enough to shock the three of them. Kuretsuchi Mayuri licked the corner of his mouth, eyes full of curiosity. He wanted to see the true power of Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Must be very shocking. Pupil Hitsugaya Dashiro's eyes were full of solemnity. I have long heard that Zanpakuto, the captain of the team, is the strongest Zanpakuto in the heat system. I don't know how far I am the strongest Zanpakuto, Dagoran Hiranmaru, and Ryujin Jaka. Even if it can't be compared, but it won't be too different, right? The elementary school student silently thought that he was extremely confident in Zanpakuto's ability. But he didn't know. In the future, the team leader Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni will use Bankai. His Daigor and Hyaranmaru can't even be used to solve it. The solution of Ryujin Jaka suppresses all the actions of Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system. In front of the Flame Emperor Ryujin Jaka, any flame, ice and snow Zanpakuto must bow their heads. Noble Byakuya Kuchiki's face was indifferent with a hint of anticipation. He also wanted to see the true strength of the team captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. After all, how far is their group of ordinary captains from that one? As for Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, who couldn't beat that Otsutsuki Kagaya? Byakuya never considered this situation. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes under the brim of his hat also had a glimmer of expectation. Old man, don't let that Otsutsuki Kagaya give you a second. But when Kiraku Shunsui said so, he still didn't think Kagaya had the slightest chance of winning. Don't look at it now, how big and powerful Kaguya's advantage is. However, Yamamoto, Shinigami, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, will surely shock the heavens and all realms. Kiraku Shunsui wants to see the solution of that Zanpakuto. Advertisement Zaraki Kenpachi bares his chest, his brows are full of sturdy breath. The other captains were expecting silently, but he just laughed. Ha 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 ha. The battlefield of the heavens is really an exciting battlefield. Quickly. Hurry up and let me see how shocking this top-level fight is. Zaraki Kenpachi's body trembled, and his heart was almost crazy. His whole body was full of blood, and he was ignited crazily. He couldn't wait for the next game. At that time, whoever stops him from playing, he will hack someone to death. Zanpakuto whispered slightly behind him, and Zaraki Kenpachi stretched out his hand to grasp it. Are you excited too? Zaraki Kenpachi's voice was like the growl of a wild beast. Next moment. Boom. Crazy. You lunatic. The anger of the captains came in an instant. But Zaraki Kenpachi turned a deaf ear and stepped forward with one sword. Strips of huge golden Ryatsu sword energy were chopped out by it, cutting Gode 13's building to pieces. Seeing this scene, many captains retreated far, for fear that this lunatic would take them first. As for the lost building, when the captain comes back, he will be cleaned up personally. They can't control this lunatic. All day long, I know how to fight and fight. In the battlefield, one of Otsutsuki Kaguya's hands was slowly raised, and he was about to launch an attack on Yamamoto Motoyanagi. But the opposite Yamamoto Genyanagi Sai Shigekuni was not at all nervous. He smiled slightly, his cane hung in the air. With a gentle face, he opened his mouth lightly. My old bone hasn't moved for a long time, accompanied by this voice. An extremely powerful Ryatsu pressed precisely against Otsutsuki Kagaya. The heavens and worlds are instantly different. They didn't even feel what Yamamoto Motoryu Sai Shigekuni did. However, the face of the opposite Otsutsuki Kagaya changed wildly. At this moment, the heavens and all realms were full of doubts. This world. Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya's face changed wildly, but didn't know what the old Yamamoto man did. Kurosaki Ichigo looked solemn, and said in his heart. Is my strength so bad, you can't even see the shot of the captain? And let alone him, neither Sato nor Orihime beside him could see what the captain did. Ishida Uryu's face changed a little, still feeling very clear to Ryatsu. This kind of Ryatsu control. Ishida's face is very solemn, and he can't even think of how old Yamamoto did it. Ichigo and others all turned to look at her. Ishida, what are you talking about? Ishida Yulong shook his head. Keep watching, he doesn't want to talk anymore. As a Quincy, he is not as accurate as Shinigami's control of Reiko. In the Suya Palace, seeing Kaguya's face change, most of Espada was taken aback. Even Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami, the two Shinigami team's 677 captains, were slightly stunned. Only the fourth blade in Espada, Ulquiorra, has an indifferent expression. There was peace in Xiao Wu's pair of green pupils. This kind of Ryatsu's control is incredible. On the throne, Aizen smiled slightly. Captain Ryatsu is really powerful. Sighing, Aizen smiled faintly again. Look at Otsutsuki Kagaya, Aizen's eyes are full of interest. Hope, you can force the forbearance of Captain Yamamoto, and let me know and be prepared. Aizen smiled, his heart full of interest in Ryujin Jaka. As for the abilities of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he also has some ideas. However, even now it is him who is facing Otsutsuki Kagaya. He has complete confidence and can beat this Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the battlefield, Otsutsuki Kagaya only felt a terrifying pressure on her head. Not chakra. It's another kind of energy. It seems to have a lot to do with spirit, soul, etc. But she didn't have time to think about it. The anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She was sealed by her two sons hand in hand, suppressing her anger for thousands of years, and she broke out. The white hair fluttering in the air began to stretch rapidly, and instantly attacked Yamamoto Genryu Sai. Every strand of hair is now harder than the hardest diamond. Countless hairs rushed towards the old Yamamoto man, and he was about to swallow it. Chapter 136, Auto-generated chapter title, 136, The Force of the Six Paths, Blood Following the Snare. Numerous white silver-haired figure toward Yamamoto's attack to go. The Kaguya's eyes, Yuan Lu is a fast-weight Yamamoto country stud context. This move, with her Baikugan capacity development. Numerous hair can stretch under the guidance of Baikugan automatically shut out context, we cannot operate chakra. Kagaya can be looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, his brow wrinkled myself or more tightly. Yamamoto also smiled slightly opposite, none can see through a pair of dead eyes? It seems that in your body, there are other roll-off. Yamamoto mouth whisper. Next moment, his crutches again gently hanging in the air. No stress points, but muffled thump, immediately. Field remembered Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai old country that heavy indifferent words. Bakudo of 81, splitting void, see this scene. Shinigami world Aizen slightly eyebrow, smiled slightly. Yamamoto commander, Hiriko Shinji in the earthly eyes tight. He remembered, once Aizen using broken abandoned chant splitting void, directly blocking the higher order Kido Tessai Tsukabishi of. When that scene caused the shock of all. Front of this millennium the strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai reuse in the country. Then what will happen? I do not know this trick to break Captain Abandoned Chant splitting void, there's no Aizen gun. Hiriko Shinji eyes with dignified, it should be the captain stronger, right? Can Heaven's Wand community did not think so. They have been standing there watching loaded to force Yamamoto actually look and feel very bad. You are forced to let installed, we install what? Yamamoto or very many people are not optimistic that he will be defeated in a face-to-face. Be in full view. Yamamoto in front of Lu Yuan Jai heavy silvery white hair that filled the country engulfed. Can all caught up in midair. Yamamoto in front of the old man, as if like an invisible wall, is indestructible. Yamamoto smiled slightly. Sir, hands before, you should say it. Kagaya heart more angry. Looked at the old man let himself extremely tough, she just wanted to kill him. Kagaya roar heard, shrill voice sounded furious, the Baikuban eyes is slightly reduced. Monstrous terrorist coercion immediately to Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy pressure the country in the past. Feel that kind of pressure, all the weapons in the world all of the following color. Advertisement lowly small summer beans moment trembling spirit cages world. Her eyes filled with fear, looking at the Kagaya shivering. Boss. Kagaya good horror how this will be such a terrible momentum gas. This is too hard to endure it, peas comprises lowly small ears. But that mournful roar is coming from the mind, she could not escape. Fortunately, Kagaya's shrill roar of time is not long. The next moment her palm to slowly emerge seepage underscore intercepting a person's bones. Lu aligned slightly fast weight Yamamoto membered states, 2 suddenly emitted osteotomy edge. This is the original that is in touch dead bone pulse, killing a total bone ash. Hokage world. Lingbing feel the bone edge to upload a very dangerous atmosphere, a public high level expression leaves or slightly change. This capability strange and unpredictable, really horrible. Although they have not seen the power of this move. But 10 people can imagine, this is a trick, if placed in today's forbearance sector. That is bound to be one block to kill God, Buddha kill the Buddha. Inside a Tonin village. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes exposed greed. This move, much like a blood capacity Kimimaro Gaia. Etc. Orochimaru looking for a change. Kimimaro is of the Teru Yoruichi clan. And she is called Otsutsuki Kagaya. Orochimaru's eyes widened in an instant, and the strange vertical pupils in his eyes shrank. Furthermore, it is the excitement that is so intense to ultimate. Is the final result of evolution, that kind of horrible thing? Orochimaru became more and more interested in Kimimaro's dead bone pulse. In fact, if it wasn't for Kimimaro's bloodline defect, he would have been destined to not live long. Otherwise Orochimaru would have long wanted to reincarnate in Kimimaro. The horrible dead bone pulse already made him jealous. Now, Orochimaru saw the co-killing ashes used by Kagaya again, how could he not be heartbroken? Similarly, Kimimaro who was in a Tonin village at this time also shrank his eyes. But the next moment he coughed slightly. When he raised his hand, there was a pool of blood on it. Kimimaro's face was full of sadness. Is the condition worsening again? I haven't been able to protect Orochimaru-sama, how could I just die like this? Kimimaro hated, but when he looked at Kagaya, he had some thoughts in his mind. Is this Otsutsuki Kagaya, my ancestor? I think of myself as the Teru Yoruichi clan, and this is also called Otsutsuki Kagaya. The two use almost the same abilities. Advertisement. How can this not make him doubt, just as Kimimaro was thinking? In the battlefield, 2 pale bone blades attack the old man Yamamoto's body. But the defense of the splitting void in front of him is still strong. 2 pale bone blades slammed into it, and they slowly dissipated out of thin air. Feeling the breath returning from his own Ryotsu, the old man Yamamoto's complexion was slightly clear. The ability to break down anything. The old Yamamoto, who was smiling slightly, was still calm, just looking at Kagaya on the opposite side. Feeling the gaze of Yamamoto Genunagisai Shigekuni, Kagaya felt aggrieved and angry in his heart. Since she ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she had never been so angry. Moment. Kaguya's pair of Baikuban shrank slightly. His hands stretched out, and they all aimed at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's body. Immediately, it is the sound of breaking through the air. Taste. A series of pale bone knives were shot by Kagaya, and they went straight towards Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. This scene fell in Kimimaro's eyes, and instantly shocked him. This degree. Except for him to release full vitality to release the dance of early fern, otherwise there would never be such a range. Besides, Kaguya's is a total killing of ashes, and his dead bone pulse is not an existence of an order of magnitude at all. The shinobi who watched this scene was shocked, The corners of Orochimaru's mouth were already dripping. Can't restrain the greed inside. Wang Jiao Jiao, 3rd Tsuchikage, Liang Tianping Oyemu's eyes are solemn. This ability may be a higher level of bloodline power. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He can understand that this is not something that humans can do at all. If he knows, Kagaya can integrate the 7 attributes chakra, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang. Named blood following the snare, his Onoki is also the only ninja in the ninja world who can use the blood to succeed. Then, what is the ability? The fusion of 2 chakras is called blood succession boundary. The mere revealing aura of power has already made him feel ashamed. In the land of the country rock shinobi village, the fusion of the 3 is called blood succession elimination. But watching Kaguya's dead bone pulse killing the ashes, Onoki was hit. Is it the product of chakra fusion of 4 or even 5 attributes? His dust is in the category of blood succession elimination. Anamu's brows clustered tightly, but Onoki didn't know. And that kind of ability completely surpassed all blood succession limits and blood succession elimination. Chapter 137, Auto-generated chapter title, 137, Madara Lord Shocking. Her round the graveside prison 9 shadow. While watching countless pale bone edge Kagaya hands emitted. Yamamoto old man is still very indifferent, all in his eyes as if just for a moment the scenery. Kagaya Byakugan release of powerful coercion, for him, is more like the wind was blowing. Watching Kagaya, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai smiled slightly heavy country. 80 corner of the front of the moment ripped through a moment completely broken. Black Zetsu sneered. In the mother's bone ash were killed under the ashes of it. Can occur at the scene of the moment, but let Black Zetsu widen eyes, very shocked. I saw the face of Kagaya that hundreds of pale bone edge, every extremely strong on both the power of terror. But Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai country just gently lift the heavy hands of wooden crutches. Crutches slightly ahead a little. Moment. Ryatsu terror deterrence out. At this moment, even the opposite face some grim Kagaya face has changed. That hundreds of pale bone edge also stopped in midair. Then thunder. Those bone knives are busting open. Countless times across the sky on a white fragments, as if the snow in general. But that edge bone fragments falling to the ground, it is to instantly pierce the ground. Furthermore, the ground is wiped out, gone with the wind. Some bone fragments fell into rough seas. Moment. Sea disappeared. A sea of people seem to have been erased out of thin air in general. The scene is extremely shocking horror. See the heavens wand circles. This scene is a stunned. Pirate world. Kizaru I within 677 martial office must stare through up. I go, no it is not it. This is what horror ability. The sea, land is gone with the wind. Kizaru face filled with dismay. This time, he can no longer easily ridicule. Aokiji solemnly. My ice on the edge of the bone the moment will smash it? Even Akainu not have the slightest confidence up. That level of ability. His magma and are absolutely not. That is, the world's top super combat power it? Akainu dignified thinking, brow twisted into a river almost every word. Sengoku also very dignified. The ability to look at that horrible Kagaya, under heavy heart sank again. If the Budan is right, the fear is not necessarily full armament hockey resisted? That ability, more like a grade, the gap in the level. As dimensionality reduction combat, a few people have the ability dignified Kaguya's. Advertisement can garp. He looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, brow increasingly tight. You do not think that fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country, even more shocking it? Kagaya ability though horror, but you look at him. Understatement, Dongxia is so terror attacks. The strength, the wife cannot do. Garp said, his voice exceptionally deep. After Garp such a reminder, the crowd also saw the start of the war. Just as easy as a walk in the evening Yamamoto old man. Kizaru eyes widened again. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral, you're right That old man Yamamoto blocked this move, even just a little casual crutch. Sengoku eyes very carefully, there will be more strong? Before us, underestimate the strong he could really live for thousands of years, right? Martial office within suck cool air is full of the sound. They, Admiral, but only lived 50 years. If the old man that Yamamoto had their qualifications, or even more. Would not it be? Kizaru, Aokiji. Akainu 3 expressions to be more shocked how shocking. In the battlefield. Watch their moves did not work, but also to resolve Yamamoto old man so casually. Otsutsuki Kagaya began to really seriously, and this is different from the battle with Naruto and Sasuke in the original book. This time, she needn't worry, she can use her full strength. Kaguya's red eyes shrank suddenly. 9 Guyu, reincarnation Sharingan's ability is activated. Seeing this scene, the heavens and worlds suddenly said different things. Because Kaguya's Samsara, AJFD, Sharingan shrank suddenly, nothing happened. There is no superfluous ability. Punch the world. Janos frowned. Teacher, what did she do? I narrowed that weird eye when I saw it, and then there was nothing. Is this a new round of hands-on? Saitama's expression is also full of seriousness. He was fascinated, and he didn't have the heart to respond to Genos at the moment, he still watched intently. Super God World. Holy Guy Shaw raised the corner of her mouth. Hexie's eyes moved again, fantastic clone technique. Hexie's voice sounded very intellectually mature. Angel Yan and others are a little weird. Queen Hexie, what are you talking about? Avoid the hard to speak in doubt. Teacher, what did you say about clone technique? Advertisement, why didn't I see anything? After that, Jixin looked around. I saw Yan and Lingxi's eyes were full of doubts. Even the arrogant Angel Lang looked stunned at this moment, completely confused about the situation. Hexie smiled slightly. This should be something higher than your level, and you can't see normality. Then she waved. The eyes of many angels were instantly given high-level authority. Moment. Everyone's eyes shrank. Cold alien. What's the matter with the 9 figures? Hokage world. The Madara in Akatsuki's organization stood up directly. His pair of Rinnegan is full of shock. How is this possible? Impossible. How could there be 9 shadows in his round tomb hell? Madara's heart is full of shock. Otsutsuki Kagaya used the round tomb edge prison, which he was not shocked. But a Rinnegan can only create 1 shadow as usual. A pair of Rinnegan can create 4 shadows, but special. These 9 shadows were created by reincarnation Sharingan. This is too heaven-defying. Madara's heart was full of shock and shock. This is incredible. Reincarnation Sharingan, is that powerful? Madara's inner desire for 6 paths is even stronger. Everyone knows that the members of the organization are a little different. What 9 shadows? Kakuzu, Hidan and others looked at each other. The 9 shadows attacked Yamamoto Moto-Nyasasai in different directions. At this time in the battlefield, what round the tombside prison? Yamamoto Moto-Inagisai Shigekuni's body was directly slapped flying with a palm. The 9 attacks were extremely powerful, each of which slapped Yamamoto Moto-Inagisai Shigekuni with a palm. The first attack is here. Madara, who was resurrected by the rankings, comes with a pair of Rinnegan. What kind of terrifying ability is this? What's all this stuff? He is still arranged to control Pen's 6 paths in the dark. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Do not know why, so he didn't take back his eyes. Moment. Only Nagato, his pair of Rinnegan are also shrunken. Some middle and low martial arts worlds were shocked instantly. Therefore, he who still owns Rinnegan at this moment can also see the 9 shadows created by Kagaya. Chapter 138. Auto-generated chapter title. 138. Flowers will, are all ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Spirit Cage World. Yamamoto looked at the inverted Lu Yuan Jai heavy country. It has always been calm. Bai Yuekui eyes are tight. Furthermore, it is shocking and strange. Otsutsuki Kagaya, exactly with what means, even the thin air Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy knock states. Bai Yuekui frowned, thinking this strange scene. Lowly small summer beans and others have discussed open crazy. Hey, you see that Yamamoto old man was shot exactly how to fly yet? Alexander Fatman scratched his head. No, I thought I did not see it. You see it? Everyone is shaking his head. That Kagaya, what does strange means? Everyone turned to look at Bai Yuekui. They want to know who the boss is not there to see. Under the watchful eye of everyone's attention, Bai Yuekui lightly shook his head, cold way. I did not see. What? The crowd in an uproar. Shinigami world. Jingling in chambers. Byakuya Kuchiki, students and other captain frowned. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, exactly how hit in flight, which they did not see. Not so much to see is not accurate, is not seen. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai country's already heavy in the air standing, very unexpected hit and fly. And that Kagaya and no action. Do not, Byakuya Kuchiki a shrink eyes. He remembered the Kagaya forehead slightly reduced red-eye bird strange things. The eyes of the peculiar ability to do, many Shinigami captain is all speculation up. Zaraki Kenpachi is like a beast that by virtue of intuition found some clues. Kind of, I see things. Strange, capability, but that really hurt Captain Do? Kenpachi said doubtfully, do not look at how this strange ability. But he can feel. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, cannot feel. Yunohana Retsu slightly smiled. We, the commander, began awe. Faint hearts thought, interested in spending sister in the eyes of more and more concentrated. The Kyoraku Shunsui is the smile. Shadow Do? My Zanpakuto an ability like awe. That side of the world, each have a strong ability to ever-changing awe. Unlike us, there is only one Zanpakuto ability. Kyoraku Shunsui slightly smile, but he does not think about it. Advertisement although they only had a Zanpakuto ability. But this Zanpakuto ability, especially Modi how strong awe. In the Suya Palace. Aizen mouth of a challenge, the eye's ability to do? It's really interesting. With a strong perception Aizen, of course, you can feel that 9 powerful shadow. However, he also does not think this move will give Yamamoto old man caused any trouble. Punch the world. Jianuo constantly asks Saitama. Saitama this could react. Teacher, you do know what just happened. Here Jianuo problems, Saitama face suddenly become different. Do not you see the old man around that Yamamoto's 9 figure it? What? Jianuo face all aghast, stunned in the place directly. In the battlefield. Wei Yoriichi attack succeeded, the other will spare a few rotational grazing and attack on. Available at the moment, 9 Yamamoto silhouette in the middle of the old man instantly disappeared. Powerful Ryatsu cohesion in the soles of the feet. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country and the moment that 9 shadow opened for some distance. Kagaya pair Bai Yuekui in a turn, directly eyeing him. 9 twinkling of an eyeshadow to. Lu Yuan Jai Mei Yamamoto smiled slightly heavy country. He will be walking stick in your hand, again and again points out of 9. Moment. Kagaya a stunned expression. Her 9 rotational grazing avatar, instantly Yamamoto crutch knock. Although 9 rotational grazing and did not spare any injury being. But, avatar exposed rotational grazing, we have no greater effect at big. Wheel graveside prison, with as a surprise. If the opponent can be aware, that this avatar of the power lost more than half. Yamamoto Yuan Lu steadfast wait states, has gradually turned dull smile on his face. He, also began seriously, Your Excellency's ability, it really is fun. I can separate the 9 spare, presumably will not be easy, right? Yuan Lu fast wait Yamamoto country, instant answers to doubts heavens Wan border. Many different people eyes, 9 places at once? How we see. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai country slightly heavy meal, continued open road. Your Excellency's avatar, although the eye cannot see. But the fighting instinct, intuition, etc., can be felt. You should strengthen some in this area, this move may have miraculous. Listening to the words of Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, Kagaya is the expression of anger. The old man, even in her lesson. Black Zetsu although Kagaya avatar of rotational grazing to be found a bit strange. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. But he still looked Yamamoto old man was very angry. Mom, this Yamamoto kill Lu Yuan Jai heavy country. As if it is accompanied by the words Black Zetsu. Kagaya avatar of 9 out again. Sharingan reincarnation of pupil power increased length again. Rotational grazing avatar of speed, power instantly rose again the next level. In their respective hands holding a pale bone edge, Lu Yuan to think fast wait Yamamoto country rapidly away. Bai Yuekui eyes trembling slightly, here comes yet? Although she cannot see, but it can feel that all of a sudden Su would momentum. The feeling of silence before the full flavor, as if he had to do was hit, it would be completely devoid like. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country slightly shook his head. Sir, I want a shot. Immediately. In the heavens Wan world watched, Yamamoto Yuan Lu Guoping held fast heavy walking stick. Original wooden crutches outer wind, appeared in front of everyone. Appearance is very general, not like the feeling of what a powerful force. The other hand Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai slightly heavy country holding the hilt Ryujin Jaka of purple. This moment, he ran a pair of eyes become sharp. The eyes reveal an unprecedented hockey. Hold the moment Ryujin Jaka, Yamamoto captain a momentum completely change. Like a changed man. Yamamoto before Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, kind, calm, indifferent. But this moment, his eyes were sharp, two-edged like a whole person never millennium scabbard sharp arrow. In the pirate world, the world's first large sword Ho Hawkeye Mahawkeye's tight. Behind Black Knife Knight ever singing, as if excited to meet what the general. The Fishmen Island. Zoro eyes widened. Yamamoto looked at the hands of the common tools and tri-sword, dignified expression is unprecedented. Holy Land Mariajoy. Among the 5 elders wearing a kimono bald old man looking aghast. Its ancient sword arms trembled moment, Shinigami world. A public captain Zanpakuto is a slight hum, this world. Behind the holding trembling Zanjetsu, Kurosaki Ichigo looking aghast. In the battlefield. Not to ignore the dead body before killing breath blowing. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country clenched the hilt, indifferent said. Hoarse voice resounded through the heavens Wan community. The flowers Vientian, are all ashes, Ryujin Jaka. At this moment, a moment of quiet community heavens Wan. Why? Chapter 139. Auto-generated chapter title, 139. 10,000 realms shocked. This is what a person can have. Pirate world. Inside the marshal's office. Kazaru's eyes widened, his face was full of shock. How do you feel? Something terrifying is about to be born. Kazaru's shocked voice did not receive the slightest answer. Because of Sengoku and others, their minds are also crazy. Allah, this horrible breath, as Aokiji said, the feelings on his face and heart completely disappeared. Sengoku and Garp also had dignified eyes, staring closely at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. Only Akainu sat on the sofa and said nothing, he actually felt something at this moment, his magma ability seemed to be showing surrender. How can this be? But the pressure as if the superior is on the subordinate is very clear. This makes Akainu's face extremely ugly, new world. Aboard the Moby D*K. Whitebeard fixed his eyes on Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. As soon as he started the battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Whitebeard gradually felt it. These two are in his current peak state, and they are completely invincible. At this moment, the old man, who has been unfathomable in his eyes, may have to do his best. New World Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin looked solemn and couldn't laugh anymore. Living for 1,000 years, this kind of strength is much stronger than the captain of the year. Think of the strength that Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni showed in his understatement. Even if Rox is still there, they are not opponents at all. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido took a sip of wine and watched without a word. The strength of these two people is completely beyond his ability to challenge. If he appeared in front of the two, he might really die. Jack yelled from the side. Boss Kaido, you won't be able to blow up these two people before you hit them with one hand? Flame Ash and Plague Quinn didn't even care about this brain damage. Even Kaido didn't feel anything about Jack's compliment this time. Beast's Pirates knows it all. Jack has some problems in his head. It can be ignored automatically, everyone is watching. On the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni slowly pulled out Ryujin Jaka. Moment. The 9 Lunmu clones that struck in front of him were instantly enveloped in infinite flames. Boom boom boom. The flames kept exploding. Just draw a knife. Kaguya's 9 Dao Lunmu clones had to retreat. Remember Song Ming? The fire tornado swept forward and the terrifying heat wave spurted wildly. Advertisement: everything in front of me is ashes. Under Kaguya's unbelievable eyes, his 9 Dao Lunmu clones disappeared in an instant. The heavens and worlds were also greatly shocked, and everyone's eyes were huge. And this is not over yet. Half of the land, half of the sea on the battlefield. Dozens of huge flames used underground. The diameter of each path is hundreds of meters. The fire is overwhelming, and the heat wave is shocking. These dozens of flames instantly swallowed Kaguya's other Lunmu clones. And it also surrounds Kaguya's body in the center. The terrible heat wave hit, which made Kaguya's complexion change again and again. Finish these. Yamamoto Yuanluze Chonguo slightly closes the sword. Afterwards, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni said indifferently. Hot. The dozens of pillars of fire surrounding Kaguya gathered in an instant. The monstrous violent sound resounded. The air is full of a strong smell of ashes. The two of them have a radius of thousands of meters and instantly turned into a terrifying heat wave. Land collapses, mountains and rivers collapse, magma flows back. The seawater evaporates in an instant. On a sunny day, the rainbow appears. The terrifying flames almost swallowed the surrounding world and dyed the whole world into a fiery red. Kaguya's figure was even swallowed. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't expect that Yamamoto Genryusai's strength would be so powerful. And when the heavens and the world watched this scene, they were all astonished to ultimate. Pirate world. Akainu gritted his teeth, the gloom on his face turned into amazement. Now, he remembered his provocative words. I remember that he seemed to say that the old man Yamamoto is too weak. If he goes up against Kaguya, there will still be a fight in this battle. But now, Akainu has completely lost this idea. His magma ability is comparable to that of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, and it is even more like a firefly and a bright moon. Even after the chat group was strengthened, his magma couldn't be compared with the flame of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni at all. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, stood up directly. The large table in front of him instantly stopped him flying. Eyes were staring at the ability to destroy the world, and Yinyan's mind was full of incredible. Perona was floating in the air, her eyes staring at Hawkeye with divergence. She had never seen Hawkeye so gaff, but when she looked at the scene on the battlefield, the whole person was also dumbfounded on the spot. The Fishmen Island. The Straw Hat Pirates were all staring. Rao is speaking of Luffy, who is known for his nasty nerves, fearlessness. Advertisement: his eyes shrunk to a single point, which is completely unbelievable. Is this the power of humans? New World, aboard the Moby D***K. Ace looked at the scene on the battlefield, his teeth clenched. Although he was shocked, however, he even wanted to possess the terrifying strength of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. As long as he has that kind of strength, he will definitely be able to catch Blackbeard back. Hokage World. The figure that Madara had just sat down stood up again. His eyes were full of shock, and he was still shaking his head desperately. Impossible, it is impossible, how could it be so strong? When the members of the Yijiangshao organization saw this, their hearts were also full of shock. Kakuzu shook his head. If he meets Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Just a moment, he doesn't have enough lives to burn. Black Zetsu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that it was the power of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai. Mother, you must win, Black Zetsu growled desperately from the bottom of his heart. Yamamoto's firepower is simply too strong, Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato and others were already speechless. Naruto's body trembled even more. Senju Hashirama frowned and his eyes showed amazement. Rao can't keep calm now because of his Shinshin. 5.3. Morgana's tone was full of shock, and she couldn't believe that this was a human ability. Morgana squirted out water in one sip. This level of flame is comparable to a star drive. Although the previous battle between the two was shocking, it was not yet unacceptable to him. Shinigami, it's interesting. Unexpectedly, the characters in the first game will give us such a big surprise. This is what a person can have. Senju Hashirama shook his head. What will happen if his wood style is in front of it? Holy Gaisha's mouth is cocked. How can she not be surprised? Tianyu. This is definitely not the god of Liangstar? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Her face was full of, are you kidding me, expressions. But this Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Super God World. Chapter 140. Auto-generated chapter title, 140. In the Imperial Palace, the Suppressed Captain? Spirit Pet World. Shanda's body trembled, completely unable to restrain the shock in his heart. His eyes were huge, and his brain was almost forgotten. Is this what a person can have? Sha Do was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Just stand there and lie down on the ground. But she did not submit it. Instead, he looked at the battlefield of the heavens with blind eyes. Broken Star's eyes were absent, and he didn't notice the strangeness of little lowly Summer Bean for a while. For a long time, Dudu was relieved. She put on the look of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, and she looked decent. The whole world is all ashes. Ryujin Jaka. The few people on the side didn't want to pay attention to her, their faces were shocked. Bai Yuekui's body trembled again and again. How is it possible that there is such a powerful human being? If he is here, he will be overthrown in the last days, right? Bai Yuekui thought so, the shock in her eyes could no longer conceal. Punch the world. Genos kicked the floor of the table frantically, his body already shaking with excitement. Oh 9, teacher, look, this is the ability to destroy the world. Saitama nodded and touched his bald head again. Poros inside the spaceship laughed. It turns out that, the heavens and the realms, there are really many interesting existences. Let me, Poros, the great universe, come and make you feel fear. Ha 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 ha. Shinigami world, inside the jingling court. Elementary school student Hitsugaya Dashiro was a little stupid. Shikai, the captain, is so powerful and shocking? Kiraku Shunsui lifted his eyes slightly, a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Of course, Shikai of Ryujin Jaka is equivalent to our solution. The temperature of that thing is equivalent to the surface of the sun. Hitsugaya Dashiro looked at Kiraku Shunsui, shocked. Then Captain's solution. Kiraku Shunsui smiled. The captain's forbearance, even I haven't seen it. The only person who has seen him, called Yuhabak, has completely lost his mind and has been sealed for 1,000 years. Tan show, Kiraku Shunsui continued. And Ryujin Jaka's solution, the temperature is equal to the core of the sun. What? All the captains were silent. Advertisement. They sighed the power of Yamamoto Genryusai, and their eyes were full of shock. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered slightly. I don't know if Otsutsuki Kagaya can force the captain's solution. I really want to see, the power of the cannibalism is too big. Kiraku Shunsui thought so, and looked at the blazing battlefield with a slightly emotional gaze. This world. The eyes of Hiriko Shinji and others were calm. As long as Captain Yamamoto is here, Aizen still can't get over the big waves. Everyone was thinking like this, and their hearts calmed down slightly. At this time, Yutumaru Lisa analyzed seriously. The strength of Captain Yamamoto, 999 cars beat the West. Seriously, it's low. Hiriko Shinji and others nodded. Even Hashijin nodded, a little agree. Quangshi's face turned black for an instant. Emotion, my strength is so weak in your eyes? The total captain is equivalent to more than 160. I can't do it. Must have more than 200 chant. Quangshi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. But, the ability of the team leader Yamamoto Motonyasasai Shigeakuni is really shocking. The crisis Aizen gave them was too strong, in the Suya Palace. Aizen smiled at the corner of his mouth, but in his eyes, there is a cautiousness. He couldn't help but not admit it. Seeing Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni's rebellion, he was still a little frightened in his heart. Ask him to confront Yamamoto Motonyujai Shigekuni, he will never dare. Not to mention Espada under his command, except for Xiao Wu and Espada Yami, no one has any confidence to stop Shikai of Yamamoto Genryusai Shikai. They couldn't stop Shikai, not to mention that you have solved the residual fire too much. Everyone watched nervously, and in the battlefield. Yamamoto Yanagisai Shigekuni slightly closes his sword back into its scabbard. All the flames gradually dissipated as he closed the knife. Otsutsuki Kagaya, did he die with this trick? However, the leaderboard did not give news of who won. The next moment, the eyes of the heavens and all realms shrank. I saw it in the battlefield. The world scene changed drastically in an instant. Yamamoto Motonyasai Shigekuni was covered with snow and ice, and the breath of the frozen world descended. There is a space of ice and snow all around. Still standing here in the air, Yamamoto Motonyasai Shigekuni did not panic at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth was slightly picked. Advertisement, Your Excellency really has some means, the ability to shuttle through space at will? Hearing his words, Black Zetsu became excited. He had forgotten all the tense moments. Otsutsuki Kaguya's blood was trapped, but he had the ability to travel through space. In addition, there are 5 small self-created spaces in its TNGU Zhang. Kagaya can draw enemies into these spaces as he wishes. Black Zetsu looked ecstatic. He knew that Kagaya might have been hiding in one of these spaces just now. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and many people shuddered. They can feel the coldness even through the screen. Looking at the big change in the surrounding space, Yamamoto Motonyasai Shigekuni smiled. Kaguya's figure also reappeared in his eyes. There was a slight burn mark in the corner of Kaguya's clothes, who was standing in the air, but his body was indeed not injured at all. Obviously, she completely escaped the attack of Yamamoto Motonyasai Shigekuni by virtue of TNJU Zhang. Kagaya learned well this time. She knew that Yamamoto's attack was powerful, and she began to use the heaven to attack. As soon as he stretched out his hand, countless pale bone blades came out of his hand and went directly into the pitch-black space. And the next moment, 677 the countless pale bone blades emerged directly from behind Shigekuni Yamamoto. With a terrifying force of death, the pale bone blades swiftly struck Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. As long as it touches, everything will be ashes. Many powerhouses in the heavens and 10,000 realms are getting nervous. Successful. It's just a matter of time. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni smiled again, and slightly drew the long knife in his hand. Boom. The surrounding flames violently. The moment the flame appeared, the old Yamamoto man was enveloped. The ice and snow on the ground below also melted instantly, unable to withstand the terrifying heat. It wasn't until all the bone blades were burned by the flame that the voice of the old man Yamamoto fell faintly. Torch. After that, he returned the sword to its sheath. He looked at Kaguya calmly. Your Excellency, my old bone has been inactive for too long. At this moment, all the heavens and all realms have a new understanding of Yamamoto Genryu Sai. Kaguya did not respond to it, his expression still indifferent. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni, who had taken the sword back into the scabbard, she had an idea in her eyes. The Imperial Palace of Heaven is performing again. The long silver hair spreading away in the black space behind. Moment. One of Yamamoto's hands was tied. His hand and sword hilt were tied together by Kaguya, and Zanpakuto could no longer be taken out. Then, Kaguya used the space power of the Heavenly Lord to attack Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. Chapter 141. Auto-generated chapter title. 141. Bones. Kaguya who vomits blood. In the battlefield. For a time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku was suppressed by Kaguya, unable to draw his hand, and had no strength to fight back. Looking at this scene, all the heavens and worlds admired Kaguya's wisdom very much. Zanpakuto, the old Yamamoto man, tied his hair with his hair so that he wouldn't draw his sword. In this way, Ryujin Jaka's abilities cannot be used. Countless people clapped their hands when they saw this scene. Pirate World. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. That ridiculously strong old man has been suppressed. But his ability is really terrible. Kizaru sighed, though his tone was wretched. But it is full of seriousness. That kind of flame is many times stronger than Akainu. Akainu's eyes were in front of him, it was like a child's toy. The old guy is the old guy, the strength is really strong. A flash of astonishment flashed in Kizaru's eyes again, and there was still a lingering fear of Zanpakuto in Yamamoto's hands. If he is right, maybe elementalization has no effect, right? Did everything in the air turn to ashes? Kizaru shook his head, not daring to think anymore. Sengoku looked at it carefully, and was also analyzing the strength of Yamamoto's captain. At first, everyone thought that the protagonist of this battle was Otsutsuki Kaguya. But not long after the start of the war, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni used his formidable strength to reverse everyone's perception of him. This old man is a truly powerful and terrifying man. Sengoku is looking forward to it now, looking forward to what surprises Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni will give them. To say that Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni was suppressed by Kaguya in this way, he didn't believe it. Few people believe in the heavens and worlds. Akainu's face was gloomy, and there was still an unquenched shock in his eyes. Yamamoto's fire power of Motoyanagi Shigekuni made him terrified. Using the same heat abilities, he can feel the temperature of Yamamoto's old man's fire abilities even more. It's beyond him. Akainu doesn't know how many orders. Everyone stared at the battlefield, looking forward to how powerful the two of them could burst out. Aboard the Moby D*K, Whitebeard's eyes were also full of seriousness. The blonde was flying in the air, and the young Whitebeard was even more burly. Seeing the constant confrontation of the two in the battlefield, the captains were all staring. Diamond Joe's is even more skeptical of life. He looked at the destructive power of Kaguya's total killing of ashes, and thought about the scene where his diamonds were facing each other. Basically, can't stop it, right? No matter how hard his diamond is, it will probably be directly turned into ashes by the pale bone. Beasta clenched the long sword tightly and learned the sword-holding posture and sword-out movements of the old Yamamoto man. Every move of this peerless strong man is a supreme treasure to him. Advertisement Fire Fist Ace has become very silent since he came back from Impel Down. But at this moment, I looked at Ryujin Jaka of Yamamoto Genryu Jaiju, and looked at the flame power. His heart became hot. A message has been circulating into High that his Mara fruit is the lower fruit of Lava fruit. After Akainu came to New World before, he even publicized his Lava fruit ability. This makes a group of pirates very afraid of Akainu. What followed was an overwhelming mockery of Ace. Said that he was not worthy to be the captain of the 2nd Division on the Whitebeard ship, saying that his flame was a small flame. Etc. But now, looking at old Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, Ace felt excited. If his flame can reach that level, Blackbeard? Akainu? Who will be his opponent? Firmness flashed across Ace's face. No one else started to practice. Watching Ace raise the temperature of the flame over and over again, condense a higher quality flame. The captains all said different things. Joe's immediately wanted to step forward and ask Ace what happened. But he was interrupted by Marco's eyes. Seeing Ace practicing over and over again, there was a trace of trust in Marco's eyes. Ace, you are our family, you will definitely become stronger. After Ace silently to cheer, the crowd continued to look to the heavens battlefield. At a time, Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai Heavy Country I do not know really cannot draw his sword. Or to see you try Kaguya's strength, he really did not pull out Zanpakuto, with the one left to fight in Kaguya body surgery. If there are gray bone destruction such as this most horrible moves were killed, he was a dodge to hide. 2 expansion body surgery on the fight. Yamamoto old man and left hand, hit by Kaguya to suppress some awkward. Long white beard even been cut off Kaguya's part of it, only half flapping in the wind. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country stood, sharp eyes staring Kaguya. His right hand still tied and Zanpakuto could not really pull out Zanpakuto. Stature landing earth, issued thud, snow scattered. Lu Yuan Jai heavy eyes Yamamoto country riveted Kaguya, flat road. If you just only this, that the old lady to understand this fight. Then down. Yamamoto Yuan Luzachon country shoulders a. Behind the captain dressed in a white cloak instantly raised. Robes fluttering in the wind and go. His right hand is jong directly Kaguya's silver hair wrapped his arm snapped. This allows him to stand opposite Kaguya shocked. She was afraid Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country and then out of that terrible fire capability. Horrible thing is really hard on not only outsmart rely on this. Fortunately, after Yamamoto old man hands free, and there is no direct pull Zanpakuto. Advertisement instead conspire, the Zanpakuto inserted into the ground beside him. Watching Kaguya, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country smiled. Then, its chest one. Was wearing a black dress as also an instant death tyrant's draw down. Wan Heavens show in front of the community. Yamamoto is the old man that Jingjuang upper body. Although old, but the muscles in the body is very tight, very visual impact. This is not to shock people can mouth a little. People most shocking, is Yamamoto old body that aspect numerous stab wounds, Jianhen. Seeing this, the entire Heavens Wan circles are somewhat shocking. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country name. After all, how many have experienced battle? After all, how much hurt? Yamamoto looked at the body of the core Jianhen, Zaraki Kenpachi eyes showing caution. Captain, is the captain. Suffered the injury, he was hacked to death more than people. As fast wait Yamamoto Yuan Lu hacked country people? Already uncountable dollars. Solutions that thousands of years ago, do not know how many innocent lives so that reduced to ashes. It is also because of this, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy countries bind themselves, unless absolutely necessary, otherwise it should never be used as solutions. Is the fear, harm to countless ordinary life? Yamamoto looked Lu Yuan Jai heavy country scars. Kaguya's eyes flashed a hint of caution also. However, she still want to win this game. Kaguya eyes become firm. Dead bone pulse total kill dance. Kaguya growl. Pale hands again shot numerous bone edge. Terror fists already breaking the sound barrier in a direct bomber's Kaguya's body. He has appeared in front of the Kaguya. Boom. Although more explosive, but this is my hand residual party in earnest to write a full ride 24 hours, and also please give a full set. I would not take the initiative to ensure that any water chapter, each chapter is written for everyone to see cool. Shunpo cast. Not to ignore the mini side emerged out of the bone edge, although those every bone edges are mixed with a terrorist attack. Yamamoto Yuan Lu Su vegetarian heavy wooden country look. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The next moment, the eyes of Kaguya widened. Perfection set, thanks. Now beginning to 12, 1-hour chapter in the evening, more explosive today. Double bone. Before looking at this beautiful face of Kaguya, Yamamoto old man mercilessly. Yamamoto old man's shadow flash. The pale bone straight edge, Wang Jiao Jiao. Then the whole body is inserted into countless snow and ice. Kaguya is holding a long knife blade bone Lingbing, drove by Kuban direct rushed up. Chapter 142, auto-generated chapter title, 142, I can't do it again. Kaguya's eyes were staring wide, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. She really couldn't figure out how Yamamoto Motonyasasai Shigekuni achieved that speed just now. In desperation, the pale bone blades of Kaguya's hands pierced forward. Puff, the sound of the knife entering the body sounded. But she suffered more injuries. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's double bones, but it can directly break Wanda Wise into a shattered existence. Kaguya's body is absolutely uncomfortable. She looked at the old Yamamoto, who was pierced by the ashes of his killing in her left arm, and flew out by herself. When he fell down not far away, Kaguya opened his mouth and spouted a puddle of blood. The snow surface was soaked with blood and stained red. Black Zetsu was extremely nervous. Mother, however, he looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni in his eyes, but he looked like a dead person. If you kill the ashes of your mother, everything will turn into fly ashes. Black Zetsu smiled, but the next moment, a scene that made him stupefied appeared. I saw the old man Yamamoto on the battlefield with a solemn expression. He didn't even look at the left arm that he was hit by the co-killing ashes. Stretching out his hand directly, Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka immediately activated. Under the countless shocking eyes of the heavens and worlds, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni directly cut off his left arm. Facing countless pale bone knives pouring out of the ground around him, he waved his right hand again. The endless flame once again enveloped the surrounding world. Kaguya's face changed drastically when he fell not far away, and he directly used the Heavens Royal to leave this space. Boom. Boom. 677 boom. 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 The terrifying hot flame erupted continuously, suppressing all the pale bone blades. For a long time, when there was only the sound of flames burning between heaven and earth, Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni took the sword faintly, and took back all the flames in the surrounding heaven and earth. The flames subsided, and the surrounding world had turned into a scorched black. The snow mountain turned into a black volcano at this moment. The snow water rushed down and turned into a big river. Standing on the top of the mountain, Yamamoto Motoryu Sai Shigekuni, naked to the top, his eyes were extremely solemn. Although the broken left arm was fierce and painful, he directly suppressed it with a strong will. There was no sorrowful expression on his face due to pain. Only the solemn indifference of ultimate. This is the strongest Shinigami, Soul Society Gode 13 captain in 1,000 years. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai rejuvenates the country. 1. An old monster that has lived for nearly 2,000 years. Advertisement seeing the old man Yamamoto crushing Kaguya directly, the whole world didn't know how to shock. In One Piece world, AJFD, the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta holds 2 swords, his eyes are full of solemn woods. Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni, you are a powerful swordsman, worthy of the respect of swordsmen in the world. With that, Beasta bowed directly to Yamamoto in his head. No one ridiculed this scene in the slightest. The Fishman Island, Straw Hat Pirate Group. Zoro knotted 3 long swords around his waist, holding one in each hand, and biting the other in pain. Looking at the figure of Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni, Zoro bowed deeply. Although he can't speak in his mouth, he has the truth in his heart. Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni, you are a powerful swordsman. In the castle of Krina Island, Hawkeye held the supreme sharp knife in his hands, and his face was solemn. Slowly, under Perona's shocked eyes, Hawkeye slowly bends over. Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni, it is the luck of my life to see you make a move. But, as a swordsman, I will treat you as the goal of my life to surpass. I hope that in this life, I can fight you in my strongest form. As Hawkeye said, his eyes were extremely firm. Perona's eyes widened, her eyes under her dark circles in disbelief. Hey, isn't it? Are you the world's #1 swordsman to give away? You should be like this. Perona almost fell out of midair, not to mention how surprised she was. Such a haughty person as Eagle Eye actually did such a thing. This is incredible. Hawkeye gave Perona a light look. I'm just an ordinary swordsman who pursues kendo. After saying this, Hawkeye sat in the chair again, sipping red wine. Perona flew over Hawkeye. Hey, what are you talking about? You are the #1 swordsman in the world. Just halfway through Perona's words, he reacted directly. Hawkeye has never admitted that he is the world's #1 swordsman. What he keeps all the time is a humble heart. Looking at Hawkeye, Perona fell into a long silence. At the same time, the Golden Lion laughed, but even so, there was still an unconcealable astonishment in his eyes. Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni is really strong. Infinite Conqueror's Haki appeared on Golden Lion's body. He also needs to become stronger and surpass such a strong one. Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement. The old man in a kimono holding a sword, one of the 5 elders, stood up. The gaze under his eyes was full of solemnity and solemnity. Furthermore, in the surprised eyes of the remaining 4-5 elders. The old man in kimono bowed lightly. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, the respect of all swordsmen you mean. Hokage world. Rao is based on Uchiha Madara's temperament, and he can't keep calm at this time. Looking at Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, his eyes were full of surprise and sumu. As Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, my class will definitely surpass you. However, the ability of 6 paths is more than that. Lord Madara's eyes were full of expectation. The 6 paths in his heart shouldn't be so weak. But he didn't want to think about it either. If Kaguya came to the current Hokage world, it must be people blocking and killing the gods, and the Buddha blocking and killing the Buddha. However, against Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, how many chances does she have to win? Spirit Pet World. Looking at Yamamoto Motoryu Sai Shigekuni, who was standing topless, they were shocked and dull. Shonda was shocked to the point of incoherent. This Yamamoto, Chonguo, why is it so powerful? I thought his strength was just to serve as a foil for Kaguya. But how can his full strength be so powerful? Shonda was shocked, and his eyes were completely unable to maintain his composure. Little lowly Shado made a face and retorted. Shandong University, how about this Yamamoto Genryu Sai? No matter how strong the country is. His strongest blow is not that it can't kill Kaguya. Hidden in other spaces, no matter how strong Yamamoto Genryu Jaiju is, it is useless. Yamamoto Motoyajisai Shigekuni looked at this world, and his eyes flashed with regret. Fatty Shonda was also a little helpless. Besides, such horrible moves must consume a lot of Yamamoto. That Kaguya's ability is too buggy. Yamamoto Motonujaiju is strong, but he met Kaguya. Although his strength is strong, he can't win this round. But in the heavens and worlds, countless are shocked, or shaking their heads, or helpless, or regretful eyes. Otherwise, the old man will feel guilty. As soon as Yamamoto opened up, she hid in another space. How to fight this? In the end, Kaguya must win. Shanda Mayu has some regrets. Hearing Shado's words, Oni-san Broken Star, Ji Dong and others nodded. At the same time, most of the 10,000 worlds think that Yamamoto is nothing more than that. Hope, the leaderboard will restore this space of yours. Chapter 143, Auto-generated chapter title, 143. Bankai, the cannibalism is too knife. Looked at the look of regret on Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's face. Listened to his confident words. The heavens and all realms are shocked. Shanda slapped his thigh. What's the meaning? This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, isn't this all his strength? The whole world is all ashes, Ryujin Jaka. With his fist and both bones, these two moves are all the strength. There is even stronger strength than this, no way. Shanda Mayu said in shock. Little lowly Summer Doe curled her lips. It must be this old Yamamoto bluff. Sister Kagaya is hiding in another space. He wants to scare Sister Kagaya out. Shanda looked excited. Impossible, didn't you read what Yamamoto said? He's afraid of ruining this space, how strong is this? Shanda was shocked again, and his mind was in estrus. I really can't imagine that there is any move that will be more powerful than the flame ability. Super God World. Listening to Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's words, the angels were also stunned. After a while, Angel Yan smiled slightly. Impossible, that kind of flame temperature and range is already the strongest move. A mere human being cannot have any stronger strength. Yan said, I don't know if it is impossible to believe that little human beings can burst out stronger strength. The brain is still in estrus, already shocked. Lingxi, Jishin and others also nodded. They are more inclined, the old Yamamoto man is bluffing. Want to scare Kagaya out? Angel Cold has the same idea. Lang said proudly. In my opinion, both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Yamamoto Modonyagi Sai Shigekuni are nothing but this. Don't talk about Queen Gaisha, as long as I am given the authority to execute the grand trial, I can kill both of them alone. Hearing that, many angels nodded. Their big trial is indeed very strong. No civilization can stop it. Gaisha and Haki on the throne moved their eyes. The two looked at Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni, and they always felt that he was not bluffing. Advertisement Gaisha's mouth was cocked, and she was very interested in this battle. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana plucked her temples and spoke. Hurry up, let me analyze the abilities of the old Yamamoto man. If you can get his power and send us a handful of demons, those shit angels are not opponents at all. A group of high-level demons complained endlessly, analyzing the data silently. Hokage World. Konoha, Hokage Office Building. Naruto looked at Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni, with envy and shock in his heart. Pointing to old Yamamoto, Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato and said, Dad, I will definitely become a strong person like him. At that time, I will become a Hokage like you, guarding the village. Looking at the innocent Naruto, Namikaze Minato smiled. But his eyes were firm, and he didn't mean to laugh at Naruto halfway. Naruto, Dad believes in you, come on, Naruto nodded deeply, yeah. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others flashed slightly solemnly. That Otsutsuki Kagaya was already very strong, but this was completely suppressed by the old Yamamoto man. The abilities that were terrifying in their eyes were dispelled lightly by the old Yamamoto man. This kind of powerful all-round strength is really desperate. Seeing the old man Yamamoto say that he wants to burst out his full strength. Jiraiya started a discussion in the chat group at this time. Jiraiya. At all members, I think this Yamamoto Uenryu Zaijugoku should still have the remaining strength, and he will soon see his full strength explode, so I look forward to it. And Jiraiya's words immediately drew rebuttals. Shado. I think this old Yamamoto man is bluffing. There is absolutely no way to be stronger. Kizaru. At Shado, maybe this old man really has some big tricks behind him. But I also think that his previous tricks are already very shocking. If it is stronger, it will be a bit pervert. Seeing Kizaru, the young lowly Natsumi raised her small fist towards the mountain. Look, even the wretched Uncle Kizaru thinks so. Don't expect old man Yamamoto to have any stronger moves. When Broken Star heard the words, his heart suddenly became clear. Indeed, the old man Yamamoto's previous tricks were shocking enough. That has completely exceeded all the current figures on the list. If a stronger strength broke out again, it would make everyone a little bit unbelievable. Genos. At Kizaru, I don't agree with you. Open black lens bracket what Yamamoto can do, my teacher can also do. But so far, I have never seen the limit of my teacher. It can't be denied that Yamamoto has no stronger strength. As Genos said, Kizaru and Jiraiya raised their eyebrows at the same time. Advertisement Fatty Shanda hurriedly asked, Shanda, at GA I rely on. Your teacher is so scary. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you hear your teacher? Genos' expression was slightly stunned, and Saitama's gaze also looked over at the same time. Janos coughed awkwardly. Genos, in short, my teacher is very strong, I haven't seen his limit. For this reason, I believe that Yamamoto should have stronger strength. Tony and others were also a little surprised, just then. In the Shinigami world, when all the team captains heard Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's words, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at the words of everyone in the chat group, and they all smiled disdainfully. Pupil Hitsugaya Dashiro's pupils trembled slightly. Captain, do you want to use Bankai? Kuretsuchi Mayuri licked his mouth, with unparalleled expectation in his eyes. Komamura Sajin trembled, and the dog's head kept shaking. Captain, do you really want to solve it? Everyone's eyes are full of incredible. Sister Wa looked at Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's serious face, and the smile between her eyebrows turned serious. His eyes kept flashing through the scenes of Godei 13 when it was first established. Godei 13 was a pure killer organization. Captain Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni is a terrifying murderer. Kyoraku Shunsui did not continue thinking, because he didn't know how powerful the captain's solution was. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He read the sentence gently. Bankai, campfire is 2 knife. The shirtless Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni slowly lifted the long sword. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes were full of caution under the brim of his hat. Captain, I can finally see that you have solved it. In the battlefield, he, who had no scruples back then, made friends Habak even more tremble. The majesty sounded like quietly spoken words. Next moment. Your ability may be able to survive under my Kaden Kyokotsu. His eyes were indifferent, but campfire is 2 knife. Zaraki Kenpachi's mouth cracked and smiled. The heavens and all realms are quiet. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Everyone stared at Yamamoto's movements. Chapter 144. Auto-generated chapter title. 144. Wan community shocked. What is this special person to have the power? Dull voice resounded in the ears. Heaven's Wan world, the world of silence at this moment. As if everything in this scene to greet the impending general. In the Suya Palace, Aizen's expression never before dignified. Eyes firmly fixed on the fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country, Aizen's heart raced a little nervous. The kind of thing you want to appear? Aizen and remembered the mouth, the eyes of a caution. All under the command of a public gag 10 edge and gazed at the battlefield. Ichimaru Jin smiles or one close look. Yamamoto looked at the captain's forbearance solution. Rao as his heart and mind, at the moment are difficult to maintain calm. Tusen Kanami to mention. Although he is blind, with the heavens battlefield projection in mind, the picture appears directly in his brain. Watching never seen commander solution, Tusen Kanami heart faint excited. This is the strength of his desire this world. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is also the 677, eyes widened, did not want to miss any screen. Kurosaki Ichigo this time is in the chat group to Jiraiya, who introduced the Shikai with the solution. Kurosaki Ichigo. Heaven's Wan world everyone, you just saw, nothing but Yamamoto captain of Shikai. Close black lens bracket. And our world, each Shinigami's Zanpakuto has 2 forms, the first is the Shikai. As for the second, it is to have the solution, close black lens bracket. Even my Shinigami agent solution can now captain of it? Kurosaki Ichigo his words. Heaven's Wan is a quiet community. Kazaru. Little brother, what do you say? Kind called Shikai, but also the solution? Moment, everyone is shocked speechless. Everyone gazed at fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Under the watchful eye of the Heavens Wan community. Zanpakuto temperature Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy hand of the country on the rise. The blade surface and not much change, but what horrible things are in the pipeline in general. Alexander swallowed, do not say a word to staring at the battlefield. Peas. Hey, nothing changes it, the solution, it seems I also like nothing special. Tony. At Kurosaki Ichigo, yes you said you had a stronger solution than Shikai. Shikai may have Skyflame, which has the solution, nothing Chat group emerged in a time of questioning voice again. But in this case, snow and ice between heaven and earth. Yuan Lu fast-weight Yamamoto country in the hands of Zanpakuto slowly inserted into the ground. That this is no change in the long knives just touch the ground. Or even just close to the tip. Boom, advertisement. Boom, 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 Skyfire instantly engulfed everything. Yamamoto indifferent between Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, everything broke off. If conception to the outbreak of ultimate, whether snow about or land of mountains. All in all, at the moment are engulfed in flames. Aizen Sosuke, captain of Zanpakuto, only had a solution before the millennium. The residue fire knife too have seen people, called, Jien Hao fire. The one thing to hit the full burn of Baoyan. Captain Shikai Ryujin Jaka, temperature Zanpakuto is equivalent to the sun's surface. As for the solution, Aizen put away for a time to speak and did not go on. For a time, the heavens Wan circles are instantly nervous. Kazaru. At Aizen Sosuke, what has been the equivalent? There is the sun's surface temperature Shikai, which too can pale Ba. I finally know that Kagaya facing what is the degree of pressure. Martial office, Kazaru has a touch of the eyes cannot hide the horror. He thought Aizen words. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country hit him, may not need the solution. Just the power and range Shikai he has completely withstand the. Elementalization doesn't work. The horrible spread of the flames, coupled with the high temperature on the surface of the sun. His Kazaru's speed will turn into flying ash even if he is faster. Aside Sengoku picked up the teacup, ready to take a sip of water to be shocked. Shanda. At Aizen Sosuke, Landa, what exactly is the solution equivalent to? Shanda was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. His heart was full of shock. That's the temperature of the sun's surface. If that sword of fierce fire descends on their world, all the Polar Eater beasts will be destroyed in an instant, right? What king-level Polar Eater? What kind of mana ecology will all turn into fly ash in an instant? Shanda was shocked. Shikai alone is so powerful. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the explanation of Captain Yamamoto would be. Shado. At Aizen Sosuke, Lan, how powerful is old Yamamoto's solution? Now Dudu no longer feels that the old man Yamamoto is inferior to Kagaya. Because her Lan Da came out to explain, she was very convinced. And this time, little lowly Shado counted with her fingers. The temperature of the sun's surface, how strong will it be? Forgive her, she doesn't have this concept at all. Advertisement, Tony. At Aizenguan Ujia, Lanshan, Yamamoto's Shikai is the surface of the sun. Don't you tell me that the solution is the temperature inside the sun? As a scientist, Tony is already shocked. His steel suit, let alone the surface of the sun just being close to the sun a certain distance, he can't bear it directly. How strong is this Yamamoto Yuanyusai heavy country? He has completely lost the concept. The faces of the big men in the Marvel Universe have changed a little. The temperature on the surface of the sun is a bit exaggerated. It is hard to imagine that this is achieved by a person by his own strength, rather than relying on technology. If this is relying on technology, they are not surprised at all. They can also produce hydrogen bombs, and the temperature of the sun can also reach. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni is an individual. A person can possess that level of strength. This is too scary. Under all the tension and anticipation of the heavens and the world. Open black lens bracket Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto's forbearance. The blade temperature is equivalent to the core of the sun. If he is solved in our world, the power of terror will directly squeeze the entire world's moisture out a little bit. What? The entire heavens and all realms are setting off an earth-shattering earthquake. In the marshal's office, as soon as Sengoku drank it, a shocking sip of water came out. His face is full of expressions like you were teasing me. Akainu's magma is generally only a few thousand degrees, which is 5.3 after the ranking ability is strengthened. Before it was strengthened, it was just over 1000 degrees, and it could reach 2000 degrees in one burst. That is already the limit. Now, Sengoku does not know the limits of Akainu. But a few thousand degrees is the sky, however, the surface of the sun. Sun core. How high is that temperature? Sengoku was a little surprised. Between the stunned, he remembered a word Vegapunk had said. According to this genius scientist who has led the world for 500 years, the surface temperature of the sun is more than 5000 degrees. This is similar to the current Akainu, and he can accept it. But, Vegapunk also said, the core temperature of the sun. What a terrifying 15 million degrees. What is this concept? Sengoku was stunned. There is only one sentence in my mind. This is the power that humans can possess. Chapter 145. Kanhuo Tai Sword, East, Rising Sunblade. At this moment, not only Sengoku, but most people in the heavens and all realms have only this idea in their hearts. 15 million degrees. This is what a person can have. The marshal's office was silent. Even Akainu, who has always been arrogant and thinks that I can go to me, is a misfire. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni standing in the battlefield. Just standing there, the endless flames swallowed the world. This is the real Flame Kun King. The magma of his Akainu is compared in front of him, which is a real difference between clouds and mud. Ching Shang was even more uncomfortable. As one of the three admiral, his ability is the opposite of freezing against the heat. But his freezing, in front of Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni, looked like a child playing a house. Facing the old man Yamamoto, his strength may be suppressed by less than 70%. You can only use the out-of-body technique to fight against it. The ability of frozen fruit will be completely suppressed and will not be used at all. Garp was also a little shocked and panicked inside. In the past, he was a marine hero, and he was better than the three admiral. In detail, even if Garp's strength is not as good as that of Whitebeard at his peak, it will definitely not be much worse. After all, he was able to chase One Piece Roger all over the world. The living marine legend. But now, look at the great strength of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai. Garp suddenly felt that he was too far behind, and some were deeply shocked. Garp thinks so, and the many pirates in the pirate world are even more full of this kind of thinking. Aboard the New World Mobile, Whitebeard's eyes froze, and he shook his head slightly. At this time, Whitebeard, although with blonde hair and a sturdy body, is even more burly, revealing unparalleled strength. But standing on the side of the ship, his figure showed a trace of loneliness. No one can actually accept this matter. I thought I was the top group of people in the world, one of the few strong people in the world. But after the leaderboard appeared, I found that there were many people who were as strong as myself. There are even existences like Yamamoto and Kagaya that they can't resist at all. It feels uncomfortable to be pulled from the highest point to the middle or even the lower level. Seeing Whitebeard's back, all the captains were silent. At this time, Ace's eyes were full of firmness. He looked at Whitebeard and said seriously, "Father, no matter when, you are the unmatched daddy in our hearts. You are the strongest daddy in the hearts of our sons. I also believe that you will eventually catch up, and even surpass that Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni." Ace's words are extremely firm and serious. Whitebeard turned away and looked at Ace. Marco and the team captains also had firm eyes at this time, and were infected by Ace's words. "Papa, we believe in you, the most powerful father in our hearts." Advertisement looking at his own group of sons, Whitebeard's eyes trembled. Speaking of, he was shocked to see that Yamamoto was so powerful. But the heart of the strong has never been suppressed. His fighting spirit has never stalled for a moment. Looking at a group of sons, Whitebeard laughed, "Cool la la la. Cool la la la. My group of good sons, father, of course I will become a stronger person." Boom. The big knife hung on the ground, and the huge Moby D*K was slightly shaken. From Whitebeard, Ace and others felt an unprecedented fighting spirit in hockey. Among naval headquarters, Garp, Sengoku, and 3 Admiral. Several people are flushed. Just now, it was the shock and heart tremor caused by the strength of Yamamoto Genryusai. But now, it is the explosion that is suppressed to ultimate. Garp laughed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the old man will definitely surpass you and fight your powerful flame ability. Sengoku's eyes also condensed. His big Buddha may not grow to tens of meters, or even 100 meters, kilometers. Kazaru, Aokiji, and Akainu also flashed a firm will in the eyes of the three. They must improve their strength. First battle on the power list. They have been released from their shackles. Everything is possible. The Sea Emperors of New World are also high-spirited. However, the likes of Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Gecko Moria and others have completely lost the idea of confronting Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The eyes under Dover's glasses had shrunk to a point. His foo-foo-foo-foo laughter had long since disappeared. All that was left was his trembling figure. Gecko Moria felt a deep despair. This is more desperate than the despair that the crew was killed by Kaido. The strength of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni made him totally unable to resist. He even felt, if Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku came to the pirate world, the whole world is not enough for one person to fight. Blackbeard shivered even more hiding in the dark. Yamamoto Motoyusai Shigekuni's strength excited him, but he didn't have the guts to think he could catch up. I can only sigh in the dark for the powerful strength of the old Yamamoto. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara in Akatsuki's body trembled. Advertisement Kaguya's retreat at the 6 paths level made him feel incredible. In his mind, the meaning of 6 paths is supreme. He has always thought, as long as he succeeds in reaching that level, he will be invincible in the world. No one in the entire ninja world is his opponent. Even the heavens and worlds, there will be few rivals. But, see you now. Standing steadily at the 6 paths level, even in 6 paths, he is not a weak Otsutsuki Kagaya. But Yamamoto was beaten like a turtle. This made Madara's heart a little unacceptable. I kept shaking my head in my heart, and my long-term will was severely impacted. Impossible, impossible. 6 paths, it can't be so weak. Kagaya must have some tricks, there must be some abilities that he hasn't used. Madara thought so and looked forward to Kaguya's next performance. Class 677 is like this. Black Zetsu couldn't accept it even more, desperately shouting in his heart. Impossible. How could mother not be able to beat that old man? The strength of my mother is very strong. The power of 10 tails in mom's body is useless, right? Mom and 10 tails. Mom will definitely win. Besides, the old man Yamamoto is completely unable to deal with the mother's TNG Yuzhong. He doesn't have the power of time and space. Brother Prince looked at the battlefield, his brows were also frowning tightly. His big move, Kamui, is just a small skill for Kagaya. In addition, the heavenly Yuchu is much stronger than his Kamui. But even so, Kagaya was still heavily suppressed by Yamamoto. This made the prince brother a little unacceptable, and the blow was too great. In the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni gathered the flames slightly, watching the world burnt. The snow-capped mountains were long gone, and everything that replaced them was scorched. But Kaguya's figure has not been seen for a long time. Frowned slightly. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni said indifferently. If you don't come out, the old man will really destroy this space. After waiting for a while, Kagaya didn't get the slightest response. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni shook his head helplessly. Since that battle, the old man has decided not to solve it. But since it is the battlefield of the heavens, it will not harm the innocent. The old man is serious. Kenhuo Teidao, East, Rising Sunblade, Chapter 146, Auto-generated chapter title. 146. Otsutsuki Kagaya goes crazy. Shinobi trembles. Words fall. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni faintly lifted the knife. The breath of terror gradually rose. All the flames are condensed on the blade. The moisture in the surrounding air of Zanpakuto was all evaporated, and the terrifying temperature gradually increased. An extremely terrifying temperature was condensed on the knife body, and everyone in the heavens and the world was discolored. What the hell is that? Such a terrifying temperature, what is it? Is this an old man Yamamoto's trick? It seems to be too strong. The temperature on the knife body gradually approached an incomprehensible level. The core of the sun 15 million degrees, and in this process, the surrounding world is gradually collapsing. The space began to show signs of instability, heavenly royal. This is Kaguya's snare of blood succession, and one of the abilities of Sharingan in reincarnation. It can be said that it is just a time and space ninjutsu. Although it is much stronger than the prince and the 55 Kai Kamui. But in the end, it is still a time and space ninjutsu. Maintaining this space requires Kaguya's massive amount of chakra and pupil power. As the master of 10 tails Jinchuriki and chakra, the total amount of Kagaya chakra is endless. The pupil power is also unfathomable. However, her endurance still has an upper limit. Take 10,000 steps back. Her chakra can bear it, but the space created by Heaven's imperial palace does not necessarily bear the ground. The temperature of Zanpakuto in the hands of the old man Yamamoto continued to rise, gradually approaching an extremely terrifying state. As if it was cut with a single knife, everything will be turned into ashes. In the spirit cage world, little Loli Dudu was no longer on Kaguya's side. Her eyebrows were full of shock. Look at it, after the old Yamamoto said that, the temperature in the battlefield was already terrifying to the extreme. When Broken Star and others heard this, the eyebrows were also greatly shocked. Bai Yuekui said coldly at this time, more than. Around the knife, cracks in the dark space even began to spread. What? Several people are blinking in an instant. Taking a closer look, several people discovered the slightly distorted space cracks around Ryujin Jaka. On the battlefield, Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni shook his head slightly. Your Excellency, still try this sword? Looking at the constantly stable surrounding space, the old man Yamamoto felt helpless. He wanted to use the Ken-fired Taito directly to make Kagaya retreat and solve the battle. Advertisement, but Kagaya hid in another space and began to compete with him in strength. It's like Aizen was in Hueco Mundo, across the world, putting him under pressure. That leaves him bound, and dare not use all his strength. As the guardian of Soul Society, he has too many things to consider. It is no longer the man who killed and killed decisively like an evil spirit back then. But in this battlefield of the heavens, his Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni didn't have the slightest scruples. It is easy to fight the country, but it is difficult to keep the country. After taking over as the Zero Team and guarding Soul Society, he has been restrained all the time. But now, he was finally able to turn into the werewolf who sealed the friends of Hibak back then. Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni has a solemn face. Then please welcome me with this sword. Speaking lightly, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni slowly swung the knife. There is no fierce deflagration, no monstrous flame. Only an understatement. This moment, the complexions of all the strong in the Shinigami world have changed. Can fire is two knife, east, sunburst, it really appeared. The captains of Soul Society were shocked and excited. Daigor and Hiranmaru, behind elementary school student Hitsugaya, even expressed fear. The information revealed to him faintly changed Hitsugaya to Shiro's face. What, you can't even solve it in front of Kanhuo Taito? There was shock on Hitsugaya's face. I thought Hiranmaru, his red face, could not be as good as Ryujin Jaka, but it would not be much worse. But the ideal is very plump, the reality is skinny. What Zanpakuto passed to him was that he couldn't even solve it. In front of Kanhuo Taito, all ice and snow abilities were suppressed. Sister Hua's eyes were full of shock. Even though she had seen it once, she was still shocked by the strength of the captain's solution. This is simply not a power that humans can have. The captain of Gode 13, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. He is a living legend. The 2nd Division captain, Broken B, was shocked all over his face. The captain does not liberate Zanpakuto, which is equivalent to their Shikai, or even more. Captain Shikai, their solutions are incomparable. As for the final solution, then there is no need to think about it. The gap is simply a big difference. After making a comparison in my mind, Broken B has all the desire to die. It's really hard to compare people to others and to shop around. Their Zanpakuto Shikai interpretation is almost like a child's toy in front of Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shikai. Advertisement to say that she is vulnerable is to praise her. The Broken Bee has not experienced it yet, and the second lore was completely suppressed by Aizen with Ryotsu. If she had experienced it, her heart would be even more desperate. The same goes for Byakuya Kuchiki's heart. I used to think that Yamamoto's captain was strong, but he hadn't really seen it before. No one will pay too much attention to something that has not been personally experienced. Byakuya once even thought that his mighty sword could fight the battle against the captain. Now it seems. Komamura Sajin couldn't even hold up any resistance in his heart. Gaotu stood there and couldn't imagine how tragically he would die next time with this move. Kiraku Shunsui's heart was equally shocked. The eyes under the brim of the hat were full of surprise. As the proud student of Yamamoto's old man, he often confronted his teacher. But today Kiraku Shunsui only knows how powerful is that meticulous old man who values the rules very much. Under everyone's gaze, in the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyagisai Shigekuni swiped a knife and the world silenced. The crack in the dark space was cut open with a single knife. The surrounding world burned by flames turned into a scorch. Everything is back to the beginning. Kanhuo Taito, Dong, Rising Sunblade, is to concentrate all the heat of the flame on the tip of the knife. Although it doesn't burn, it doesn't explode, however, it will wipe out everything you reach without a trace. Kagaya, who was hiding in another space in the Celestial Palace, directly vomited blood, Wang Jiao Jiao, under the knife of the old man Yamamoto. Originally, the fist of the old man Yamamoto had already caused her very serious injuries. Right now, the injury is added. One by one, time and space were destroyed. One can imagine how terrifying the backlash Kagaya endured. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In fact, all the tail beasts in each ninja village were out of control and broke out. Kagaya vomited blood again, and the Hokage world was even more trembling. After discovering that there is no Kagaya, Kagaya roared. This scene made the heavens and all realms speak different things. Coming to the surrounding space is full of magma. Looking at the last desert space left, Kaguya's face became distorted. The sword that shattered the surrounding space was swung again. Kaguya's face turned pale, but she still persisted. Old Yamamoto swung his sword again. The whole ninja world was like an earthquake, as if it couldn't bear Kaguya's monstrous anger. Her face grew paler. I must kill you more. Chapter 147, Auto-generated chapter title. 147. 10 tails become animalized and swell truth-seeking ball. Hokage world. The tail beasts in the Jinchuriki in the major ninja villages run wild at the same time. They watched Kaguyu's roar and were involuntarily aroused tyrannical emotions. The country of wind Sanagakure. Gaara desperately suppressed the roar of Shokrane in his body. But even with the blessing of the power of the seal, Shuhei still roared frantically in pain. Gaara couldn't bear that kind of extreme crazy state. One-tail Shuhei broke out, Kirigakure, the land of water. The three tails inside Jinchuriki Yagura also ran away in an instant. Three tails ramped up in Kirigakure, and the roads and streets on the edge of the village were instantly destroyed. Six tails broke out directly in the center of the village, and the terrifying tailed beast bombs swept all over. Countless ninjas died miserably. Rock Shinobi Village. Four tails and five tails broke out at the same time, making Onoki miserable. Seven tails, the only tailed beast that does not belong to the five major nations, also flew directly, staggering and flying in the sky. While flying, there was also a roar. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. The two-tailed Jinchuriki in the village collapsed directly by wooden golem and did not bear it for half a minute. Niu directly broke through the seal and wrecked the surrounding buildings. Fourth Raikage's face was ugly, and he was about to turn his head and rush out to suppress the second tail. 677 But the perfect Jinchuriki Killer Bee beside him has a sullen expression. This made Fourth Raikage say different things instantly. Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki, able to completely control 8 tails Gyuki. But at this time, Killer Bee insisted, "Big brother, I can't bear it anymore." Next moment, the terrifying and powerful tailed beast bomb directly razed the movie office building. Fourth Raikage's face is extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, they Tenten talked about Konoha's 9 tails chaos. Laughing at Konoha, even his own tail beast couldn't help it. "It's good now." Fell on his head. Fourth Raikage Eye Man has a headache, alone suppressing the running away 8 tails. And Konoha. In the 9 tails chaos, Konoha was very embarrassed. The young 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died in that disaster. Naruto's miserable childhood also began there, but now, 13 years have passed. Konoha's 9 tails run wild again. Naruto didn't even have time to react, and 9 tails rushed out of his body. Namikaze Minato wants to help his son Naruto, but the negative 9 tails in his body also broke out directly. He had to desperately suppress the 9 tails in his body, and he couldn't take care of himself. But Namikaze Minato couldn't draw a hand. At this time, Konoha, but powerful, gathered. Advertisement: not only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Sanin Bis Jiraiya and Tsunade. This is only high-level combat power. As for the top level? Might Guy is standing on the side. As soon as the 8 gate opened, no one in the shinobi world could stop it. Besides, you regard 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama as a decoration. Watching 9 tails inside Naruto run wild, Senju Hashirama is very relaxed, not nervous at all. With a slight smile, Senju Hashirama slapped with both hands. Call what comes and what technique is activated. Wooden Golem Jutsu, Wooden Golem Jutsu. Subsequently, under the shocking eyes of many villagers in Konoha, I saw the Hokage office building was directly broken through by a thick tree trunk. A huge wooden golem stands between heaven and earth. 9 tails was hugged in front of his chest. No matter how he roared, he could not do any harm to Konoha. The 9 tails chaos 13 years ago. Today, 13 years later, 9 tails is rioting again. But the results on the 2 occasions were completely opposite. All the villagers in Konoha shouted in an instant. Senju Hashirama now looks at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. "Monkey, 4th generation, look. Suppressing this thing can kill people?" Senju Hashirama's strange voice came. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. Namikaze Minato was also very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. And the tail beast chaos in the Hokage world is just a prelude. Kagaya in the battlefield, relieved of the heavenly imperial court. She and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saiju rejoined the country and returned to the battlefield, half of the land and half of the sea. Otsutsuki Kagaya, for the first time, also faced the unresolved Kanhuo Taito. Kaguya's pale face was full of disbelief. Seeing through time and space, and seeing it with your own eyes are 2 different things, AJFD. Kagaya felt as if he was staring at a small sun right now. Staring at a small sun so close, and Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's figure holding a sword just appeared. Half of the sea in the battlefield boils directly. Countless steam surging from the sea. The steam was squeezed out even for an instant. The sea level dropped rapidly. They all surrendered under the power of the burning sword. But Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya, this pure and simple woman who was once kind and honest, is full of unwillingness at this moment. This unwillingness turned into anger, and Kaguya's pale face became hideous. Under the watchful eye of 10,000 realms. Advertisement: Kaguya's own state became extremely unstable. Finally, a roar runs through the sky. In the world, there was a huge white monster resembling a rabbit. Akatsuki within the organization. As early as when Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni swiped that knife, Black Zetsu's heart was cold. He thought that his mother was going to lose this game. But now, Black Zetsu's heart is excited again. Mommy. Become 10 tails, win this one, mommy, Black Zetsu shouted excitedly. In the battlefield, the huge white ferocious monster looked at the tiny human with a sword in front of him. Roar. The world is full of tearing sounds. The monster roared ferociously at Yamamoto. It opened its huge mouth, and a terrifying black ball was condensed in its mouth. That kind of breath is filled with a sense of wiping everything out. Countless people trembled. This thing, once touched, will die, right? The pitch black sphere in front of the monster's ferocious mouth is getting bigger and bigger. From the initial tens of meters, it gradually expanded to hundreds of meters. Even the diameter is hundreds of meters in the end. The terrifying pitch black sphere condenses the power of annihilating everything, making countless powerful people change their colors. Hokage World. Uchiha Madara is already shocked, not to mention it. That kind of black thing is definitely not tailed beast bomb. Kagaya turned into 10 tails, although it looks a little weird. It's not so hideous, but it's so cute. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Could it be? So, Sage of Six Paths, who is hiding in the dark and peering at the ninja world, Yui, the big filial son, is also shocked. But this pitch black sphere is definitely not as simple as the tailed beast bomb of ordinary tail beasts. Thinking of Otsutsuki Kagaya at the time, Sage of Six Paths was full of different opinions. He used to control 9 tails and Hashirama in a battle. Kagaya didn't use all his strength at the time. Does he still know tailed beast bomb? This is the truth-seeking ball that symbolizes the power of 6 paths. Such a big truth-seeking ball. See you for the first time in his class. Ban's heart suddenly sank. The huge pitch black sphere, it is likely to be. But at least he knew what 10 tails looked like. Madara stared at the huge pitch black sphere hundreds of meters in diameter in front of the monster in shock. Why didn't Mom use this trick in the battle between me and Hamura? Chapter 148. Auto-generated chapter title. 148. The planet can't bear it anymore? Sage of Six Paths Yui thought so. In fact, Kagaya is such a simple woman. I never thought I would be betrayed by my 2 sons. Back then, she swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree for the 2 children in her womb and used it to produce infinite Tsukuyomi. But whoever thinks her 2 sons betrayed her, that battle, Kagaya lost. Maybe more, because of the heartache and weakness of being betrayed by the 2 sons. So in the end, Kagaya was discouraged and gave up resistance. Only then will Hai and Hamura be successfully sealed and become the moon of the ninja world today. Shinigami World. Go Day 13. Looking at the huge black ball in front of the monster's mouth, it revealed an extremely terrifying power. The aura of annihilation filled the air. All Captain Shinigami frowned. Although they don't think the captain can stop this move. However, they involuntarily pulled themselves into the battlefield. If they meet that trick, let alone the odds of winning. The hope of surviving is very slim. All the captains were silent, their eyes fixed on the situation on the battlefield. Only Zaraki Kenpachi, this madman who loves killing, was trembling with excitement. Watching Kaguya's terrifyingly swelling truth-seeking ball. There was no trace of fear between Zaraki Kenpachi's eyebrows. Yes, only the excitement that is so intense to ultimate. This man who looked like a beast was completely ignited. Ha 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 ha. This is the fight I love. When Zaraki Kenpachi mentioned Nozarashi, he slashed with 2 swords. The powerful golden sword energy once again destroyed the building that had been destroyed by him. This time, it was completely in ruins. The captains all covered their faces. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes were full of smiles under the brim of his hat. Captain Zaraki, wait for the old man to come back and clean you up. After listening to Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't care. His beastly eyes rolled and stared at Kyoraku Shunsui. The fierce gaze seemed to swallow Kyoraku Shunsui. See this scene. Kyoraku Shunsui quickly spread his hands. Captain Zaraki, you can't shoot me, I don't want to fight with you, lunatic. That being said, but there was no tension in his heart. Even if Zaraki Kenpachi does something to him, he is not afraid at all. Advertisement: his Kyoraku Shunsui's strength is ranked high among all captains. In addition to the old Yamamoto, there is also Aizen, who has defected. Among the remaining captains, the only ones that made him invisible were first-generation Kenpachi and Yunohana Retsu. Sister Wa was a figure of the same age as the captain, and she was also a decisive werewolf. Although Mimi's smile everywhere nowadays, she doesn't often interact with people. But this one has another title. That's Ueno Flower Yachiryu. Known as the Master, all the swordsmanship in this world. The existence of Dugu seek defeat in Kendo, so except for these 3, Kyoraku Shunsui is not afraid of anyone. Zaraki Kenpachi passed Kyoraku Shunsui for a while, and the ferocious breath of the beast disappeared slightly. It's boring to fight with you, it's not that I haven't played. I'm going to have a vigorous fight in the battlefield of the heavens. The candidate for the next game must be me. Zaraki Kenpachi said so. Many captains around are silent. No one wants to provoke this lunatic. If he wants to fight, let him go. Scourge the people of Hokage's world, don't do harm to their captains. This world. Masked Legion. Hiriko Shinji's eyes were shocked, and he was excited physically and mentally as he watched the battle between the 2. Finally saw the captain's solution, it was so shocking. And, that Kagaya is also very strong. I can use the power of annihilation, and I look forward to how the captain can take this trick. Hunk Hashijin nodded. Bankai, Kanhuo is too knifed. Ryujin Jaka deserves to be the strongest Zanpakuto in the hot system. Everyone nodded. Yadomaru Lisa in a sailor suit spoke at this time. The combat effectiveness of the captain is really lacking. I think he needs to have 2,000 punches to solve him. I see 3,000 cars, I see 4,000 cars. Muguruma Kensai yelled with a dark face, don't make any noise. I think there must be 99,999 cars. Hiriko Shinji and others nodded decently. Quangshi's face became darker and extremely ugly, Ichigo here. Several of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Ichigo's heart is full of frustration, advertisement. Not to mention the forbearance of Captain Yamamoto, just talk about Kaguya's trick to inflate the truth-seeking ball. The destructive power conceived in it made Ichigo totally unable to resist. 0. Look for flowers, it is simply the level of destroying the world. Ishida and Sato were even more shocked. The two of them stared wide, unable to speak at all. Whether it is Kaguya's swelling truth-seeking ball, or Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's relieving the cannibalism Taito. Neither of these is something they can understand. The difference in strength is too far. The two sides are not of the same magnitude at all, so they cannot understand at all. Inoue Orihime did not pay much attention to the two in the battlefield. Her eyes kept on Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo's shocked expression and the deep desire in his eyes, Inoue Orihime's heart was a little moved. Kurosaki, I will definitely be by your side. With you, we will walk the path of becoming stronger together. Let's do it, Kurosaki classmate. Inoue Orihime has a firm expression, and the skirt flutters with the wind. Hair is flying in the ears. This highlights that Inoue Orihime is particularly beautiful. Kurosaki Ichigo said at this moment Nana. We invaded Soul Society and rescued Rukia. But how can this old Yamamoto deal with it? I don't know if store manager Urahara can do anything about it. Ichigo's eyes are full of worry. If there is no way to deal with Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, it would be difficult for them to rescue Rukia. This is too scary, when Urahara Kazuki thought so. In the battlefield. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought so, only to see Urahara Kazuki. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He can barely maintain his composure. Yoruichi lost his voice at this time. Look, the earth is trembling. Kaguya's move is taken. Yoruichi murmured too. Yes, the captain's answer is so shocking. The faces of Shihu and Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ishin were shocked. Seeing the overwhelming relief of Kanhuo, the two of them couldn't keep calm at all. Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help saying, and what he is thinking at this moment is completely another matter. If it gets to the end, presumably Captain Yamamoto will kill Aizen at all costs, right? Urahara Kazuki was relatively less shocked. Seeing that Yamamoto Motoyanagisai is so powerful, his worries about Aizen are slightly lessened. The expansion of Kaguya's truth-seeking ball has reached a limit. The terrifying power swept all over the place, and the terrible pressure swept towards Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni alone. What? Chapter 149. Auto-generated chapter title. 149. Captain smiled slightly. There are east-west have. At this moment, earth roar, sea trembling, all rewind airflow, completely withstand the collapse started off. The heavens wan community many people's eyes, perspective list will be opened. Everyone saw the two warring planet. At the moment I saw the planet tremble, as if the bear attacked this move as Kaguya wants to shatter. Truth-seeking ball expanded their path, everything is turned into nothingness. Everything count them being swallowed. See the heavens wan circles this scene were shocked face. In the Suya Palace, Aizen careful eye on the throne. His Kyoka Suigetsu after all Kido system Zanpakuto. Although the strength of extremely powerful, but in this top on one battle, not dominant. If today is his last Kaguya, although he was confident it will prevail. But faced with this trick expansion truth-seeking ball, he will be made a mess. If you want to win it without injury Otsutsuki Kaguya, he will at least 677. Also have the successful integration Hogyoku, and the completion of a stage of evolution of the job. Aizen eyes full of thought, but at the moment, the face of Kaguya is fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. It is the captain of the Soul Society. Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, with the hotline of the strongest Ryujin Jaka direct attack system. This is more convenient than his own Kyoka Suigetsu more. Large-scale cooperation, the burning of Ryujin Jaka do everything in this great battle advantage. Aizen eyes faint thinking, seriously looked at two battlefield. He also curious, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, how could it be to take over Kaguya Armageddon blow? And Aizen although relatively calm, but under his command but had a public Espada is about to explode. Espada's second Baragan a cold heart. He was once the king of the virtual ring of the year still feel, Soul Society together is not his opponent. After Aizen came, Hueco Mundo, although with powerful strength to conquer him, so he did not temper. But for the Soul Society, he was very scornful, and now look. A lot of people in this world stronger than his. The commander Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country will be able to strike a second to him. His heart can survive no confidence in his men. Looked at two small black World War II, the heart is raising a trace of desire. He wants more strength, so as to better allegiance to Aizen, loyal to the king of his mind. Grimjow is the expression of shock, disbelief all over his face. Look joke of it, how could there be so strong awe? The Soul Society captain turned out to have such strong strength. Grimjow hard a shock, totally cannot imagine if they face Yamamoto fate will be like the old man. Advertisement the Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami although two surface calm. But the two men inside it is a shock, although they are Gote 13 captain level characters. But I have never seen Commander Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai Country really heavy shot. Now saw it, they were shocked to be added, like a proud day on weekdays, except Aizen who refuses to accept Espada for the first time all misfiring. They looked at fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu Country, none of them feel that they are their opponents. Virtual day papes in the night so silent, people continue to look at the battlefield in that Armageddon scenario. And now in the battlefield, Kagaya expansion of truth-seeking ball Yamamoto had almost approaching the old man. Force devoid of help on its surface, everything will be all around horde. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai Heavy Country looked at the clouds, just like Shell's Mishi general sense of expansion truth-seeking ball. Old face flashed a slight dignified, subsequently. Yamamoto old man once again brought right hand Zanpakuto. Ryatsu outbreak of terror. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai Country again heavy knife toward the front split. Rising sun is still a knife edge, overhaul knife 2 ghastly 15 million degree heat swept forward. And that the expansion truth-seeking ball in midair collision set off a terrible aftermath. The collision shattered the momentum of the two rivers, tearing the earth. A Mishi sight greeted the heavens Wan Circle's eyes. Scariest momentum madness broke out, temperature. Truth-seeking balls' nihilistic powers touch each other. The two are on par, the world is discolored, and the mountains and rivers are turned upside down. Spirit pet world. Little lowly Shadow's face was shocked, her eyes were filled with incredibleness. This is her already, and I don't know how many times she has been shocked. Although the last battle of the battleless was shocking, and refreshed all of their three views. But that's still worrying they can understand, but now these two people. I really can't understand it, a world-destroying powerhouse. Shadow was shocked, her body was frightened and fell to the ground. Broken Star wanted to pull a handful of summer beans at this time. But she is not much better by herself, standing here stunned for a long time, her legs were already numb. Besides, the whole brain can no longer think, and is completely caught in the shock of the battle between Yamamoto and Kagaya. At this moment, Broken Star fell directly on the ground with Shadow. But she didn't realize it and didn't make the slightest move. Bai Yuekui still walked to the two of them and stretched out his hand to pull them up. Rao is like this, the two still stood in place blankly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuekui shook his head, advertisement. Go to the driving seat of the jeep again and sit down. She looked at the battlefield, her eyes also showed shock that could not be concealed. However, this is no longer an understandable worry. She also became immune to this shock. No matter how big the scene is afterwards, it won't cause any fluctuations in him. And Fatty Shonda was also stunned, he didn't know when he lifted an iron rod in his hand. Shonda followed the old man Yamamoto in a decent manner, and slowly waved the iron rod in his hand. He said solemnly, Kanhuo Teidao, Dong, Rising Sunblade. Shado and the others were shocked, and did not react to this fat man for a while. And in the battlefield, the confrontation between the two of them is almost solemn, ultimate. Expansion truth-seeking ball keeps compressing forward, trying to crush Yamamoto Motonyasasai Shigekuni completely. But the old man Yamamoto was not to be outdone, Zanpakuto waved forward, moving forward little by little. The distance between the two continues to shrink, and the aftermath of the collision continues to expand. The earth was trembling, and the sea was roaring. I don't know how many times the waves have swept through. Shanshuan doesn't know how many earthquakes have occurred. But these have never affected the 2.5. Just then, the huge rabbit monster disappeared in an instant. By the time she reappeared, she had already come behind Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni. This moment, the eyes of everyone in the heavens and worlds are full of tension. This Kagaya is going to sneak attack. Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni, stay away. Can't just end like this. The old man Yamamoto was still facing the swelling truth-seeking ball in front of him at this time, and he couldn't get a hand at all. There's east, there's west. Everyone in the chat group shouted excitedly. A truth-seeking ball with a diameter of several meters was blasted out by Kagaya and flew towards Yamamoto Genryusai. The truth-seeking ball is extremely fast. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But the power revealed was extremely terrifying. Lousy 5.3 hasn't seen enough of this battle yet. Don't think too much, this thing will die immediately when it touches it. A pitch-black sphere condensed in the monster's mouth again. Boom. But Yamamoto Motoryusai Shigekuni could not hear these words at all. Although not as big as this swelling truth-seeking ball. Yamamoto Motonyasasai Shigekuni did not look back, but he smiled slightly on his face. Then truth-seeking ball, as long as you encounter it, you will die. The eyes of the heavens and worlds were extremely tense for an instant. Crucial. Even an old Yamamoto man, but he will be seriously injured? Chapter 150. Auto-generated chapter title, 150. Kanhuo Tai Sword, West, Kant Sun Prison Clothes. Super God World. Looking at the annihilation power mixed in the truth-seeking ball, a different color flashed across the face of the God Saint guy. She looked at Hexy in a blink of an eye and said a little solemnly. How can the power of annihilation on that black ball look like that kind of thing? Hexy frowned when he heard Gai Shaw's voice, that kind of thing? Next moment, Hexy's eyes brightened, and he understood what Gai Shaw meant. This kind of annihilation is something they have been studying. It is also the kind of thing that Shinigami Carl is obsessed with. Void. In an instant, Hexi's eyes showed caution. Everything that can touch the void is worthy of her attention. Now, although she has also developed the void engine. And it has been tested on the heart, but the void engine is too far from the real void. Even Shinigami Karl's void engine is still half a catastrophe. The real emptiness is something that even Gai Sha doesn't want to mention. That is called the ultimate fear. Yi09 thinking is that the real void may appear, and the entire super god world will face the ultimate fear. By the time, regardless of angels, demons, etc., everything will be wiped out of nothingness. Hexi's expression is solemn, and he analyzes Kaguya's truth-seeking ball. But only the screen data, what she can analyze is really limited. Listening to Gai Sha's endless words, the guarding angels around were a little different, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. But this does not prevent them from being shocked by the battle between Yamamoto and Kaguya. The angel was cold at this moment, and she couldn't get up proudly anymore. Because whether it is Kaguya's expansion of truth-seeking ball, it's the old man Yamamoto's cannibalism too. Both of these can directly crush her and turn her into ashes. And Angel Yan is also secretly analyzing. If she gets the permission of Gai Sha, she will use the words of the grand trial. Perhaps, all the things on that planet in the battlefield can be erased. However, the big trial may not necessarily erase the two powerhouses Yamamoto and Kaguya. On the other side, Kixon watched Kaguya's swelling truth-seeking ball's eyes move slightly. That kind of breath, why is it so like the void engine that Hexi gave her a trial? However, Qi Xin doesn't do much research on this aspect at present, just watched with a slightly frowned brow. Advertisement. As for Angel Lingxi, she had already been shocked by the powerful strength of these two people. Although angels can fly out of the surface, it can even cross distant river systems. These are the strengths of angel civilization, and they are the foundations of the few king-level civilizations that are rare in the universe. But the angel civilization is strong, the sacred Gai Sha is strong, and the heavenly king Hexi is also strong. But this does not mean that she, an ordinary guard angel, is still strong. Her strength, without the authority of Queen Gai Sha, not to mention Otsutsuki Kaguya and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni, no one on the list is her opponent. Lingxi was shocked by the two people's power that destroys the world with just one person. As for winning or losing this battle, she didn't care. More, maybe I want to see where the limits of the two are. Lingxi continued to concentrate on watching the battle on the battlefield. At this time, squadron leader Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni was still smiling slightly. Feeling the strong sense of crisis behind him, the old man Yamamoto looked calm. Kenhuo Teidao, West, the dying sun prison clothes. Words fall. The truth-seeking ball suddenly approached. Can be the next moment, the flames that swallowed heaven and earth erupted. The terrifying Ryotsu of the old Yamamoto man was completely scattered. Ryotsu continued to turn into a flame of 15 million degrees. At this moment, the flame was draped on the body and blade of Yamamoto Genyanagisai Shigekuni. His whole person is like a real scorching sun. The temperature of horror swept across. The two truth-seeking balls couldn't hold it in an instant, and they were blasted directly by the old Yamamoto man. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni stood there, red flames falling down all over his body. He stood there, and all the world around him surrendered. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the sea surface is even more overwhelming. The monstrous flames swept all over the place. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijikuni stood in the midst of those flames. Meiyu walked towards Otsutsuki Kaguya calmly. Kei Yoruichi panicked. All kinds of attacks immediately hit the old man Yamamoto. But Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni didn't even do it. He walked slowly with the sword in his hand. As for Kaguya's attacks, after approaching his surroundings, the terrifying heat instantly turned into nothingness. A flame of 15 million degrees is enough to burn everything. Kaguya's rabbit monster roared again, but she couldn't connect with the old Yamamoto. The resilience of 10 tails is so strong that it can be said to be immortal. Advertisement. But under the terrifying sun's prison clothes, 10 tails' resilience seemed a little stretched. This scene appeared on the battlefield. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni raised his sword and walked slowly towards Kaguya. And Kaguya, the strongest person in the Hokage world, was actually scared. The huge monster began to retreat quickly, trying to distance himself from Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni. But the old man Yamamoto didn't rush in his footsteps, just as he lightly followed the monster's backsteps. The distance between the two not only did not increase because of the monster's retreat. Instead, it gets shorter and shorter. The old man Yamamoto wore the sun's prison clothes and walked towards Kaguya step by step. This scene was too shocking. All the heavens and all realms were lost at this moment. Hokage world. Black Zetsu kept roaring from the bottom of his heart. But across the leaderboard, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't hear it at all. Madara, sitting on the main seat, found something strange. The amount of Kaguya chakra is endless. Sharingan and Byakugan have 9-hook jade reincarnation, and their pupil power is unmatched, like a sea. 677 is the ancestor of chakra. Kaguya is able to integrate the 7 attributes of chakra. Use the blood succession snare, which is above the blood succession boundary and blood succession elimination. And, Kaguya is 10 tails Jinchuriki. To achieve the current tailbeastization, use the exaggerated truth-seeking ball. But all of these add up, and it still makes Madara feel a little weird. This Kaguya, as a 6 paths powerhouse, has too few combat methods. Reincarnation Sharingan's round tomb hell. the heavens royal and dead bone pulse, which was trapped by the blood, killed the ashes. Since the battle between the two men, Ban has seen Kagaya use these two decent blood follow-up snares. She simply couldn't display the full strength of the blood succession snare. According to common sense, the blood succession snare can use any blood succession boundary in the ninja world. Including wood style. Including dust. But this Kagaya, he didn't even know how to use it. Does he look down on those powers, or he doesn't use them at all? The class thought about it, and his eyes were full of regret. Kagaya has a strength, and he is definitely not low in the 6 pads level. But she couldn't play 100% of her strength, and her combat experience was extremely poor. Ben looked at Kagaya and couldn't help shaking his head. This kind of power gives him the confidence to use his full strength. Not to mention that he can defeat this enchanting person, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni. But there must be a battle, not as embarrassed as Kagaya. 151 Reincarnation Sharingan, Kaguya's Suzu. Seeing Kagaya being pushed back step by Yamamoto's old man, the members of Akatsuki's organization were also a little unwilling to believe it. Gui Zhao's eyes were full of tension. It was very annoyed to see Kagaya retreating. And Hoshigaki Kisame kept yelling in his heart, "Go. F***K him. Why don't tailed beast bomb blast out away? Well, I can't show this way. Even if you lose in the end, you will have the backbone to lose." Kisame yelled inwardly, but he didn't know that Kagaya was really just a simple girl. She doesn't have much combat experience, although as the ancestor of chakra, she is very strong. But she couldn't exert her full strength. Seeing Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, who looked like an evil spirit now, Kagaya felt a little scared in his heart. Itachi, who also watched this scene, thought with his eyes. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at the 9 Goblin Jade Sharingan in the center of Kaguya's forehead. Chi's eyes were a little puzzled. As usual, the ability of Samsara Sharingan should be more than that. Ordinary Sharingan can still perform illusions, and each eye has its own unique ability. Those with the blood of the Uchiha clan can even activate Susanoo. Although ordinary Susanoo may not play much role in the current battle. But Itachi felt that since Kagaya was the ancestor of chakra, the source of all power in the ninja world. And she also has such powerful eyes as Samsara Sharingan. Her Susanoo should be powerful and extraordinary. And Samsara Sharingan's illusion must also be very powerful. But I don't know why Kagaya is not used. The prince, who is also a member of the Uchiha clan, thought so in his heart. As usual, he has only one Mangekyo Sharingan and can use Susanoo. Although Kagaya has only one moon eye, there is no reason why it can't be used, right? Punch the world. Ever since Yamamoto's old man was resolved, Janos has been shocked and speechless. It was only now that he was slightly relieved. Genos looked at Saitama beside him and said, "Teacher, these two are so strong. Even if it's you, they might not be opponents, right?" Genos said naively. Although his teacher, Saitama, the upper limit seems to be endless. Advertisement, but so far, they haven't encountered any weird people who are too strong. At least I have never encountered such a terrifying powerhouse as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, Genos naturally had the idea that his teacher, Saitama, could not beat the two of them. Saitama nodded faintly under Genos's inquiring gaze. Wiping his bald head, Saitama said, "It should be, these two are too strong." But despite saying so, Saitama didn't care too much in his heart. In fact, he also wanted to meet a guy who could block his serious punch. That way, he can also show off his strength. Jianuo-C nodded. Sure enough, with the strength of these two, isn't a teacher an opponent? Jianuo-C thought, said again, "Teacher, but that the two should be about the winner. That old man Yamamoto horrible, Kagaya to be unstoppable." Kagaya was forced to look at the back of Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy national stature, Jianuo-C sighed. Kaguya's strength, although strong, but who can expect, she will encounter this evildoer at old Yamamoto. Sun's core, 15 million degrees off, that is what the concept. Just when Jianuo-C reverie, battlefield was forced back again and again of Kagaya suddenly stopped pace. Looked like a small sun, slowly I want to own approaching fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Kagaya heart somewhat stuck. Since eating the fruit of the tree of God, she ever by Guo Zedang humiliation. Looked at Yamamoto, Kagaya heart an intense sense of humiliation emergence of heart. Ah! Kagaya once again stood in a snarl. The in vivo chakra sudden volatility. Months of the forehead as Nudang eye open. Eye pupil is omnipotent month of release out. Surface, a surge of pure white chakra emerge out. Kaguya's whole body suddenly appeared a pale-colored skull skeleton. At first, perhaps because not familiar with this force. That power and influence of the skeleton and skull not too strong. But then, Kagaya became familiar with this force. Huge pale skeleton is also rapidly expanding. Instant, a few hundred meters, with hands and feet pale giant skeleton that appears. On pale flame burning, Kagaya will firmly protect therein. Advertisement eye pupil forces of terror for months broke out again. That skull skeleton's body started to gather out of context and flesh. Power and influence once again raised part of it. This scene seen many strong community forbearance are looking pale. Among them, the most shocking Uchiha Madara. Kagaya is now the second form of Susanoo. Susanoo already have nearly a full body of his momentum. Turn is looking pale, filled with disbelief. This Kaguya's Susanoo, only the second form on beyond his Susanoo full use out of the many. That imperial power and influence is not a robbery. As Obito heart even more shocked, watching Kaguya, some of his hid god. In addition Kamui's space and a ratio of the royal days, than the goods have thrown outside. Now, he would not have to be a bird Mangekyo. Otsutsuki Kaguya, for them, it really is a group of ordinary ninja round rolling. In front of her, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, even cage level, ultra cage level are not worth mentioning. This may shock people pale Susanoo but this does not end. In the eye pupil force endless month's blessing, the third form of Susanoo in cohesion. It is only bones in context of the giant body began to put on armor. Uchiha Madara directly arose from his seat over Kaguya directly across the fourth stage, the combination of direct full-body Susanoo. This Otsutsuki Kaguya, when even the ear, to set up a nine-tailed Susanoo, that power and influence are not so strong. And, Wang Jiao Jiao, at the moment, people more shocking scene occurred. He looked white Susanoo strong momentum, Uchiha Madara heart completely shocked. Kaguya in front of Susanoo, at least more than his course setting out full strength more than 10 times. Ninja world. Shocked. Heaven's one strong community in this scene has a lot more than the mere mention. A snow-white armor, revealing the pure, powerful flavor. This is a full-body Susanoo. Already has 100 meters high Susanoo again long high length, his legs began to form, gradually covered with white armor. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The eyes of many people shocked. The power and influence of terror swept through the quartet, it is shocking that the pressure has been rising. Slightly distribute white light was very sacred, so Hokage world of a group of ordinary people worship. Today's full-body Susa said, rolling his full-body Susa absolutely not an exaggeration. Chapter 152, auto-generated chapter title. 152. 10 Tails, Kaguya teaches you how to use Suzuo. Seeing the snow-white Susa enveloping Kaguya's body, the entire ninja world was full of shock. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage has just suppressed Killer Bee and Wooden Golem who are running away. Taking a sigh of relief, he saw Kaguya's Susanoo at this time. For a moment, that powerful power directly caused Fourth Raikage's eyes to burst out. How could there be such a thing? Even Sasuke of Uchiha Madara is not so strong, right? This is horrible, I murmured, with unparalleled caution in his eyes. Sharingan of Konoha Uchiha clan is really powerful. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has long been resolved internally because of the fear of Konoha's senior management. Otherwise, they will remain the key targets of their major countries. It's just that Fourth Raikage is a little regretful now. How come he was only interested in Byakugan back then? He tried his best to abduct the Hyuga clan eldest lady, just for a pair of Byakugan with weak ability. It's not worth it, Fourth Raikage shook his head. Back then, why didn't he directly engage in a pair of Sharingan? Maybe it will eventually evolve to the point of Kaguya? Rock Shinobi Village, 677 Onoki and Fourth Raikage are almost the same idea. His heart is full of jealousy about Sharingan. At the same time, there is a strong desire for Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, there are only a few Sharingan that he can get. It can be said, while resolving the things of fear, it also made him lose the things he loved. The country of Wind Sanagakure, Fourth Cascade Luo Sha shook his head. His eyes were full of fear of Sharingan and fear of Kaguya. Looking at the mighty Susanoo in the battlefield, he now wonders how to fight Sanagakure against this thing. Not to mention Kaguya's Sasuke, and the single-class Sasuke, they can't stop them. Funging Luosha's heart was full of sorrow, how should the ninja wind country be good from now on? Sound Shinobi Village, looking at Kaguya's sacred and powerful perfect body Sasuke. Orochimaru's eyes were full of greed, this Kaguya's body must be a very good container. Advertisement Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Danzo looked at his bandaged arm. If he absorbs all these pupil powers, AJFD, into Shisui's eye, can he also possess such powerful powers? By then, Senju Hashirama will not be an opponent, right? Then his Hokage dream can really be realized. Everyone in the ninja world thought so, but the changes in Kaguya in the battlefield were still endless. The snow-white sacred giant burned with pale flames all over his body. Kaguya stood in it like this, looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who was dressed in the prison clothes of the dying sun, revealing the aura of destruction. Although she used Susanoo, her power was 10 times stronger than Madara's full strength. But this is already very powerful compared to ordinary people. This force is bound to push the ninja world horizontally as well. But compared with the terrifying old guy in front of him, it was too far away. Kaguya's eyes were full of solemnity. A pair of Byakugan is very beautiful, and the faint sadness between the eyebrows highlights her beauty. Kaguya deeply felt that it was impossible for him to be like this. So, the eye of the moon on the top of the head was once again, and the endless pupil power was output again. Susanoo, who had already possessed extremely terrifying power, was once again full of energy. Susanoo's back suddenly appeared. A pair of white wings stretched out, and the sacred and pure aura swept all around. Among them is mixed with the power of terror. The real Susanoo, the final form of Susanoo appeared in front of everyone. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan stared wide, and stood up directly from the seat. His eyes are full of incredible, how can this be? What the hell is this form? Seeing the form that even he had never seen before, Ban's heart was full of shock. The eyes of the members of the Public Awareness Organization were also full of consternation. Itachi and Brother Prince were even more stunned. What is this kind of Susanoo? Madara's complete body Susanoo is shocking enough. Kagaya can be used, and everyone can accept it, can be in the battlefield. What is the giant with white wings spread out, more than 100 meters tall, and with a holy and powerful aura swept across it? This is the late stage of Hokage. If that time comes, everyone will definitely recognize it. Kaguya's Susanoo's form at the moment, named, the real Susanoo. Or, the ultimate Susanoo, but this is not over yet. Advertisement Kagaya on the battlefield still does not have the confidence to defeat the old man in front of him. She had to release her strength again. Moment, 10 tails chakra gushes out. Standing in the white sequel, Kagaya can be in the body. It instantly turned into that rabbit-like monster again. But even in this way, Kaguya's appearance is still not hideous, even a little cute. At this moment, the flustered Kagaya only knew how to explode his own power. As long as there is one more force, she will never keep it. 10 tails, which looked like a rabbit, emerged from Susanoo's body. And Susanoo, who was originally a holy giant, also began to deform. A layer of white armor was draped on 10 tails, which looked like a rabbit. This moment, Kagaya, who burst into full strength, finally felt a sense of security. She looked at the old man walking slowly in front of her, and for the first time in her heart she had the illusion that she could fight one. See this scene. The entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Madara's pair of Rinnegan doesn't know how big it is anymore. His eyes were full of incredible. At this moment, there seemed to be only one thought left in his mind. The ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, teaches you how to use Susao. Inside Konoha village, Senju Hashirama also recalled the battle with Madara that year. Then, the two fight in a region near the sea on the edge of the country of fire. Madara controls 9 tails and is frantically suppressed by his wood style. After that, Ban looked at the situation in a bad mood. He actually put a layer of beard coat on 9 tails directly. This is Wei Zhuang Susanoo. Senju Hashirama still remembers Madara's powerful strength at the time. If it wasn't for his sage body to be too heaven-defying, he might have lost that battle. At the moment, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, Senju Hashirama has no idea how strong this move is. The 9 tails of the classes Suzuo Tao, the power is almost as good as his victory. What about Otsutsuki Kagaya at the 6 pads level? The ultimate Susanoo who is dozens of times stronger than the class. The ultimate 10 tails that is dozens of times stronger than 9 tails. The combination of the two is completely unimaginable. Senju Hashirama's expression was shocked, and he stared at the battlefield, not wanting to miss a picture. And seeing this form of Kagaya, the heavens and worlds are also like a frying pan. Chapter 153. Auto-generated chapter title, 153. Can Huo Tai Dao, South, Huo 10 trillion dead burial array. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do looked at Kagaya at the moment, her innocent big eyes blinking. Boss, Sister Broken Star. Look at it, Sister Kagaya is really cute at the moment. Looking at this moment, 10 tails, in the form of a rabbit, is dressed in white Susanoo. There are 2 white wings behind the rabbit, without Kaguya's hideousness in the normal 10 tails form. At this time, 10 tails, more like an angel rabbit with wings, captured thousands of girls. Hearing Sha Do's words, Oni-san, Broken Star nodded. Yes, this Kagaya looks like this, it is indeed much cuter than the simple monster form before. Shanda and the others couldn't help but nod their heads. Furthermore, in this unprecedented state, the powerful aura revealed is much more than before. Perhaps, she should have a chance to fight against Yamamoto Old Man. As Shanda Nana said, the balance of victory in his heart also tilted slightly towards Kagaya. Bai Yuekui has always been cold and arrogant and did not join the discussion. But looking at the battlefield as well, her eyes also showed some appreciation for Kagaya. This Kagaya always gives her a pure girlish feeling. As usual, to be a top powerhouse in the world, it is impossible to retain this character. Like Aizen, like Yamamoto, like Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, etc. Although some of them are not insidious nor cunning. But this group of people's dispositions are extremely firm, and they have unwavering identification with what they insist on. But this Otsutsuki Kagaya is not like that group of people. On the contrary, it looked like a piece of white paper, like a simple girl. This is too rare. Bai comforted herself. Not to mention the taste of life, but it has also experienced all kinds of cruel humanity tests in the last days. She can live till now, and her strength is still so strong. Of course her character is also unique in perseverance. Looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, Bai Yuekui suddenly felt the simplicity and purity of his heart. Seeing Kaguya's powerful strength, Bai Yu was even more relieved and curious. How is she able to maintain such a pure state of mind while possessing such strength? At the same time, many people in the heavens and worlds also discovered this characteristic of Kagaya. Super God World. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana's eyes were full of interest. She is now not only interested in Kaguya's strength, but also in Kaguya's experience. Being able to possess this level of strength, and being able to maintain such a pure mind. Advertisement. How did Kagaya do it? Morgana's interest in Kagaya became intense for a while, even temporarily surpassing Changwei. City of Angels. Angel Lingxi said strangely. Sister Yan, Sister Lang, I see this Kagaya, why is she so immature in nature? But she can have this level of strength, how can the two together be so weird? Lingxi said, eyes blinking, very puzzled, hear her. A group of angels in the hall meditated at the same time. Lang took the lead and said, regardless of her mood, those may be her disguise, wanting to win the sympathy of the old man Yamamoto. She might think that as long as this is the case, the old Yamamoto might be merciful and she will have a chance. As everyone knows, a strong man like Yamamoto will never be merciful because of anything. Lang Aoran said, disdainful of Kaguya's pretense. Yan coughed gently. Cold, I look at this Kagaya, it doesn't seem to be a play. Minshin, Lingxi and others turned their heads at the same time, looking at Yan expectantly, waiting for her answer. Even Gai Sha and Hexi looked over. There was a smile in their eyes, and they both looked forward to Yan's answer. Judge what a person is thinking at the moment, and judge a person's true character. This is the ability that every king needs to possess. Under the gaze of everyone, Yan spoke softly. Throughout this battle, Otsutsuki Kaguya's strength is strong, but it always gives me a weird feeling. That is, her style of play is very single. After Yamamoto Motonagi Sai Shigekuni used to solve the problem, Kagaya knew that she was lost, she hadn't changed her move yet. Also, she was scared back by Yamamoto's dying sun jersey. We all know that the battle of the leaderboard is not about real life and death, even if you die in it, you will be resurrected intact. But this Kagaya, a world's top powerhouse, is actually afraid? Several battles on the battle list, one battle on the power list. The lowest marine soldier and Konoha shinobi are not afraid of life and death. How can a dignified and peerless strong man be afraid of death? Furthermore, it can be resurrected later. 0, look for flowers. All these, coupled with Kaguya's unsmooth usability, I concluded. This, Otsutsuki Kagaya, may have been completely incompetent. It may be a coincidence that she has directly obtained the strength she is now. That gave us such a weird feeling. When everyone in the hall heard it, it instantly became clear. Advertisement Mienshin and Lingxi all agree with each other. The smiles in Gai Sha and Hexi's eyes could no longer hide. Yan's analysis is top-notch and completely tenable. Even the cold that has always been inconsistent with her is dumb, and I can't think of a rebuttal. But Lang still turned his head and spoke proudly. Humph. What's the use of saying this? This Kagaya, isn't he going to lie down under the sword of Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni in the end? Absolutely. Under the strength, nothing can withstand a single blow. Lang said the cold words cruelly. The angels in the hall also returned to reality from fantasy in an instant. Yes. No matter how pure Kagaya is, no matter how pure and innocent. But Yamamoto Genyunagi Sai Shigekuni, will he keep his hands? The answer to the truth is cruel, will not, as if to confirm the cold words. In the battlefield, old Yamamoto stared at Ten Tails Kagaya in Suzano. It shook his head slightly. Since your excellency is interested, the old man will stay with him to the end. It just so happens that the old man has never used all the moves. Try it together this time. Words fall. Yamamoto's eyes condensed. Can Huo Tai Dao, Nan, Huo 10 trillion death burial array. The voice fell off. The old man Yamamoto's whole body of the sunken sun jersey suddenly took away, and all returned to the knife. He didn't want to end this battle directly. Instead, I want to see the true limit of Kagaya in front of me. Ryujin Jaka was thrust directly into the ground by Yamamoto old man. At first, no special changes occurred in the battlefield. Can be the next moment, countless howling skeletons emerged from the ground. Kaguya's complexion in Ten Tails' state changed drastically with that horrible aura of killing and killing. Her heart began to tremble and the whole person was terrified. But she can only bite the bullet. Countless skeletons rushed towards Kagaya. Like the abyss and the sea, as if endless. What? Chapter 154, auto-generated chapter title. 154. The dead soul who died under the sword of Yamamoto Genryuze shocked the world. Seeing the endless army of skeletons rushing towards him, Kaguya's heart trembled completely. This trick will summon all the dead souls who have died under this knife. They will launch endless attacks on you, sir, take it. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni said lightly, with a smile on his face. I don't know, I thought this was the friendly grandpa next door. Shinigami World. The captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, both stared. Just kidding. There are so many dead souls under the knife of the captain. Looking at the overwhelming, like an endless army of black skeletons, Broken Bee's heart was completely shocked. She really couldn't imagine the amiable and rigid captain on weekdays have killed so many people. The dead souls who died under the knife in his hand are actually countless. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes are also a little weird. 677, he murmured just a moment later. Is this the captain? The real captain? Jashiro Yukitaki's eyes were full of shock. No matter what he wants to break his head, he can't think of it, the guardian of Soul Society, the captain of Gode 13. There are so many people who died under his hands. Is this a good person who protects one party or evil spirit who slaughters all living beings? Jashiro Yukitaki's mind was severely shocked. It was no less shocking than seeing Aizen's rebellion. Komamura Sajin's eyes widened. Captain the face of the pupil was even more shocked. I can't understand why the captain of Soul Society killed so many people. The black skeletons that look like ocean currents can't be described as corpses all over the field. Kyoraku Shunsui's face under the brim of his hat was also shocked. Master. He muttered in his heart, and his eyes were full of incredible. Byakuya Kuchiki barely remained calm, but under his indifferent face, there was a deep shock of unconcealment. Even Zaraki Kenpachi, the lunatic among the captains, fell silent as he watched this scene. And the only one who can keep calm is Yuno Hanaretsu, who is the same age as the captain. Sister Wa looked at the dead souls who died under Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigeakuni, and a trace of memory flashed in her eyes. For a long time, Sister Wa sighed, the past that I don't want to remember. With a sigh, Sister Hua's heart was filled with complicated meanings. Except for them, the people who originally founded Gode 13 with the captain. Advertisement. No one else knows how many people they killed that year. Finally, Soul Society stabilized. That's the real corpse everywhere. In the Suya Palace, see the scene in the battlefield. Aizen on the throne has a solemn face. Gradually, his expression turned into playfulness. Captain, are you the guardian of Soul Society or the slayer of this world? The two Shinigami captains Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Konami were even more shocked. As for Espada, they all stared wide, and their hearts were shocked. Even the bird couldn't keep calm anymore. Among them, the one who killed the most creatures should be Espada II, the former king of the virtual circle Baragan. However, the creatures killed by Baragan are like fireflies and bright moons in comparison with Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni. The shock in everyone's heart lasted for a long time. Spirit Cage World. Looking at the army of black skeletons rushing towards Kagaya. Little lowly Sha-Do couldn't hold back a single one, and vomited directly. That kind old man Yamamoto killed so many people. Is he a guardian or a murderer? As Sha-Do said, a chill spread directly from the soles of her feet to Tinling Gai. The side of the broken star body is also very comfortable. This skeleton army, too shocked. Fire, 10 trillion awe. Although far from 10 trillion, but thousands, can absolutely have. Even Alexander Swallowed, Dry Throat was on fire in general. Bai Yuekui eyes mixed with dismay, dignified looking into the battlefield. Super God World. Seeing this, Mo Megain full on Demon Queen number is silent. I turned around, she looked to the side of the Alto. I remember, you are the highest, it is a massacre over town, right? Alto nodded. The Queen, yeah, but, from time to time I still have doubts about their strength. Mo Megain refers to a battlefield in fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Learn to others. You do not need him to that point. You kill a can on their own strength confident. Alto nodded, his face pensive. Yes, my queen. City of Angels, at the moment a public guardian angels. Even the most experienced combat, mind's staunchest angel cold or some slight discomfort zero. Advertisement. This huge main hall. Guy also sacred space base Lufthansa and Wang Hexi too can keep calm. But the two are also into silence. Yamamoto old man saw spirits of the dead men. They remembered the two angel civilizations, so many years of development, two of them died under the sword of the spirits of the dead. Yamamoto old men can be so much more than awe. Guy Lufthansa eyes full of sacred memories, into a long silence. Punch the world. See the countless spirits of the dead. Whether a hero, also, or Frankenstein, at this moment everyone is silent. They looked at the old man, that Yamamoto calm face, the heart really want to know such a person, exactly how to kill so many lives. Marvel Universe. Thanos slightly clenched unlimited glove on his left hand. His eyes flashed complex as also intended to nostalgia. Battle of the universe for so many years, he killed creatures, and it also almost the same. Although direct death at the hands of his and not that much, but indirect died in his hands. But much more than this, tutoring the world. Prin looked at the countless spirits of the dead as to the interest. Face with a smile, a hand into the mouth cotton candy. Prin's face flashed thinking. So many years. His destruction of the parallel world, how many of? He has long, remember. He died at the hands of the spirits, could more than this Yamamoto old man, right? In the battlefield. Numerous charred skeletons legion endlessly to 5.3 with Kagaya attack away. Kaguya's Susa sets of 10 tails also really tough, playing a skeleton core casualties. These things can kill, or not. Her truth-seeking ball, although it cannot allow regeneration, but that the number of overwhelming, and still keeping a tight Kagaya heart. More and more skeleton army rushed up to her, 10 tails-tailed beast bomb outbreak. Truth-seeking ball guarding Kagaya whole body. Susano Tough Douchi is the skeleton army into the film into Feld beheaded. But these things, endless. Both wars lasted for a long time. Kaguya's chakra called endless, to insist on a dozens of days is not a problem. But her heart, desperate. Kagaya, this simple girl, collapsed. Yamamoto Lu Yuanjai heavy attacked the country. Completely let her despair. Chapter 155, auto-generated chapter title. 155. Infinite Tsukuyomi, truth-seeking ball, in the battlefield. Kagaya looked at the endless army of skeletons in front of her, and her body stopped moving. Although her Susano's defensive power is super strong, these skeleton legions cannot be defeated at all. But there are too many dead souls who have died under Yamamoto's old man. The death aura in it has been hitting Kaguya's mind. Although she is a strong one, she is still a top strong one at the 6 pads level. However, she is still just that simple girl after all. She couldn't bear this kind of terrifying mental attack. Watching the huge white rabbit standing motionless there, allowing the black skeleton to climb onto his body. This scene made the eyes of all heavens and all realms shocked. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shado's eyes were full of unbearable. Looking at Kagaya, who was surrounded and covered by the Skeleton Legion, little lowly said angrily. Humph. That old man Yamamoto is really a bad old man. It is really immoral to do such a thing to a beautiful girl like Kagaya. Shado's face was full of anger, watching Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni angrily. Sister Broken Star, don't you think so? This old man Yamamoto won't take pity on you. Little lowly was smashing the O9 photo gang, apparently being very angry. Hearing her words, Broken Star's eyes were also a little unbearable. However, she was silent and shook her head. Shanda shook his head and sighed aside. This is a war between the world and the world. There is no right or wrong. However, this old Yamamoto man really doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade. At least you should treat a woman like Kagaya with some mercy. Shanda said, somewhat sorry for Kagaya. If this one didn't run into Yamamoto's old man, Kagaya would definitely win. Don't live in fantasy. This is a war between two worlds. Some are cold and cruel. There is no little love. Any conspiracy and trickery can be used here. Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni is already benevolent. At this time, Bai Yuekui's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Broken Star and others all changed their expressions slightly. Little lowly Shado opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. She also survived hard from the last days. She understands the cruelty of this last days better than anyone. The rankings will only be more cruel than this. Just now, she was just a bit aggrieved. Advertisement now, she couldn't say anything to refute Bai Yushi. Shado's eyes were a little red, and finally said stubbornly. Just feel sorry for Sister Kagaya. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. Bai Yuekui was silent and didn't hit her again. Pirate World. On the island of Hydra, Empress Boa Hancock's face was full of anger. Looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, her anger was overflowing. This old man of damn it actually did such a thing to Kagaya. It's really unforgivable. Thinking of Kaguya's beautiful face, even her empress was slightly moved. While maintaining absolute confidence in herself, Kagaya is also the only person she can see. Hancock even thinks that Hokage World and One Pirate World are the top rankings. In the end it will be both of them. Like the sympathy between Izumio and Izumi, she also has an inexplicable emotion towards Kagaya. Yesterday, the mother-in-law slowly spoke from the side. Hancock, you are too naive. This world is where the weak eats the strong, and the winner is king. But before she finished speaking, Empress Hancock took her with one hand and threw it out. Hokage World. Seeing Kagaya losing his mind under the siege of those skeletons, Black Zetsu felt even more desperate. Mom. You have to cheer up. My boy wants to see you. Since being created by you, my boy has never seen you. You cheer up, you must win. But no matter how Black Zetsu shouted from the bottom of his heart, Kagaya still did not move on the battlefield. What was revealed in that pair of Byakugan was desperation, and the moon eye above his head was a little wilting. Madara in the seat sneered. The powerful strength has given such a waste. It's really ironic. Lord Madara's eyes were cold, and she spoke blankly. Behind him, Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed. For a moment, his eyes seemed to swallow the ball alive. But he restrained it. He also needs to hide his identity. If Kagaya can't rely on the leaderboard to resurrect, he still needs to find a chance to resurrect Kagaya. He must see his mother again. Konoha Village. Naruto has already resuppressed 9 tails with the help of Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. He looked at Kagaya on the battlefield, his eyes flushed. Sister Kagaya is going to lose. I really don't want her to lose. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato and others have complicated eyes. They wanted to see Kagaya win, but they didn't want Kagaya to win. I want her to win because this is the representative of their world. Win one more game and the Hokage world will have a much better chance of qualifying for the next game. However, they were very afraid that Kagaya would win. After all, her combat power was too strong, and now everyone in the shinobi world could stop it. If Kaguya's heart is evil, then Ninja is in danger. But now, after everyone saw Kaguya's nature, they all understood. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, is just an ordinary simple girl. Such a person, even if they have strong strength, would never do anything to the ninja world, right? Kagaya has the kindness engraved in his bones. As long as no one uses or pushes her, she shouldn't do anything to ninja world. So, Senju Hashirama and others now want Kagaya to win these 677 games. However, the old Yamamoto man is too strong. It makes Senju Hashirama feel that he has no fighting power in his heart. With Konoha's combat power, Guy was shocked. Kaguya's strength has completely surpassed his state after opening the 8th gate. And that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni has been suppressing Kagaya since the war. The moon's eyes on his forehead didn't seem abrupt, but it made Kaguya's appearance to a higher level. Staring at the figure of Haki with a broken left arm and wearing a death tyrant. Standing in the white Suzuo, looking at the surrounding skeleton army. But gradually, she seemed to have made up her mind. Gray hair, Byakugan. The moon eye on Kaguya's forehead shrank suddenly. As if she was no longer the powerful chakra ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the eyes of everyone, Kaguya's eyes were full of panic. At first, her eyes were very flustered. Zhu Tianwen saw the smaller and poor Kaguya at the moment, and he was a bit obsessed for a while. This kind of character is really too strong. Kaguya's panicked eyes looked at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the last of the many skeletons. The surrounding black skeletons still swept towards her like an ocean. Kaguya in the battlefield gradually gave up resistance completely. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The endless eyes of the moon burst out and swept toward the old man Yamamoto. The 10 tails mode gradually dissipated, and Kaguya returned to the girl's appearance. Chapter 156. A sword that despaired the world this moment. The entire battlefield was silent. All the black skeletons stayed in place, unable to take a step forward. And Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni's eyes became dumbfounded. Looking at the stupefied figure of the old man Yamamoto, the heavens and the realms were a little different. In the Shinigami world, the captains of Gode 13 were surprised. Jashiro Yukitaki and Kiraku Shunsui looked at each other. Both of them are a little bit unclear in their eyes. As a protege of Yamamoto's old man, they knew that the old man Yamamoto would never make jokes in battle. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, who was motionless and like a god, the two of them couldn't think of what happened. Elementary school student Hitsugaya Dashiro took a step forward. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Captain, what's the matter?" When all the captains heard what he said, they didn't understand what happened. Even Sister Wa can't see what happened to the old man Yamamoto at this moment. Only Kuretsuchi Mayuri is a research madman. The sharp nerve reflex made him notice a slight difference. The strangeness of the captain may be that Kaguya did something. Hearing that, everyone said that they turned their heads in different places and looked at Kaguya among the men of white beards. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and his eyes were full of differences. "Captain Yamamoto, what's the matter? Why does he seem to be stunned?" Inoue Orihime and others were also very puzzled and couldn't see any way at all. The resident of the Masked Legion. Seeing Yamamoto's strangeness, Hiriko Shinji's eyes narrowed. Seeing this scene, he always had a familiar feeling. Urahara Kazuki's gaze also moved. He looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni in a daze, and suddenly thought of the man. A gentle and kind man with glasses. Former Soul Society Gode 13, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. The current king of Hueco Mundo, in the Suya Palace. The complexion of all Espada changed. Ichimaru Jin's smile was even more shocking. His heart was full of shock. Aizen on the throne raised the corner of his mouth and smiled on his face. "Long illusion? It's really interesting, it's really interesting. What is the illusion that can make the captain fall into it?" Aizen looked at Kaguya, and the interest in his eyes suddenly increased. Advertisement for the first time, he discovered that besides him, there was someone else who could make a figure of the captain level into an illusion. What is the ability? Aizen's interest in the world of Kaguya and Hokage became intense. In the battle between Marine and Konoha, Konoha also used illusion. But those illusions are too inferior to Aizen. It's a child's toy. So he didn't care at all. But now, looking at Kaguya's illusion technique used by Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni, Aizen is interested. As the owner of Kyoka Suigetsu, he knows exactly how difficult it is for Captain Yamamoto to fall into illusion. The title of the strongest Shinigami in the Millennium is not imaginary. Team Captain Yamamoto's Ryotsu is terrifying, even though his Aizen is a little worse than one. And this also caused him to consume astronomical amounts of Ryotsu when he used Kyoka Suigetsu to control the consciousness of the captain. Otherwise, he would not be able to get Yamamoto into Kyoka Suigetsu. And now, in addition to him, someone else succeeded in making the old man Yamamoto fall into illusion. Aizen's eyes were full of interest, and for the first time he looked seriously into the battlefield. Just when the heavens and all realms didn't know what happened. The picture in the battlefield turns. The surrounding world has changed, completely changing into another look. Aizen's eyes moved slightly while watching this scene. The previous kind of heavenly imperial middle? Still using this ineffective ability? Wrong. Aizen's eyes narrowed. He has seen Kaguya's heavenly lord, and it is by no means so weird. Now this scene between heaven and earth is full of weirdness and weirdness. In the bloody sky, there is a bloody moon far away. On it, 9 go jade gleamed, shining on this pitch black earth. Raised his brows. He saw that the pattern on the moon was the eye on Kaguya's forehead. Aizen was a little different and continued to look into it. Then, the scene that appeared shocked Aizen. The left arm was missing, and the remaining right arm was holding Zanpakuto, and the old man Yamamoto was standing on the dark ground. But this is not what surprised Aizen, it shocked him. It was the countless wounds on the old man Yamamoto's body. It was the blood-stained death tyrant of Captain Yamamoto. At this moment, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni stood on the dark ground, with countless wounds all over his body. He stood there, panting slightly in his mouth, as if he was suffering some great pain. But even so, the old man Yamamoto's expression remained the same. Resolute eyes looked at the bloody moon in the distant sky. Advertisement: the old man Yamamoto's right arm holding the knife was steady, without shaking at all. Looking at this scene, Aizen's interest was really aroused. And the Hokage world, the shinobi who saw this scene shook instantly. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, full of solemnity, that is. Infinite Tsukuyomi, in the battlefield. The wound on Yamamoto's body is still getting worse, and the blood keeps splashing. But in this way, his eyes remained unblinking. staring at the bloody moon. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni spoke lightly. Your Excellency, you can't trap the old man with this trick. Illusions can't shake the spirit of the old man. This is the basis of God's name Shinigami. The captains of Gode 13 suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Captain Yamamoto was going to die. But at this time, everyone understood what he said. But it was just a mere illusion. How could it shake the spirit of Captain Yamamoto? Kagaya used this trick to confront Captain Yamamoto. It is ridiculous. However, there was no response from Kagaya in the battlefield. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned. The scarlet moon in the sky suddenly trembled. Wang Jiao Jiao. The next moment, I can only see the heavens and all realms. Countless layers of battlefield influence appeared in their eyes. And Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni standing on the dark ground. The heavy aura on his body was instantly divided. Countless small spaces are formed. Kagaya, surprisingly, only moved Yamamoto's old hair, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The original Infinite Tsukuyomi, the role is the whole world. It is a large-scale illusion technique that can attract everyone in the world of ninja. But Kagaya, at this moment, is only used by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. This has increased the power of this trick countless times. Yamamoto's consciousness is divided into countless parts, and each is thrown into an illusion space. The heavens and all realms shook more than an instant. The power of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni lies in his seemingly endless Ryotsu and power. But at the moment, he was divided into countless parts. How much is his strength? Isn't it weaker than an ordinary person? Chapter 157, Auto-generated chapter title. 157, it's too much, but it's too much, in countless illusion spaces. The scarlet moon in the sky gradually pulled in. The moon is getting closer and closer. At the same time, the blood-colored moon was gradually clinging to the pitch black. The two merged with each other, revealing extremely terrifying power. The terrifying annihilation aura crushed everything, and blasted toward Yamamoto Genryusai Heavy Country. At this moment, the entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Super God World. Angel Yan's pupils quaked, and his tone was shocked. This Otsutsuki Kagaya, this trick is too strong. She was able to pull Yamamoto Genryunagisai Shigekuni into the illusion space, and then divide it into countless pieces. In this way, how could this old Yamamoto man be able to stop him? Yan's tone was shocking, and he was completely shocked by Kagaya. Hokage World. Lord Madara stood up again from his seat. His purple-lined Rinnegan is full of incredible. How can this be? Infinite Tsukuyomi, it can still be used like this. Madara's heart is full of shock, and she can't imagine how strong Kaguya's move is. Behind him, Black Zetsu was even more excited. His figure was almost trembling. Mother, Mom, you will definitely. Black Zetsu's pupils tightened, staring at the countless battlefields. By the way, Mom's move is too shocking. Infinite Tsukuyomi, it can still be used like this. In the same Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi's heart was also shocked. 677 One of his abilities is to release Tsukuyomi. And this trick has been tried repeatedly, and even many strong people of the same level can't stop him from Tsukuyomi. It can be seen how powerful Tsukuyomi's illusion is. Now, Otsutsuki Kagaya uses Reincarnation Sharingan to release Infinite Tsukuyomi on Yamamoto's old man. This power has risen too many times, something Itachi can't even imagine. He really can't guess how strong this trick is now. It was shocking. Many strong players on the rankings also looked at this scene in the battlefield with shocking eyes. That Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, is he going to lose? This is the thought of all of them at this moment. Without it, Otsutsuki Kaguya's move is too powerful. If all the strength of the old Yamamoto were still there, they would think it might be a battle. But his power is now divided into countless parts. How to fight this? Learn Danzo. Is there no need to cut Suzuo? That kind of brain-disabled behavior is what he did. Advertisement. The eyes of the captains of Soul Society were both worried and shocked. The captain, who is invincible in their eyes, is really going to lose. The second division captain, Broken B, fell to the ground, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. He shook his head blankly. Impossible, impossible. The invincible captain, how could you lose? I can look at the scenes in the countless Tsukuyomi space. Broken B can no longer believe it, and does not think that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigeoku has the slightest chance of winning. Although the terrifying truth-seeking ball has not fallen yet, she can already predict the result. It may fall on the day of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's defeat. Nearly everyone in the Shinigami world is unacceptable. But the invincible captain in their eyes is indeed like a tiny ant at this moment. The aura on his body was weak to ultimate, as if he was weaker than ordinary people. Under the public eye, the strongest Shinigami of this millennium, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni spoke. His eyes were calm, and his face was even more indifferent. The faint words sounded in the ears of the heavens and the world. Your Excellency, illusion will always be illusion. Since you made the final blow, the old man took it. Haven't waited for the world to begin to change. Zanpakuto in the right hand of Yamamoto Genryunagisai Shigekuni slowly raised it. From left to right, that Zanpakuto faintly waved. At this moment, the terrifying truth-seeking ball is weak to ultimate. The roar of heaven and earth disappeared, everything seems to be still. In front of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni, the world is sad. This scene appeared, and the world was shocked again. What is that? How is that possible? What the hell is this? Pirate world. In Yuanshi's office, Kizaru shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. No way. No way. That old man, there won't be any more terrifying moves. Don't mention how shocked Kizaru's inner AJFD is. The old Yamamoto showed his shocking strength as soon as he appeared on the stage. Now that he is divided into thousands of copies, he can still be so indifferent. And this one, the world is really sad. Everything seems to have really stopped. How could it be so scary? Advertisement Aokiji stared at the battlefield closely, his heart was shocked. His ability to freeze was almost taken away. It seemed that everything was about to be turned into ashes under Yamamoto's move. Sitting on the sofa, Akainu trembled faintly. The gaze under Marine's cap was full of amazement and disbelief. How could it be so strong? This is the only thought in Akainu's heart now. Garp's expression was solemn, but a smile flashed across his eyes. If Ace can have such strength, the old man won't have to worry about him anymore. Garp thought so, and the look of Ace emerged in his heart. If Ace can have such strength, Garp won't have to worry about hearing Ace's news all day long. Of course. And that guy Luffy. Sengoku's eyes were shocked, looking at the old man Yamamoto. He just thought now, if he could have the strength of Yamamoto old man. Or, the positions of old man Yamamoto and his martial marine are reversed. Is the pirate in the sea really frightened when he hears the name of marine? Also watch this scene. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk's eyes are also incredible. The Shinigami world, are they all such swordsmen? I really want to see it once. That must be the holy land of Kendo. Hawkeye thought so, with an unprecedented desire in his eyes. At the same time, except Hawkeye, all swordsmen in Pirate World. Captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Vista. The blind man in a small casino smiled. Shiki, the golden lion floating in the sky, doesn't know. The green algae head Zoro in the Fishmen Island Straw Hat Pirate Group. Redhead Shanks on Red Force. The group of people held swords at the same time, looking at it with eagerness. If you can let them feel the knife in person, even if they die, why not? Hokage in the world of undead. Konoha's white Fangfong Hitaki Shumo's eyes widened too. His expression was full of shock, one of his hearts was close to trembling. The 7 ninja swords who didn't know where they were in the ninja world couldn't hold the sword in their hands instantly. They looked at Captain Yamamoto's sword in shock, and their open mouths could not be closed for a long time. For the same sword, Orochimaru's eyes widened, and his mouth was drooling all over the floor. And just now, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni, who was indifferent on the battlefield, said softly. Calm. Indifferent. Indifferent. Confidence. Remnant Fire Teidao, North, Heaven and Earth Ashes. Chapter 158. Auto-generated chapter title, 158. Shattering thousands of illusion spaces, the heavens are shocked. At this moment, the complexions of everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms have changed. It's coming. It's not a strong momentum, it's not a monstrous flame. Not a tough Ryatsu, but just, that silences the world. A knife that made the world silent. Yamamoto Motonegisai Shigekuni put all his strengths on this knife. Some low and medium strength worlds can't even feel the existence of this sword. In their eyes, this seemed to be the ordinary old man Yamamoto swinging the knife, nothing special. Seeing this understatement, a knife without the slightest power, many people were shocked. Pirate World. The Fishmen Island. The Straw Hat Pirates are practicing here. At this time. Rest gap. Luffy looked at the knife made by the old man Yamamoto in the battlefield, with some doubts on his face. What the hell? That's all? How come there is no powerful attack or something? Luffy's eyes were filled with doubts. Zoro's hand holding the sword was also slightly loose. His spirit had been tense, looking forward to the sword of old man Yamamoto. However, when this sword was swung, it did not meet his expectations at all. This disappointed Zoro's heart. Sanji lights a cigarette. It seems that Kagaya girl is going to win. Just now, that might just be the last blow of old Yamamoto. Hearing what Sanji said, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates nodded. Usopp and Chopper, who had not dared to breathe, also breathed a sigh of relief. The two patted their chests. I thought it was the strongest blow. It turned out to be the old Yamamoto bluffing. Brook smiled. Hoo. This old Yamamoto has been erupting for so long before, no matter how strong he is, he should be finished. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, there is a lot of nervousness here. Jack's expression was relieved after seeing that the knife was swung. A heavy voice sounded. What the hell, just this strength? I think this old Yamamoto man is at the end of the battle, and Otsutsuki Kagaya is about to win. Thinking of Kaguya's terrifying recovery ability, Jack looked at his boss Kaido with some palpitations. Advertisement Kaido was silent at this moment, his eyes full of gloom. He stared closely at the old man Yamamoto swinging his knife. But until the knife was swung halfway, he didn't see the power of this move. Kaido muffledly picked up the bottle and drank. Yamamoto Genyunagisai Shigekuni, if it's just this strength, it's the end. Cake Island. Aunt Charlotte Linlin's face was full of dignity. The group of children under him was also silent, and everyone looked at the battlefield nervously, not daring to make a sound. Can be seen behind this knife. Everyone's eyes were a little disappointed. Charlotte Linlin was directly angry. She looked at the bluffing knife, her eyes flushed instantly. Picking up Napoleon, Charlotte Linlin slashed forward with a knife. Charlotte Linlin immediately swiped a huge sword energy. Boom. After destroying dozens of buildings, that sword energy dissipated invisible again. The hearts of the children who saw this scene were full of shock. The eyes of Keita Curry and others were full of horror. Compare Charlotte Linlin's trick with Yamamoto's old man. They chose their mother, Charlotte Linlin, at the same time. Aboard the Moby D*K, public rank by the captain also came after a sensational voice. Even Jors, Bista, who is all things to match, they had only one idea at the moment. Is that Kaguya's appearance on rolling fast-weight Yamamoto Yuanlu country really spent force? Finally knife, pulled aware, even Whitebeard have some doubts. But his eyes deep, did not speak, still seriously looking at the battlefield, the old man staring at Yamamoto knife. New World last Emperor of the Sea, the red-haired Shanks also. He griffined single hand on the waist, ignoring the buzz behind the crew of a congregation. Red hair frowning, according to Yamamoto old man's performance, should not be in this final blow pull bladder all. Some say it is red hard hair different. Yamamoto did not understand exactly how the old man. Hokage world. Distant stars in the universe. Otsutsuki family when they were in flew toward the distant planet. The guardian of peach-like eyes full of contempt. Looking at the battlefield, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai country this heavy knife, his heart full of disdain. Kaguya but eating fruit tree of God, though she is my family shame, but her resilience cannot easily destroyed. God give her ability immortal tree immortal, how can you easily will be killed? 0. Look for flowers, he, or so weak knife. Advertisement peach type to see Kim in the body. I think that this knife can take over your hand, right? Style peach hear the words, Kim silent nod. The last type of peach contemptuously looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country, no longer concerned about the heavens battlefield. Ninja world. Inside a Tonin village. Danzo old man looked at the knife Yamamoto, heart even raised the illusion I have on my line. He looked at Orochimaru, confident way. Orochimaru, you believe it or not, this move I am sure 100% of the block. Ah, a different aromatic Orochimaru eyes looking directly over? While looking at the battlefield in fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country to pull this trick somewhere. But, thin dead camel than Martha ah, Danzo is how confident you say those words. Orochimaru curious eyes staring at Danzo, just listen to the voice sounded confident. This level of slash, the old earth style ninjutsu can use a block. Or, to use Araki evil chi also satisfied that there is no problem. Danzo said confidently. Orochimaru nodded, did not contradict him. May his heart, but it is how I feel himself a pig teammates yet. It is time to consider the change of partners. Preferably, the other world is strong. And as if he can have his favorite research study just fine. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, but he didn't know. Vegapunk pirates of the world. Shinigami world Kuretsuchi Mayuri. This duo is also very interested in the world of other researchers. If the opportunity for the three men met, that is definitely not less than Einstein and Newton's epic met. And at this moment, in the battlefield, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country falling knife. The silence of the world without the slightest change. This funny old man to it, does he think that bluff hag knife, you can win Kaguya, which is too naive it. Yamamoto old man thought it was a masterpiece strong, but now look, it did. Yes. A little disappointed, doubts may sound not yet finished. Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country stood quietly, sword returned sheath. Next moment. Make the heavens shocking scene again. What? Chapter 159, auto-generated chapter title. 159. Shinigami, resounds through the heavens and all realms. I saw that originally exuding horror power, the extremely powerful truth-seeking ball. The black and red airflow circulates on it, revealing the aura of destruction of the world. Under this blow, it was as if to destroy an entire continent as a powerful attack. The black-red big black ball instantly turned into two halves in midair. Then, I can only see the heavens and all realms. The seemingly endless illusion space began to collapse. Shattered in an instant, everything seems to return to nothingness. It seems to have responded to the words of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Illusion, after all, is illusion. Although infinite Tsukuyomi is one of the best in illusion, it is truly an illusion that is infinitely close to reality. However, that is not true after all. Besides, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni's final blow. Solution. The cannibalism is two knife, south, heaven and earth ashes. This trick is too strong. All the heavens and all realms only see, 677. That countless illusion space shattered and collapsed. The figure of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni returned to the battlefield on the half of the mainland and half of the sea. Otsutsuki Kaguya is standing among the white Susanoo. With astonishment on his face, he remained motionless there. At this moment, Pirate World, the relaxed look on Luffy's face was stunned. The original ease disappeared completely. Luffy's eyes gradually widened, his pupils shrinking to a single point. His mouth opened involuntarily, as if he could fit a big goose egg. Yeah, the word Hedao in Zoro's mouth fell to the ground. For any swordsman, the sword is more important than their life. What's more, what Zoro had in his mouth was the saber before his senior sister Kuina passed away. Zoro loves this sword the most. It can be said that I lost him, and I can't lose this sword. But now, the word Hedao fell to the ground, but Zoro stood motionless as if he hadn't heard it. The cigarette in Sanji's hand fell to the ground, shocked in his eyes. Robin, Zoro, Brook and others were also motionless. In charge of Shock, Usopp and Chopper looked horrified. But they couldn't make any sound. Jinbei also had a solemn expression, standing still and could not make any sound. Reformer Frankie stood there, sparks shining all over his body. And New World. Advertisement Whitebeard's eyes shrank suddenly, and there was a thick unbelievable in them. The suspicious gazes of the captains behind them also stopped, and gradually turned into stunned expressions. The red-haired figure shook suddenly. Griffin in his hand trembled slightly. The discussion of the crew behind him stopped instantly. One by one, they looked at the scene of the battlefield and lost their senses. The wine bottle that Kaido was holding fell directly to the ground, with the transparent wine flowing out of it. This is going to be in the old days. Kaido must be very painful for an instant. But now, as if he hadn't heard of it, he looked at the battlefield with dumb eyes. Charlotte Linlin on Cake Island is not much better. Napoleon fell to the ground, and Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth extremely exaggerated. The four emperors, the top powerhouse in pirate world, are all like this, let alone the rest. At this moment, the whole pirate world was still for a moment. Hokage world. The Otsutsuki Peach style in space stares wide. Impossible. Impossible. Under him, Jin didn't make a single glance, but his eyes also showed deep disbelief. For a long time, the peach-like expression loosened. This sword also exhausted all the strength of the old guy? Then Kagaya must have won. With a single blow, the old guy can be completely killed. Momoshiki said so, forcibly calming herself down. Danzo in Atonin village stood up even more. With an unstable footstep, he even fell directly on the ground. But he didn't have the strength to stand up. Looking at the countless illusion spaces destroyed by the sword of Captain Yamamoto, Danzo was shocked. This is even if he has 10,000 Sharingan. Can activate Izanagi countless times, but that would be wiped out by this old Yamamoto man with a single sword, right? Danzo trembled, and his mind was full of fear, and just at this moment, changes occurred again in the battlefield. I saw Yamamoto Motonujai Shigekuni taking his sword back into its scabbard and standing there faintly. Slowly, he said lightly, "Your Excellency, the old man accepts." Words fall. As if to cater to his words, the white Susanoo man's upper body instantly fell back. Although his lower body is still standing on the ground. But the upper body has crashed into the sea. Kagaya stood on Susanoo's head and slowly closed his eyes. Including the jade on the forehead Sharingan. Advertisement. Golden light shrouded, and the ranking announcement was released. Hokagev's Pirates, the first battle, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni wins. Boom. Countless people in the heavens and worlds are boiling at the same time. Ninja World. Countless people raised their eyes during this incident, and their eyes were full of shock. Konoha Village. At the moment, the huge Hokage office building was silent up and down. Naruto's eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word, who talked a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face trembled again and again. After the ranking appeared, his 3 views have been refreshed. In the past, he thought he was already at the top of the ninja world, not to mention invincible in the 5 shadows, but he was already the strongest. But since the leaderboard appeared, at the beginning of the battle list, his 3 views of Sarutobi Hiruzen have been impacted. The strength of his Sarutobi Hiruzen is also rapidly decreasing in the heavens. Now there are tens of thousands of people who are not known. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea. Senju Hashirama's eyes were solemn. Although Kagaya did not win, there is no need to worry about the various crises that Kagaya will bring to the ninja world. But the battle between Hokage and Shinigami was lost. He should also think carefully about how to deal with the Shinigami world next. After all, Konoha still has 3 people on the list. If this is all given to PK by Shinigami, Konoha will be far behind the heavens and worlds from now on. The ranking is undoubtedly the biggest opportunity in everyone's life. One inattentiveness may miss this 100 millionth opportunity to stand up. Senju Hashirama thought in his heart, and was even more shocked by Kaguya's defeat. Susanoo, who was so much stronger than Madara, was killed by Yamamoto 5.3 old man. The shock this brought him could not be calmed for a long time. The Otsutsuki peach like in the starry sky froze in place. But no one could hear his roar. Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree, how could she be defeated? It's impossible, everyone knows it too. Yamamoto is the name of the great country. How could she lose? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The name of Shinigami. How can Kagaya lose? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, nothing more than rubbish. Momoshiki roared in the starry sky. How is this possible? Countless experts in the heavens and 10,000 realms all sneered when they saw it. Then, he said these words again in the chat group. Resounding through the heavens and all realms. At the same time. This Otsutsuki peach style, do you want to die? 5 Chapter 160. Auto-generated chapter title, 160. Winner rewards, the dark-faced old man Yamamoto. The golden light flashed. The battlefield was restored. Kagaya and Yamamoto Motonyasusai Shigekuni once again stood on this battlefield. The two looked at each other. Yamamoto also returned to the appearance of that kind old man, no longer releasing his own momentum. He smiled slightly. Your Excellency, Are you the strongest in that world? Really, very strong. Old man, I almost lost. Yamamoto smiled slightly, looked at Kagaya and said. Not in the fight. Kagaya unexpectedly showed another look. She glanced at Yamamoto with a little fear in her eyes. That pretty face was beautiful, with a slightly fearful expression. Moment. The heavens and all realms are obsessed. At this time, Yamamoto also saw the peach-like remarks in the chat group. Yamamoto looked at Kagaya with a doubt in his eyes. He has the same last name as you. Your Excellency, this is your tribe? Looking at Kagaya, Yamamoto said without a trace of anger. Kagaya also saw the peach-like speech in the chat group. Seeing that name, Kaguya's figure trembled instantly. Otsutsuki Peach Style. This is the last name she wants to see. It was also because of fear of him and the Jin family that Kagaya chose to worship the sacred tree in 09 and cultivate white zetsu secretly. Unexpectedly, these two were also in the chat group. Seeing Kagaya look a little scared, Yamamoto smiled slightly, not paying attention. Since it has nothing to do with your excellency, the old man will not show mercy when he meets him in the future. Yamamoto said lightly. This word fell in Daoshi's ears, and he was going to explode. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Peach Style. At Yamamoto Yuan Lu Jai Zhongguo, Kagaya is the shame of our clan and the weakest existence of our clan. You are also a rubbish, it's a fluke to beat her. Don't let me see you, I will kill you without hesitation. See this paragraph of Daoshi. The heavens and all realms were shocked in an instant. Shonda. At Otsutsuki Daoshi, big guy, dare to provoke Mr. Yamamoto, admire it. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Momoshiki, what is your relationship? Inferior humans are also worthy to talk to me. Looking at Daoshiki's contemptuous tone, and completely despising human speech. Advertisement in an instant, the entire world of heaven and the world had a very bad impression of it. Devil Queen Morgana. Kisses, kisses, what a arrogant kid. Have you heard of the demon theory? Are you interested in joining my demon army? Morgana became interested directly and initiated an invitation to Daoshi. Can be the next moment. Morgana's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Peach Style. At Mo Wang Mo Gan Na, Devil Queen. Close black lens bracket, what shit? Returning the devil, it's rubbish. As inferior humans, trash is not as good as that. Seeing these words, Mo Gan instantly became angry. Morgana. At Daoshi, don't let my old lady run into you. I will slaughter you mercilessly if my mother meets you. Strength open black lens bracket I don't know how much, but the tone is crazy. Seeing Morgana made me annoyed, all the angels in the city of angels all smiled. Holy Gai Sha. At Mo Gan Na, Bai Kai, eat a ghost, deserve it. Tianji Wang Hexi. Queen Gai Sha. It's been a long time since I saw Lingbing's popularity other than you become like this, it's really interesting. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Peach Style, I remember you. Gai Sha and Hexi held their mouths at the corners of their mouths, and did not hesitate to add fire to Morgana. Seeing Morgana's mark, Gai Sha felt so happy. In the chat group, Morgana has not yet waited for a response. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sprayed again. Peach Style, at Shanghai Sha, Tianji Wang Hexi. Open black lens bracket Angel. Close black lens bracket. What kind of shit? It really stained my eyes. Anyone would dare to call themselves an angel. It seems that it's the same virtue as those demons, it's really rubbish. Moment. Inside the city of angels, Holy Gai Sha and Hexi's expressions went cold. The guarding angels were also furious in an instant. Queen Gai Sha, what is he? I'm going to prepare for the big trial now, and see if I can hack it directly. Said coldly and furiously. Insult anyone, including herself. But an insult to the Holy Gai Sha? Momoshiki was already a dead person in her eyes. When the heavens and the world saw Taoshi provoking many big bosses one after another, everyone was stunned in an instant. Gradually, the name Otsutsuki Momoshiki almost became a public enemy of the chat group. It was really his stinky mouth, and the tone that seemed to stand in the sky, looking down on anyone. Advertisement these are too hateful. All the bigwigs regard him as a kill list. Once they have a chance, they go to the Hokage world. This Peach Style must die first, Shinigami world. A smile appeared on Aizen's face in the Suya Palace. It's been a long time since I saw such a crazy person. Threatening to kill the old Yamamoto man, Aizen didn't dare to stand up to the old man Yamamoto without putting out the prince. In this Otsutsuki Peach Style, after seeing the terrifying strength of the old man Yamamoto, he could still say such a big thing. In addition, they provoked the Devil Queen Morgana, the Holy Geisha, and the Heavenly King Hecking one after another. The three kings of the Super God world were provoked by him again. Those three, even Aizen, were a little confused and were very careful about them. Unexpectedly, this Otsutsuki Peach Style is like invincible in the world, and no one takes it seriously. It's really interesting. Aizen smiled at the corner of his mouth. In the chat group, I didn't know who it was at this time, and asked Aizen to come out and sanction this Otsutsuki Peach Style. Although Aizen was arrogant, he still installed a wave of force in front of the interface of Zhujianwen. 677 But Aizen's charm is recognized by the world. Although he despises everyone, he does not arouse anyone's disgust. Instead, he reaped a wave of fans fiercely, but this Otsutsuki Peach Style is a bit disgusting. Aizen smiled and spoke in the chat group. Aizen Huyusuke, at Otsutsuki Daoshi, I really want to see your strength, it must be shocking. Aizen said, as if afraid of Otsutsuki Peach style. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Aizen, what are you? You deserve to look up to my strength too. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked again. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Momoko violated the chat group rules and was silent for 10 minutes. An announcement on the leaderboard will instantly silence the chat group. Then, the old Yamamoto man on the battlefield was shrouded in golden light. The old Yamamoto in the golden light is accepting the rewards from the leaderboard. But this time, the rankings were rewarded directly in the form of announcements. Reward 1. Increase the Shikai temperature of Ryujin Jaka to 15 million degrees in the core of the sun, and increase the resolved energy of Ryujin Jaka to reach a supernova explosion. Open black lens bracket Reward 2. A chance to travel to other worlds. See these 2 rewards. The heavens and worlds are about to explode, and the golden light dissipated. The old man Yamamoto stood there with a dark complexion. 161 The strength that shocked the heavens, the supernova exploded? Seeing Yamamoto Genryu's eyes rewards, the whole world is silent. Reward 1. Increase the Shikai temperature of Ryujin Jaka to 15 million degrees in the core of the sun, and increase the energy of Ryujin Jaka to reach a supernova explosion. Damn it, everyone's mind burst directly with a bang. The heavens and worlds boiled instantly, but the old Yamamoto man on the battlefield was dark. For a long time, under the fanatical gaze of the heavens and the world, the old man Yamamoto sighed deeply. That expression, that sigh, like how dissatisfied with this reward. Everyone noticed the somewhat disgusting look in the old man Yamamoto's eyes. Suddenly, their hearts were filled with doubts. Suspicious voices immediately filled the chat group. Everyone is asking, what is going on with this old Yamamoto man? He can't even be rewarded on the leaderboard. Under countless gazes, Yamamoto Genunagisai Shigekuni shook his head slightly. With that look, he was really sighing. Friends of the heavens and all realms, the old man is showing his ugliness. Originally, the old man's Zanpakuto is too powerful. Once it is solved, it will let the water in my world evaporate a little bit. For this reason, the old man restrained himself. He must not use Bankai as a last resort. So counting, this battle with Lord Kagaya is the second time in the old man's life that he has been resolved. But, looking at the first reward of this ranking, the old man Yamamoto couldn't help but blow deeply. Seeing Yamamoto shook his head, the whole world was shocked. Originally, even if the old man can't use the solution, Shikai can still use it. But after this, Shikai can't be used anymore, this is solved. Yamamoto Nyasasai Shigekuni sighed again. Although I don't know how much energy the supernova exploded, it should be stronger than before. Everyone, do you know this? Can you explain it to the old man? When the heavens and myriad realms saw him like this, everyone was sluggish. They heard for the first time that someone was afraid to use it easily because of their terrifying power. For an instant, everyone's eyes on Yamamoto Genunagisai Shigekuni were full of complexities. This old man, on the surface it looks mild and gentle. In this bone, there is a strong Versailles breath. Tony. Captain Yamamoto is worthy of Shinigami's best in the world. This wave forced me to give full marks. Advertisement, Genos. Until I met the captain of Yamamoto, I didn't know what is really awesome. Shonda. Is there any pendant on Yamamoto's thigh? Served. Yamamoto is so awesome. The chat group enthusiastically complimented Yamamoto Genunagisai Shigekuni, and they all thought he was pretending to be coercive. But everyone in the Shinigami world who knows him well understands that he is not in Versailles at all. Rather, he really thought that way. Old Yamamoto shook his head and sighed and stood there silent. Pirate world. Kazaru's eyes protruded. This old Yamamoto man, this pretending one makes me feel a sense of crisis. Kazaru thought so inwardly. Sengoku and others also eased from the strong Versailles breath. Then, everyone was deeply shocked. Akainu's face is no longer hard to see how hard it is. Why did he win the victory? The reward he got was only one promotion of Lava Fruit. But even if he is doing his best now to activate Lava Fruit, the highest temperature was 10,000 degrees Celsius. But Yamamoto Motonurijai Shigekuni, people just answered casually, and the temperature was already 15 million degrees. In terms of quantity, it is 1,500 times that of his Akainu. In terms of quality, compared with Akainu, his Akainu is even more rubbish. Everyone in the marshal's office looked at Akainu for a moment. These eyes are full of complexity. Sengoku sighed. This old Yamamoto man in the Shinigami world, now Shikai is in a mess. His solution is even stronger. This, as Sengoku was talking, he took a breath. Because he no longer has that concept, he still understands the 15 million degrees high temperature of the core of the sun. But what exactly is a supernova explosion, he really doesn't understand. Shinigami world. The Shinigami captains were also completely shocked. Even seeing the captain's explanation, there was not much mood swings, but the slightly flashed Sister Wa was completely shocked at this moment. Looking at the reward, everyone's eyes were unbelievable. Advertisement for a long time, still the pupil murmured. Well, Shikai Ryujin Jaka after the captain has the same temperature as the original Kanhuo Taito? Hitsugaya's heart was full of shock. Jashiro Yukitaki's eyes widened and said in astonishment. Yes, from now on, Captain Shikai can't easily use it anymore. As for the self-explanation, although I don't know what it means. But I'm afraid it's a world-destroying level, right? In the Suya Palace, although Aizen's body was still sitting on the throne, his heart was shocked by a terrible earthquake. How can this be, Captain Yamamoto? Shikai's temperature is equivalent to the previous Bankai. And that's solved. Aizen couldn't think about it anymore. He suddenly became suspicious. Was it the right choice to betray Soul Society before? Thinking about the strength of the old Yamamoto man at this moment, Aizen has a scalp tingling. Although the old Yamamoto dare not use this power easily. But once he uses it, Aizen must be over. I'm afraid, the current captain of Yamamoto. It takes him to merge with Hogyoku to reach the final stage before it is possible to defeat him, right? At this time, Gaisha popularized the knowledge of supernova explosions for the heavens and all realms in the chat group. Holy Gaisha. The outer space of the star radiates electron photons, transforms the heavy element carbon-steel layer. The carbon-sodium hail increases in the constant wind rising in the falling layer, while the carbon-sodium hail continues to impact the center of the star, causing damage to the stellar foreskin. Constant loss to supernova sodium fried. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Gaisha's explanation, the heavens and worlds were almost silent for a second. Then the mountain opened his mouth. Wang Jiao Jiao, Shan Da. At Sheng Gaisha, Queen Gaisha, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Seeing the problem of Shanda, many middle and low martial arts worlds in the world have the same idea. Even Aizen in Suya Palace was serious and looked at it seriously. At this time, Iron Man Tony, one of the 6 colors of the heavens, spoke. The original 3 colors of the heavens, with the addition of Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Senju Hashirama, have become the 6 colors of the heavens. Iron Man Tony sat on the sofa with excitement, and finally asked if he was more professional. He, a great scientist, can't pretend to be forced? Tony Stark. Let me answer for you instead of Queen Gaisha. The star in the mouth of Queen Gaisha, you can understand it as the sun. And the Earth we live in is actually just a planet, the moon is an asteroid, close black lens bracket. At this moment, Kizaru spoke with some doubts. Kizaru. Tony, the sun in your mouth is not the small fireball in the sky? Chapter 162, auto-generated chapter title. 162. The defeated, Kagaya criticized by the ninja, the fury of Black Zetsu. When I saw Kizaru, many worlds with the concept of cosmic galaxies laughed. Tony also shook the wineglass and smiled slightly. Tony. At Kizaru, what you said is okay, but it's just because the sun is too far away from us, so it looks very small. Actually, the volume of the sun is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. Seeing Tony's words, countless middle and low martial arts worlds were shocked again. This magnificent view of the universe instantly impacted their previous cognition. At this moment, all the strong are silent awaiting Tony's words. And Tony also deliberately delayed for a while, making the heavens and all realms nervous. Although I can't see it across the world, but Tony really enjoys this much anticipated feeling. Gaisha and others are also very generous, and have no intention of arguing with Tony. Tony continued to speak, and the supernova is breaking out, just translate the words of Queen Gaisha. A star will bloom the last brilliance at the end of his life. We said before, a star of the sun, but even the sun, which is 1.3 million times larger than the Earth, cannot have a supernova explosion in the old age. Seeing Tony's words, the heavens and all realms are a little confused. With such a powerful existence as the sun, no supernova can erupt. Shanda stared at 677, and asked hurriedly, Etwoni, what can be done that the sun can't do? Tony smiled slightly and spoke again. A supernova cannot occur in the sun's later years, because it is not qualified enough. I go. All the heavens and myriad worlds burst into foul language at the same time. The sun, which is 1.3 million times larger than the Earth and 15 million degrees in the core, can't even reach the threshold of supernova explosion? So what kind of thing is this supernova explosion? Everyone had no idea, and waited quietly for Tony's answer. Under everyone's nervous eyes, Tony spoke and revealed the final answer. Open black lens bracket. A supernova explosion requires a star that is at least 8 times the mass of the sun to reach it. Boom. Moment. The entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Even the holy Gaisha and others who knew the result were smiling slightly at this moment. Even Morgana trembled in her heart, because her original plan was to use a supernova explosion to destroy Saint Gaisha. And the supernova that even the holy Gaisha could not stop had exploded, and now it was mastered by the old Yamamoto man. At this time, in an instant, everyone caught their sights on Yamamoto Modonyasasai Shigekuni, who was on the battlefield. AJFD. Everyone saw the old man Yamamoto's face darker. Advertisement. Knowing the power of his relief at the moment, the old man Yamamoto is even more worried. The previous solutions can still be used when forced to do so. But the current solution is so compelling that it can't be used. Unless he wants to ruin the world. Otherwise, using that trick is definitely not the result he wants to see. With one cut, the enemy is gone, but everything is gone. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni shook his head and sighed. Seeing this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds didn't know what to say in their hearts. At this moment, even the few big men in the super god world are a little moved. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana's eyes were full of envy. Depend on, the old lady must have this ability, so she destroyed Gaia Shanabit's Angel Nebula in the first place. Thinking that this is Li Yongstar's stellar driving technology, Morgana's eyes are more envy. Because even Lena can use the power of stars, but she is currently able to release Yao Madara or something, too far away from the supernova explosion. But this old Yamamoto man actually controlled the supernova explosion. This made Morgana didn't know what to say, and at this moment, everyone also thought of Yamamoto's second reward. Open black lens bracket reward 2. A chance to travel to other worlds. I don't know who it is, I replied in the chat group Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At Otsutsuki Daoshi, 10 minutes have passed, and your ban should be lifted. Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Kazaru, Tony and others also became interested in an instant. Kazaru. At Otsutsuki Daoshi, Your Excellency, come out, we are all waiting for you to continue speaking. Tony. Otsutsuki Peach Style, Your Excellency, take a bubble, Captain Yamamoto is waiting for you. One after another it flashed past, but Daoshi did not respond in the chat group at all. The silence made everyone laugh, but with a peachy temperament, how could he be afraid? Not to mention the heavens and the world, he didn't even care about the rankings. Seeing the leaderboard muted him, he immediately blocked the chat group in a rage, and stopped reading the messages in it. And also ordered the Jinshi shield under them, and the two continued to fly peacefully in the void of the universe. The chat group is very human, if you don't want to watch it, of course you can block it and it won't bother you in the slightest. So, Daoshi doesn't even know what happened in the chat group. Super God World. Advertisement. The angel looked cold and contemptuous. This Otsutsuki Momoshiki seems to be scared, but now it looks like how arrogant he is. If Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku descends into the Hokage world, he can be hacked to death with one hand. Yan and others also nodded, this time agreeing with Lang's words very much. Gai Shaw and Hexi on the throne did not make a fuss with this group of people. The two thought of something deeper. In the battle between pirates and Hokage, the winner rewarded them for seeing them all. Although the resurrection is also heaven-defying, it is also shocking. However, this is a bit more stretched than the supernova explosion. Is it? Gai Shaw and Hexi's brows moved at the same time. Could it be that the rewards given by the rankings are based on the original strength of the participants? The stronger the participants, the better the rewards they will receive? The opposite is true. Gai Shaw and Hexi smiled, and the mist that was shrouded in their eyes on the rankings was being lifted little by little. And at this moment, on the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni was eye-catching. Otsutsuki Kagaya stood aside sadly. Her face was slightly unnatural, and she looked at the winner Yamamoto with some envy. But slowly, in the chat group, a group of speeches emerged. Seeing those remarks, Kaguya's eyes widened, as if he was directly grasped by a big hand. Kagaya trembled. The ancestor of chakra, a figure of 6 pads level, is even a little unsteady. And seeing those remarks, the heavens and all realms exploded. A group of ordinary people in the Hokage world began to slow Kagaya. How unpleasant the words are. Otsutsuki Kagaya, mother of sage of 6 paths, and ancestor of chakra. I'm scared. Take a look at your rubbish record, how about showing off? Mother of sage of 6 paths, I think we might as well let sage of 6 paths play in this battle. Sage of 6 paths must be better than her, and it will embarrass our world. Is it because you are the ancestor of chakra? We have so few chakras in the ninja world. You are dying, give us chakra, so that we have more chakra. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are going to die. A series of words cut into Kaguya's heart like a knife. The heavens and all realms were exploded, and everyone looked at these remarks angrily. The Black Zetsu in Akatsuki's organization almost couldn't control it, and his heart was extremely angry. But he still needs to endure, he needs to endure. Chapter 163, Auto-generated chapter title. 163, Ancient History, and Virtuous Sage of 6 Paths Plumage. Chat group that looked at a group of ordinary common people endured or hate speech, tremors throughout the forbearance sector are up. Uchiha Madara in the organization knows his face sneer. Uchiha Madara. At Senju Hashirama, Tallahassee Hot Mom, that's what you think peace can endure sector. Ijao, naive ah. I see, these people should not keep, should all be killed. No group of people, peace will endure sector, will be harmonious. Tallahassee Freaky, open your eyes, good look at it, this is your guardian forbearance sector. Madara Passage, Konoha village of Senju Hashirama into silence. This passage can shift quickly and was bound to endure countless ordinary speech drowned. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. The chakra give us, we can become strong. This, we will not let you play, give us a shameful thing in the world. Garbage, this should allow Sage of 6 Paths play, he is the strongest person. Yes 6 Paths should let the fairy play. This Kagaya, what kind of stuff? She is either to see Sage of 6 Paths mother, I would not vote for her. For a time. Forbearance circles many people see Kagaya lose this game, the old man saw Yamamoto reward obtained, they jealous. He says, just as they win on the same, Kagaya's stature battlefield shocked again. It's a nice pair of Byakugan, the moment is out of tears. Kagaya even strength again strong, and now his legs are weak, some stand up. Watching Kagaya, all women heaven's wan world are boiling. Empress Boa Hancock. Hokage world are numerous waste, you're really not human. I really cannot understand why you would give birth to the world that you have these people. Really damn, and if I go to your world, it is bound to make you pay the price. 9 Snake Island Throne, Emperor angry female chest and downs. Looking at the crowd abuse Kagaya, she really cannot put up with. Charlotte Linlin. Hokage world is it, so his aging mother have the opportunity, you must go to slaughter cleaners. Rubbish. They waste. Divine Guy Shakespeare. Hokage World, you have violated to my bottom line. Channel Open World, I will personally take legions of angels to judge you. Space-based Wong Hexi. Guy Queen Lufthansa, to take me a moment. I'd like to see their mouth sage of 6 paths exactly what stuff. Queen Devil Mo Megain. Shut up, 2 blue pools. Advertisement the trial, it will only be my legions. Shaw Beans. At Whitebeard, Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai Heavy Country, Uncle Whitebeard, Yamamoto Father, you can go to the world, the group of people who damn it kills you. Kagaya's sister had almost collapsed, these people too much. Broken Star. Rao is among the last days, despicable human nature to ultimate. But I have not seen these people like you, punch the world. Saitama Fist, for the first time inside their own thing endowed guardian. He guardianship of the planet, does it mean that the guardian of such a group of human beings? Well, what is the point guard, Shinigami World. Hana Retsu. I spent 8,000 streams of Mao, would like sword, heavy stained with blood. Inoue Orihime. You really are too much. One heavens all women in this sector almost sound the same time, these people endure criticism sector. Although they are not evil, they are worse than evil. In addition to some real heavyweights laugh language outside. Almost everyone, full of malicious circles these people endure. These people can still ton of bricks, they still went on with his speech. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. Black Zetsu be organized within the dawn airburst. His stature trembling, had almost stifled Madara's mouth with a contemptuous smile. He knew, these ordinary human alive is guilty. Then Black Zetsu felt strange, Madara offside turned around and looked at him. Angry group of people, class looking around the circle, even if everyone in the organization knows all cold-blooded mob. But now, everyone is just the same idea, slaughter endure community. Kill those people. Conan's stature trembling, anger in the eyes has been completely stifled. Those names, they have got them, will never let anyone. Xiao looked at the many members of the organization, Ban shook his head and smiled. Soon, you will be familiar with this cold world up. Sighed, looking at the group continued to criticize Kagaya ordinary people. 0, look for flowers, and the next moment, this group of the population in the highest voice sage of 6 paths appeared. Advertisement, sage of 6 paths plumage, you cannot say that mothers do. Mother though guilty, but you will not be such criticism. And my strength is not necessarily so strong mother. See the sage of 6 paths plumage, then endure a community group of people suddenly quiet. But then, is more crazy criticism. Sage of 6 paths, you're the strongest, you are forbearance industry legend. Unlike Kagaya this garbage, too weak, just give us endure humiliating profession. Boom. Kagaya in the battlefield like a thunderstruck. She looked at those words, tears have been spewing more than the eyes. Looked at his son, Collards, Kagaya is showing deep eyes cannot believe it. Plumage until now, that she is guilty, Xiao Black Zetsu within the organization, such as lightning. Heaven's wand sector also in this moment of stunned. Kagaya guilt? Or from the sage of 6 paths sun mouth speak out? For a time, all are some doubts, just when sage of 6 paths to continue opening. Xiao Yi behind Madara within the organization Black Zetsu, completely not help it. Now, even Madara Rinnegan Lord said that a pair of staring at him in different places, but the people within the organization knows have eyebrows. What are special hell? He cannot so much. Black Zetsu excited his heart and trembling opening, the period of ancient history tells it. What? He did not want to Guanamedwo. Now, I will come and talk about the heavens wand circles, you big dutiful sun feathers, then make things. See Kagaya's slightly emotional stability, Black Zetsu the angry eyes directly targeting the sage of 6 paths. Black Zetsu. At Otsutsuki Kagaya, Mom, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Black Zetsu with excitement, regardless of whether it is direct. What else forbear? What also hiding what? Black Zetsu. At sage of 6 paths feathers, closer a dog goes. I am the mother of the 3rd son, it stands to reason that you and him are as my brother. But my brother, 2 really big dutiful son. You do not be sad, you and me, Black Zetsu stature trembling, opening directly in the chat group. Then. Chapter 164, auto-generated chapter title, 164. Seal your own mother, 10,000 worlds are angry. Mother was originally a member of the Otsutsuki clan and came to Ninja World thousands of years ago. After coming to the world, my mother and the emperor of the motherland, that is, my 2 elder brothers in name, Hai and Hamura's father fell in love. Soon, my mother became pregnant with Hai and Hamura. However, human wars continued at that time, and mothers were betrayed by humans. That group of ugly humans even wanted to kill the mother directly, not even the 2 children in her womb. Black Zetsu said each sentence, and there was silence in the chat group. The group of people also stopped temporarily under the control of the filial son Yuya. Black Zetsu continued, speaking angrily. When the group of humans was about to kill the mother had to eat the fruit of the sacred tree in order to protect the 2 children in her womb. The mother who ate the fruit of the sacred tree possesses superpower, and the group of humans is no longer her opponent. After that, the mother, 690, calmed down the war at that time and returned the ninja world to peace. Because of the evil in people's hearts, my mother launched infinite Tsukuyomi on the ninja world, making everyone fall into illusion. Only a small group of people have their memories washed away by their mothers and return to life in the ninja world. This group of people has no evil in their hearts, so the ninja world is very peaceful for a while. Soon, my two elder brothers, the eldest sons Yui and Hamura, were born. And because her mother ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she was afraid that the high-ranking Otsutsuki clan would come and arrest her. Therefore, my mother will extract the souls of sinners from time to time and use them to train her own men. Soon after, my two brothers, the eldest son Yui and Yu, discovered what the village's mother had done. These two dutiful sons began to oppose their mother and joined forces to fight against her. They have inherited the strength of their mother and are very strong. Finally, my mother was sealed by them together, but they don't know that the mother was discouraged because of being betrayed by two sons. Otherwise, the strength of the two of them alone is not the opponent of the mother at all. Black Zetsu told the whole story, except for some things that could not be said, such as White Zetsu, he said everything else. Among them, Black Zetsu didn't even add fuel and vinegar. But even so, the heavens and the realms who learned the truth are completely angry. Kaguya stood there in the battlefield and wept silently. She shook her head and still doesn't believe her two sons will betray her. The chat group was silent for a moment. Then, the heavens and worlds are boiling. Advertisement, female emperor. At Sage of Six Paths, really a big filial son, I was shocked to the sad family. Charlotte, Linlin. At Sage of Six Paths, if I had a son like you, I would choke to death without hesitation. All the women and all the mothers in Pirate World were angry. Even in the deepest part of the Holy Land, the one in Wajan crushed the wineglass in his hand. She wants to have such a son. Hokage World. Konoha, in the Hokage office building. With tears in his eyes, Naruto looked at his father Namikaze Minato. Dad, Sister Kaguya is so pitiful. She was betrayed by her son. She ate the fruits of the sacred tree to protect them. Naruto said while thinking of his childhood experience. Dad, besides, this group of people in Shinobi is too much. I see that although there are not many people in Konoha village, there are still one or two. Dad, Grandpa first generation, such a person is a real villain. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama were silent. Tsunade reddish eyes, Kaguya is apparently what happened was pathetic. On the streets of Konoha village, little Sakura and Ino were crying so hard, they looked at the name Sage of Six Paths, and their hearts were full of hatred. Even the cute Hinata doesn't have a good opinion of Sage of Six Paths in his heart. On the contrary, she felt sorry for the figure in the battlefield. In the Super God world, all the angels were angry with Yu Yi, a filial son. The angels' cold words were full of indifference. This Sage of Six Paths, damn it, Yan and others were also silent, with a strong disgust and anger towards Yuya in their eyes. Devil Queen Morgana. At Sage of Six Paths Yu Yi, I think you are not as good as a beast. You are even better than Gaishana B*******ch. Holy Gaisha. After the two shot again for a while, Morgana continued to speak. I have been in the universe for so many years and have seen scum, but I have never seen you so scum. Although our devil is called a devil, it may not be a good word in your eyes. But we demon are more friendly than you. Look at what this Sage of Six Paths is, look at what the group of people in the ninja world are. A bunch of rubbish. My old lady doesn't know what to use to scold you. My old mother really can't think of what a beastly person, who can personally unite with his brother to seal his mother. Advertisement, your mother was under such a heavy pressure to protect you back then. My old lady suspects that if Kaguya is not killed, you still have to be the mother to blow? What AP******* the old lady. Morgana's words immediately detonated the heavens and the world again. This demon queen also said that everyone was in trouble. Everyone has these heavens and worlds. Some are righteous, some are evil. But most people, regardless of good or evil, these people at least respect their mothers and are very filial. Few people can do things like righteous killing of relatives. But, this Sage of Six Paths is really shameful to everyone. At this time, Bai Yuekui in the Spirit Cage world also spoke. She doesn't often speak in chat groups, but because of Yamato's little lowly doo-doo, she can be considered to have a certain reputation. Everyone knows that this man usually doesn't speak. But nothing she said was wrong. In addition, at the beginning of the month, I also asked for some monthly tickets from the big guys who didn't vote. I was very happy to look at it, thank you. And this kind of remarks has continued to this day in 5.3. 10,000 realms boiled and angered again. Morgana. At Sage of Six Paths Yu Yi, do you have a face? All good words are used to describe you, your mother, who has become a sinner in people's mouth. By the way, that group of people was also cast aside by the entire world. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Charlotte Linlin. At Sage of Six Paths Yu Yi, do you have a face? P.S. Happy National Day everyone. Bai Yuekui. Sage of Six Paths, I remember that after you and your brother Hamura sealed your mother, you were still respected by the ninja world as an immortal, a great good person, and so on. And they didn't forget the group of people in the ninja world. Female Emperor. At Sage of Six Paths Yu Yi, do you have a face? At the same time, Wanji criticized Sage of Six Paths. Genos. At Sage of Six Paths Yu Yi, do you have a face? Moment. I just want to ask, you big filial son, do you still have a face now? Thank you all for your monthly pass. I wish the motherland prosperity. Chapter 165. Auto-generated chapter title. 165. Distressed Kaguya. I don't blame them. Just when the heavens and worlds criticized Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya on the battlefield was shrouded in golden light. She and Yamamoto Genunagisai Shigekuni are about to return to their respective worlds. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Kaguya. I saw Kaguya bathed in golden light with a very beautiful face. But there were 2 lines of clear tears in her eyes. A pair of Byakugan is even more sad. Seeing Kaguya whose heart is about to break, the whole world is distressed. Kaguya finally smiled and said, I don't blame them. The golden light shrouded, and Kaguya's figure disappeared. But what was left was Kaguya's deep sadness, at this moment. The entire heavens and all realms are feeling sad and distressed for Kaguya. This woman, this mother, has endured too much. Now, she is going back to the moon again, and she will endure the cold loneliness that will not change at all for thousands of years. Among them, there is Kaguya's heart that was broken by the 2 sons. Hokage World. Akatsuki Organization. Madara and the members of the Xiao Xiao organization talked and looked at each other. At the moment, Black Zetsu didn't want to say a word. Faced with Pan Narao's profound gaze, Black Zetsu was very calm. Can be the next moment. Boom 09, Madara's figure appeared directly in front of Ju. One of his hands beckoned Ju's neck even more. White Zetsu screamed that he was wronged, but Black Zetsu did not struggle. Madara spoke coldly, give me a reason not to kill you. No matter how stupid his class is, now he can understand the true purpose of Black Zetsu. This thing confuses everything I do. It must be all for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kaguya. That infinite Tsukuyomi may also be Black Zetsu's method of cheating himself to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. Conan and Pen Tiandao also fixed their eyes on Black Zetsu. This guy actually played all of them in the palm of his hand. They actually calculated their entire Akatsuki organization. Brother Prince's pupils dilated even more. Advertisement. The face under the mask changed drastically. Everyone looked at Black Zetsu, waiting for him to answer Ben's words. But Black Zetsu was very calm. He looked at Madara and spoke lightly. Uchiha Madara, I admit, everything I did before was to revive my mother. Feeling the tighter and tighter palms, Black Zetsu did not panic and continued to speak. But now, with the leaderboard, Mom no longer needs my plan, and can be resurrected. So, we can cooperate. When Mom is resurrected, with the power of Mom and you, we will surely be able to unify the ninja world. It will definitely create a peaceful world that belongs to us. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara's hand continued to increase. But he was also thinking about the cooperation in absolute words in his heart. Kaguya has participated in the battle and is now hanging on the leaderboard. Although she has not resurrected, but with her strength, as long as she wins a round, she is bound to be able to resurrect. And if Kaguya is resurrected, he is found to have killed Black Zetsu. So with the current strength, Kaguya must be unstoppable. And Black Zetsu also knows him very well. No threats were made to him. Because Black Zetsu knows, if you dare to threaten him, Uchiha Madara, then he, Uchiha Madara, will not care about anyone and will definitely kill him. This Black Zetsu calculated his heart to death. Madara thought slightly in her heart, and her palm loosened. I find that you dare to calculate me. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya can't threaten me. Madara said coldly. Her figure flashed, and she returned to her seat. Konoha. In the Hokage office building, Naruto looked at his father Namikaze Minato and blinked. Dad, Sister Kaguya is so pitiful. Is it like, if I betrayed my mother would feel? Naruto said, with a sigh on his face, and, being betrayed by her own son, Kaguya's sister doesn't even blame them. Naruto stared, somewhat unable to understand. Namikaze Minato smiled at this moment and touched Naruto's head. Naruto, if it were your mother Kushina, she would definitely not blame you. As parents, how can anyone blame their children? Minato sighed and said, with complexity in his eyes. Naruto shook his head, her face a little angry. Advertisement. But that Sage of Six Paths is too much. I will never betray Mom and Dad. Listening to Naruto's words, Namikaze Minato's eyes are full of complexity. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others present also looked complicated. Everyone has been a father, and they all understand the kind of trust they have in their children. Kaguya, maybe that's the case, right? Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu's eye sockets were red and swollen, and he had obviously cried more than once. Thinking of Kaguya's sadness when she left, Shado felt even more distressed in her heart. Sister Broken Star, Sister Kaguya is really heartbreaking. If I were her daughter, I would definitely not make her so sad. The eyes of Broken Star and others were also full of complexity, and they were all silent. Bai Yuekui shook his head and sighed. It's not just the Hokage world. How many such things are there in the heavens and worlds? I'm the priest. Everyone in the heavens and worlds was a little silent. At this time, the heavens and worlds once again spread their anger on Sage of Six Paths Yuya. Devil Queen Morgana. At Sage of Six Paths Hagoromo, no matter what you did in the first place, my mother will always look after you in the future. Haven't heard of the saying that Baishin is filial piety first? Fortunately, the shinobi world also treats you as a great good person and worships you as an ancestor. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not to mention, although this group of people show themselves in front of outsiders, even Kizaru, who has always fished, has an unquenchable anger in his heart. Ah, I feel sad for that world. Kizaru, let me summarize the ugly behavior of Sage of Six Paths. But, at the very least, they have sincere feelings for their brothers and their crew. Finally, I just want to say, really a filial son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But for someone like you to label your mother as a wicked person to set off your greatness, I'm really not ashamed of you. First, it is rebellious. I and my younger brother joined hands to seal my mother. There is no trace of filial piety at all, and it is simply inhumane. Really a filial son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. We open black lens bracket above the sea. Wicked people abound. Burning, looting, and pirates are everywhere. Kizaru's words immediately caused many people to follow suit. But you can't even the simplest filial piety 690, you really disappointed everyone's admiration for you. Second, deceive the ninja world and revise history, although I admit that history is made by the victor. Really a filial son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But they will do their utmost filial piety in front of their parents. Sage of Six Paths, open black lens bracket golden lion. At Uchiha Madara, it's hard to imagine that there are such people in your world. Chapter 166, auto-generated chapter title. 166, Zaraki Kenpachi, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, can dare to fight with me. Ninja World. Many people also acts on the Sage of the Six Paths disgraced. But there are some people, for example, 4th Keisukage Luo Sand and 3rd Tsuchikage Ono Wood, that they would think, Sage of Six Paths doing is right. Without him, to now, or in the community that forbearance under Otsutsuki Kagaya rule. No one wants to have been controlled. Even as the world is no war, there is no sin. People may like Ono Wood and Luo Sand like this, they do not care war crime. Because of this that they have to do anything. 4th Keisukage Luo Sand, which is able to send someone to assassinate his son's presence. Hu Du Bu Shizi, he can work it out. The 3rd generation Soil Ono Shadow Wood, not to mention, a few shady things are countless. As for all Thundercloud Shinobi village of 4th Reikage I. Although he was the heart of the Sage of Six Paths very shame. Reikage can stand in this position, he really believes Sage of Six Paths of doing what is right plumage. No collared seal mother Kagaya, how can now endure sector? How ninja now the big five? So, this group of people began to plead for the Sage of Six Paths in the chat group. But their sound was scolded heavens wan world engulfed. I looked at that round after round contempt Sage of Six Paths words, Ono Wood and San Luo cannot help but silent. And that I do not know where the Sage of Six Paths plumage. He retained at the moment as the spiritual body, floating in the sky above the tolerance circles. Looked at that round after round abusive own words, Sage of Six Paths body was trembling with anger. He cannot help but anger opening. Sage of Six Paths plumage, at all the members, close black lens bracket. Out of sight of the Lord is, everyone instantly scolded more bearings. Meaning you can see he wants to speak, so everyone also gave him a chance. Sage of Six Paths forcibly suppressed anger opening. I admit, I was the seal of his mother, my lack of filial piety, close black lens bracket. My mother can do those nasty things, Black Zetsu has to say. She will pull everyone into the illusion, so that there is no freedom for all, this is a good thing? And, she also dark vice admiral group of people in magic, trained to be obedient only to its own forces, this is a good thing? And from time to time, she will be the soul of mankind to worship God tree, which is right? Although the mother put down in troubled times, active. But she should not control all, people should have their own freedom. Sage of Six Paths with these words, only slightly suppressed their anger. Advertisement Ono Wood, San Luo, who was still standing Sage of Six Paths side, to help their talk. Can be the next moment, Black Zetsu opening the chat group fury. Black Zetsu. At Sage of Six Paths, I was 16,666 meters. Special what you in the end there is no point if people. Mother in order to protect you and Hamura, at great risk to eat fruit from the tree of God, do you think those mothers rare power? Infinite Tsukuyomi although extreme, but it is undeniable, makes endure sector are attributed to peace. And the mother is not entirely let everyone out, close black lens bracket. She has Ishin good deeds of those who were put out, which you did not see it. Thy childhood, why all are people of goodwill, why everyone you admire a plus. Special what you take a look at it you, tree worship God, it is the mother who enjoy those guilty to worship, this is wrong. Mother are not obsessed with power, she was just trying to protect you and Hamura. I hate people, is that you, my mother gave birth to you and Hamura too by Kugan Wolf disgraced. Black Zetsu see it, the whole Heavens Wan community are angry. A ninja of Konoha Village Road, at Sage of Six Paths, I just want to ask you. What you said, people should have their own freedom, is that the freedom of the shinobi now? I was 5 years old, my parents died in battle, I lost all love and my surroundings were cold. Close black lens bracket. Fortunately, I still have 2 friends in the ninja school. After that, we graduated and became genin. But the first task is to participate in the 3rd Ninja World War. Close black lens bracket. 2 of my comrades in arms died in front of my eyes. My hands are stained with blood, and I lie in a pool of blood in despair. At Sage of Six Paths, I want to ask you, is this what you call freedom? A free world full of wars, conspiracies, and blood? Sorry, compared to this, I would rather have only limited freedom. Ninja is because you sealed the ancestor of Kagaya, that made the world like this now. There is nothing wrong with Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of Kagaya, whether it is from her standpoint or our standpoint. Close black lens bracket. You are the biggest sinner in the ninja world. The words of this genin instantly silenced the chat group. Everyone was lost in thought. Senju Hashirama, Madara and others have complex faces. Morgana. At Sage of Six Paths. Freedom, I don't think anything when these two words are said in anyone's mouth, but when you say it in your mouth, it makes me sick. Seal your own mother, and then rule the ninja world by yourself? Advertisement, this is the freedom you want, isn't it? The freedom you won for ordinary people in the shinobi world? I see, this is your own ambition, right? And your brother Hamura, who was squeezed out by you to guard his mother on the moon. I can now understand your brother's regrets for so many years. Fudged by your brother, sealed my mother, then, you were squeezed out to guard your mother on the moon? I really don't know what to say. Open black lens bracket in. Morgana added another sentence at the end. At Sage of Six Paths, scold you, so you can sit down and you can do it, so dare to talk back. Boom. The heavens and myriad worlds were full of applause for a while. When Black Zetsu saw Morgana's words, his heart suddenly sighed. Black Zetsu. At Mogan Na, Devil Queen, thank you. Hi, I can now think of why Hamura is willing to guard his mother on the moon. Because of his guilt, he sealed his mother with guilt, and at least he still has a little humanity. But what about you? Enjoy the admiration of the people in the ninja world. Enjoy the supreme status? Leave a name in Qing history? By this time Janos was about to stop smoking. Boom. Genos. At Aizen Sosuke, Lanshin, can you teach this Sage of Six Paths in the next game? Aizen is worrying about which one of his subordinates will play in this Sage of Six Paths. In an instant, the chat group was filled with words that made Aizen act. Aizen in Suya Palace rubbed his eyebrows and had a headache. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But his goal is the first position mad, but I can't waste my challenge opportunity on this Sage of Six Paths. This makes Aizen a headache. He spoke directly, he did look down on that Sage of Six Paths. The anger in the chat group, Wang Nuo's, almost reached a peak. At this moment, the chat group suddenly fell silent. But he looked at it, and it seemed that apart from himself, none of his subordinates could win the Sage of Six Paths securely. Zaraki Kenpachi. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, dare to fight with me. Scum with no humanity. Shonda. At Lan and Mei Ujiya, yes it is powerful, you can teach him a lesson, let this big filial son feel repentance. Chapter 167, Auto-generated chapter title, 167, Sage of Six Paths vs Zaraki Kenpachi. Shinigami World. Jingling Court, Gotei 13. The captains turned their heads to look at Zaraki Kenpachi in a different place. Kenpachi's eyebrows were calm at the moment, he looked around and suddenly laughed. I said that in this battle, I must join the battle. Aren't you going to regret it? Kenpachi's mouth twitched. It's okay to go back, but I have to ask if my knife agrees with it. Talking. The Ryotsu on Kenpachi erupted suddenly, crushing the surrounding ground to creak. The faces of all the captains were a bit ugly. Kiraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yukitaki looked at each other. Both of them have the kind of inaction, and they don't even bother to fight with Kenpachi. Shattered B, Payman Sajin, Hitsugaya Dashiro shook his head slightly. The three of them didn't mean to fight with Kenpachi. Otherwise it must be very troublesome to be targeted by this lunatic. Sister Wa smiled slightly, and she didn't even mean to compete with Kenpachi. At last, Kenpachi fixed the beast-like eye on Byakuya Kuchiki. I saw that Byakuya, who looked like a nobleman, didn't mean to look at him at all. Crazy man, if you want to fight, just fight, Byakuya's indifferent words sounded. Kenpachi laughed at the words. Okay, then it's settled. And in the chat group, when Wanji saw Kenpachi 690, he was a little different. Zaraki Kenpachi. They haven't heard the name. Sage of Six Paths Yuya, this is Kaguya's mother. As soon as he was born, he wore Kaguya's chakra, and he still had the presence of Rinnegan. After Kagaya was sealed, Sage of Six Paths Yuya became Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a figure sitting firmly in the Six Paths class. This has been mentioned in the previous Black Zetsu talk. So I was a little worried for a while in the chat group. They are afraid that Zaraki Kenpachi will not be able to beat Sage of Six Paths Yuya. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group for a while. Advertisement, but at this moment, Aizen spoke. Open black lens bracket Aizen Sosuke. Captain Zaraki is my former colleague. I believe that Captain Zaraki will be able to defeat the Sage of Six Paths. Friends of the heavens and worlds, everyone can trust Captain Zaraki. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Aizen, many people directly relieved. Mountain University. At Aizen, the blue sky speaks, we naturally believe. We are just afraid that the garbage Sage of Six Paths is too strong. Genos. Yes, if it's not our world's turn, otherwise, I'll ask my teacher to teach the Sage of Six Paths in this round. Seeing these words, Sage of Six Paths in Ninja World was going to blow up. He was extremely angry inside. Sage of Six Paths Yuya. At Zaraki Kenpachi, good, old man accept your challenge. In those words, there was suppressed anger. He, Sage of Six Paths, hasn't been seen so clearly. In the past, in the world of ninja, where did he go where he was not admired by the people? But now, I won't be criticized by the heavens and all realms. A random unknown person, dare to threaten to challenge him? His Yuya must let the heavens and the world see how good he is. Although 10 tails is not on him now, it is too much trouble to regroup the 9 tails. Simply, Sage of 6 Paths is ready to directly participate in the war. Although there is no 10 tails on him, he is still very confident in his own strength. Then, the chat group announcement is released. Open black lens bracket Hokugev's Shinigami, the second battle is about to begin, please choose representatives from both sides. In an instant, the entire universe began to look forward to it. I look forward to whether Zaraki Kenpachi can beat Sage of 6 Paths into a dog. Hokage World. Inside Konoha Village, Namikaze Minato and others looked at Senju Hashirama. Looking at the registered Sage of 6 Paths, everyone didn't know whether to vote for him or not. At this moment, Naruto, who was standing next to Namikaze Minato, spoke angrily. Sage of 6 Paths, originally thought he was a good person. But I sealed my mother, making Sister Kagaya so sad. I hope this Zaraki Kenpachi can teach him a lesson. As Naruto said, he voted directly. Upon seeing this, Senju Hashirama and others also shook their heads and smiled. A child is sensible, what are they, AJFD, hesitating? The big deal, the victory in this battle is no more, they also want to see Sage of 6 Paths Yuya be taught by others. As a result, almost everyone in the ninja world voted for Sage of 6 Paths. Some simply want to see him be beaten, advertisement. Some believe that Sage of 6 Paths is powerful and can win this battle for their world. In the end, the Hokage World players were selected. The second open black lens bracket war, Hokage World player, Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. And Shinigami's side, although some people voted for others, the final result is still Zaraki Kenpachi. The second battle, Shinigami World's candidate, Zaraki Kenpachi. Go Day 13. Kenpachi is shrouded in golden light and is about to be sent to the battlefield by the leaderboard. And at this moment, the captain who returned from the battlefield, Yamamoto Moriasasai Shigekuni spoke lightly. Kenpachi, if you can't blow up that Sage of 6 Paths, come back and wait for punishment. You broke the Go Day 13 building, and I haven't punished you yet. When everyone heard it, their eyes were slightly surprised. The captain meant that as long as he wins by 8, he won't be punished? It seems. Even the old man Yamamoto is very dissatisfied with the Sage of 6 Paths. Kenpachi nodded, standing in the golden light, laughing. The mind roared. At this moment, no matter how strong people are, they feel trance at the same time. Shrouded in golden light, a scene of yellow sand all over the sky slowly appeared. 2 golden lights came, and there was a line of eye-catching golden letters in the middle of the battlefield. The second battle, Hokage World Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Battle Zaraki Kenpachi, start. The font dissipated and the 2 golden lights dissipated. Under the excited eyes of 10,000 realms, the body of Sage of 6 Paths floating in the air slowly appeared. Sage of 6 Paths has 2 horns on his head, brown hair, wearing a white coat and 6 black jade-like patterns on his chest. In the center of that old forehead, there was a red circular mark. Looking at the old Sage of 6 Paths, the heavens and the world are all mocking. Shandong University, this old man must be beaten out. To despise him, I am going to be beaten to death by Kenpachi. For a time, the heavens and all realms were full of anger at Sage of 6 Paths. And in another golden light, the figure of Zaraki Kenpachi appeared. The ferocious Kenpachi shocked the heavens and all realms in an instant. Little lowly Natsuga's complexion changed, and Kenpachi's face turned pale with fright. Wearing a captain's death tyrant with jagged edges on the hem. Being unable to sense spiritual power, Kenpachi made her long hair into small bundles, each with a small bell that could sense spiritual power. He wore a black blindfold on his right eye, and the long scar on his left face made Kenpachi even more vicious. He carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and looked at the Sage of 6 Paths Yuya opposite with ferocious eyes. Chapter 168, Auto-generated chapter title, 168, The Battle. No, this is a fight. Kenpachi see that insolent aggressive atmosphere, the whole community is one of the heavens Wanjing. Its body like that of a beast like momentum, it really scared the moment a lot of people. Pirate World. Marshal's Office of Naval Headquarters. See Zaraki Kenpachi like, Sengoku, who the heart slightly sank. This guy appeared, the crowd gave a kind of animal-like atmosphere. But, Hokage world-class strength of the 6 Paths they may have just seen. That Otsutsuki Kagaya rolling all combat forces are too powerful. This could not help Sengoku heart a little worried. Zaraki Kenpachi, really better than the Sage of 6 Paths collared it? At this time, saw like a beast of Zaraki Kenpachi, green male suddenly pick eyebrow. Ah la la, this atmosphere, like that guy ah. Aokiji hear the words, Akainu and Kazaru also pick eyebrow. Awful, awful way. Kuzan, what you say is that you killed a monster. Aokiji nodded. Akainu Lengang soon, beasts, Kaido. Near extruded from the root in a few words, you can see how Akainu's in a rage. But it can also be understood. The pirates treated as enemies Akainu cannot stand the most as Kaido. Over the years, Kaido will come naval headquarters from time to make a scene. It may be because of its special physical, Marine cannot yet completely kill. Ins and outs. They have used all means, but still kill Kaido. This allows Akainu how indescribably angry. These people in the martial office, the three Admiral, Garp, Sengoku. They are almost 5 Kaido as a result, few people will go together to repression. So for Kaido, they are familiar with, and then to see that Zaraki Kenpachi like a breath of the beast, the moment everyone will think of him and Kaido together. Kenpachi looked at that powerful momentum, Garp nodded. There is no Kaido's resilience aside, but his breath the old lady have felt the sense of crisis. Presumably, the strength should not be more than Kaido mom. Everyone nodded. But the Zaraki Kenpachi, what cannot prevail Sage of 6 Paths also still unknown. New world. 4 emperors Kaido laugh. This atmosphere, lousy like. Ha 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 ha. Yes, like lousy people, Zaraki Kenpachi is not it? Dry the death of the Sage of 6 Paths plumage. Kaido roaring, obviously drink a lot. In the Heavens Wan community at the same time they're worried. Sage of 6 Paths has almost become public enemy Wan border, so they would like to see the big dutiful son was beaten scenes. As many will be able to breath better benefits, in some circles million under intense gaze. Battlefield Zaraki Kenpachi move. Advertisement I saw Zaraki Kenpachi up as a wild laugh. Ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. It looked around the surrounding sand filled the battlefield, his face extremely excited. This is my desire battlefield, the heavens battlefield, I Zaraki Kenpachi coming. Hope, here, let me truly understand the joy of fighting, ha ha ha. Zaraki Kenpachi seemed crazy, laughing at that. Kizaru look a bit strange. This fear is not a fool, right? And the next moment. Kenpachi slightly lift the sword, at this moment. Heaven's wand circles are seen Kenpachi hand tools and try jagged blades Zanpakuto. Hawkeye is immediately eyes a shrink, this man. He muttered mouth, a pair of very sharp eagle eyes staring Zaraki Kenpachi. Straw Hat Pirates Zoro also look a little surprised. Sword. Even looking at the blade or uneven Zanpakuto, Zoro knife really cannot imagine how many times have experienced battle. In the battlefield. I saw Zaraki Kenpachi lift sword pointing straight across the Sage of 6 Paths. Everyone thought it would Kenpachi on, cannot help but cheer. On ah! Kenpachi, dry the death of the Sage of 6 Paths collards. Teach this great filial son a good lesson. What a scum, Kenpachi kills him. The chat group was almost full of curses against Sage of 6 Paths, and everyone was looking forward to the scene of Kenpachi slashing Sage of 6 Paths. But after Kenpachi pointed his sword at Sage of 6 Paths, he unexpectedly backhanded and plunged the sword directly into the yellow sand beside him. Zanpakuto Nozarashi was inserted aside, and then he looked frantically at Sage of 6 Paths. Kenpachi's wild voice sounded. Hey, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, right? Let me see your strength, you attack first. After speaking, Kenpachi stood there. Open your arms and bare your chest. Kenpachi looked at the opposite Sage of 6 Paths defenselessly. See this scene. The heavens and all realms are slightly stunned. Open black lens bracket, what is he doing? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, yes. What is he doing? This, Zaraki Kenpachi is not a fool, right? Come up and let others attack first, isn't this a problem with your brain? But the heavens and 10,000 realms are puzzled. The captains in Shinigami's world are not surprised at all. Some of the captains held their foreheads and some sighed. Kurosaki Ichigo in this world stares wide. What does this mean? Ishida and others were also shocked. Advertisement. What does this mean, when most people in the heavens and worlds do not understand? Kaido, the beasts of the pirate world, laughed, ha 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 ha. As expected, he is the same person as lousy. Kaido looked at Kenpachi, not to mention how satisfied he was. This is simply carved out of the same mold with him. Sage of 6 Paths Yuya in the battlefield was also shocked. And then, it's a deep anger. What about Zaraki Kenpachi? He threatened to challenge him in the chat group. Now he dared to despise him so much. Is his Sage of 6 Paths Yuya so bully? He doesn't need to look at it now to know that the chat group must be ridiculing him. Sage of 6 Paths was holding the tin stick made by truth-seeking ball in his hand, and his face was a bit ugly. 0. Is Kenpachi? The old man, as a senior, it is still necessary to tell you that in the battle. But I haven't waited for Sage of 6 Paths to finish talking. Kenpachi's chest stretched again over there, and his strong muscles were exposed. The sturdy breath swept the quartet even more. I said, you come first, don't you have the guts? That's really a boring fight. Sage of 6 Paths' face sank. He didn't say much, his figure flashed. Holding the 6 Paths tin stick, Yuya directly attacked. Being so provoked by Kenpachi, if he tolerates it, it will make more people look down on him. The figure flashed, and the 6 Paths class body technique speed unfolded. At the moment when most people in the heavens and worlds did not react, Sage of 6 Paths appeared directly behind Kenpachi. The tin stick in his hand is now resident, silently. The heavens and all realms were taken aback for a moment. One of Kenpachi's left arm was instantly cut off by Chigen and fell to the ground. Kenpachi looked at the disappearing left arm. His face couldn't help not having the slightest pain on his face. Boom. The sound is very different. Kenpachi's face suddenly became firm. Fighting. Next moment. This scene seems to have set off a major earthquake in the minds of countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms. Can be in the battlefield. No, this is Saint Hill. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Instead, this is a fight. At this moment, Sage of Six Paths stood not far behind Kenpachi and said flatly. Ha 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 ha. Kiaha laughed, similar to crazy. It's your own stupidity to treat anyone carelessly in battle. Hearing what he said, Kenpachi's face was puzzled. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 169, Auto-generated chapter title. 169. The terrifying power of Sage of Six Paths Yuya. Seeing the appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, the whole world was shocked. Seeing his crazy laugh, looking at his sturdy breath, looked at his nonsense words, everyone was surprised. The captains of the Shinigami world couldn't help holding their foreheads. This Kenpachi, this is sick again. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled, his eyes full of interest. I don't know if this madman can defeat that dutiful man. It's difficult. The strength shown by Sage of Six Paths may not be inferior to that Otsutsuki Kagaya. In this case, Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes were a little serious. Kenpachi's battle is not easy to fight. Sister Wa on the side was also smiling, with a little worry in her eyes. Although Kenpachi is strong, Ryotsu, who took off his blindfold and lifted the restrictions, is one of the best among all captains. However, Kenpachi has one biggest shortcoming after all. 6, 90 and 0, means that he can't explain it. He is the only unsolvable existence among all Shinigami captains. And don't explain, Kenpachi can't even do Shikai in the real sense. Facing an opponent who is close to Kaguya's strength, how should Kenpachi fight? Sister Wa smiled on her face, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. After all, Kenpachi, she looked to become stronger. Kaido on the ghost island of Wanokuni is trembling even more. He was excited. This Zaraki Kenpachi is so much like his Kaido. From the side, Jack looked a little dazed. Boss Kaido, this Zaraki Kenpachi has your style. Kaido heard it and laughed again, in the battlefield. Listening to Kaido's words, Sage of Six Paths' face was slightly flustered. Kenpachi turned his head at this moment and looked at him feverishly. Come and fight. Ding, next moment. The figure of Zaraki Kenpachi appeared directly in front of Sage of Six Paths. The remaining right hand held the zigzag Zanpakuto and slashed hard at him. Boom. The terrifying breath of confrontation swept across the square, surrounded by dust. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. I saw in the battlefield. Sage of Six Paths was holding a black truth-seeking ball tin rod and blocked Kenpachi's slash with one hand. Zanpakuto and the truth-seeking ball tin rod collided in the air, blasting the yellow sand around the two into a big pit. Little lowly Sha-Do's complexion was a little nervous. What's the matter with Zaraki Kenpachi? Why did he come up and let the Sage of Six Paths attack first? Advertisement Sha-Do's face was full of doubts and regrets. Without my left arm, I lost most of my strength. How on earth is Kenpachi fight? Sha-Do shook her head, with a little regret in her eyes. She very much hopes to see Kenpachi win, because Sage of Six Paths is the public enemy of the 10,000 worlds. Kenpachi's battle almost represents the heavens and all realms. If he can't win, then Sage of Six Paths will continue to be arrogant. In the battlefield, Sage of Six Paths blocked Kenpachi's knife, but his eyes were slightly shocked. The knife in Kenpachi's hand can actually compete with his truth-seeking ball. Because of the war between Kagaya and Yamamoto, Zanpakuto, the old man of Yamamoto, never directly confronted Kagaya. So he didn't even know that Zanpakuto could still compete with truth-seeking ball. Depressing inner surprise. Although truth-seeking ball is a product of the power of Six Paths, ordinary swords cannot compete with it. The strength of Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hands surprised him. But his Sage of Six Paths is not only the truth-seeking ball attack method. A pair of Rinnegan shrank slightly. Boom, Shenluo Tianzheng used it. Moment. A shocking repulsion burst out of Sage of Six Paths. Kenpachi's body was directly hit by the repulsive force and flew upside down. Falling into the yellow sand in the distance, Kenpachi stumbled to his feet. He looked at Sage of Six Paths Yuya again, his eyes showed a fierce light like a beast. Zanpakuto held it in his hand, and Kenpachi could already feel his trembling. Are you excited? The corner of Kenpachi's mouth? Then, look at the opposite Sage of Six Paths. Some excitement sounded trembling. It's really exciting. It's been a long time since I met someone as powerful as you. Finally, let me experience the joy of fighting, under the gaze of the heavens and the world. Kenpachi was not shy about being suppressed by Sage of Six Paths. Instead, the expression on his face, as if he wanted to devour Sage of Six Paths, it was extremely vicious. Raising his hand slightly, Kenpachi's fingers holding the sword touched the blindfold on his right eye. At the same time, beastly eyes fixed on Sage of Six Paths. You, don't die. Kenpachi's deep roar resounded Soul Society, Gode 13. A hint of complexity flashed across the pupil's face. Captain Zaraki, can he win? He couldn't help asking himself. Advertisement the strength of Sage of Six Paths, although only the tip of the iceberg is revealed. But now it seems that even if it is not as good as Kagaya, it is absolutely similar. Facing an enemy that company captain may have to solve. Can Kenpachi win? The captain here is of course the former captain. As for the current captain who has been promoted through the rankings, playing Sage of Six Paths probably only requires one hand. Hitsugaya Dashiro thought so and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Even if he has solved the red face Hashirama, he used all his strength. There is no chance of winning against this sage of 6 paths. What about Kenpachi, who is also the captain? Can you win at all? The pupil thought so. But the other captain, Byakuya Kuchiki, watched Kenpachi's movements, his eyebrows sank slightly. This lunatic is coming. Sister Wa smiled even more. Kenpachi, go to fight. But even if the restrictions are lifted, you are not necessarily the opponent of this sage of 6 paths. Sister Wa shook her head slightly. She has already seen the strength of this sage of 6 paths. That's an existence that she can't possibly conquer. Sage of 6 paths is not like Kaguya, who doesn't know how to use all his strength. If Kaguya's strength is 10, she can only play 7 at most. But this sage of 6 paths is different, able to use all of its strength. Kenpachi, how to win? Sister Wa frowned, but suddenly, she loosened her brows again. This setback may also be your chance, Sister Wa thought lightly. It's like a fierce beast was born. The shocking golden Ryotsu burst out. The blindfold was torn off, but even if Kenpachi lifted the restrictions, it was still suppressed by sage of 6 paths. But Kenpachi's face didn't have the slightest fear. 5.3. Seeing Kenpachi on the battlefield holding the blindfold of his right eye. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Legend of Ninja World, Sage of 6 Paths, is not vegetarian. The Ryotsu on Kenpachi's body at this moment made all the heavens and all realms feel a trace of fear. Kenpachi laughed wildly and charged Zanpakuto with it. The previous Kenpachi was just sturdy in appearance, but did not show any substantial pressure. Still so arrogant, still so Kaisaidagarba. His body was like a substantial golden Ryotsu eruption, making many people instantly discolored. The legs have long been submerged in the yellow sand. The surrounding yellow sand instantly ignited a monstrous storm. Kenpachi was beaten back by Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 170, Auto-generated chapter title. 170, Wand Circle Spurned, Despised Dutiful Sun Plumage. See the outbreak of full strength of Kenpachi, collared still being repressed. Heaven's Wand community. Many people are worried. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara Rinnegan 1 pair exposed dignified. The Sage of 6 Paths of Strength, really well-deserved reputation. Although they are not Kaguya, but also stood firmly 6 Paths class people. Madara Heart, again 6 Paths level the legendary realm full of hope. Konoha Village. Naruto and his face was very nervous. But he's nervous, but not for the Sage of 6 Paths plumage. But to Kenpachi, Shinigami, strong world can be sure to win awe. The Sage of 6 Paths, although he played on behalf of the world. He may not deserve to win, you have to beat him. Naruto said, some angry look. Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama, who look as a bit more complicated. Sage of 6 Paths of doing so they're disgraced. Although if there is no Sage of 6 Paths, and now there is no forbearance sector. But, Sage of 6 Paths of that era, and now a difference of 1,000 years. Too far. 09 No Sage of 6 Paths seal his mother, nor that they will not be released Kaguya. So, everyone put himself into the Sage of 6 Paths to think up that position. Such a thought, they did not think of how Sage of 6 Paths to justify. In the original era, Kaguya's actions, even if too extreme. But Kaguya's standing position, standing Kaguya's son should stand. Everyone believes that this Sage of 6 Paths is not a thing. How he washed all Zaibu-Ching, humanity simply refused to ultimate. So, most people Heaven's Wand community, will be the same for the Sage of 6 Paths absolutely no good view. Super God World. Angel Lingshi looked Kenpachi as Sage of 6 Paths repression, cannot help but look a little nervous. Oh, this Suraki Kenpachi, strength looks much worse. I'm afraid, he won no less than the Bureau A, this office is to be afraid of scum that win. Lingshi saying, he cannot help but flash regret. Yan, Sunburn Heart, who though already a little and it was not for the angry older. Their hearts may also have 6 paths of very deep disgust. Advertisement he was such a person, in any place will make people disgraced. Guy Shakespeare this time looked to the crowd, mouth slightly pick. Yan, Sunburn Heart, Cold Brook, I ask you a question. Guy heard the words of Shakespeare, the crowd instantly stern, a slight bow. Guy Queen Shaw, you ask. A few people in unison. Lufthansa Guy nodded, forehead and said quietly, for this you Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and Otsutsuki Kaguya this mother and son, who thinks doing the right thing. Guy heard the words of Shakespeare, Crane he also to the interest. Crane he smiled slightly to look at a few people. Guy Shaw this is a test they want to test ah. Guy heard the words of Shakespeare, Yan, who is frowning to think. Lingshi the youngest guardian angel's lead channel. Guy Queen Shakespeare, I think collared heinous, Kaguya did the right thing. Lufthansa Guy nodded, his face a slight smile. Lingshi, then you Kaguya earth for it, what do you think the invasion? Guy heard the words of Shakespeare, Lingshi face instantly embarrassed to live. Yes, she only took into account the collared betrayal mother, heinous it. However, she did not consider that Kaguya was originally an intruder. Lingshi's face was stunned, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Lang originally wanted to speak, but he was silent again when he heard what Guy Shaw said just now. There was also a flash of thought in Mianshin's eyes. This question, too difficult. Kagaya, as the person who invaded the earth, she is undoubtedly guilty. But Yuya's betrayal of his mother is still a heinous crime. How to judge between these two people? For a while, many angels in the hall fell silent. Only Gai Sha and he looked at each other. There was a smile in their eyes. Letting these young angels think about this kind of problem is very important for their future development. And when everyone is silent, Yan seemed to have figured out something and said, Queen Gai Sha, although both are guilty, I am still on Kaguya's side. Gai Sha raised her eyebrows slightly. Huh, what's the reason? Yan nodded and said, Kagaya invaded the earth, which obviously violated justice and order, regardless of whether it was instigated or oppressed by his people, but Kagaya could not escape the identity of the invader. Then everything happened, I won't repeat it. Advertisement. After Yuya was born, he saw Kaguya's various dark methods and finally betrayed Kagaya and sealed it. From a simple point of view, it seems that Yui did the right thing. After all, he saved Ninja World, he is a very kind person. Without him, there would be no Ninja World today. Hearing what she said, everyone was a little confused. Kei Yan did not pause, memories flashed in his eyes and continued talking. Often, I have destroyed many civilizations when implementing justice and order, and I have also witnessed many wars between civilizations. Cold, ruthless, killings abound. Koei 1 point, no one will betray their civilization. If he betrayed, he would have an unclear felony. Hai, first of all, is not a sage of 6 paths, not a great good person in the shinobi world. First of all, he is the son of Kagaya, a member of the Otsutsuki clan. So this one, Yuya, no matter what, shouldn't betray his mother. You should not betray your own civilization. His behavior is no different from eating inside and out. Although he is a hero of the ninja world, he will still be spurned by all of us in the 10,000 worlds. After Yan's words were finished, TN 690 made the hall silent. Marvel Universe. Looking at the sage of 6 paths that completely suppressed Kenpachi and seemed to be about to win, Thanos' eyes showed contempt. He is a traitor who looks down upon him. If he has the opportunity, he is willing to personally make this what fairy will be in the darkness of the universe. Betrayers will be spurned everywhere. How is this different from his daughter? Although in the various civilizations redeemed by her, she is a hero and a great hero. But who thought of him Thanos? Thanos, should he be betrayed? Thinking of this, Thanos stared at Yuya with contempt. Dragon Ball World. Frieza looked furious at the battle. Hit him, it can't stop it. Frieza's eyes were full of anger, wishing he would rush into the battlefield of the heavens and beat up the sage of 6 paths. Punch the world. Poro's eyes were also full of anger. Rubbish Yuya, it's really rubbish. The strength of this Zaraki Kenpachi is also too weak, let me play the universe. For a time, although the situation on the battlefield is downside down. Sage of 6 paths defeated Kenpachi steadily, but the heavens and the worlds are also one-sided. Everyone looked at Sage of 6 paths and was extremely angry, and they wanted to rush in and beat him up. Chapter 171. Auto-generated chapter title, 171. Angry Sage of 6 paths, Kenpachi is hit hard again. In the battlefield filled with yellow sand, the battle between Kenpachi and Hakata continues. Yuya also seemed to feel the gaze of the heavens and 10,000 realms, and his hands became heavier and heavier. Kenpachi was beaten back and forth again, and his body had already suffered a lot of injuries. But the bloody Kenpachi Ryotsu is still soaring, and his momentum is not weak at all. With a broken arm, his strength has not declined. Instead, there is a growing trend. This slightly changed the face of Yui, who was playing against Kenpachi. But it was too late for him to think more. Inadvertently, the lunatic Kenpachi rushed up again. Jagged Zanpakuto with golden Ryotsu in your hand. A sword that cracked the yellow sand hit Yuya, boom. But this blow that could completely slay Manos Grande was blocked by Yuya's raised hand. Its 6 paths level strength is fully demonstrated. Powerful and extraordinary. Kenpachi was not discouraged when he saw this, but the fierce enthusiasm in his eyes reached the extreme. If his eyes can swallow people, Yui has no idea how many times he has died under Kenpachi's eyes. No gaps. It's another knife. Kenpachi laughed wildly and rushed forward, Zanpakuto showing no mercy in his hands. Ding. The truth-seeking ball tin rod and Zanpakuto kept colliding, and the surrounding yellow sand battlefield was long gone. The entire battlefield has changed drastically, and a big hole was hit by the two in the middle. The two stood in this pit with a diameter of several thousand meters and continued to touch each other. Looking at Kenpachi, he didn't hesitate, leaving no gap between attacks. One knife after another. Although the hard power is not as good as Yuya, Kenpachi still attacks him frantically. The heavens and all realms who saw this scene were a little trembling. Kenpachi's way of fighting. Too wild, it's so cruel. He is completely ignorant of his injuries. As long as there's a chance, Kenpachi will definitely cut Yuya first. Regardless of the injuries on your body, the cut is over. Pirate World. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and others looked at Kenpachi, who was stronger than any of them, and their hearts were a little shocked. With every knife Kenpachi set off, the power was enough to tear thousands of meters of yellow sand. If this is placed in the Pirate World, every sword of Kenpachi is comparable to the full slash of the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye. The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses were shocking that could not be concealed. Advertisement, it seems that this Kenpachi is not like that monster. Kizaru's voice changed, and his tone trembled. This Kenpachi is even crazier than that monster fighting. Kizaru's tone was full of shock. Kaido would avoid it from time to time when he was fighting with people. But this Kenpachi, just laugh wildly, just strike without hesitation. Even if your attacking moves are changeable, Kenpachi, will deal with it in one fell swoop. There are no rules and no moves. Kenpachi's attack was so pure. One knife, and now Sage of Six Paths barely fight to make a tie. There was silence in the marshal's office. Several people are staring at the battlefield closely, and their hearts are getting more and more shocked. Aokiji, who has always been indifferent to everything, has a serious face. Watching the battle in the battlefield, watching the instinctive sword swinging and instinctual fighting. Ching Shang was shocked, not because of Kenpachi's strong strength. It's just because of Kenpachi's character. Since the battle of the leaderboards, there are countless strong players. There is a powerful force that shocked them, such as Old Man Yamamoto and Kagaya. These two are completely different from them, at least 2 big levels to exceed them. That battle scenes looked very shocked to the back or numb. And now look at this war. Sage of Six Paths plumage also show the strength of it is extraordinary. But in everybody's eyes, as it will. Yamamoto saw the Old Man and Kagaya of Armageddon. How could they because of this scene shocked? Truly shocking, only Kenpachi character. Distant aristocratic castle. Eagle Eye vibrato stature, physically and mentally excited watching this war. He finally met a mere swordsman. This Suraki Kenpachi is simply to build his tailor. Konoha's white fang tooth strength, although strong, but he and much worse. Yamamoto Old Man Armageddon is also a strong sword, which makes Hawkeye really excited. But Yamamoto Old Man mainly rely on the ability Ryujin Jaka of Flame. The entire fight and did not show how profound Kendo. And just this Suraki Kenpachi, he really let Hawkeye excited. This is a pure swordsman. Nothing fancy moves. Treat the enemy, only knife. Looking at Kenpachi, Hawkeye eyes exposed a deep sense of longing. And you think a battle law, you are the world's strongest swordsman it? Kenpachi that looked full of jagged Zanpakuto, Hawkeye's eyes slightly aghast. Advertisement, Kenpachi, you really experience much battle? In the battlefield, under the watchful eye of the Heavens Wan community. Kenpachi although powerful, but still less than the level of the Six Paths plumage. 2 wars so far, Kenpachi has been repressed. Kale and Jianchuan opened stature, looked at him flatly in the distance. Kenpachi is somewhat overdrawn, he stood panting slightly. Looking at Kenpachi, Sage of Six Paths some solemn eyes, lightly. Kenpachi, you are not my opponent. I advise you to give up. Wan circles seeing this, the heart is a little regret. No way. This dutiful son plumage strength too strong. Kagaya inherited most of his strength. Rinnegan and born with the blood following a snare stood firmly Six Paths class people. Faced with such plumage, Kenpachi is not a rival. Many people shook his head sighing. Lowly Small Peas shook his head slightly. Oh, Kenpachi to lose, the Sage of Six Paths too strong. Alexander, who cannot help but nod, Peas say exactly what they think of the heart. The battlefield Kenpachi, he listened to the words of plumage, but laughed again. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Listen Kenpachi laugh, Collards looking for a change. How? You, King of Connaught, want to play it? Do you have a chance to face me? Collard said the supremely confident words, my heart is a little angry. This Kenpachi, even now dare to look down on him? Under the public eye, Kenpachi laughter gradually stopped. In the eyes of everyone, Kenpachi stand tall, Jingjuang muscles exposed. What are you talking nonsense Fight is to the death of one will stop until the Kenpachi smile, face very cruel aggressive, Collard seeing, looking more and more gloomy mad. Flash figure, 2 open war again. This time, Collard took out his one full strength, frenzied attack with Kenpachi. Kenpachi he was beaten into retreat, still struggling to be brandished a knife. This scene shocked to see all of his face, and the next moment. In the heavens Wan watched circles. Sage of Six Paths in the hands of truth-seeking ball mace, direct pierced Kenpachi's chest. Chapter 172, auto-generated chapter title. 172, Kenpachi Shikai, Collards vomiting blood seeing this, the heavens Wan is a quiet community. Kenpachi body before standing Kale, truth-seeking ball mace Kenpachi relentlessly withdrawn from the body. His face is indifference, since they do not take the initiative to fall, only that the old lady hands. Lowly Small Peas shook his head, Kenpachi going to lose. Unfortunately, this Kale is no one to take lessons meal. Shaw Bean's teeth clenched, according to help children grumpy. Some of the broken star is looking ugly. This fight everyone wants to see the Sage of Six Paths Collard defeat was a good lesson meal. But the fact is that as people would like, Pirate World. Kaido suddenly drank a wine, and his face was very gloomy. 3-side is purple with rage, which comes as Jack the Drow most. Collard looked dutiful son, Jack heart full of anger. He is a man, although some brain problems, not very Emmanuel. But he said it was not to Kaido, very loyal, very loyal. So, for the betrayal of his mother's feathers, he did not have the slightest impression, the heart is very offensive. Hokage World. Naruto Konoha is within side. That Kenpachi, not the Sage of Six Paths opponent Unfortunately, the Kagaya sister, If I have the strength, I will certainly teach you a good lesson for you, son. Naruto heard the words, Senju Hashirama, who were full of smile at him. Shao Assembly 690 within the organization. Uchiha Madara faced some gloomy rumors, Sage of Six Paths already dead, sold to heaven. But have blood Otsutsuki family, he should not have to die. I do not know why the rumors, Sage of Six Paths had sold to heaven. But if this Sage of Six Paths lost, okay, but if he wins, it will likely return to its forbearance sector. Today's forbearance sector, but no one can compete with that of Six Paths Sage Madara's eyes some concerns. If Collard returned forbearance sector, then how should he do? This is urgent, worthy of his deep thinking. Black Zetsu side face even more ugly. Looked ripped through the chest of Zaraki Kenpachi, his heart continues to roar. Must not let that guy resurrection, soon cut him. Black Zetsu seemed to have heard the roar, in the battlefield. Truth-seeking yin and yang binding force but ball chakra producing 5 kinds of attributes. Once it hurt, the wound will never recover. Kenpachi but glanced at himself, mace ripped through the truth-seeking ball chest. Piercing pain constantly heard, the force of the 6 paths to spread along the wound in his body. But let's face Kenpachi more fanatical, advertisement. Chest in the blood flow intoxicated him. Piercing pain like Kenpachi shocked nearly crazy. Bite. AJFD. Laugh. Instinctively wielded Zanpakuto. Kenpachi knife to chop down the lead against Collard. Collard looking pale. He did not think how. Ripped through the chest truth-seeking ball, Kenpachi has not only painful to bear, but also gave him a knife. It makes Collard mind or why moment. In desperation, he had to ride too far to Kanken. Kenpachi left shoulder severely pick up the knife. Brush. Sage of the 6 paths left arm was cut off Kenpachi Seigen. Into the blood off. Deep the wounds of the bloody bone. Collard looking for a change, but my heart is filled with vicious. Few truth-seeking ball behind turned into a 2-edged sword, piercing Kenpachi's chest again. Puff. Kenpachi mouth suddenly spitting blood, at the same time hit the knife again. Collard rapid withdraw back, its face with fear. If he is to avoid them quickly, I'm afraid his head would be cut off. Kenpachi this madman. Fortunately, only breaking his left arm, with his immortal body, fully able to recover. Force 6 paths of the flock slowly wound his left arm. Can be the next moment. Collard looking pale, its stature suddenly trembling with pain. Aghast eyes full of surprise to see across Kenpachi, Collard heart. Wave-piercing pain of the soul, a direct hit to his brain. That was cut off of Kenpachi left arm, came Collard life have never felt pain. Sage of 6 paths Collard life fighting countless large and small. Although he was powerful, but it also suffered several injuries. But never once, and that the wound could be so painful. Like the soul is torn apart in general, so Collard pain trembling. Until the time of the 6 paths force swept to the left shoulder, ready to resume his left arm. Plumage looking again for a change, which under the more horrified. He disbelief looked to Kenpachi opposite, first panic tone up. You, how is this possible? Your knife, what it is? Collard's face full of sweat, fragmented soul that made him feel all the pain cannot afford. And, the most important, his 6 paths of force will not restore that cut. How is this possible in the usual, before any wound, even if the lower body is cut off, the force of the 6 paths can be restored. However, he should not resume interrupted Kenpachi left arm. So, this Kenpachi hands of the knife must have eccentricities. Advertisement in the eyes of Plumage, Kenpachi mouth smiled. Chest injury came the piercing pain. Sage of 6 paths not a light injury, but not deadly. He twice by this attack, it is really terrible in general. Chest being eroded by the forces of yin and yang truth-seeking ball's heart stopped beating for almost Kenpachi. In the Plumage scared eyes, Kenpachi did not answer him, physique straight down to the rear. Seeing this Plumage slightly relieved, and then he'd have to understand the specificity of the knife at Kenpachi. And not only against the truth-seeking ball without being damaged. More likely to have the ability to cut off the soul. Because of the perception in the Plumage, his left arm is even with body and soul is cut off. Otherwise 6 paths of force not impossible to recover. Fortunately, it's all over. That Zaraki Kenpachi, he was defeated. Heaven's wand saw this scene or bound sigh, although there have been finally seen to reverse weather. But Kenpachi, eventually lost. You can wait a long time, but did not wait until the Kale announcement of victory. Kenpachi while lying on the ground, his sense of darkness. Be in the dark, he thought of his own and had each other Kusajishi Yachiru. That means the guy to try to give him the wrong way. Kenpachi smiled. I let you down voice exclaims, Kenpachi mouth smiled and closed his eyes. Then he thought he heard a faint sound, wild. My name is Nozarashi. My name is Nozarashi, I picked up, beat him. Kenpachi frowned, about to close my eyes suddenly widened. Nozarashi. Wild. Kenpachi eyes excited, blood renewed. He even heard the call of Zanpakuto. At the edge of dying, the first time he heard his Zanpakuto call. Got his name, Nozarashi, to accompany me to fight with it. Swallowed, it, Nozarashi. Kenpachi eyes full of desire to fight, but also the heart to resume beating. Collard then also say off-sight set their sights on the Kenpachi body. Should have been dead Kenpachi, how it seems to rekindle a trace of life. Collared face doubts room. Boom, sand everywhere, the plumage of stature suddenly depressed downward. Out front now. Kenpachi that is cruel expression, coupled with an unprecedented two-edged sword. Puff. And Kenpachi just a knife, a blood spray collard led the moment. Chapter 173. Auto-generated chapter title. 173. Ryotsu is exhausted. Kenpachi is enlightened. In the battlefield. Kenpachi's brutal aura rose another step. The Zanpakuto in his hand is not slender and jagged. Instead, it has become an extremely exaggerated style. The wide blade is even more exaggerated than Zangetsu. But holding it in Kenpachi's hands at the moment, it doesn't seem abrupt at all. On the contrary, in the eyes of the heavens and the world, people like Kenpachi should hold this kind of sword. The slender Zanpakuto before was a bit conservative to him. Like a big man dancing a soft sword, it's nondescript. It should be like it is now, it is more suitable to take such a rough and crazy knife. Boom. The big knife was cut down mercilessly again, and Sage of Six Paths Yuya raised his hand again to block the truth-seeking ball. The talented truth-seeking ball took the initiative to protect the owner, and it was even a moment slower. So Kenpachi's strong sword pressure directly hit his body. Although he was mostly blocked by the truth-seeking ball, he still suffered a little injury, so he spouted that blood. But this time, Yuya reacted and took the initiative to raise the truth-seeking ball tin rod to resist it, and it would surely be able to stop it. But the knife fell to 8. The earth roars. Yuya's figure fell into the yellow sand again. More than that. Where the two collided, the shockwave of terror swept across. The kilometer crater encountered in the previous battle has expanded again. Sage of Six Paths Yuya felt a shocking force coming down the truth-seeking ball tin rod. This caused him to be shattered in an instant, but it's okay. Kenpachi's power at the moment is still within the range of his endurance. Kenpachi. He laughed wildly, and the huge Zanpakuto pressed down again. Boom. The yellow sand was pressed to the four directions by the vigorous Ryotsu, and Yui's body sank again. Puff. And Yuya couldn't stop it at this time. The majestic sword pressure hit his body directly through the truth-seeking ball tin rod. Yuya's face was extremely ugly, spouting blood again. This Kenpachi, then, when he saw his own truth-seeking ball, his face changed again. A deep shock came to my heart. Yuya didn't expect that the 8 swords of the sword could reveal a crack in the truth-seeking ball. At this moment, on the truth-seeking ball tin stick that blocked Kenpachi's knife. At the point where the two collided, cracks began to spread to the surrounding area. There is a tendency to gradually lose support. If this continues, his Yuya may be cut directly by Kenpachi. Looking at Kenpachi, who was still laughing wildly above his head, Yui was shocked. How did this guy do it? But he didn't know. The power of Kenpachi Shikai directly smashed a meteorite in the original work. Advertisement that meteorite is not simple, it is a giant meteorite that can destroy the entire Lingding in an instant. With an ugly expression on Yuya's face, his figure quickly retreated to the back. Kenpachi held his brand new Zanpakuto with excitement in his eyes. He finally finished Shikai, he finally learned his name, Zanpakuto. Kenpachi looked at Zanpakuto with feverish eyes. As if watching some rare treasure, I couldn't put it down. Seeing this scene, 10,000 Realms was a little shocked. Spirit Pet World. Seeing Kenpachi stand up again, Shaololi Natsuki jumped up too. She waved her small fist and her face was very excited. Let me just say, God will definitely let Kenpachi win. Because even God looks down on this Yuya. Shado's eyes were excited, and the mountain on the side was also a little shocked. This way of fighting Zaraki Kenpachi is really straight, it's really wild. In this new form, I think it is possible to fight that dutiful son Yuya. I hope he can win. Bai Yuekui's eyes were full of thought. Seeing Kenpachi's shape at this moment, his heart moved slightly. Is this form of Zaraki Kenpachi Shikai? When Bai Yuekui questioned. On the battlefield, Kenpachi looked at Yui on the opposite side and spoke loudly. Ha 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 ha, Kenpachi, thank you so much. If it were you, I do not know his name cannot be Shikai. Kenpachi looked at his Zanpakuto, face more and more excited. Sure enough, and you fight really hard. It now appears that the former Manos Grande is really dull. Inside the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo, who face full of shock. Kenpachi looked that says anything. Manos Grande in front of him and interesting. That was in the past. Ichigo pushed hard and do not necessarily beheaded existence. The presence of several people, Ishida, Sato, no one can say that they will be able to overcome the Manos Grande. But this Zaraki Kenpachi, few people cannot help but shook his head. Furthermore, it is even more shocking, Soul Society. Gote 13. Kiraku Shunsui Jashiro Yukataki complexion and slightly change. 2 eyes are different colors circulation. Kenpachi already experienced countless number of battle. This madman, but a time to find people fighting master. It can be so much battle, but he has been unable to comprehend Shikai. But now, it Otsutsuki Hagoromo and that a war, a direct Shikai. Kenpachi obtained in this war, it may be given to overcome than the rankings reward better. Byakuya Kuchiki face indifference. Shikai a madman? 0. Look for flowers, flower girls then a slight smile, heart slight movement. Advertisement Kenpachi because Ryotsu too, never do Shikai. For this reason also specifically put restrictions Ryotsu goggles. But this war, Kenpachi even a successful Shikai, It seems that she wanted to write Kenpachi to participate in the largest battle harvest rankings. Beat the reward is not given rankings. But that the battle itself. Flower girls once again think of the characteristics of Zaraki Kenpachi. From Rukongai battles, to eventually join these various Gode 13. Kenpachi has been in combat, never deliberately been practicing. Or in the mouth Kenpachi, and it should not be called to fight. But fight. He fight for food, he fight for fun. He fight to become strong. Zaraki, that so many generations Kenpachi, the only one so special person. I do not know Shikai of Kenpachi, what cannot beat the sage of six paths collared it. Point 0 Flower girls calm down, continue to look at war. At the moment Shikai's Kenpachi once suppressed plumage. Ryatsu consumption, body injury, how can fight these leaving Kenpachi care? He bathed in their own blood and collards in the hands Zanpakuto as instinctively hid the camel. In the case of Kenpachi outbreak, his Ryatsu consume fast. But this is not without effect. Sage of six paths collared has twice almost directly Zhangxia his head up. It makes collared hard as tense, it has been previously validated. Kenpachi knife was able to hurt the human soul. If he does not soar to the right, at Kenpachi I am afraid that it will be planted here. It was also the outbreak of full plumage. Ground tremors, a seat hill was raised too. But his Ryatsu, but it is already up to ultimate. This is being hid Kenpachi, cannot be avoided. In Kenpachi mind, there is no defense concept. Plumage standing nearby, his chest with a deep scar visible bone. Kenpachi can turn a deaf ear, he stood still fanatical. So he was to play plumage covered in blood, hid now, everywhere around Long Pit. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because he does not defense. That's the ultimate esoteric about Zanpakuto. What? That it is the kind of pick a strike can have a huge impact on the surrounding battlefield exist. But plumage not a light injury, Kenpachi injury heavier. Chest has 2 large holes scarred. Abdomen truth-seeking ball mace to severely fragmented, and even internal organs were streaming out. Ryatsu nearly depleted, the body is injured so that he could not move. Call. But he seemed to feel somewhat. Chapter 174, auto-generated chapter title. 174, it's solved, the evil spirit wakes up. Kenpachi stood there, his right arm trembling. Since the war, he has been using his full strength and has been enjoying this fighting. For a long time, no one can remain immortal even when he releases his full strength. The arm trembled and the Ryatsu in the body was completely exhausted. But Kenpachi still didn't put down Zanpakuto in his hands, and there was still wild excitement in his eyes. Seeing this scene of him, the heavens and all realms are all looking at him. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Garp's expression was solemn, Akainu muffled and said nothing. This Zaraki Kenpachi is so shocking. Sage of six paths Yuya, his combat power and god are undoubtedly. But Kenpachi was fighting with war, and slowly he had the power to fight Yuya. Although now, Kenpachi is already at the end of the crossbow, he is about to die from his injuries and lose the battle. But, 690, Kenpachi's battle is admirable. People admire. Garp can't imagine now, if the sword comes to the world of 8 pirates. So how much did Marine have to pay to arrest such a monster? The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses were full of shock. This, Kenpachi, really is a monster, definitely not a person. Only monsters can have that kind of character. Thinking of Kenpachi shouting to fight and fight, Kizaru's scalp numb. If this is entangled by Kenpachi, his Kizaru will be bloody mildew. World government. Right within. 5 elders are standing or sitting on the ground, each with their own minds watching this battle. Korao is in charge of the sea with 5 people. At this moment, it is still a little difficult to calm down. This, Zaraki Kenpachi, wild temperament is more than Kaido. If he is on the ocean, it must be a huge trouble. Presumably even if the naval headquarters has all the advanced combat power, if you want to win this Kenpachi, I am afraid that you will still have to pay a heavy price. Yes. The other 5 elders nodded and continued. And what's the matter with his reaction? That sage of 6 paths Yuya's attack, even I think it's hard to avoid it. But for this Kenpachi, I didn't feel observation hockey from him, but I can always hide away at the moment of death. It's incredible. Yes, this kind of combat talent, put on anyone, is of the heaven-defying level. Advertisement, but having said that, fortunately, he is not from our world. This person is not our turn to have a headache. All the 5 elders nodded, and they couldn't help but feel a little grateful in their hearts. Fortunately, Kenpachi is not in the pirate world, they don't have to think about this trouble. If there is such a person in pirate world, Tenten would definitely have a headache. Super God world. Watching Kenpachi's body was soaked in blood, his chest was holed and his abdomen was cut. The intestines are all flowing out, this makes young angels feel a little uncomfortable. Angel Lingxi's face was shocked, looking at the terrible Kenpachi, he couldn't accept it. Although Lang, Yan and others have seen battlefields more tragic than this, their eyes are still somewhat complicated. This Kenpachi is so shocking. The sacred Gaisha on the throne saw Yan and the others' reaction, with a smile in his eyes. These children still lack experience, however, that Kenpachi's character is indeed worthy of moving. Hexi looked at her at this time, shook his head and sighed. Queen Gaisha, this Kenpachi is strong, but the chance of defeating Yuya is not great. Gaisha also nodded. Yes, the current form is called Shikai, right? Yan and others nodded. Queen Gaisha, based on the battle between Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saichikuni and Otsutsuki Kagaya, and all of our masters' Shinigami world information, this form is what they call Shikai. Gaisha nodded flatly. Yan and others watched the battle, and still did not forget to analyze the intelligence of Shinigami's world, which she was quite satisfied with. Hexy took the conversation, and an intellectual voice sounded. It's just Shikai of Kenpachi, I'm afraid I can't beat Hakata. If you want to beat Yuya, it seems that you need to solve it at least. You can hear what Kenpachi said, this Shikai is also what he just realized. Then it's solved, it's even more difficult. The angels nodded in their hearts and sighed deeply in their eyes. Kenpachi may really lose. It's damn it, did not see the filial son Yuya being hanged and beaten. But in the battlefield, this moment has changed again. Exhausted Kenpachi stood there. Ignore the intestines exposed in the abdomen. Ignore the 2 big holes in the chest, ignore the body that was weakened to the limit due to excessive blood loss. Kenpachi picked up Zanpakudono and looked in front of his eyes. Every foot, every inch zero. Advertisement Kenpachi is watching his Zanpakudo carefully. From front to back, no detail was skipped. After reading it, Kenpachi's expression was somewhat silent. Nozarashi, I'm sorry for you a little bit. Kenpachi opened his mouth and said apologetically in his eyes. If it is his partner, there are only 2 at most. One of them is Kusajishi Yachiru. The other is this Zanpakudo who has been with me for many years. This knife was the sealed state of a dead Shinigami he picked up when he was wandering in Rukongai Zaraki district. At that time, he saw that the hardness was good, so he used it as his fighting tool. Unexpectedly, this knife has been with him all the way for so many years. He had always used this knife only as a combat tool before, and had no idea of treating it as a partner at all. So he has been unable to do Shikai, let alone solve it. But just now, he heard Zanpakudo's call, and now. Seeing Nozarashi, whose blade is still jagged and jagged, even Shikai, Kenpachi felt a little distressed for the first time. However, the reason why a man like him feels sorry for this knife is not because he really regards it as a partner. It's that this knife is broken, and he needs to troubleshoot another one. The only thing that can make him happy and intoxicated is fighting. Everything about his Zaraki Kenpachi is fighting for the fight. Fight for no reason. Kenpachi shook his head, and in the eyes of the heavens and the world. The knife was finally broken. Under the solemn gaze of the heavens and the world, a click came from the battlefield. Can be the next moment, in Kenpachi's body, something seemed to be awakening. He Sage of 6 Paths Yuya won. Kenpachi's aura change. The Ryatsu on Kenpachi is exhausted, not the strong Ryatsu before. 5.3. Sage of 6 Paths Yui who was standing opposite him saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because in his perception, there seems to be an evil spirit in Kenpachi who is waking up. A smile just appeared on Yuya's face. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The smile froze on his face. No one felt any pressure on Kenpachi. Not only did it fail to change for the better, this lunatic man finally had no power to fight anymore. On the contrary, it is more like a ghost, but this moment. I saw that the wide Zanpakudo in the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi broke directly in the middle. Chapter 175. The Battle of the Beasts, the man who enjoys the killing. In the battlefield, a breath of terror is gradually rising. In the perception of Sage of 6 Paths, that is not any active aura, but an incomparably pure fanatic killing intent. Yuya suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Kenpachi. See Kenpachi at this time. His clothes are being burst by a terrifying force. Following instinct, Kenpachi directly raised his hand and tore off his shirt in 2 or 3 strokes. Muscles and brains all over the body are swollen and blood vessels are tight. Gradually, Kenpachi's skin began to turn red, as if blood was boiling, blood red filled the whole body. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked when they saw this scene. All the captains of Shinigami world stood up. Seeing Kenpachi, whose skin was blood red, with 2 black lines from his forehead to the bottom of his eyes, and 2 horns growing just above his forehead, his face turned into a ghost-like posture, everyone was stunned. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes under the brim of his hat were incredulous. Hello, are you kidding me? Isn't that guy even Shikai couldn't do it before? Now, this is. 09 Kyoraku Shunsui didn't finish what he said, but the captains all understood. Sister Wa was full of thoughts between her eyebrows. Zaraki Kenpachi, the kid who killed her in the first place, has he grown to this point now? This is. Untie. If so, the normal form of Kenpachi is just a plaything kept by her Yuanahana Yachiryu. Then Kenpachi in Shikai's state is enough to make her Ryoka slightly serious. But Kenpachi, which is about to be solved right now, makes Sister Wa really cautious. She claims to be the first in Kendo under the head of the team leader Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni. But looking at this Kenpachi, Rao Sister Wa was shocked. Shikai is not enough, this Kenpachi still needs to solve it. Sage of 6 Paths Yuya, this tool is really good enough. With Sister Wa thinking about these, Kenpachi in the battlefield has changed again. His eyes gradually became blood red, and Kenpachi's sanity began to become unclear while holding the big knife that broke from the middle. A pair of eyes that looked like a real beast stared directly at Yuya. Moment. An extremely pure killing intent swept Yuijo up and down. Suddenly, a blood-red afterimage rushed directly at him. Yuya cursed inwardly. This Kenpachi is really immune to death Xiaoqiang. Up to now, it is so special that it can explode. Yuya was also angry when he thought of this. Advertisement, he is ready to explode with all his strength and fight this Kenpachi for the last time. Too late to think about it. Boom! Kenpachi slashed with a big knife in his hand. The terrifying sword pressure turned into a blood-red color, violently impacting the 6 paths tin rod in Yuya's hand. The ground under him roared even more. During the tremor, the yellow sand began to sink, and the distance of 1 kilometer was directly lifted by Kenpachi's knife. And the look of Yuya's face that felt Kenpachi's knife has also changed drastically. Kenpachi at the moment. Not only did the speed make him a little unclear, but the power made him unbearable. During the stalemate between the two, Yuya met Jianpachi's blood-red eyes. Moment. The strange pair of Rinnegan trembled crazily, unbelievable. Kenpachi's eyes have only one meaning at the moment. That is to kill him. Purely, to kill him. Yuya couldn't help being stunned, but the 6 paths tin rod in his hand was blocking Kenpachi's knife. But it was this one who was stunned. Kenpachi didn't use a knife, so he bumped his head over. Yo! The two heads collided. Yuya suddenly felt his brain in heat, and his eyes were blurred. Next moment, before he could react, Kenpachi bumped his head again. Yo! This time, Kenpachi directly knocked Yuya's figure back. Subsequently, Kenpachi was about to bump into it again. Yuya was shocked. If this is hit by Kenpachi again, then he really shouldn't hit it. Being hit by Kenpachi for 2 times almost killed him. This Kenpachi attacked him completely regardless, without any moves. It was truly a beast. Yuya raised his arm by 1 gear. Yo! There was another impact. Kenpachi's brain has been angry to ultimate. Yuya's head is also really hard, and he doesn't give in compared to what he is now. At this moment, Kenpachi bit his mouth directly on Yuya's right shoulder. Ah! For a moment, a large piece of flesh and blood on Yuya was directly torn off by Kenpachi. Under the shocking eyes of the heavens and the world, Kenpachi, a lunatic, stared at Yuya with blood in his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Yuya's expression also changed drastically, and she felt so angry inside. Advertisement, a pair of Rinnegan pupils burst out suddenly. Kenpachi's body was instantly knocked out by the terrifying repulsive force. Yuya stood still, feeling the pain on his right shoulder. He stared at Kenpachi extremely angry. More, wood, sword, 8. I'm going to kill you. Yuya, who was extremely angry, didn't care about his personal settings. Rinnegan's pupils explode, and the Otsutsuki clan lineage is displayed. The terrifying chakra swept all over. A blue chakra directly surrounded him. Susanoo used it. There is no first stage and second stage. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, sage of 6 paths shot. It's Susanoo. He is the ultimate Susanoo, not to mention Kagaya. But his Susanoo is nearly 10 times higher than Madara's complete body. The blue giant stood upright among the yellow sand, with a pair of wings spread out behind him. Kenpachi laughed unconsciously. Come, kill me. 690. Otherwise I will kill you, Kenpachi roared and charged directly. The two fought together again. Both of them used all their strengths to be extremely terrifying, and one attack with one hand was enough to destroy the surrounding land. Susanoo's destructive power is very powerful, even more powerful in the hands of Sage of 6 Paths. Only by fighting against such a person can Kenpachi feel the real excitement. Wan Jia thought he had written a battle against Yuya because of Kagaya? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He, Kenpachi, just wants to challenge such a person, and there is no reason. It can be said. Wrong. Even Kenpachi is stronger. However, Sage of 6 Paths does not have 10 tails in his body this time, and cannot defeat Kenpachi with his crushing strength. Only the purest killing intent, without the slightest reason. From the very beginning, Kenpachi's purpose was not to complain Kagaya and teach Yui Ha. This means that he must be very strong. All he was thinking at the moment was to kill the person in front of him. The first thing he thought about was Sage of 6 Paths Yui, the son of Kagaya. Kagaya is inferior to him in the use of Susao. This led to the embarrassing situation today. He has long forgotten that this is on the battlefield of the heavens, and that death will be resurrected on the battlefield. This lunatic has forgotten everything and exhausted all his thoughts to fight with Yuya. Kenpachi is no weaker than Susanoo. Chapter 176, Auto-generated chapter title. 176, Kenpachi, crazy, crushing Yuya, in the battlefield. Kenpachi still attacked Yui with a wild laugh like a madman. Yuya also had a real anger, and the huge blue Suzuo's combat power was fully deployed. The two of them simply collided with the aftermath and destroyed everything around them. Looking at the horror and destructive power of the two, everything in the middle and low martial arts world was so shocked that it was completely speechless. In the spirit cage world, although the little lowly Shado still despised Yuya, there was an unconcealable shock in her eyes. Looking at Broken Star and Bai Yuekui beside him, Shado said innocently. Boss, Sister Broken Star, does everyone in the Hokage world drive Gundam? Very handsome. This, although Yuya looks like a dog and doesn't do human affairs, his blue Gundam is a real teacher. When Broken Star heard this, he couldn't help nodding. Don't look at Yuya not doing personnel affairs, but his appearance like Susanoo is really bluffing. It is also very hockey, not to mention the power. Shanda and the others were instantly intrigued when they heard Sha Do's words. Dudu, it sounds like this is true when you say this. Of the several strong players in the Hokage world, it seems that most of them are open. Shanda counted with his fingers. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Pen 6 Paths, Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze Minato, Kagaya, Higi. There are a total of 7 strong players in the Hokage world. 3 of them will open up. This couldn't help but make Shanda feel a little excited. In fact, these low martial arts worlds are not so yearning for that shocking strength. On the contrary, because they have a little knowledge of technology, everyone is yearning for that Gundam. Sha Do, you were right. 7 strong Hokage players who played, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya, and Higi are all able to drive up. The Gundams of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto are not the case, but they are also very strong. Hearing what he said, Broken Star and others thought slightly. Sha Do was a little excited. That's true, Shanda. I really like Kagaya's sister's Gundam. If I can drive hers, I will be satisfied for the rest of my life. Hearing what he said, Broken Star and others all shook their heads and smiled. Who is there, who doesn't want to open it? Advertisement. Shinigami World. Soul Society Go Day 13. The captains looked at the now solved battle between Kenpachi and Yui, all with solemn expressions. Komamura Sajin's eyes were shocked. Kaguya's Susanoo is powerful though. But her combat experience is too little, and the combat power shown to the heavens in the world is not that strong. But this sage of 6 Paths Feather Jacket is different. He has experienced countless battles in his life. The use of Susanoo can be said to be unpredictable. In the Hokage world, I'm afraid his Suzuo dared to be the first person. This makes the village Sajin really shocked. Susanoo, the blue giant, has a similar solution. But the black rope heavenly scourge Ming Wang was in front of him, and it seemed a little too inadequate. The two are not of the same magnitude at all. In front of Yuya's Suzuo, his black rope scourge King Ming may be directly killed in seconds. The faces of the other captains were not pretty. The second division captain, Broken B, didn't know how he would fight against Susanoo. Is it? Let her fingers plunge Susa it? His solution or missile can destroy the defense of this Susanoo? Look at its power and influence. Feng Broken Heart could not help shaking his head. I'm afraid her out best, all this could not break the defense of Susanoo. And that Susanoo's defensive captain are so many heart under his head. For example, students Hitsugaya Dashiro. His Daigor and Hiranmaru face of this Susanoo, no start feeling entirely. That defense he really did not know how to deal with. As another example, we loaded to force play, 6 fan captain Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya looked Susanoo shook his head. That defense of his Senbon Sakura simply Tai is not broken. If you want to break defense, at least, he needs to use the ultimate esoteric Senbon Sakura of. But Bai D sword over, he did not have much spare capacity of. By the time this is not to be arbitrarily trampled upon plumage? Moreover, looking at the reconciliation Kenpachi can come and play back Susanoo. Byakuya did not mind a bit at the end. Bai D sword cannot break this anti-Susanoo still unknown. If the defense is not broken, then he Byakuya Kuchiki time we really slaughter, the meat chopping board. Our Secretary Development Agency, Tech Geek Kuratsuchi Miyuri eyes are full of interest. Advertisement he had been very interested in the practice of the system Hokage world. Seems to be an energy cell in the body. If you can study to understand this stuff, he might allow his foot to kill the possession of a high wear. Kuratsuchi Miyuri eyes of the surge of interest to concentrate on a record of all the data Susanoo. The presence can say with certainty is better than plumage, it was only 3. One of them is the current commander of the well-deserved Yamamoto Lu Yuan Jai heavy country sitting on the theme, looking very calm. If he plumage battle, the former forbearance solution, now Shikai can teach it's a good man. As has been the solution now, that thing goes without saying? The other 2 is Kiraku Shunsui and Yunohana Retsu. As a future captain Kiraku Shunsui, but he hides a lot of strength, not a captain all seen is Kiji. So, Kiraku Shunsui although usually yellow ape like fishing in troubled waters as the water. If he can make this plumage, still confident Wensheng. As Yunohana Retsu, first generation Kenpachi, Malflower name of the first 8,000 streams already speak for themselves. Although today the quadruple team captain, away from the front line fighting. However, flower girls, but there is no doubt the strength of the strong. The first person called the captain under the Soul Society. Now look at Kenpachi and Collared War. Flower Girl's hard Shikai reconciliation can only be happy to Kenpachi. This has been let Aizen feel a little tricky little mad. Aizen eyes look dull, because Kenpachi that bestial fighting instinct Aizen some fear. This allows Aizen more afraid of, this makes him a bit scared of. In the past, Zaraki Kenpachi Aizen is the only sure not all, can be used Kyoka Suigetsu to complete hypnosis person. If he assisted him severely to teach the birds, King of Kanat, Clothes Man certainly no problem. Sometimes, Kenpachi may not need to rely on the 5 senses, will be able to use that powerful fighting instinct to fight. Virtual Night Palace. Otherwise, Yamamoto was promoted to Captain Combat Power ranking, cannot easily be on his hands. But the fact that Kenpachi, his immunity will be able to Kyoka Suigetsu, and he was a war. Can make Aizen did not expect, Kenpachi even in this war comprehend the Shikai reconciliation. The outcome of this war is no longer important. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It seems, Hogyoku must be awakened as soon as possible. Thinking about the next eyes and heart, into the battlefield gradually separation of the outcome. He must also get more strength as soon as possible. Now, Kenpachi can do Shikai Reconciliation. Chapter 177, Auto-generated chapter title. 177, to overcome, so that the sword fanatical 8 awards. Collision Kenpachi and Collard gradually tends to stop. Because the hit now, Kale barely. Yes. Sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo not stop Kenpachi up. Chakra is not exhausted, as Sage of 6 paths, and called 5 plumage chakra Yoruichi like endless. But in the simple combat power, he cannot stop. After Kenpachi solution, although not much to strengthen the tools and tri-sword. Kenpachi can enhance the strength of the body too much. Speed, strength, and that transcendent fighting instinct. These all in all, have been the all-round improvement. So he led, Kenpachi in the comprehensive combat capability completely suppressed plumage. Now hit. Collared chest more 34 huge wound. This is being Kenpachi straight split Susanoo, cut to his body. Most of plumage vomiting blood as Kenpachi knife injuries caused him not to reply. It is on the injured soul, Rao is Otsutsuki family bloodline tough. But in Kenpachi name of the Shinigami, also still cannot restore the injury. Then, up to now, Collard finally hold on, huge Susa slowly dispersed. Disheveled plumage, stand there long gone sage of 6 paths of power and influence. Covered with extremely painful injury, 690 mind if his firm. Round after round split soul of pain so long ago that he could not bear. Left arm completely disappeared, white robes were stained with blood. As for the opposite Kenpachi, the body has been thoroughly boiling blood. The body has a number of channels than the sage of 6 paths heavier injuries. See shocking. This is simply because Kenpachi no defense, they tackle the plumage attacks. Even so, Kenpachi still did not fall, but because the PLO completely irrational. More aggressive and brutal, Kale and Kenpachi is a right. 2 eyes have never oppressive. Kenpachi purely intended to kill condensed to a head. Plumage is really stuck. He sage of 6 paths, this Kenpachi is labeled as such. Hokage world group of his supporters have abandoned him, right? Both rapid stature flash, the final assault, advertisement. Kenpachi haha laughing, feeling excited, as if to reach a peak. Sword against fractured hands plumage is vertical split down. Boom. A quiet moment between heaven and earth, sand splashes kilometers. Wand circles for a time could not see the way the battlefield. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, in the battlefield. A headless body slowly fell to the ground, his eyes still heavy with disbelief. Another like a beast-like existence. His brain as the number of the truth-seeking ball spikes ripped through, this should have lost consciousness. Kenpachi stood, and looked very enjoy, moment. Boom. Kenpachi's body like a balloon burst. He has the solution, too much load on the body. Injuries inside and outside to come together, Kenpachi could not directly support, the body burst. Look at this scene, the Heavens Wand community is look nervous. Hey, who wins in the end? Do not let the sage of 6 paths Collard win the grandchildren, I could not understand him most. Does not should be Kenpachi win, right? Under the tense gaze of the heavens and the world. The golden light shrouded and everything was restored. Kenpachi and Hakata reappeared on the battlefield. Open black lens bracket Hokugev's Shinigami, Zaraki Kenpachi wins the second round. Seeing this announcement, all the heavens and all realms cheered. Everyone looked happy. The big filial son, Yuya lost, ha ha ha. The result of this event is happier than any other event. Ha 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 ha. Who says no? Kenpachi is good to win. Kenpachi is good to win. The war is over. Yui and Kenpachi also saw the barrage in the chat group again. Kenpachi laughed wildly. Yuya's face was dark. It's over, his old face is completely out of place now. But the situation at that time, how could he not accept Kenpachi's challenge? If he gets angry, he might be scolded even worse by 10,000 realms. A barrage flashed across the chat group. Half of them were scolding Yuya. The other half is, AJFD, congratulations to Kenpachi. Kizaru. At Zaraki Kenpachi, it's so strong, it's a dutiful son Yui that has no temper at all. Several times stronger than that lunatic in our world. Advertisement inside the marshal's office at naval headquarters. Kizaru thought about the strength of Kenpachi and Kaido, and said this with some shock. And Kenpachi in the battlefield is also interested. Zaraki Kenpachi. Kizaru, you said that there is someone in your world who loves to fight like me. Kenpachi was so excited when he saw Kizaru. He has been in the Shinigami world for so many years, and many strong players have already challenged him. Those people regarded him as a lunatic, and they had never met a person who loved to fight like themselves. However, Kizaru said that there is a person who is very similar to him. How can this not make Kenpachi excited? Kizaru. At Kenpachi, yes, his name is Kaido, which is the 4 emperors on the same level as Whitebeard. Kenpachi. At Kizaru. Late. How strong is he? Is there a peak Whitebeard strong? Open black lens bracket Kizaru. It's almost as good as Whitebeard. The old Whitebeard is choking. Close black lens bracket. I'm just saying that you two have similar personalities, and that one is also a lunatic. Kenpachi. Okay, Kaido, I remember him. If I have the opportunity to go to Pirate World, I must find him to fight for a good fight. The conversation between the two had no scruples, and Kaido was directly aroused. Kaido. At Kizaru, you said Laozi is not as strong as Kenpachi? Grass. If this Kenpachi dares to come to our world, I'm sure he can't find North. Kizaru. I think he made your fish head, right? Ha 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 ha. Seeing the two people arguing, the entire heavens and all realms laughed loudly. Kenpachi said again at this time. Kenpachi, at Kizaru, marine brother, in your world, is your naval headquarters the strongest, or what 4 emperors? Hearing Kenpachi's words, Kizaru did not continue to quarrel with Kaido, so he calmly analyzed. Although the old man is marine admiral, he can't say anything against his will. Although our naval headquarters are strong, 4 emperors are the sea hegemons, and 7 warlords of the sea is not weak. But our marine belongs to the world government, and the world government controls the world. If it's said to be the strongest, it would have to be Mariojoi's 5 elders. Although I haven't seen Master 5 elders take action, they should be the strongest in the world, right? Kizaru said so, with thoughts in his eyes. Sengoku and others also looked at each other and nodded in agreement. 5 elders in between the rights saw Kizaru's words. They all smiled at each other. One of the old men smiled. This Beluzolino, why is the little mouth so sweet today like smeared honey? I see, isn't he arguing for a raise? This time, just double him? Several other 5 elders also smiled and nodded, which was very helpful for Kizaru's compliment to them. This is famous in front of Zhu Tianwen interface. Even these 5 old guys are very useful in their hearts. After all, the heavens and myriad worlds are so big, it is difficult when to be famous among them. But the next scene stunned 5 elders. Chapter 178, auto-generated chapter title. 178, as well as the madman arrived in the Holy Land for 3 seconds. In the battlefield, Kenpachi was shrouded in golden light, they are receiving their award winner. Heaven's Wand community at the same time also to the interest, expectantly looking at Kenpachi. Then, here's it in golden light came laugh, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, list really understand me, I accept this award. Heaven's Wand hearts of countless people at tight community. This Kenpachi in the end won any award then, ranking announcement. Victor reward. A life-saving opportunity. Second, the chance to go to the other world. See Kenpachi rewards are bound Heaven's Wand nodded. The award, a relatively law-abiding, Shinigami world. Flower Girl's forehead with laughter. Kenpachi this award is the most suitable for his. In a battle just now, Kenpachi broke the lock itself, did Shikai with the solution. It can be said Kenpachi has received very generous reward. But the solution is also obvious to everyone Kenpachi. Once used for too long, too many overdrafts, so Kenpachi must also unable to help themselves. The award is given a ranking, it completely solves this problem. This allows Kenpachi can afford to hit him once. This Kenpachi is the most appropriate reward. As reward 2 flower girls still thinking when the captain heard a minority besides screaming uncontrollably. What he has to do. Even the captain on the theme Yamamoto also looked past the line of sight, his face instantly became pale. Flower girls puzzled look to the battlefield, and that appears in the eyes of the scene, left flower girls not robust. I saw in this time of war, Kenpachi front door there was a golden light. That mysterious infinity light door, as if Unicom with another world. Zaraki Kenpachi haha mad smile, step by step. Kenpachi. At Kizaru, thank you brother directions, Kenpachi grateful. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Kizaru looked slightly surprised and then full of doubts. What is he doing? Kizaru pointing Kenpachi, some incomprehensible. Sengoku, who is also head fog, the next moment, but also ranking announcement. Zara Kenpachi used the opportunity to go to the other world. The other world journey will be Wand Community Live. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, coordinates, Pirates of the World, the Holy Land, Mariojoy. Start transferring. Boom, road to see the rankings this announcement, the entire community has stunned the Heaven's Wand. Yuenshi's office. Kizaru face full of strange, gentlemen, I am not wrong? What leaderboard announcement said? Kizaru voice sounded, but no one responded to him. After a while, Sengoku pounded his desk. Kizaru, to see what was special what you doing? Grass, Rao is Sengoku, now all cannot help but burst foul language. World government. In between the rights, 5 old man's face consternation color flash. Next moment, 5 old man at the same time open outcry. Before that were the proposal to give the old man a straight salary increase. Kizaru pound the table angrily. Bolu saw Li Nuo, especially what he would like to raise, grass. With that, he directly dialed Sengoku's phone worm. Sengoku sighed. As soon as I answered the phone worm, there was the angry voice of 5 elders. Sengoku, tell Kizaru, does he want to raise his salary? Tell him, don't even think about it in this life, Admiral is not right. Also, his salary for the past 3 years is gone. No, the salary for the past 5 years is gone. If he dares to fish me again, I would personally invite him to impel down for tea. Listening to the angry voice of 5 elders, Kizaru completely collapsed. His heart is full of innocence, but he also knows that this matter cannot be separated from him. Sengoku, with 3 Admiral and Garp, quickly support the Holy Land. 5 elders hurriedly issued an order, and then hung up the phone worm. There was silence for a second in the marshal's office. The faces of Akainu, Aokiji, and Garp were full of astonishment. Kizaru's face was full, and he spoke somewhat innocently. Marshal Sengoku, 5 years, halfway through, Sengoku patted the table again. You still have the face to ask for a salary, hurry up and prepare the warship, go to Mariajoy. The madman has gone to the Holy Land, and we must quickly support it. When the words were over, Sengoku took the lead in front, and everyone headed towards the port. Sengoku was still cursing Kizaru along the way. Look at what you did. At this moment, the Holy Land Mariajoy is in chaos. Advertisement right between 5 elders was silent for a second, and several people were still a little unbelievable. They said before. Fortunately, the lunatic Zaraki Kenpachi is in Otherworlds, and it is not their turn to have a headache. But now, several people wanted to smoke their own big mouths. It's really something to be afraid of. Several people stood or sat and remained silent for a second. In this second, a few people had only one thought in their minds. The lunatic will arrive at the Holy Land in 3 seconds. And at this moment, not only the pirate world exploded. The heavens and worlds also exploded. Shonda, my second Olympics. What happened? Kenpachi went directly to pirate world. In the spirit cage world, everyone on the ground team was full of question marks and couldn't figure out the situation. Even Bai Yuekui was stunned, and some of them couldn't react. After a while, everyone was a little excited. Kenpachi, the lunatic, goes to pirate world. 0 or went to the holy place Mariajoy. What does it mean? It means there is another good show to watch, which means there is another big battle for everyone to watch. After reacting, Shado said with an expression expectantly. Natsudo. I look forward to Kenpachi's trip to pirate world. It must be exciting, right? Tony. At Shado, Shaololi, you don't want to know, is Huang Yuan's mental shadow area now? He is Admiral of Marine under the world government, but he said that world government is the strongest, close black lens bracket. So Kenpachi went to the world government, so 5 elders can't scold him to death? Seeing Tony's words, the heavens and worlds instantly thought of Kizaru's hardship at this moment. Shado. Ha ha ha, it makes sense, seeking the shadow area of the wretched uncle at this moment. Genos. At Kizaru, as one of the 7 colors of the heavens, I express sympathy for your encounter. Kizaru, go all the way, ask for the psychological shadow area. Jiraiya. Seek the area of psychological shadow. The messages made Kizaru's head blow up. The gazes of Akainu and the others also made him very embarrassed, not knowing what to say. After all, without him and the sword, Kenpachi would not have come to Pirate World. Not to go directly to Mariajoy to engage in trouble. At the same time, on the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kenpachi's Kaido was misfired before shouting that he was going to kill Kenpachi. Looking at it, it's still golden now, but Kaido was silent for the live broadcast that was about to start. It's okay to talk about him. Can he really fight that lunatic Kenpachi? Kaido was silent. NS. Chapter 179, auto-generated chapter title. 179. The sea is shaking, and the Holy Land is about to flow into a river. Shinigami World. In the Suya Palace. Aizen couldn't help but froze slightly when he saw Kenpachi's movements. But the next moment, Aizen smiled softly, his eyes full of interest. Although a little bit different, Kenpachi never thought that Kenpachi would directly use such a treasured opportunity. But with Kenpachi's temperament, it is not too surprising to do such a thing. Aizen smiled, watching the live broadcast that hadn't started yet with interest. Kenpachi's visit just happened to be able to explore the bottom of the pirate world for him. This is very important for him to conquer the world in the future. Go-Day 13. The old Yamamoto cursed, his chest rising and falling with anger. This, 60 or 90 Zaraki Kenpachi, it's such a mess. The captains also looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. But Kenpachi had already gone, no one stopped him. After a while, Byakuya straightened his expression and said lightly. This guy, if he is caught in that world, I see what he will do. Byakuya's words caused many captains to shake their heads. Yes, although Kenpachi is strong, but the pirate world is also a powerful world. Maybe there is an old monster level. Kenpachi will not go back forever, which not only makes Go-Day 13 lose a strong combat power. They also lost face in their Shinigami world. The captains were a little dissatisfied with Kenpachi's nonsense behavior. Only Ms. Wa smiled slightly, and looked at Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni. She hadn't forgotten that the old Yamamoto man also had a chance to travel to other worlds. If Kenpachi loses, presumably old Yamamoto will not stand by. With his short-term temperament, he must have rushed to Pirate World to bring back Kenpachi. The fact is exactly the same. Advertisement. Although Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni looked a little angry. But Kenpachi had already gone and couldn't stop it. This made old Yamamoto a little helpless, so it's better to look forward to Kenpachi's performance. If Kenpachi loses in the end, he will take a trip in person. The old man Yamamoto is very confident of his current combat power. The new solution has not been tried yet. If there are people in the pirate world who don't know each other, then let them taste their current cannibalism. Just when there was a sensation in the chat group, the leaderboard announcement is released again. Open black lens bracket. The transmission is complete, which will help you to enjoy the journey. The announcement gradually dissipated. In front of everyone in 10,000 realms, the live broadcast picture gradually came into being. The leaderboard is too weird, right? Gods help to have a pleasant journey. I have a hunch, Kenpachi is happy this time, but world government and marine are definitely not happy. Ha 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 ha. 10,000 worlds hold and watch the excitement, looking forward to Kenpachi coming to the Holy Land Mariajoy. The pirate world has shaken wildly. New world. Aboard the Moby D*K. Whitebeard stood on the deck, laughing. Cool la la la, cool la la la. Let the 5 old guys taste the power of this lunatic. Whitebeard laughed, his eyes full of strong smiles. Zaraki Kenpachi, this is someone he can't beat. As early as after Kenpachi Shikai, the power revealed was not something Whitebeard could stop him. Not to mention that the latter has been solved, and Kenpachi's fight like a madman, all of which surprised Whitebeard. The captains behind him were also shocked. Zaraki Kenpachi. What will happen to this man who is several times crazy and stronger than Kaido when he arrives at the Holy Land? Advertisement 030. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Oh, finally, once, it gave those 5 annoying old guys a headache. Oh. Zaraki Kenpachi, this is a stronger person than the captain back then. Charlotte Linlin said, with unparalleled caution in her eyes. Katakuri's eyes widened. What did he hear? Charlotte Linlin actually said that Zaraki Kenpachi is better than the captain back then? The only one who can be called the captain by Charlotte Linlin is the legendary guy. Overlord of the sea, rocks. Red Force. They couldn't think of it at all. Celestial dragons must be dead and wounded, and blood will flow into a river. Seeing Kenpachi, who descended from the sky to the holy ground in the live broadcast, the 5.3 smile on Dover's face was uncontrollable. Kenpachi, who was still so far away from them before, is now in pirate world. In short, everyone's heart is full of wanting to see world government jokes. In Dressrosa's palace, Doflamingo didn't even have to think about it, he could foresee it. The red hair and the others were stunned, until now they couldn't relax. Seeing that the world government is facing such a disaster, which pirate cannot be excited? And countless fierce pirates of New World. Red hair and the rest of the crew were shocked, their faces in disbelief. Dover, who was trembling slightly, continued to smile, his eyes full of expectation. Foo. I went directly to the Holy Land, looking for trouble with those 5 old guys? Some of him were shocked, some said different things, some were fanatical. Scumbags, feel the horror of that lunatic. Kenpachi descends on the holy place. Chapter 180, auto-generated chapter title. 180, Road Crazy Kenpachi, never choose the road, open the road. In the picture, Kenpachi was wearing a death tyrant and came to Mariajoy with a thud. The chat group was silent for an instant. Everyone was watching the screen quietly, looking forward to it. Kenpachi is still that sturdy and arrogant, and his blood has completely boiled. Can't wait for any second at all. But looking at the surrounding scene, Kenpachi's expression flashed slightly sad. So, a magical scene appeared next. Kenpachi had a conversation with Yachinryu in the chat group. Zaraki Kenpachi. At Kusajishi Yachiru, where should I go? Hearing Kenpachi's words, the heavens and all realms were shocked. Then he laughed instantly. Everyone did not expect that Kenpachi turned out to be a road idiot. Everyone can see it. Should you go to the right? On the right is a formal building, obviously where the official world government is located. On the left, there is a white palace. From this look, it is where the nobles of the royal palace are. It should be the residence of celestial dragons, a nobleman in pirate world. That group of guys are completely out of combat power in 09. If you want to find someone to fight, of course you have to go to world government. But for a while, no one in Wenji opened his mouth to show Kenpachi the way, and they all watched quietly. They looked forward to that Kusajishi Yachiru's answer. Open black lens bracket Kusajishi Yachiru. Kenpachi, I think it should be on the left. Ah ha 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 ha. Wenji burst into laughter in an instant. Kenpachi was a little suspicious. Kenpachi, really? Little Loli in Shinigami's world patted his chest. Kusajishi Yachiru. Kenpachi, don't you believe me yet? I packed the ticket, it must be on the left. Kenpachi nodded, carrying the jagged Zanpakuto and headed towards the White Palace. The terrifying golden sword flew across. The celestial dragon's guards in the way are not Kenpachi's all-in-one enemy at all. Seeing Kenpachi running rampant all the way in the picture, countless people in 10,000 realms looked a little dazed. The Fishmen Island. On the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, Sanji and others looked at Zoro in an instant. At this moment, the green algae head Zoro looked at Kenpachi's sword with a shocked expression. Advertisement for a powerful swordsman like Kenpachi, everything in his body is worthy of his careful study. And at this moment, feeling the gaze of Nami, Sanji and others, Zoro was a little confused. Hey, what do you guys see me doing? Still that weird expression. Sick. After Zoro said 3 sentences, he still looked at Kenpachi in the picture seriously. Nami and others looked at each other. Sure enough, Liu Kai is totally unaware of it. Sanji lit a cigarette, shook his head and sighed. It seems that no matter how strong they are all Liu Kai. Seeing Kenpachi, who didn't know the road in the picture, but opened the way, everyone was a little helpless. They seemed to see what Zoro would look like in the future. Several people shook their heads, somewhat helpless. At this time, Wanji looked at Kenpachi in the picture for a moment. The reason is that Kenpachi has reached a fork in the road. There is a Kongjuang Avenue on the left and one on the right. There is a high white wall in the middle. Watching this scene, Kenpachi had a headache again, in the chat group at Ba Qian Lu. Zaraki Kenpachi. At Kusajishi Yachiru, hello, how should I go now? Everyone in 10,000 Realms was shocked for an instant. Puff. Many people laughed directly. Sean laughed straight to his thigh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, I cannot make it. This Kenpachi really trusts that Yachiru. I can't think of how the two of them got together. It's a big road idiot with a small road idiot, and Lou idiot is home. Little lowly Shadow also had a stomachache with a smile. Yes, does Kenpachi think that it is a negative to make a positive, multiplying and dividing? Liu Kai gives Liu Kai the way, isn't that still Liu Kai? As soon as Shadow said this, Shonda and others laughed again. Even Bai Yuekui was a little speechless. She wondered, did Kenpachi really find any problems? Still trust Kusajishi Yachiru that way, and in the Shinigami world. When the crowd of Captain Shinigami saw Kenpachi ask the way to Yachiru again, everyone was speechless. In the Jingling Garden, all Shinigami involuntarily looked at the 11th Division. Many Shinigami in the 11th Squad just covered their faces. Advertisement, what a shame. The captain and deputy captain of his own are both big and small. The two are absolutely perfect together. That little road idiot often gives the big road idiot the way. The Kaolu Yachin in the team saw the problem with Kenpachi and thought about it slightly. I don't know which way it is. After all, I haven't walked there either. Yachin Liu said so, his face full of hesitation. The members of the 11th Division thought. How many times have you walked in Jingling Garden? Is it right to go once? All the players are speechless. These two Liu Kai often hang out together, sometimes they can't come back for a day after going out. It's not because Kenpachi has been fighting with people for too long, he basically takes 690 sword seconds. It was that the two of them were lost again and couldn't get back at all. I didn't listen to the words of their ordinary team members, they just went their own way. Many people shook their heads. Yachinlu's on-site command is not good, and now I'm still playing remote command. Kenpachi looked distressed when he heard Yasunryu's words. It's okay, tell me, which one to go? Hearing this, Yachianlu fell into contemplation. Kenpachi was shocked for a moment when he heard the words. It really is going straight, Yachinliu said proudly. Kenpachi, I don't think these two paths are right. Open circuit, but it hasn't waited for 10,000 realms to be weird. Go straight? Then Haha laughed and rushed directly in. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You should go straight. In front of Kenpachi is the huge white wall. How can I go straight on? Does this Kenpachi never walk normally? The scene that shocked them appeared. I'm sure I didn't point it wrong this time. Yasunryu said these words and looked at Kenpachi with joy. Kenpachi directly lifted Zanpakuto and slashed at the white wall in front of him. And 10,000 realms was also shocked for a moment at this moment. Seeing this scene, the entire heavens are stupid. Chapter 181, auto-generated chapter title. 181. Brutality. Kenpachi angrily slashes celestial dragons. Go through the fence. In the picture, Kenpachi laughed wildly and fought with the celestial dragons in front of him. His blood has gradually boiled and his intent to kill is full of heart. Kenpachi laughed wildly and cut one of the guards into two. Ha 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 ha, come and fight. Your body is much harder than Manos Grande. Seeing the darkness of armament hockey on these guards, Kenpachi's eyes were full of interest. But, even with hardened arm colors, these people are still not Kenpachi's all-in-one enemy. Kenpachi, who is generally in a suppressed state, is firmly at the level of Admiral. If he is Shikai, he can crush the four emperors directly. Otherwise, how can the powerhouse of Sage of Six Paths Yuya be defeated by Kenpachi? So I didn't even take off the blindfold. Kenpachi rushed all the way into the Celestial Dragon's mansion. At this time, 10,000 realms saw it. A male Celestial Dragon rides on a woman, letting him walk on his own. And once the woman crawls slowly, she will be severely lashed. The woman was covered with scars all over her body. The expression was absent, and his eyes revealed a deep despair. The male Celestial Dragons whip after whip on the woman. But this woman couldn't even call out the pain. Because her tongue had already been cut off, she couldn't make a sound at all. Only the painful expression appeared in the eyes of countless people in 10,000 realms. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and then was full of anger. But Celestial Dragons in the screen still didn't respond. As the supreme noble in the world, he is not interested in those fighting and killing. Therefore, just like Taoshi, chat groups and leaderboards have been blocked. A whip fell again. Maybe I'm tired of playing. Perhaps the woman under him was crawling too slowly, making him impatient. This makes this whip particularly heavy. The woman closed her eyes and was beaten to death. And until she died, there was still a look of despair on her face. Seeing this scene, monstrous anger filled the entire chat group. Advertisement, everyone's eyes are cracked. Never thought that Celestial Dragons would be so evil. They have also heard from some people in Pirate World before that Celestial Dragons is the most evil existence in the world. But after all, I haven't seen it. 10,000 realms has no idea about Celestial Dragons' sins. Until now, they only know what kind of trash this group of Celestial Dragons is. Countless people roared and vented their anger. But the male Celestial Dragons in the picture can't be heard at all. Since the woman stood up on the body, and kicked the woman's body in disgust. Said angrily, it's really rubbish, I can't even climb these steps. Go, Bring me another slave, I haven't ride enough yet. Several black-clothed guards were silent and nodded. After seeing this scene, Wanji was eager to split instantly. Everyone was so angry that they could not wait to rush to the pirate world and kill the group of celestial dragons. At this time, however, a man in white appears in the picture. There is a strange mask on his face. Coming to the side of the male celestial dragons, the man in white said respectfully, "Master Chalrose, you must leave immediately. Staying here may be life-threatening." "What? Danger?" St. Charles Rose was furious. "This is my family mansion, what can be dangerous? Does your CPU have rusty brains?" With that said, Charles Rose slapped the CP0's chest with a slap. Push this CPO directly into a super. However, although he was angry inside, he dared not show it and persuaded him again. "Master Charles Rose, this is Master Five Elders' order." Hearing the somewhat blunt words of CPO, St. Charles Rose became even more angry. "Do you dare to use 5 elders to crush me? I haven't looked for the Sabadi archipelago last time?" But he was only half talking. Next moment, an extremely terrifying momentum descended. Advertisement: the golden Ryotsu skyrocketed. The breath of an evil spirit swept across the celestial dragon's mansion. The face of the CP0 changed drastically, and he was about to take St. Charles Roth to leave. Can be the next moment, a figure flashed by. Puff. The arrogant expression on St. Charles's face freezes, and the expression is still a bit weird for a moment. But for a moment, its body broke directly from the waist. Bloodshot. Increased that CP0. The face of the CP0 changed drastically, and he turned to look at Kenpachi. At this moment, Kenpachi smiled grimly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He has seen it all, although Hizuraki Kenpachi likes to kill. But he only likes to fight with the strong vice admiral to kill. He has never tortured and killed the weak, which is extremely rubbish in Kenpachi's eyes. Watching all the evil deeds of St. Charles, watching all the sins of the group of celestial dragons, Rao was completely angry with Kenpachi's disposition. Kenpachi's, Wang Nuo's, beast's low voice sounded through the ears of this CP0. "Hey, I ask you, where's 5 elders?" CP0 turned his head in an instant, and said that the strange color had just risen in his eyes. But before he could see Kenpachi's face clearly, the sword light flashed. "What?" The CPU's head flew up. "It seems that you don't know, you are crazy." Kenpachi frowned and said distress-edly, at the last minute. The CP0 seemed to see a headless corpse in his eyes. "That seems to be me." Subsequently, the consciousness plunged into infinite darkness. After doing this, Kenpachi continued to rush forward. When Wanji saw Kenpachi kill the evil celestial dragons, everyone was full of applause. The killing was so pleasant. Chapter 182, Auto-generated chapter title. 182, it's crazy. That man killed countless celestial dragons. Right between. 5 elders originally thought Kenpachi would come directly to the world government. All 5 of them are ready to go, waiting here. But in the picture, Kenpachi turned his head and walked towards Celestial Dragon's residence. This caused the 5 people's expressions to change drastically. It's too late to think about it, and I don't even have time to watch the live broadcast. The 5 instantly chased in Kenpachi's direction. Can wait for 5 people to arrive on the battlefield. The scene in front of them changed the faces of the 5 people. The white Celestial Dragon's mansion was devastated. Pieces of ruins are stacked. Those who didn't know thought this was the demolition site. Many ruins are covered with blood that has not yet dried up. The smell of blood permeated the quartet. On the periphery, the bodies guarded by celestial dragons are everywhere. And those people died in a terrible state, either lack of arms or legs, or beheaded. Some were even cut in the middle, some were split in half from top to bottom. Looking at the celestial dragon's mansion that was once holy, but is now a sea of corpses. 695 elders completely collapsed, and then, it's a deep anger. They are now worried if Kenpachi really kills celestial dragons. Then how do they go to explain to Lord Yim? And the 5 did not dare to open the live broadcast screen. They are afraid of despair directly. Before seeing the body of celestial dragons, there was still a glimmer of hope in the 5 people's hearts. The 5 figures flashed quickly and moved towards the side with the greatest movement. But the 5 people just walked not far, and their figures were shocked. Charlotte Saint. The eyes of the 5 changed slightly. Advertisement because they saw St. Charles Rose, who was beheaded by Kenpachi. But this is not over yet. The 5 of them continued to walk forward, their faces getting more and more ugly. More and more shocked. This, the Holy Family in Roswald, are all dead? In front of them, Charles Rose Saint's father and sister. The old one and the 2 AFD people, the body was torn apart, and they were scattered on the ground motionless. Their heads that were separated from the bodies still carried a deep look of fear. It seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. The hearts of the 5 people sank. The most urgent thing is to find that lunatic as soon as possible. Celestial dragons of 3 ordinary families died, they could bear it. But as the 5 figures continued to move in the direction of vibration, their faces are getting more and more ugly, and they are getting more and more shocked. That's the Holy Family of Charco. They were also killed by that lunatic. That is the Holy Family of Kamal El. They were all killed by that madness. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. 5 elders were all furious, and their speed exploded to ultimate. Although the 5 didn't make a move for a long time. But the world of pirates is an extremely forceful world. If the 5 people do not have strong strength, it is impossible for Yim to control this huge world government. And now, the strength of the 5 has exploded. That speed is much faster than Marine Admiral. This way, they have been automatically immune to the corpses of ordinary celestial dragons. They also knew that the madman had no scruples in his actions. Celestial dragons is afraid to be robbed today, but as long as the few members of the core family are fine. The responsibility paid by 5 elders is also within an acceptable range. The celestial dragons of Bai Yuekui, the Holy Land, should have 20 families. Advertisement: they are the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. Except for the Nefertari family, who actively refused to go to the holy site, and the Don Quixote family, who was removed. There are currently 18 celestial dragons families living in the Holy Land. Korao is among the celestial dragons of the world's nobles, and they are divided into different ranks. There are several families among them, which can be said to be celestial dragons in celestial dragons. The status is supreme. If one of those families died, it would be an unbearable consequence for 5 elders. The 5 were very anxious and continued to move in the direction of the greatest movement. Although the celestial dragon's mansion is large, the speed of 5 elders is fast. Soon, he came to the center of the shock, but it hasn't passed the corner yet. The 5 people heard the vibration there suddenly stopped. His face changed. 5 elders quickened their pace and stepped over the corner. And the next scene made them stunned for an instant. Everyone in the heavens and worlds is also completely sluggish there. The chat group was silent at the moment, and no one spoke. 5 elders' eyes grew wider and wider, and their gazes became more and more unbelievable. I saw it now. In front of the central area of celestial dragons, a white building has been turned into ruins. And Kenpachi, at this moment, is standing in front of a male celestial dragons. The jagged Zanpakuto in his hand is deeply inserted into his chest. Until his death, the celestial dragons couldn't figure out how Kenpachi dared to do something with him. Don't know if you kill him, the whole world will be earthquake? 5 elders' eyes are splitting. Grown-ups, the 5 screamed, and then they saw the blood all around. To say that this group of celestial dragons can really play. Wearing white clothes and a transparent face mask. And he also made the area of his residence white, even the ground was white. But at this moment, the white ground was completely stained red with blood. Blackguards, white CPO, celestial dragons. The blood of all people gathered together, reflecting the surrounding like a bloody hell. Chapter 183, auto-generated chapter title. 183. 5 elders lost. The sea trembled. Kenpachi stood in front of the celestial dragons, and the golden Ryotsu on Zanpakuto burst out. 5 elders' complexion changed drastically and said in surprise. Stop. Stop it. But Kenpachi turned a deaf ear, and the golden Ryotsu burst out. Boom. The body of celestial dragons split instantly. Blood, stumps, broken arms, etc. splashed 5 elders all over. 5 elders completely collapsed. Furthermore, it is terrible anger. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms also looked stunned, completely unable to react to the current scene. And the most shocking is the local people of Pirate World. On the island of Hydra, Empress Boa Hancock was trembling. Looking at the celestial dragons everywhere, watching the Kenpachi killing celestial dragons like slaughter of chickens and dogs. Hancock was completely shocked. At this time, the dragon's hoof print on her back didn't hurt so much that day. Watching this group of celestial dragons died and wounded. The fear in Hancock's heart about them finally dissipated a lot. Hancock's 2 younger sisters were also shaking. The snake's body was shaking. Looking at those celestial dragons that died tragically, the 2 of them stared wide, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Enter Dressrosa. The eyes under the Doflamingo glasses are also full of shock. But the corner of his mouth was smiling, very cruel. The Fishmen Island. Jinbei's pair of fish eyes were huge, and he couldn't help thinking of the former Boss Tiger in his heart. Boss Tiger, there is a warrior who did what you never did before. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirate group was also stunned. All ordinary people in the entire pirate world cheered incomparably. Among them, Sabaody Archipelago is the most. Many people knelt directly on the ground and worshipped Kenpachi. Advertisement: God, you have finally come to judge those sinners. God, thank you for showing up and let those guys get punished. Countless civilians knelt on the ground and muttered. The Marines couldn't handle it, and they were at a loss with guns. Inside Bai Yuekui, 5 elders stared at Kenpachi wryly. The momentum on the 5 people rose, becoming more and more terrifying. This caused many people in 10,000 realms to become disillusioned. Hello, are these 5 old guys so strong? This kind of aura is no less than martial marine Sengoku. Open black lens bracket, do not be silly, they are the masters of that world. These 5 people must have been in power for a long time, look at the power of their superiors. Close black lens bracket. But this is not the main thing, look at the aura of these 5 people. Their strength is absolutely terrifying, under the shocking eyes of 10,000 realms. The blonde 5 elders slowly took off the black suit on his body, his figure did not waver at all. However, his eyes were fixed on Kenpachi. A terrifying power is rising, and I am shocked to see the heavens and the world. Let me go, look at it, this blonde old man has such a strong aura, it feels similar to Garp. Yes, this power is even stronger than Garp. When the blonde old man was preparing, the others were not standing either. The old man in a bald kimono drew out his simple long knife in his hand. His eyes gradually changed from majesty to sharp. At this moment, he is no longer one of the 5 elders at the pinnacle of world power, but a pure swordsman. He is a great swordsman who simply wants to kill the person in front of him. The goatee old man pulled on the cane and his momentum rose to ultimate. The old man with 8 characters unbuttoned his suit and stared at Kenpachi with fire-breathing eyes. The last leavening old man was the calmest, but his stature is pretty brown. A tingling voice sounded. This old man with a fluffy who was already more than 3 meters tall, turned out to be taller again. Advertisement in an instant, he rose to a height of more than 5 meters. The momentum of the body is even more activated to ultimate. The terrifying aura of the 5 people enveloped Kenpachi. This made the heavens and 10,000 realms scared to see. Everyone was clutching their hearts tightly, and their eyes trembled slightly. And being shrouded in such a terrifying aura, Kenpachi didn't have the slightest timidity. His body was trembling and gradually became agitated. Ha 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 ha, pirate world, it's really interesting. 0. Come and kill. Kenpachi growled low, as if there was a beast roaring inside. Boom. 1 stretched out his hand and directly tore off the blindfold of his right eye. Boom. An extremely powerful golden Ryotsu soared to the sky, confronting the 5 elders in front of him. Although the group of scum of celestial dragons is not worthy of attention, a shocking vibration swept through Mariajoy. The 5 quickly headed towards the celestial dragon's mansion. And he also wounded 5 elders all over his body. What? But when Sengoku and others came to the battlefield, they were all stunned. Zaraki Kenpachi, this lunatic not only killed countless celestial dragons. The boundless power of double fist bumping. Seeing the scene before him, Sengoku was shocked. On this day, countless celestial dragons' residences collapsed. Can't let Kenpachi kill like this. Sengoku took Garp and 3 Admiral. Kenpachi laughed and attacked directly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The sword aura of the great swordsman, the golden Ryotsu soaring to the sky split the earth. Even if Kenpachi is alone, his aura does not belong to 5 elders at all. Everyone is extremely anxious. Countless evil celestial dragons fell in a pool of blood. The whole sea was also shocked. Chapter 184. Kaido gets drunk and heads to the Holy Land. And Kenpachi. He stood in the middle of the 5 with a wild smile on his face. The jagged Zanpakuto has been Shikai turned into that exaggerated sword. Each of the 5 elders has injuries, and Kenpachi's strength is too strong. In the normal state with the blindfolds off, the 5 of them can suppress Kenpachi. But after Kenpachi's Shikai, the situation turned around. They were crushed in 5 instants, and they were beaten to the north by Kenpachi. This war has been so far. 5 elders can be said to be more surprised as they fight. Their 5 strengths are also extraordinary, and they also left some injuries to Kenpachi. But it's just like in the battlefield of the heavens. Kenpachi is a lunatic. Not only did his combat strength not weaken by half because of his injuries. 690s. On the contrary, the more the war, the stronger. The more the war became fiercer. Up to now, the 5 have taken Kenpachi 2 or 3 times each. The pain of splitting the soul made 5 elders unbearable. They also finally realized the pain of Sage of 6 Paths Yuya being cut by this knife. The sore spot that hits the soul directly. Don't talk about them, no matter how strong they are, they can't stand it. Seeing Sengoku and others arrive, 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. The wound caused by Kenpachi is so painful that they need to rest. So there was such a scene in front of Sengoku. 5 elders were cut everywhere by Kenpachi, and some lay directly on the ground to rest. The faces of the 5 elders also had extremely grim and painful expressions. Watching 5 elders lose to Kenpachi, the whole sea trembled. New World. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido took the last sip of the wine and spoke staggeringly. Give me another altar, this is so exciting. Jack the Drow was also confused. Boss, drink. The flame smoke on the side was a bit speechless at this moment. Looking at the countless wine jars beside Kaido, Yankezi suddenly had a bad feeling. And he hasn't waited for the smoke to stop Kaido. The goods opened up another jar of wine and drank it all. Kaido's figure is even more shaky after drinking. Advertisement. He looked at Kenpachi and 5 elders in the live broadcast, his expression gradually becoming excited. Ha 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 ha, how can I miss Lousy in this battle? Lousy. Let's see Zaraki Kenpachi too, ha 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 ha. As he said, Kaido's figure turned into a blue dragon, flying away quickly with a dark cloud of terror. The Plague Quinn was stunned in place. Kai, boss, is this? Kai looked dumbfounded. F*K, he went to the Holy Land. Don't mention how shocked Shi's heart is. It's not that he looks down on Kaido. Although Kaido is strong, he has no chance of winning against that Zaraki Kenpachi. That's the one who can kill Sage of 6 Paths, and the power of the 6 Paths class is God in the current pirate world. This Kaido is going. Can his immortality save his life in front of Kenpachi? Burning question mark. Then I heard Jack's naive voice again. Boss Kaido, where are you going? Take me, and I will go too. A slap lined up on Jack's head. What are you going to do? Then, Jack fell directly to the ground and drank completely. Kai and Quinn were full of sad faces and mixed feelings. They hope now that Kaido has an immortal body and should not be killed by Kenpachi. Joy. Kenpachi saw Sengoku and others arrive, and the fierce killing intent in his eyes was slightly weakened by half. Looking at the 5 elders in front of him, Sengoku was a little unacceptable. Is this Kenpachi really that strong? Even 5 elders is not an opponent at all. What's more, this is just his Shikai. Sengoku stood there with a shocked expression. Garp's face was serious. The Zaraki Kenpachi in front of him may be the strongest person he has ever met in his life. It is much stronger than Roger or even Rocks. 0. Advertisement completely incomprehensible. Akainu's expression is also extremely solemn. When I watched the battle between Hayi and Kenpachi before, Akainu also mocked how Hayi was so weak. That kind of strength was useless to him, but looking at the situation in front of him, Akainu could no longer say the slightest cold words. Looking at Kenpachi, everyone's heart sank again and again. Don't mention how hard Kizaru's face was. He doesn't even know what 5 elders will do with him after this incident is over. Although this serious consequence was not directly caused by him, but it is absolutely inseparable from him, 5 elders would certainly not spare him lightly. Kizaru's brows were frowned, and his heart was sad. I'm afraid I can only work hard in this battle to see if I can redeem the merits. And Kizaru, who was struggling, saw it at this time. Kenpachi, who was carrying an exaggerated knife, suddenly smiled. He shook his head slightly and said with some regret. It's boring, it's boring to fight with you, it's too weak. Kenpachi looked at 5 elders and said. Hearing Kenpachi's words, Sengoku and the others instantly became nervous. This Kenpachi, is it exhausted? The exaggerated knife in his hand suddenly disappeared. But they are marine, and protecting the world government is their accusation. Several people are ready to fight at any time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This Kenpachi said, playing 5 elders is too boring. 5.3? What did he hear? Next, the 5 of you will kill with me. Sengoku's eyes were stunned, and his expression was overjoyed. Fighting, it's fun only if you are evenly matched. Retransformed into the jagged Zanpakuto. These 5 old guys are finished, it's boring. 5 elders is too weak. This is too arrogant, as Kenpachi said, his eyes turned to Sengoku and others. Sengoku's face froze for a moment. Can see Kenpachi at this time. Chapter 185, auto-generated chapter title. 185. Kenpachi is excited. Let's kill together, Kaido. At the same time, all the heavens and all realms also share this idea at the same time. Kenpachi, are you exhausted? But some people frowned. The battle between Kenpachi and Sage of 6 Paths was much more intense than this. At that time, Kenpachi didn't show any support at all. Wouldn't it be impossible to play 5 elders now? Many people are a little bit disagreeable and confused. Hello, is Kenpachi running out of energy? Or what's the matter, how did his Shikai disappear? It shouldn't be, the battle between Kenpachi and Nudiyui was much more intense than this. It shouldn't be exhausted like this. I think it's wrong, there must be something strange about this. So, did Kenpachi take the initiative to release Shikai? Open black lens bracket initiative. Everyone said differently again. Open black lens bracket, how can this be? Close black lens bracket. Kenpachi is Luo 9 idiot, but he is not stupid. Why do you want to take the initiative to disarm Shikai? Isn't this giving the enemy a chance? There is a big Shinigami world, can you explain it? Does Kenpachi take the initiative to disarm Shikai, or is he exhausted? Everyone in the heavens and worlds is full of doubts. See the question in the chat group. The captain secretly held his forehead. Kenpachi, it started again. Hitsugaya Dashiro, a primary school student, spoke slightly, popularizing Shikai's knowledge. Hitsugaya Dashiro. In our world, Shikai is the master of every captain. Of course, the former Zaraki captain cannot Shikai, not because his Ryotsu is too weak. However, on the contrary, it is precisely because the Ryotsu of Captain Zaraki is too strong, that he has been unable to Shikai. His Zanpakuto has also been in a semi-sealed state, all because of Captain Zaraki's Ryotsu is too strong. The blindfold on his right eye is a kind of Ryotsu suppressing prop, born in order to restrict Ryotsu of Captain Zaraki. And I am the captain of the 11th division, Ryotsu is much lower than the Captain Zaraki. But Shikai, I can do it many times in a short time, only the solution has a big limit. Backquote, so, do you understand? Boom, the chat group exploded in an instant. Advertisement, at Hitsugaya Dashiro, Captain Hitsugaya, then do you mean that Kenpachi is the Shikai pendant that took the initiative to lift? But why did he dismiss Shikai? Everyone is very puzzled. In the midst of everyone's doubts, Hitsugaya Dashiro said something in the mist. You will learn it slowly, in the different eyes of everyone. Inside Mariajoy, Kenpachi bared his chest and looked at Sengoku and others with a weird look. It's not like looking at the enemy, instead, it's like watching a big meal. Yes, that's how it feels. Kenpachi's weird eyes, this thought arose in Sengoku's mind. Next moment, Kenpachi laughed wildly, come and fight. I will fight with you with the strength of the same level as you. It won't let you die so soon, it would be too boring. Boom. Thunder fell on the ground. Sengoku's eyes were stunned, then quickly widened. This Kenpachi. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms was also shocked instantly. F*K. Kenpachi is so awesome. This is so much self-confidence to be able to do this kind of thing? He actually took the initiative to release Shikai. I'm going. That's the reason. From today I admire my Kenpachi greatly. During the battle, I took the initiative to lower the level by half. What's the reason? Afraid of your death. Hey, are you angry? Finally understand that there is only one difference between brain damage and self-confidence. Open black lens bracket like Kenpachi. This is self-confidence. Open black lens bracket, and if you don't have the strength, you will be brain dead if you still do this kind of thing. At this moment, advertisement, the entire heavens were exploded. Everyone admired Kenpachi's courage. This man is too attractive and too convincing. The jagged Zanpakuto resisted his shoulders, and Kenpachi looked at the Sengoku 5 like this. The undisguised killing intent caused the 5 people's faces to sink at the same time. It looks like 5 people have surrounded Kenpachi at this moment. In fact, it was Kenpachi who surrounded the 5 people. There are so many people in Kenpachi, which doesn't work at all. Haven't you seen 5 elders lying on one side? Don't mention how frustrated Akainu was. Unexpectedly, after he was promoted by the rankings, he would still face such a weak situation. Just when the 5 were about to make a move, the building beside him was shaking slightly at this moment. As if welcoming something. Everyone looked up at the same time, even Kenpachi was not surprised. Not 690 far away, a blue dragon flew slowly. The green dragon is 100 meters long, and the dragon on it is mighty, surrounded by wind and rain. Unknown. I thought it was the mount of some fantasy world boss who sneaked out. The chat group was also shaking at this moment. With Kizaru's solemn look at this moment, 10,000 realms instantly thought that Kaido must be extremely strong. The fanaticism in his eyes grew stronger. Beast Kaido. This kind of power is too strong. This power is so powerful. I saw it today. It really deserves its reputation. I have heard before that the tiger is the king of all beasts, and the dragon is the king of all beasts. Kun. Ha 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 ha. Let's fight together. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Looking at the bluffing Qinglong, everyone was stunned. Lifting the jagged Zanpakuto, Kenpachi pointed at the blue dragon in the air and roared. I'll go. Who is this? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Noisy, another terrible guy. But when the heavens and worlds were solemn in the chat group, Kizaru in the screen raised his brows. Kenpachi not far away also listened to Kizaru's words. Chapter 186. Auto-generated chapter title, 186. Sengoku, 5 elders. Kizaru, why are you finally doing personnel affairs for a while? Seeing Kenpachi pointing his sword at Kaido in midair, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. The tight statures of Akainu, Garp and others also slightly relaxed for a while. To be honest, fighting with Zaraki Kenpachi is definitely not a good choice. Because Kenpachi is too strong, maybe 5 people will really be reduced if they fight him. That would do great harm to Marine. At present, Marine can't lose any of the 5 Sengoku people. So, let Kenpachi point the finger at Kaido first, which is the best situation for Sengoku and others. Kenpachi is a man in the Shinigami world. There is no need to talk about positions at all. This is a natural enemy. And Kaido. This is one of the 4 emperors of New World. He also convulses from time to time and makes a big fuss at naval headquarters. I don't know how many times it caused Sengoku a headache. Seeing that these 2 lunatics can fight together right now, Sengoku is very happy. Love to fight, it is best to hurt both sides. Besides, with Kenpachi's combat power, it might be possible to really kill Kaido. In that way, it can be regarded as solving a big problem for Sengoku. On the side, 5 elders has the same idea. The 5 people still recovered not far away, quietly watching Kaido in midair. And Kenpachi. His body trembled, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Kaido, the dragon in his eyes, is a great target for fighting. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything around him. 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, 3 admiral. These people are not as delicious as Kaido in his eyes. Seeing Kenpachi's eyes full of killing intent on Kaido, Sengoku and 5 elders were very satisfied. At this time, they couldn't help turning their eyes to Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru still has a solemn face at the moment, even with a terrible and good expression on his face. Sengoku and 5 elders looked satisfied. This Kizaru, the acting is fine. Successfully dragged Kenpachi's hatred to Kaido, and finally it was considered to be doing personnel for a while. Advertisement: the green dragon hovered, wind and rain accompanied it. Among them, there is a sudden flash of thunder, and the power of terror is pressing on Kenpachi. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shado's eyes were shocked like never before. It's really a dragon, are you kidding? In this world, there really are dragons? No, there really are dragons in 10,000 realms? How can this be? Little Loli's words spread to everyone's ears, and the others were also greatly shocked. Dragon, maybe nothing to other worlds, but for a few of them, for the ground team. Dragons exist in their Eastern legends. The dragon is the place of Eastern luck. The dragon symbolizes the supremacy. Shanda's eyes were shocked. What did Kizaru just say? Is this Kaido the strongest creature in the world? Dragon, it must be the strongest in the world, it's too shocking. It's really a dragon. The eyes of Broken Star, Ji Yudong and others are also shocking. Even Bai Yuekui's eyes trembled slightly, but his brows were frowning. Her cold voice sounded. The dragon is an existence in my Eastern legend. The legend says that where the dragon appears, there must be cranes flying across the sky, and auspiciousness will be in the sky. But this Qinglong is a bit weaker. Hearing Bai Yuekui's words, Shanda and the others also eased from the shock. Yes. In the legend, around the dragon, there is auspiciousness in a radius of thousands of miles, and the sacred breath shines on the earth. If it's a real dragon, it shouldn't be the only power. Broken Star's words aroused everyone's thoughts for a while. Shanda slapped his thigh. Then does this mean that this dragon is fake? The eyes of several people were stunned. Advertisement. Shouldn't it? That is indeed a dragon. It's a bit small, but it's also a dragon. Broken Star shook his head at this moment. Don't worry if it's the dragon we imagined. Since it is a dragon, then this beast Kaido must be very strong. Some look forward to the collision between him and Kenpachi. Hear the words. Everyone also stopped speaking. Everyone's eyes glowed. If this Kaido is really a dragon, then even if it is small, Kenpachi is definitely not an opponent. The chat group is also full of excitement at this moment. Many people are shocking the appearance of the blue dragon Kaido. The world's strongest creature, I heard it right? This beast Kaido, is it really that strong? Don't say it, I actually felt a sense of level oppression in him. Backquote, that's the suppression of blood, the dragon, it's really the one of 10,000 beasts Kun. New world. Do you really think the dragon is so small? Just Kaido? Is it a real dragon? This makes many people in Pirate World laugh. I can suppress him with one hand under the full force of my old mother, is she still blowing here? Seeing Charlotte Linlin's words, the heavens and worlds were instantly shocked. Furthermore, there is a deep anger. Charlotte Linlin. At all members, hello, as for, crazy? Cake Island. He is just a little fish, but just happens to look like a dragon. Laughing at the old lady, it's really, well. Looking at the barrage about how strong Kaido is, she couldn't help it. An unexpected scene for Charlotte Linlin appeared. Almost everyone is optimistic about Kaido. The chat group was full of shocking words. Wang Nuo's, Charlotte Linlin was eating sweets and laughing. Chapter 187, Auto-generated chapter title. 187, Wan different boundary conditions. The world's strongest creature on this? Heaven's Wan community regardless of whether many people still believe Kaido strong. Kaido only reasoned the dragon's body, that so many people are obsessed with it. After all, this is the stuff of legend, the general could not be too weak. So these people see Charlotte Linlin words, the heart suddenly furious. At Charlotte Linlin, you say? You have not seen the real power and influence are afraid of the dragon, right? That was the presence of the legendary, anything can insult you, but you cannot insult the dragon. Dragon, that is where our faith, our hearts all the most admired thing. Dragon, the king of beasts, beasts is Kun, Charlotte Linlin, you still go home to sleep it, do it in a blind baba. We see these remarks cakes on the island of Charlotte Linlin trembling with anger. Red eyes of Charlotte Linlin roar loudly, the next public body children silenced. See Muji, who sweat all over his face, these people, to provoke mom doing. This group of children, but they suffer awe, and at this moment. Charlotte Linlin trembling road, these people do not believe you, right? Kaido, he is not a dragon, what is a special fish, close black lens bracket. What the dragon is also the beast's Kun, 690 can really blow. Had I give the fruit is sinking, I have to believe. Wait, maybe crazy fight, you will know what I said right up. Charlotte Linlin with these words, the heart suddenly feel a lot of fun. The crowd was still refute him, but there are also a small number of people to be convinced, silent up. Ant that pirates are people of the world. If they hard bars, will be beaten face may be bad. The time of the picture in. Looking at the sky cries dragons Kaido, Kenpachi body trembling extreme. The eyes of its war also unite to ultimate, Sri Lanka kill. I was the first time with a dragon fight it, ha. Kenpachi excited to the extreme, she is about to bear. And the next moment, advertisement Kaido midair turned into humanoid form from the dragon. Boom. On km altitude. A humanoid rapid decline, and instantly come to the ground. Among the dust, 7 meters tall and more than a huge shadow slowly out. The momentum of terror began sweeping the mind as upon all community all. Boom. As if the ground were trembling slightly. This Kaido beasts played the momentum, if more than 5 elders and Sengoku et al. Wan is directly bound many people tremble. At Charlotte Linlin, you said Kaido is not strong? This power and influence, you told me not strong? This strong out of the sky well, before Kenpachi thought to cross the pirate world is pushing. Kaido did not expect such a monster, indeed the world's strongest biological awe. Charlotte Linlin. Cake on the island of her stature trembling with anger. The roads looked barrage heart full of anger, these guys will be no. Kaido is step-by-step walk, strong sense of oppressive shadow of countless hearts and minds. But this and other like Garp Sengoku and Kaido played followed by countless people. Kaido know that although the momentum strong, with the world's strongest, AJFD, biological power and influence. But his strength of it, also like, say can compete with Garp and no problem, but if you want to compete Kenpachi. Sengoku shook his head, Kaido strong again and then broke out. It would never be Kenpachi opponent, then, to see 2 of the show. Sengoku now hope, Kaido and Kenpachi can suffer, so they have a chance. Otherwise Kenpachi victory in the state, Sengoku heart it did not end. And she keeps looking at his own approaching Kaido. Advertisement looked at his majesty a gloomy face, Kenpachi completely excited. Ha 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 ha, stature trembling, Kenpachi eyes full of intention to kill. I could not help a little, come fight it, Kaido. Words fall. Kenpachi then turned into a blur, rapidly toward Kaido away. If the normal state, Kaido will certainly speed it because Kenpachi surprised. But now Kaido, he drank too much, it has long been delirious. So for rushing Kenpachi, Kaido heart care, ha 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 ha. Lousy. Is to kill you, Zaraki Kenpachi is not it? Your character, Lousy was like, come on, Kaido Flanagan himself out of the dark mace, which is covered with thick armament hockey. But not so Kaido ready to come. Boom, Kenpachi knife, about to chop him to Kaido. My heart is full of tipsy and inner sense of crisis Kaido born suddenly. Wow, instantly, and even wine woke up a half minutes. Can be the next moment, terror golden Ryatsu outbreak. And Kaido that cover the full armament hockey chest fierce collision. Juan said the industry is full of different moment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But Kenpachi too fast, too late he lifted the mace defense. Had chest covered with thick armament hockey, see if you can withstand the blow Kenpachi. This is destined to make Kaido be shocked. Jing long knife, voice sounded into the body. The world's strongest creature on this, he was drunk, so for their strength was very confident. Covered with a thick golden Ryatsu of Zanpakuto came crashing down. At first moment, both also sent a spark. 7 meters and more Kaido, instantly was Kenpachi bombers flying out do not know how far. And this confidence, let Kaido Ada burned up. Kaido's armament hockey directly be cut jagged crack the long knife. Chapter 188, auto-generated chapter title, 188, Ant, what a special laugh to the Lord. Seeing the two people fighting each other in the picture, the heavens and all realms are a little stunned. Why is this Kaido so weak? Kenpachi was bombarded by Kenpachi in the first sight. For an instant, many people suddenly remembered what Charlotte Linlin said. Seeing Kaido being bombarded by Kenpachi, everyone had to believe. But there is still a group of people. They still trust Kaido who can turn into a blue dragon. Defend Kaido crazy in the chat group. No, I don't believe it. Kaido will definitely not be so weak. He is called the world's strongest creature by Pirate World, and can also be transformed into a blue dragon. Close black lens bracket. His strength is definitely more than that, there's still more. Look, after Kaido landed in midair he walked staggeringly. Does he have any physical problems now? Is injured, or what's wrong? In short, I don't believe Kaido is only so weak, close black lens bracket. Or, what hidden power does Kaido have? He can turn into a dragon after all, that's a dragon. Seeing those rebuttals, Charlotte Linlin laughed angrily. Charlotte Linlin. Are you from the Pirate World, or am I from the Pirate World? Open black lens bracket when Kaido was on the same boat with me, he was a little brother behind my ***. There is also his fruit, which is especially given by my old lady. Also, what hidden power does Kaido have, does this old lady know? It's so terribly smiled to my lord, Charlotte Linlin is not angry anymore. That group of people is completely obsessed with the dragon, as if it is a sacred existence in their heart. She is not interested in arguing with the brainless fans. It's easy to become mentally disabled, everyone looked at the screen again. Kaido, who was cut by Kenpachi 100 meters away, was slowly standing up. Advertisement there was a huge wound on his chest, and the splattered blood stained the surrounding red soil even more red. At this time, Kaido's wine also woke up a little. He looked at his injuries. Look at Kenpachi who was grinning on the other side. The brain suddenly became a little confused. Why is Lousy running? Looking at Kenpachi, the madman looked at him with a sword in his hand. Kaido's heart couldn't help but his feelings of alcohol dissipated again. Kaido woke up, and then felt the pain in the wound on his chest. The pain that seemed to split the soul instantly hit the sky of inspiration. This makes Kaido a little unbearable. He was often injured in previous battles, but he had never suffered such severe injuries. The chest injury slowly healed under Kaido's powerful recovery power. But Kaido's face didn't improve at all, instead, it became more and more gloomy. Why, the surface of the wound has recovered, but the pain was not relieved at all. What Kaido doesn't know is Zanpakuto of Kenpachi. Not only the body, but also the soul. Kaido grinned from the pain in his chest, but the anger in his heart gradually rose. Although his head is not stupid, he will not take the initiative to provoke the madman Kenpachi. But now, Kenpachi slashed him, and it hurts so much. If you don't call back, one of his 4 emperors, where's the face of Kaido, the beast? Kaido roared and walked toward Kenpachi gloomily. But he was drinking too much just now. Kaido, who was so drunk, couldn't walk straight, crookedly. At this time, Sengoku and others also saw Kaido's strangeness. Garp couldn't help holding his forehead. This Kaido actually drank too much. I thought about it slightly. 0, for Flowers advertisement. If not for too much, Kaido will definitely not come to find Boss trouble proactively. Kaido is reckless, but he is not stupid nor mentally disabled. Kenpachi, who was carrying the sword, also noticed that Kaido was a bit strange. Looking at Kaido, Kenpachi frowned slightly. it's kind of boring to fight like this. It seems that you didn't use all your strength to kill me. Or is there something wrong with your current state? According to your aura, you shouldn't be able to stop the blow that I had just now. Kenpachi said suspiciously, frowning and thinking seriously. After a while, Kenpachi laughed wildly. Kaido, since you have a physical problem, then I won't take advantage of others. With that, Kenpachi bared his chest. Seeing Kenpachi's posture, Wanji felt a little dazed for an instant. The chat group exploded even more. No way. No way. Kenpachi still wants to use the concept of a fair fight? This is for Kaido to attack first. Everyone thought of Kenpachi and Sage of Six Paths battle, the scene where Hikata attacked first. Kaido frowned when he heard Kenpachi's words, but the opposite Kenpachi yelled again. Come on, call here, isn't it a bit of boldness? Is there no sense of fighting like this? After Kenpachi said each sentence, Kaido was also a little angry. The distance between the two was more than 10 meters, and Kaido stopped right there. Looking at Zu's chest, Kenpachi, who is defenseless, Kaido's inner anger gradually surged. Lousy will let you know today and look down on Lousy's price. Kaido roared, his figure directly transformed into Zone's strongest semi-beastization. The figure was also elevated again, and Kaido's power was crushed to the opposite side. Boom. Chapter 189. Auto-generated chapter title. 189. Surprised, Kaido Fishhead is about to be eaten. The mace in Kaido's hand condenses the terrifying armament Haki. Even some strong men in Pirate World couldn't help but stare at their eyebrows. Sengoku frowned. That is, Conqueror's winding. Sengoku's face changed slightly. Kaido, this is really going to make the strongest blow to attack Kenpachi. Although his Conqueror's entanglement is not as good as Whitebeard, it is definitely not weak. On the exaggerated mace are two powerful strands of Haki. Kaido roared and flashed. Boom. The mace in his hand hit Kenpachi hard. Boom. Kenpachi opened his chest completely, showing no intention of defensive. Kaido's attack approached, and the expression on Kenpachi's face changed. But it's not panic and other emotions, instead, more excitement. The corners of his mouth split, and Kenpachi just looked at Kaido. This is killing, ha 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 ha, the voice just fell. Kenpachi was slammed into the air by Kaido's blow. I don't know how many buildings have been knocked down along the way. Kaido's stick made a big hole in the ground, the bottom of the pit was full of cracks. This is just the aftermath of Kaido's attack. Everyone's eyes were tense for an instant. Kaido's attack is so powerful, I don't know what happened to Kenpachi. The expressions of Sengoku and five elders were even more joyous. If Kenpachi is seriously injured, the crisis of the Holy Land can be considered lifted. After that, Kenpachi of this Shinigami world was put to death in public. A cruel color flashed in five elders' eyes, advertisement. This Kenpachi killed so many celestial dragons, he must pay a price. Otherwise, Lord Yim would definitely not spare them lightly. Thinking of Im, who was never known, five elders felt nervous. There is also tension in the chat group, the group of people who thought Kaido was extraordinary before appeared again. Look at it, Kaido is a half-human and half-dragon form, so strong. With this full blow, Kenpachi can't die. Probably not, Kenpachi is so strong after all. This is just an ordinary form, Kenpachi greater Dalian Shikai reconciliation is useless. I don't know how shocking these two peak battles will be, I look forward to it. Yeah, Kenpachi, I like it, Kaido can turn into a blue dragon, and I like it too. I don't know who is the best of these two, the ant laughed again. Charlotte Linlin. Hey, do you have white eyes? Kaido is just a younger brother, he and Kenpachi are not at the same level at all. Although I am 4 emperors, I also think I'm a lot lower than Kenpachi, so I can't do it any better? As for Kaido's blow, Kenpachi will definitely be able to take it. What are you arguing about there? On Cake Island, the ant was very angry, doesn't she know how many caddies Kaido is? Very strong is very strong, placed in the world of pirates, is the culmination of the current world. However, the strength of Kenpachi made the ant tremble directly. She herself did not have the courage to defeat Kenpachi. Too strong. It was so strong that the 4 emperors, the ant, were a little desperate. It feels like she was weak and treated like her captain Rocks. It's just that the current Kenpachi, compared to Rocks, it is stronger than Rocks. I don't know how many times. There was a lot of discussion among the heavens and all realms. A scene that shocked 5 elders appeared. The scene that shocked everyone appeared. Among the ruins, suddenly rushed out a tyrannical figure. Holding an exaggerated machete in his hand, Kenpachi rushed all the way to Kaido. Advertisement in his speed was so fast that many people didn't react. Kaido's complexion changed. This Kenpachi sturdily took his full blow, and he didn't die? But it's too late for him to think about Zero. He quickly lifted the mace in his hand and hit it. A scene that made him shocked again appeared. Chick. The sound of metal crashing made Kaido's face horrified for an instant. The mace in his hand was almost unsteady. During the stalemate between the two, Kaido also saw the terrifying wound on Kenpachi's body. I saw Kenpachi at this time. There was a big hole in his chest that was punched out by his mace, and the number of ribs was broken. There are several blood holes on the chest to nourish blood. Kaido's expression changed drastically in this scene. This Kenpachi can withstand such an injury and still maintain full combat strength? Kaido was stunned. It's just a fake dragon. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because they see. Kenpachi is now carrying Kaido's entire body in one hand, and the machete in the other hand is about to slash. Surprised. Kaido fish heads are going to be eaten. And this is not over yet. My old lady laughed so hard. What about the group of people before? Why didn't they come out? There is no doubt that Kaido will die with Kenpachi's cut. P.S. I beg you guys to vote for some free data, 150,000 flowers, 10,000 votes, and another wave, the bottom of chapter 15. The pain of splitting the soul was unbearable for him in an instant. Grateful. Before countless people who believed in Kaido, the powerful 5.3 blue dragon also closed his mouth. Kenpachi's exaggerated machete broke through the mesa's defense and hit Kaido's chest again. Give you some popular science, the Kaido fruit was given by my old lady. It is called a fish fruit, in the form of a blue dragon. Close black lens bracket. Countless people from 10,000 realms stared blankly. In an instant, Kaido's figure trembled, his eyes bursting. The ant laughed. Kenpachi's strength after Shikai has crushed Kaido in all directions. Chapter 190. Auto-generated chapter title, 190. Kenpachi solved, the beast is back. Seeing Kaido, whose head was about to be chopped off by Kenpachi, the heavens and the realms were a little startled. Is this Kaido really so weak? They didn't believe it. Especially in some worlds that believe in dragons, everyone can't believe it. I thought I saw a real dragon, but I didn't expect Kaido to be just a fake dragon in the end. This makes many people feel a little uncomfortable. However, the ant's words are very reasonable. This leaves everyone without any words to refute and can only believe. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shado and the others were silent. Shonda Nana wrote, sure enough, dragons are creatures that exist in legends. Kaido, the fake dragon, doesn't have the legendary power at all. Shado and others nodded. They originally had some expectations. If Kaido is really a dragon, then they can be regarded as seeing the existence of the legend today, seeing their Eastern legend. But Kaido is a fake dragon. 09 Several people shook their heads with some regrets. And the pirate world. Kenpachi was holding a machete and was about to cut off Kaido's head. As long as he falls with this knife, Kaido will not die even if he has the strongest resilience. I'm afraid it will be cold too, but the next moment. A figure wearing a black robe directly stepped onto the red line. Holding the western sword at his waist, the red hair walked step by step. Seeing the red-haired figure arrives, the complexion of everyone present changes. The faces of Sengoku, 5 elders and others couldn't help changing. At this juncture, the redhead came to the Holy Land Mariajoy. What do you want to do? Kenpachi in midair also noticed the red-haired figure and couldn't help turning his gaze. Shikai's Kenpachi is still able to remain rational. Looking at the arrival of a strong man again, Kenpachi was even more excited in his heart. Suddenly, Kaido in his hand became dull. I thought how strong this Kaido is and can hold his Shikai. Advertisement unexpectedly, this Kaido is too delicious. He was about to kill him with just a few tricks in the fight. It's really boring, Kenpachi said lightly and directly loosened Kaido. The huge Kaido rumbled to the ground, and the redhead looked around at this time. 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, 3 Admiral, Kaido. Finally, the red hair turned to Kenpachi. Without releasing the slightest momentum, the red hair just looked at Kenpachi cautiously. There are some doubts in the heavens and all realms. Redhead is here at this time, what exactly is it going to do? Under the gaze of countless people, the red hair solemnly spoke. Your Excellency, not all of these people here can die. This will affect the situation of our sea. So I also ask your Excellency, to be able to return to your world. Shanks is grateful. 5 elders and others moved their eyes. Kenpachi in midair also looked dazed. Gradually, Kenpachi started to laugh. His eyes, like wild beasts, scanned everyone present. As Kenpachi laughed, the redhead said solemnly again. Your Excellency, can give me a face. Wanji will be there in an instant. F*K. F*K. This red hair is too awesome, right? Actually, let Kenpachi give him a lot of face. Who does he think he is? What's the face? Look forward to Kenpachi's big reaction, ha ha ha. Many pirates in New World also laughed. This red hair is so naive in their eyes. Available on site. 5 elders' eyes were filled with hope. Today's battle can be quelled for the best. Baldage, the island of white soil. The Revolutionary Army Chiefs of Staff Sabo and Koala knocked on the dragon's office and walked in. As soon as he entered, Sabo was a little excited. Advertisement, Mr. Long, this is a good opportunity. We can attack the world government directly. If we can win the world government in one fell swoop, then our revolution will be successful. Koala was also excited. In the eyes of the two, this is a rare good opportunity. But Long's eyes were deep, and he shook his head lightly. Sabo, now is not the time. Sabo and Koala were a little discouraged. Sabo asked unwillingly. Mr. Long, why? Long's eyes were full of caution, watching the live broadcast. Sabo, world government, it's not just that simple on the surface. At this time, the Holy Land Mariajoy. Kenpachi looked around with a laugh. His eyes became more and more satisfied, more and more excited. Yeah, you asked me to give you 690 face, right? Then you guys go together. As long as you can make me feel the bloody fight, I will leave. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Kenpachi's words, the face of 5 elders below was gloomy for an instant. This Zaraki Kenpachi is simply arrogant, even the steady red hair's complexion sank. +2 4 emperors? This Kenpachi, is this chasing him? Zaraki Kenpachi, solved, 1 person, beat them 5 elders, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine 3 Admiral. Standing in the air, the exaggerated machete in Kenpachi's hand clicked. It is no longer a question of whether a pirate is not a pirate, or whether a marine is not a marine. At this moment, Akainu and others are also a little angry. Seeing this scene, everyone's complexion changed. This tone is too big, right? Isn't this too despising of their pirate world? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But Kenpachi didn't give them a chance to speak, but Kenpachi didn't see them in pirate world at all. This Kenpachi had to beat them all by himself. 1 pick 12? How can these people bear it? Chapter 191, auto-generated chapter title. 191. The eyes of the two worlds colliding, tense situation. Pirate world. The magnificent red line is magnificent. And in the center of the red line, there is a white palace. Do not. The white palace at this time should be called a white ruin. There are countless wounds all over his body, and countless large and small wounds on his body. With a crazy expression on his face, Kenpachi laughed wildly. In the midst of laughing wildly, the exaggerated machete in Kenpachi's hand broke in the middle. Sengoku and others who have seen this scene do not know where. This is Bankai by Zaraki Kenpachi, at this moment. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Even Kaido, who has always been a doctor, is full of horror at this time. Just now, Kenpachi almost cut off his fish head. Had it not been for the red hair to divert Kenpachi's attention, I am afraid his beast Kaido would be cold today. Under everyone's attention, Kenpachi in midair began to fill with bloody airflow all over his body. The skin gradually became blood red, and the black hair gradually grew, scattered behind Kenpachi. It was like a beast roaring, as if it was about to break through the cage in the next moment. The expression on Kenpachi's face gradually became mad, and his sanity gradually became stubborn. The captains of Shinigami's world frowned. Kenpachi's Bankai is really too powerful. It was so powerful that Kenpachi's body could not bear it. What a horrible solution this is. All the captains present were shocked. Originally, Kenpachi was at the forefront of the team captain's strength. It can be Shikai's sword now, so the strength is already beyond Skyrim, right? I'm afraid it's close to Aizen in a normal state. The heavens and myriad worlds were also a little shocked at the same time. Despite Kenpachi's solution, they had already seen it in the battle with Yui. But seeing it again at this moment is still unparalleled shock. The ant on Cake Island laughed even more. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, you really have a brain problem. What's wrong? I think I can beat Kenpachi by drinking a little wine. I hope that after this battle, I can still see you alive. Ant's ridicule changed the eyes of many people in an instant. Advertisement, but the group of people who were on Kaido's side are now dumbfounded. They also know, Kaido is a fake dragon, not what they imagined. So no matter what the ant says, they won't refute a word. And the ant is right. In front of Kenpachi, Kaido was bloody. Kenpachi has never been. Shikai and Kaido are not opponents. As for Kenpachi Shikai, Kaido was crushed directly. As for the solution, in the picture, Shanks, the red-haired one of the 4 emperors, has a slightly ugly face. Originally, he was having a banquet with the crew in New World. Unexpectedly, Kaido suddenly appeared in the screen. In addition, Sengoku and 5 elders have a tendency to lose to Kenpachi. This makes redheads more shocked, so he headed here in a hurry. The purpose is to stop this battle from continuing. Otherwise, once the 4 emperors Kaido is dead, or the naval headquarters is dead, then this sea will definitely be in chaos. This is not what redheads want to see. But now he looked at Kenpachi, who was like a beast in midair, feeling the oppression that almost suffocated his heart. The redhead regretted it a little. Why does he bother about this nosy? Now that's all right, he can't run anymore. In order to solve the strength of Kenpachi, no one can stop here. Although the 12 people may join forces to fight one. However, everyone can see how terrifying Kenpachi is. This is going to be a fight, they must be downsizing here. Then the sea will really start to be turbulent. Thinking of this, the red-haired complexion became more solemn. But looking at Kenpachi, who was already laughing wildly and rushed down, the red hair sank. I can only do it, in the shocking eyes of 10,000 realms. Boom. Kenpachi dashed straight down, and this moment. Advertisement Kenpachi came to Kaido. Kaido greeted Kenpachi with a roar. At least he is also one of the Sea Emperors of New World. Even if he was beaten, he didn't dare to fight back. The mace collided with Kenpachi's broken knife. The two exude horror power to change the world. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away at this moment. Next moment. Boom. Kaido's figure was slashed directly by Kenpachi. There is no lag at all. Kaido's figure even flew directly out of the red line. This scene shocked Sengoku and others' eyes wide. But it hasn't waited for them to react. Kenpachi over there has already shot again. Even Observation Haki never reacted. The 8-character Who 5 Elders was cut by Kenpachi. There was a big hole in his chest instantly. The blood enters and disappears a full 4 to 5 meters high. In an instant. Wang Nuo's, the old man with 8 character who was seriously injured. Everyone's complexion changed drastically, although they knew that Kenpachi's solution was extremely terrifying. But I never expected it to be so terrifying, then. Under the shocking eyes of the heavens and the world, Sengoku and others are all caught in the battle. 5 elders, Sengoku Garp, Admiral, and Redheads all joined the battlefield madness. However, the teamwork of several people was still suppressed by Kenpachi for an instant. In the eyes of everyone, Kenpachi is not as strong as humans, but desperately strong. Next moment, the deepest direction of the Holy Land. Suddenly there was a look. The gaze was fixed on Kenpachi. Kenpachi was blown out without a real shot. At this moment, 10,000 Realms was shocked. Chapter 192, Auto-generated chapter title, 192. Hockey's old Yamamoto man. I'll go. Open black lens bracket. What is that? What's wrong with Kenpachi? Why can't he move? All the heavens and myriad worlds said differently in an instant. The reason is that Kenpachi in the picture seems to be frozen in place. Even how he yelled, how he screamed, but Kenpachi was still unable to move. The whole body seemed to have an air barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This can't be some kind of boss in Pirate World, right? Isn't it? Is that big boss in Pirate World so strong? Kenpachi, this is the existence of Sage of 6 Paths Yukata that can be used to dry money. But this one, before he even appeared, he directly suppressed Kenpachi? Everyone was shocked, and some couldn't accept it. And everyone in the picture was even more shocked. Kaido had already returned to the red line, and was now standing in the distance looking at it shockingly. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The eyes of the two are full of solemnity. But at this time, Kenpachi, who was controlled by the mysterious power, had a faint tendency to break free. Kenpachi growled, and Zanpakuto waved his hand down. There was a clicking sound. All of them had a numb scalp for a moment. And that extremely concealed gaze was a little puzzled at this time. Moment. There was a cold snort in the air, then. A substantive gaze stared directly at Kenpachi. A pair of weird giant eyes also formed directly in midair. Those eyes gave people a very strange feeling, very permeating. Advertisement after those eyes appeared, there was an unparalleled sense of oppression. Kenpachi's figure was directly set in place, as if the space trapped him strengthened again. When those eyes appeared, 5 elders' complexion changed drastically at the same time. At this moment, including the seriously injured 5 elders, they all knelt on one knee with the other 4 at the same time. But in order to avoid something, the 5 did not speak. They only, AJFD, kneel silently, facing those weird giant eyes. The red-haired eyes were more solemn than ever before, staring at those huge eyes. As for the 3 Admiral, at this moment, the eyes of the 3 were full of shock. They really didn't think that Kenpachi was such a strong person. It can be said to be 2 orders of magnitude beyond them. But the powerhouse at this level was directly suppressed by this pair of giant eyes? At this time, all the heavens and worlds were all shocked. Then what? Really, is the hidden boss of Pirate World? This is too shocking. At the same time, Hokage World. Uchiha Madara, Obito, Black Silk, Sasuke, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato. As well as the Sage of 6 Paths Yuya who has been secretly spying on the ninja world, everyone's expressions are full of solemnity. Spirit Cage World. Shonda and the others were even more shocked, unable to say a word. Super God World. Gai Shaw and Hexy looked more and more interested. As for Yan and others, they were shocked extraordinary, and could not be slowed down by the gods. In the local world of pirates, many people's faces changed directly. The eyes of Whitebeard, Auntie, Hawkeye, Dover and others were solemn. Today, they may be about to unveil the mystery of the world government. Under the eyes of everyone in shock and expectation and doubt. Those big weird eyes fixed on Kenpachi, and at the moment. Advertisement under the watchful eye of Wanji. Kenpachi's face gradually became painful, and the mania on his face began to fade. After fighting Sengoku and others for so long, Kenpachi nearly wounded all of them. And it's still the kind of injury that needs to recover for at least a month. Kenpachi is now at the end of the battle. Being attacked by this gaze, Kenpachi was caught off guard and could not bear it. The blood around the body gradually dissipated. Kenpachi's appearance returned to normal form. But that gaze did not stop at this point. Just listen to the sound of the brown smell of Kenpachi's body, as if being squeezed by some terrifying force. Seeing this scene, the heavens and worlds were shocked again. The hidden boss of the pirate world, is it going to kill Kenpachi? Everyone is shocked physically and mentally, and the Shinigami world. In the Suya Palace, Aizen said, his eyes filled with smile and caution. But, if you want to kill Kenpachi, you have to ask that old man. It's really interesting. Aizen sat on the throne, watching the huge eyes become more and more interested. Soul Society, Go Day 13, it seemed to have responded to Aizen's words. As for whether your world can be kept, the old man cannot guarantee it. The few words of Captain Yamamoto in the chat group instantly caused an uproar in the 10,000 realms. But these are not important. If you insist on moving Kenpachi, then the old man will take a trip to Pirate World now. The captains said differently and turned their heads. I don't know, Kenpachi is playing a fair fight with them. Why do you want to intervene? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Sai Shigekuni. I don't know who your excellency is? His kind eyes gradually became sharper. I saw the Captain Yamamoto, who was on the main seat, slowly standing up at the moment. The hearts of countless people in 10,000 realms trembled. In the pirate world, countless people trembled physically and mentally. Chapter 193. Hard Kizaru read the words of Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni. Nearly everyone in pirate world trembled. Whitebeard's eyes quaked. Although the mysterious powerhouse of the world government looks very powerful, he can be called heaven-defying. But Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni. This name represents the world-destroying level powerhouse among the 10,000 realms today. The strength of the old Yamamoto man who has not been promoted by the Cha group can be called heaven-defying. And now, what is the solution? Supernova explosion. This is so much more than the star rating. It is directly destroying the entire galaxy. Some people can't even imagine the level of horror. After saying this, the old man Yamamoto looked at the live broadcast faintly. In the picture, the invisible force that was oppressing Kenpachi seemed to have stopped. As if thinking about the words of old man Yamamoto, a slight dignity flashed in those huge eyes. The situation became extremely tense in an instant. Everyone is looking forward to the choice of this mysterious existence. If he insists on killing Kenpachi, he should be able to kill him. But Kenpachi has another life. When Kenpachi recovers, it is not certain that these giant eyes will not be able to win Kenpachi again. And, if he chooses to do it, then presumably the old man Yamamoto will come to the pirate world without hesitation. At that time, it will be a terrifying battle between the two worlds. Once Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni is resolved, the pirate world may not be able to keep it. Except for Whitebeard, who had the opportunity to travel to other worlds once, everyone else probably wanted to be cool. Those huge eyes were still thinking. The eyes of Sengoku and others were extremely nervous. If this one wants to do something, then they are probably going to be robbed of pirate world today. But this one didn't do it. It meant that the old man Yamamoto had refuted his face. Advertisement: any strong person has his own backbone and arrogance. They may not care about anything, but every strong man will care about his own face. If you change to Sengoku, he can't guarantee that he won't choose to do Kenpachi at this moment. Not to mention the terrifying top powerhouse, and that person's strength hasn't revealed the bottom. Maybe it will be able to fight against Yamamoto old man. So only Sengoku really couldn't tell. He couldn't tell if this one would give up. A crowd of people watched very nervously, and the next moment, the heavens and 10,000 realms let out a sigh of relief. Those strange giant eyes slowly disappeared. Kenpachi's figure was also let go. Kaido, not far away, lay down on the ground for an instant. His face was full of lingering fears, and the cold sweat on his head did not know how much. Countless people in pirate world cheered instantly. The one who chose to forbear, this is good news for them. After all, they don't have to face the terrifying existence of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni. The old man Yamamoto in the chat group also spoke. Thank you, I will let Kenpachi come back. Everyone in the Holy Land looked relaxed. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru let out a sigh of relief. Ever since they came to the Holy Land, the three of them have said very little. Because this is really not a battlefield where they can participate too much. Talking a lot, it will only be targeted by the madman Kenpachi. And in the field, after recovering, Kenpachi looked at Sengoku, five elders and others, his eyes still a little fiery. But he kept weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If he continues to shoot, Yamamoto old man may come to catch him himself. Thinking about the horror of Yamamoto's old man, Kenpachi was a little worried. Gianpana looked at everyone one by one with a beast-like gaze. Then, Kenpachi unfolded the golden light tunnel behind him and moved away. Advertisement 0. Look for flowers. The live broadcast picture gradually dissipated, and the heavens and all realms were silent. Everyone is reminiscing about Kenpachi's trip to the pirate world. When Kenpachi really left, Sengoku and others looked relaxed. Kizaru's tight body became even more slack. He really knows what kind of awareness it takes to fight Kenpachi, a lunatic. It needs to be prepared to die at any time, otherwise, they are not qualified to fight with Kenpachi. While Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief, Kaido and the red hair saw that they were not doing well, and each stepped away. Don't leave now, wait for 5 elders, Sengoku and others to reflect. 0. They may not be able to leave. 5 elders had just been chopped off by Kenpachi, and the anger must have not subsided. If this is with Sengoku and others besieging them both. The sea needs to be guarded by Marine Admiral, and Kizaru cannot move easily. And Yim has secretly conveyed the news to them, and the matter ends here. Therefore, 5 elders will let Kizaru go. Kizaru groaned inwardly. They are not the lunatic Kenpachi, and they have no confidence to stop these 10 people. Otherwise, one of the old men said coldly, poor Celino, immediately go to impel down to guard and deprive him of 10 years of salary. Kizaru's neck shrank and did not dare to refute, after the 4 emperors left. And 5 elders made this decision after careful consideration. If you dare to fish, I personally invite you eternal hell to walk around. He caused too much trouble this time, and it was much better that 5 elders didn't kill him directly. Several 5 elders couldn't help turning their eyes to Kizaru, who looked very ugly. This means that I will no longer pursue the death and injury of celestial dragons. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Listen to the words of 5 elders. They are about to consider the new owner of Sparkling Fruit. What? Chapter 194. Auto-generated chapter title. 194. Detonated Wan Community. The pirates forced the king list selection. Kanpachi Pirate World Tour died down. The vast majority of people are from the community Wan froze in place, memorable live in this pressure of Cross God. Punch the world. Poro's spacecraft sitting, looking at the two sides did not continue to fight some regret. Instead, his heart some contempt. In the chat group, anger and Poros opening. Cosmic Overlord Poros. Hey, pirates mysterious world of the strong. Did not guess wrong, you are the world's strongest party, right? But you, the strongest too humiliating to us, right? Yamamoto face of old man, you should recognize councils? Really cannot imagine, that side of the world will be led into what you, 690. Poros this passage, so that one moment everyone is. Chat group will have small print notes, mark the opening of which people the world. Punch in the world Gianu OC and Saitama face said different. Cosmic Overlord, Poros? Now did not thoroughly understand on Earth, their world-class big brother of the universe are out? It makes some shocking Gianu OC, look to the side of Saitama. Teacher, Cosmic Overlord, he will not come to invade our planet, right? If he came to Earth, then we certainly cannot stop it? Although longer believe their own teacher, but looking at Poros Gianu OC's name still some fat basis. It was too loud were the first, and turned out to be the overlord of the universe. Gianu OC hear the words, Saitama look a little thought for a moment. Then clenched his fist. No matter who he is, just came to invade Earth, I will fight every effort to beat him. Gianu OC eyes widened, muttered, this is the teacher? Teacher, I'm so admire you. Advertisement Gianu OC moment once again turned into a small fan brother Saitama. And everyone in the group chat is also strange. I did not expect that someone opening a mockery of pirates that were strong hermit world. But looking at the name of the head of Poros, some low level in the world no one would dare open. The large number of real bigwigs, it is not even bothered to open in Poros. Chat groups are all heavyweights gas. Although the strength of their high or low, but the nature of mind are the number one strength. So there have been embarrassing situation. Poros knew Shang roar, but no one responded to him. Everyone just keep all their chatting, he seems to be a general chat group shield. Poros. You wait for me, did not reply to my right. So I can go to the world when you, all of you will certainly give all the world to destroy. Poros after leaving this sentence will no longer open. The million industry many big brothers did not care. Chat group in some quiet moment, but soon after. Ranking a bulletin release, instantly detonated the heavens wand circles again. One Piece, upcoming selection list, the pirates of the world ready. Force the king list selection rules, each person can be summed up his life or someone else loaded to force highlight moments, upload among all circles. According to the world and will vote the principle of each half wand sector to compete for the ultimate pirates force the king. Note. To force the king standings, as the name suggests, each world will eventually force a person to be named king, I invite you to vote carefully. Boom. A ranking information, directly detonated the heavens wand circles. Originally everyone thought the next will battle it is fighting force standings. I did not expect to engage in such a ranking, piece list selection turned out to be. That so many people are excited in the pirate world. Numerous strong on the sea look excited, advertisement. Who lives not so loaded to force a few highlight moments 0. This is to be uploaded into the heavens wand circles, at least, can appear once in wand circles New world. In Dressrosa's palace. Dover with a smile, his face filled with excitement. He says that he, himself installed a lot of time in this life force. His pace that is Jong, air show his pink feather coat. Dover with a smile, that he is the king of the favorable position to force competitors. Torre Boer, finishing quickly so that all members of the family loaded to force in my lifetime, I want this campaign to force the king. At the same time, pirates have everyone in the world is up action. Shaw Beans. A lift force king list, I just want to see my big blue appearance. Tony Stark. We first be quiet. After all, this is a problem force the king to keep the big blue campaign wand community, we need to see if he has no such qualification. The heavens wand community is boiling up. Just holy wars long past in the hearts of everyone. Open black lens bracket yeah. Everyone have their own summary, the eyes of the person or highlight moment, uploaded to among the list. No doubt, there are now points of interest, only this piece of selection. Angel Lingshi. Yes yeah, definitely big blue forced the king Shinigami world no doubt. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Alexander. Well excited 5.3, the new list, forcing the king list. Look loaded to force moment among all circles can arouse shock. So even a small little guy, he's good enough as long as the force loaded, are also eligible to force the king competition. Blue God is great though to force the king, no doubt, but we should also look at One Piece Wong's strength to force the standings do not look at capacity. This moment let everyone excited. Tony then pre-loaded, everyone is excitedly watching, looking forward to the beginning of the selection. Chapter 195, auto-generated chapter title, 195, Hawkeye. It's just a bit boring. Pirate World. Impleton, impel down. Admiral Kizaru was riding a warship all the way, and he had come here not long ago to take up his post. 5 elders did not deprive him of his Marine Admiral rank. But he was assigned to impel down for 10 years, and he still has no salary. Kizaru grimaced and sat in his office at Novo University with a worried expression. Come here, impel down. Not only does Tenten have to deal with the murderous criminals, but he hasn't been paid yet. That's all, there is no salary. When Admiral has been for so many years, he has some savings. What he couldn't accept the most was that 5 elders assigned Magellan to monitor him. If he dares to fish again, 5 elders will strip him of Marine Admiral's position and bring down criminals. This makes Kizaru very distressed. In the future, I am afraid that we will have to work hard. But seeing the announcement of the rankings, Kizaru's eyes were bright. The lazy figure also sat up from Sha 09 hair. Kizaru's heart gradually became excited after seeing the announcement of the upcoming selection. This is an opportunity. He is promoted to raise his salary, and the day when he returns to the headquarters to fish again is not far away. As long as he can be the king of force, he will definitely be rewarded in the rankings. Then 5 elders will reuse him again. He will definitely be exempt from his current punishment. Thinking of this, Huang Yuan's eyes were bright. After that, I found out my moments of pretending to be highlight, and exported the video based on the rankings. Shortly after, the leaderboard announced the news of the start of the selection. Kizaru rubbed his hands and looked at the chat group expectantly. At this time, a picture in the chat group slowly lights up. Hawkeye slashed the fleet with one sword. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this title, everyone's eyes in 10,000 realms changed slightly. Advertisement: Hawkeye open black lens bracket, the 7 warlords of the sea? I remember him. Was it the powerful swordsman Konoha and naval headquarters in the First World War? Yes, that's the swordsman who silenced the audience with that sword. He is really strong, but I just don't know how shocking his famous scene can be. Yeah, look at it. I think it's that way. We have all seen him make a move. This time it will definitely not be shocked. During the discussion in the chat group, the video played slowly. On the sea restaurant, Barati, Luffy and others are leaning on the ship rail. In front of the restaurant on the sea, there is a huge sailing ship tens of meters high and nearly 100 meters long. However, this sailing ship was devastated at the moment, as if it had experienced some great horror. What's wrong with this ship? Why is it so dilapidated? Does Hawkeye use it to pretend? It's very possible. It's possible. I'm actually looking forward to it. A few comments sounded in the chat group, and then there was silence. Everyone watched intently. On the huge ship, Crick is threatening to seize the sea restaurant Barati. A group of men just about to rush out, one turn of the visible line. Not far away, a small boat floated slowly. There were 2 candles on both sides of the ship, and green flames were burning on them, which looked very strange. This ship seems to be traveling from hell. Under the eyes of 10,000 realms with some doubts, they saw the people sitting on the boat. It is Mahawk Hawkeye. Many people's eyesight is bright. The truth is, Hawkeye is definitely going to use this ship to pretend to be force. Yes, but for such a pretense, if the full score is 10, I can only give 5 points. Right, Roar, we have seen too many shocking strengths. This little scene seems ordinary. A group of people talked about it. Many people in Pirate World also moved their eyes slightly. Luffy and others on the Fishman Island even remembered when they first went to sea. And until now, Zoro still remembers that day, the unparalleled shock that Hawkeye brought him. Seeing this picture again, Zoro smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. The shock that Hawkeye brought to him was not only in strength. Advertisement in the picture. Hawkeye lowered the brim of his hat, and no one could see his eyes. Just when Eagle Eye lifted his eyes slightly, everyone saw his eyes. Just when many people were stunned, the big black knife behind Hawkeye was already in its sheath. Next moment, boom! The big ship that Crick was on instantly broke into 2 halves from the middle. In the sea of time, the hull of the ship was scattered. Sure enough, look, I guessed it. If this is when the rankings are just starting, I might be shocked. But looking at it now, it's just so 690. Yes, I don't deny the strength of Hawkeye. But I feel like I'm still a little bit worse. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The heavens and the realms trembled instantly. All the people on the sea restaurant looked into the mist with some solemnity. Under the incredible eyes of everyone in the picture. Yes, this is not enough to call it a king, just when everyone was talking about it. A figure gradually revealed in the mist. It's just a bit boring. Boom! In the picture, the huge ship capsized, causing the sea to gradually rise in mist. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, just now. The big black knife stood behind him like a cross. But this was acceptable to 10,000 realms, and it was not that shocking. Seeing the appearance of the Eagle Eye, everyone was gradually shocked. But when someone asked Shang Yingyan why he did this, Hawkeye's expression was flat and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. With Erlang's legs tilted, the eagle-eyed expression drifted out of the fog calmly. Chapter 196, Auto-generated chapter title, 196, sorry, I did not go smaller than this knife. Hawkeye looked at that dull face, plus Hawkeye that plain words, the entire community is somewhat unacceptable. Screen pirates are more yes, what did he say? Boring, and he cut our pirate ship? He is the devil it, all pirates moan and groan, cannot fully understand why the Hawkeyes to do so. As the Heavens Wand community even more shocked, this forced Hawkeye installed, many people will instantly impressed. I go, Hawkeye significantly this wave of force loaded too strong, right? Yes ah. I just refreshed the Hawkeye big cognition. I thought, to force the king called Big Blue only, but now it seems much Hawkeye also have the opportunity ah. Right. I agree. Chat group talking at the same time, pirates in the world is a sensation. Aristocratic castle. Hawkeye is sitting this lightly and sipped red wine. Perona floating in midair, offside attention turned to him. Slowly opening, that tone full of disbelief. Hey, you guys when there is this interest in? I do not know how, and this force loaded. Perona somewhat speechless. The time of the Hawkeye is shaking his head, and his face is very calm. Luffy on the Fishmen Island, a crowd still shocked. Luffy widened his eyes, my mind filled with Hawkeye loaded to force in the breath. Then Luffy thoughtfully, then, is not that a Hawkeye challenge Zoro? Herd, Robin, Brook and other people's eyes filled with curiosity. They do not know it, can be seen today, it can be considered a great blessing up. And Zoro is a black face, this Luffy, in the picture. Advertisement pirates are shocked by an identity around that pirate hunter Zoro. The Hawkeye has started a dialogue with Zoro, I was to see you in the sea. Zoro mouth split, very excited look. Hawkeye was still calm, light opening. What is the objective? Zoro will wrap the hair, the firm said, strongest. Hawkeye mouth of a challenge, it's stupid. Zoro drew his sword, and Hawkeye want to be a fight. Hawkeye is full of disdain. Contest? Sadly weak ah. See this. Heaven's One community as much as a lot of people kind of familiar. How this scene, and then the big blue Jashiro irony of that scene so much like it. And at this moment, a group of people in the picture are looking forward to this since the collision of the two. As also a chat group says another. Hey, this is what Zoro, exactly what is backing ah. Hawkeye he even brave enough to challenge. I am a little surprised, I do not know at this time the world's first large sword Hodu? Hawkeye with strength, and presumably will be able to blow hacked him? Everyone's wondering eyes, looking at the picture of this scene some dignified. In the eyes of many people, Hawkeye in the picture with one hand holding the crucifix hanging from his chest. Looked at Zoro, Hawkeye quietly be ripped off, then pulled out a knife nabbing. Hawkeye will not bring a knife to accept the challenge jubbing Zoro, right? This is too amazing. Even Hawkeye is the world's first large sword ho, it will not be so arrogant, right? All eyes doubt, continue to be patient watching. I saw a touchscreen eagle eye opening. I'm different in rabbit hunting and the use of a beast full of stupid, though you're a little known swordsman, but here, after all, is the weakest of the sea, East Blue. Advertisement Hawkeye looks somewhat reluctantly picked up in the hands of a knife. I'm sorry, I did not smaller than this knife, faint voice down. Chat group in a moment of silence. Zoro until the Mito flow, is Hawkeye with a knife to all the tools and try Dongxia. And, nabbing a knife inserted into the left chest Zoro's final, when only an inch from the heart. Everyone this could react. I go. Hawkeye greatly loaded to force this wave, I could give out. Yes ah, not just the loading force, Hawkeye is really that much power, ah. Loaded to force anti-beaten face, called sucker. But Hawkeye much, I cannot help this wave of forced installation of perfection and that he as well as the powerful. Zoro, not really take 3 knives Hawkeye opponent ah. Really admire, many people in this moment surprised them. The screen Zoro with open arms, firm opening, and let everyone more surprised behind. Hawkeye then also, Jiao, due to the spirit of Zoro and some slight admiration. This Zoro obviously not dead, why should he sword? Scar behind the swordsman of shame, out of the dark night of Hawkeye and Zoro knife confrontation between them. 2 figures staggered. Zoro chest, even with 2 knives cut off directly eagle eye. Between blood and off, biting and scored Zoro slowly a text track, sword return sheathed. Look at this scene, everyone said the different. My name Roranoa, Zoro. Although the screen Zoro pierced the chest, that the knife away from his heart and only an inch away. Everyone was very puzzled. 3-handle sword spin up, ready for the final blow library. In some shocking everyone's eyes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Zoro screaming. Zoro can be half a step back but did not. Chapter 197, auto-generated chapter title, 197, Hawkeye's perfect outfit, Zoro Luffy resounded through the world. For a moment, the eagle eye in the picture was shocked. He never expected that a green algae-headed swordsman he encountered in East Blue would have such ambition and consciousness. This scene shocked countless people in Pirate World at the same time. Many strong men standing at the apex of the sea raised their eyebrows and smiled at Zoro. The Fishmen Island. The Straw Hat Pirates who have gone all the way looked at each other and smiled. Sanji looked at Zoro with solemn eyes. This guy turned out to have a strong will from the day he went to sea. The eagle eye in the picture smiled slightly, amazing. Then the big black knife showed no mercy and slashed at Zoro. At this moment, many people in the chat group even spoke. Open black lens bracket no, Hawkeye, don't kill Zoro. Such an attractive man shouldn't die here. Many people began to discourage them, but they have forgotten that this is a scene from the past. And there is no change in the screen. On Zoro's chest 707, another scar was added. In addition to the one that was cut by the eagle eye before, an X shape appeared on the chest. Zoro's body was thrown high and fell towards the sea behind. Luffy yelled in disbelief for a moment. That desperate voice spread through everyone's heart. But after a while, Zoro was rescued from the sea. Hawkeye's indifferent words from Haki also came out again. It's too early for you to die. I am Dracula Mahawk. See yourself clearly, know the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years have passed, I will be waiting for you in this strongest position. Beyond this sword, beyond me, Roronoa Zoro. Lying on a small boat not far away, Zoro couldn't help but think of the agreement with Kuina after hearing these words. Pointing at the sky with his sword, Zoro said weakly. Advertisement, road, Luffy. Can you hear me? Luffy had already answered Hawkeye over there that he wanted to be the target of One Piece. Hearing Zoro's words, he hurriedly responded. Zoro panted, sweat and seawater flowing on his face. If you don't become the strongest swordsman in the world, you will be troubled, right? As he said, Zoro spit out blood. The eyes of countless people in the heavens and worlds are tense, and they have gradually been convinced by Zoro. Until now, no one wants to see Zoro die, they also want to see the future of this young swordsman. And Zoro in the screen continued to say no, me. I won't lose again. At the same time he said this, tears of a man gushed out of Zoro's eyes. This is his promise to Luffy from the bottom of his heart. A promise between two men, before defeating him and becoming a great swordsman. I will never lose again. Afterwards, the audience was silent for a moment. Zoro yelled out the words that run through the entire One Piece. Do you have an opinion? One Piece? At this moment, countless people in the heavens and the world were shocked in their eyes. Seeing Zoro's appearance, they all said different things. A man who possesses such will and boldness, AJFD, will be completely convinced by another man and follow him. What is the charm of this one called Luffy? Just when everyone was full of question marks. The lens in the frame turns. There appeared Luffy's face with a straw hat and a heartless smile. Listening to Zoro's words, Luffy was very happy. No. Advertisement this moment, the entire heavens and worlds are different. They couldn't figure out, how could a man like Zoro follow a heartless person like Luffy? At the lowest level, should you follow a man like Hawkeye? What is the charm of Luffy, a kid who has no hair? This shocked many people. There was an uproar in the chat group. Hello, who is this guy? He can let a real man like Zoro follow. What is his charm? Yes, do you know the situation? Come out and say something. Also, we want to know, has Zoro ever lost so far? On the Fishmen Island, Luffy reached down and lowered his straw hat. Looking at the words in the chat group, Luffy grinned. Luffy. At all members, Zoro has not lost any more so far. Because he is a crew member of my future One Piece. Boom. Everyone in the entire heavens and 10,000 realms was shocked. And Zoro, really haven't lost again so far? Everyone's eyes were shocked. The picture gradually stopped. At this moment, many people remembered the names of Zoro and Luffy in their hearts. These two. Even if it is not now, but the future will definitely be the superpower in the pirate world. With that will and courage alone, as long as you don't die, you will definitely become a strong one. You don't have to think about it all, at this moment. Many people also think of the theme character, Hawkeye. After all, this is still forcing the Wangbang selection. And the person who needs them to vote this time is Hawkeye, not Zoro. For a time, the vast majority of people in the heavens and 10,000 realms gave that vote to Hawkeye. From the appearance to the end, Hawkeye's pretenses are very novel and perfect. This has made many people in the heavens and 10,000 realms have learned directly. Chapter 198. Auto-generated chapter title, 198. Refresh your cognition. Red hair and the King of the Sea pretend to be forced. Hokage world. Seeing this wave of force in the Eagle Eye, the shinobi world is also a little shocked. Urzuzi called his ancestors directly, this Eagle Eye is too fanciful. Sasuke, who was practicing in the secret room, had shocked eyes and a trembling figure. It doesn't matter if it is Hawkeye's hacking a giant ship because of boredom, or that sentence. Sorry, I don't have a knife smaller than this. These two pushes are simply shocking. Sasuke can't add more. Looked at Hawkeye. He seemed to think of the scene where he would kill Naruto in the future. At that time, he must also take a knife to humiliate Naruto. There are also Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato. Including everyone in Konoha. These are his enemies of Sasuke. Sasuke is about to destroy Konoha, Akatsuki within the organization. The members of the Yijiangshao organization were also shocked for a moment. Lord Madara in the main position is more stable, his eyes were only slightly weird. Looking at the force of Hawkeye, Lord Madara still compares it with himself in his heart. And this comparison, he still thinks that his force is even more shocking. After all, the title of Uchiha Dance King is not just barking. Super God World. Aboard the Devil Queen. Morgana thought about the video just now, the corners of her mouth turned up. In between battles, watching this interesting pretend video is still very boring. Otherwise, watching the big battle for a long time will make people tired of aesthetics. But at the thought of pushing Wangbang, Morgana's face flashed with disgust. She didn't need to think too much to know that when her world selection was pushing the top rankings, Guy Shanabich will inevitably shock the whole world. After all, that B****ch is really a bit too pretentious. Inside the City of Angels, Holy Guy Shaw's brows moved slightly, and his expression flashed with disgust. Suddenly she felt, as if someone was chanting her from behind. You don't need to think too much to know that this person must be Morgana Nabich. The angels around him were a little shocked by the eagle eye outfit. Many people voted for Hawkeye, however, Angel Lingxi shook his head. There was a look of regret mixed with expectation on his face. When Angel Yan saw this, he smiled and joked, Lingxi, why, miss your Aizen again? Your Aizen is so big, you are indeed a well-deserved king. I admire this very much. Is it time to look forward to your Aizen's big appearance? Advertisement Yan's teasing voice sounded, instantly making Lingxi's face flushed. From the base of the neck and ears to the red star, the face is even more shy. Sister Yan. Ha 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 ha. The people who waited aside also smiled. Even the proud Angel Lang laughed in response. Jiwi and Gai Sha on the throne shook their heads. These children are really energetic, Hexi said with a smile. His eyes couldn't help but think of Aizen in their mouths. To say that this industry is currently heaven's wand appearances of people. This will give Aizen Crane he deepest impression. In fact, not to mention the brook. Even her heart is full of interest for Aizen. Aizen kind of haughty contempt for everything, but it did not feel disgusted character is indeed very attractive. This cannot let Crane he heart move slightly, as for the immediate Hawkeye. While aspects are also true good, but just a mere swordsman Hawkeye, in the eyes of Crane he too boring. Spirit Pet World. Lowly small summer beans big eyes blinking. Wow. Hawkeye is so handsome, this wave of pretending is simply perfect. Shonda and the others also had the same idea and nodded in agreement. It's blowing summer beans. I think Hawkeye's bow is a little far behind my blue. In the heavens and myriad worlds, it should also be ranked top. If the One Piece list is Hawkeye, I can barely accept it. At the same time, many people in the heavens and worlds also voted for Hawkeye. However, the ranking will be finally announced, and everyone continues to watch it with anticipation. Afterwards, the next video will be played in the chat group. First is a big headline. Red-haired hockey. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this title, the chat group started talking again. Red hair. Is this the red-haired Shanks from one of the four emperors? It should be. There shouldn't be a second redhead in that world. Besides, he is so strong, it's not surprising that there are bright moments. Yes, I still remember the last time Kenpachi was in the Holy Land, when he was red on the field. I still remember when the red hair said that Kenpachi was going to give him a lot of face. Unfortunately, Kenpachi is too strong, otherwise the red-haired wave must be perfect. Look, I'm looking forward to it. Eagle Eye, 7 Warlords of the Sea, has installed such a perfect force. Advertisement, I believe this red-haired scene is definitely extraordinary. 0. Under the gaze of everyone's expectation, the picture gradually played. Bink's wine rang, and many people were intoxicated in this beautiful melody. The Fishmen Island. Brook danced even more. Kiss Hoo Hoo. It's really, I haven't heard this song for a long time. He symbolizes freedom and pride in the sea. Hearing Brook's words, Luffy and others were also happy. And Luffy looked at the red-haired name and couldn't help but look forward to it. About Shanks' highlight moment, what exactly will it be? Luffy thought so, and the scene in his eyes stunned him. This is not the time he was a kid, the picture gradually changes. The beautiful melody gradually stopped, and a bandit figure appeared in the tavern. 0. At this time, everyone also saw all the scenes in the picture. Young Luffy, a little green red hair pirates, however, although the red hair at this time did not have the title of 4 emperors. But he is already a big pirate who can survive in New World. The picture gradually played, and the needs of the bandits gradually became apparent. Open black lens bracket. Hey, this bandit is too ignorant of good and evil, right? He even pretended to be forced in front of the red hair? Although, I don't know how strong he is, but the red hair at that time should also be the top powerhouse, right? Look at it, how could there be such a big fish? As soon as the screen turned, it was shown that Luffy was hijacked by bandits and went to sea. I'm going. The king of the sea has already bidden down the boat with a terrifying power. Isn't this looking for death? The young Luffy was desperate, thinking that he was going to die in the sea. Then, and just when everyone thought this monster was extremely strong. With this size, how strong is this fish? This is too scary? The picture continues to play. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In Pirate World, not only people are monsters, but even this fish is so big. But the next moment, the picture freezes. Kenpachi also fought 5 elders for too long, and it was the end of the fight, and Kenpachi understood a lot of restrictions. Please forgive me. What? Looking at the huge king of the sea, everyone in the heavens and the world was shocked. Gradually, everyone understood the differences between Luffy and Shanks. Chapter 199. Auto-generated chapter title. 199. Myriad realms are shocked. What is the origin of this Luffy? Everyone watched nervously. The huge size of the king of the sea, coupled with the ultimate ferocious aura. This makes many people mistakenly think that this monster is extremely strong. But this monster swept past. There was silence between the world and the earth. Luffy floated in the ocean, with red hair in a white shirt in front of him. Luffy watched the red hair appear and yelled, "Shanks," excitedly for a moment. Redhead smiled and stroked Luffy's head with his right arm. But this picture was shocking in the eyes of the heavens and the world. I saw the red hair at the moment, and the left arm was dripping with blood. Obviously it was swallowed directly by the monster. I was surprised before, doesn't red hair have only one right arm? It turns out that he lost his right arm here. The huge monster is really strong, although this seems to be more than 10 years ago, the strength of the red hair may not be so strong at the time. At this time, the red-haired, 7 and 7, should be quite terrifying, right? This monster can swallow a red-haired arm, which is quite terrifying. That's not necessarily, more than 10 years, enough to completely turn a person upside down. And the red hair at this time is to save the kid, and it is normal to lose an arm. After all, the monster is so big, I look a little worried. Many people are talking about this. Seeing Luffy in the picture touch the left arm where the red hair disappeared, his complexion changed drastically in an instant. Shanks. Where is your left arm? The tears in Luffy's eye sockets burst out instantly, and he shook his head desperately. But the King of the Sea who roared behind him did not give Luffy any time to despair. As soon as he saw, the King of the Sea was about to bite down. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms is also nervous. In the spirit cage world, little Loli Shado covered her eyes with her hands and didn't dare to look at all. But the live broadcast picture appeared in her mind, and the eye-catching didn't play a role in the slightest. Although, the rankings are very human, Dudu can also force herself not to watch the scene. However, she still couldn't help but want to watch it. There is no way. Shonda and others were also talking about it. This big monster is as big as the king-level Extreme Devourer, isn't it? How strong is this? It's no wonder that the redhead lost an arm in its mouth. Shonda and the others all watched in shock. A king-level polar eater that thinks of its own world. Everyone felt the same. Advertisement otherwise, these small scenes are not enough to make them fluctuate at all. And because of not understanding, they also didn't know that the King of the Sea was a scum in front of the red hair. Therefore, everyone thought that these two people would be in any danger. Can be the next moment. The red hair tilted her head slightly, her eyes condensed instantly. The terrifying conqueror's haki swept out. The huge pupils of the King of the Sea shrank to a point in an instant. Look at the redhead. Its face was terrified, and it even seemed to have cold sweat. 10,000 worlds suddenly said different things at this moment. Still in the chat group, someone in Pirate World said the information about the King of the Sea. This made the heavens and the realms understand. It turns out that this King of the Sea is so weak. However, everyone who reacted was filled with doubts. Why? The red hair is so strong that he would lose an arm in front of the King of the Sea. The picture continues to play. When the red hair left the windmill village, he handed the straw hat over his head to Luffy. At this time, everyone understands a little bit, perhaps. Redhead pressed his arm on Luffy's body, and that straw hat. Many people have a feeling of sudden realization. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group. How do you feel that the price of red hair is a bit high? Yes, it's really a bit big to use one arm as a price. But the reversal is indeed quite shocking. I am a little bit stuck. I thought that the King of the Sea is very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be a scum. Close black lens bracket. Who isn't it? Look, the screen has changed again. In the video, the picture changes again, after a turn of sight, 10 years later. Aboard the mobile, as huge as a whale, a red-haired man in a black cloak walked slowly. Every time it took a step, the surrounding wooden hull began to crack inch by inch. Open black lens bracket I go. Is that Whitebeard's ship? Is this red-haired aura like Conqueror's haki in Pirate World? But is this Conqueror's haki so strong? Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. His boat must be tough, right? But, even Whitebeard's ship was shattered. Advertisement. Redhead haki, my god, I admire a bit. Many people have met redheads once again. Then, the red hair walked forward step by step. The pineapple head Marco's eyes were solemn. Hello, all the young guys avoid it, right? No one can stop that guy's haki. When all the crew members were wondering, it seemed to have responded to Marco's words. The red hair carried a large wine jar and walked forward step by step. Accompanied by the pace of the red hair, except for the top-ranked squad, all the remaining crew members fell to the ground staring. And the red hair just walked to Whitebeard's side step by step. The two started a conversation. During the conversation, the two mentioned Luffy many times. This makes 10,000 realms somewhat different again. What kind of existence is this Luffy? He was treated like Whitebeard and Redhead 4 emperors. Whitebeard and the red hair in the picture gradually finished talking. Redhead lifted the exaggerated wine plate and drank stubbornly with Whitebeard. In the end, the screen freezes on the screen where the two people collide and split the clouds. The picture gradually stopped, but this wave of red hair, even though it pretends well, is quite shocking. But at the same time, 10,000 realms was more interested in Luffy. What is the origin of this Luffy? How could he get into the eyes of people like Whitebeard and red hair? Have you not noticed a detail? In Whitebeard's conversation, it was mentioned that a man like red hair would bet his 5.3 arm on East Blue. What does this mean? Ha ha ha, don't say what this means for now. I just want to say that the red hair and the King of the Sea pretend to be so compelling. Now thinking about it, it really laughs at me. Recall that the King of the Sea was shocked by Conqueror's haki. I will translate for you. King of the Sea. Laozi was terrified at the time. There is more. King of the Sea. Did you know that Laozi ate the red-haired arm of the 4 emperors? Open black lens bracket ha ha ha. Let me say that this wave of King of the Seas can blow for a lifetime. Who said no? This King of the Sea has completely become the background board for red hair. Red hair also refreshed my cognition. Ying Yan takes the boat and pretends. The red hair pretends to be the king of the sea. Chapter 200, auto-generated chapter title. 200. The various kings of Pirate World, watch the explosion. The voting time for the redheads passed. But the heavens are not so optimistic about this wave of red hair. They still think that Hawkeye's wave of force is more agreeable. However, there are still many people who voted for the red hair. Spirit Cage World. Shonda is a little yearning. The heavens are so big. If the ranking will eventually come out with votes. That's so shocking. When everyone thought about it, they couldn't help but nod their heads. What Shonda says is right. If the leaderboard finally announces the specific voting data of each person, that would definitely shock 10,000 realms, but that is basically impossible. The heavens and myriad worlds are innumerable, and all of them add up to infinite. Therefore, most of the rankings are possible, and the final rankings will be issued directly. Shonda's eyes rolled around at this time. Boss, Broken Star, do you think that the ranking list will be controlled by someone behind it? Will it be cheating for personal gains? Hearing what Shonda said, the Broken Star Pavilion first looked at him from a different place. Then, even Bai Yuekui's eyes were full of shock. 09 Shonda's face was a little embarrassed, because the look in Broken Star's eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. This makes Shonda really embarrassed. He waved his hand and said with a silly smile. I just talk. Only then did Broken Star speak. Shonda, I really don't know what your head thinks. How sacred the leaderboard is, how can it be like what you said? Chandalian was busy raising his hands to surrender. I was wrong. Only then did Broken Star nodded and walked around him. But Bai Yuekui's cold voice sounded. Everyone's eyes turned to her. I don't know if anyone is behind the scenes on the leaderboard. However, the leaderboard is an opportunity for all of us. If there is no ranking list, those of us in the low martial arts world would never have such a big opportunity in our lifetime. It's hard to get rewards in the rankings, it's 1 in a billion. However, this gives us a silver lining after all. Let us all beings have the opportunity to seek to be stronger. Hearing Bai Yuexi's words, Shonda and others were all thoughtful. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. Advertisement. Still young Loli Shado said carelessly, look, the next video is playing. Hear the words. The atmosphere is loose. Everyone looked at the chat group interface in their minds. I saw a big headline light up at this moment, Be My Son. Seeing this title, everyone was stunned, Be My Son. What does this mean? Do you know what this title means? Shen Special, Be My Son, right? What's this stuff? This can also be a selection of pretending to be famous? The chat group was noisy, and everyone was wondering what the title meant. But everyone on the Moby D*K laughed. The screen gradually plays. When everyone saw the appearance of Whitebeard, they closed their mouths involuntarily. After all, the current Whitebeard, but the first in the battle list. Although Kagaya, Yamamoto, etc. are much better than him. But Whitebeard's name is still resounding in the 10,000 realms. This made everyone shut their mouths and watch patiently. In the picture, the process of Whitebeard's acceptance of the entire pirate group was played. Those lines of, Be My Son, are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. After reading it, everyone couldn't help being silent. After a while, it was an explosion after silence. Shocked, this is how the Whitebeard pirate group was established. No wonder I feel admiration in this strong man, Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, there are people like Whitebeard in the heavens and all realms. After watching Whitebeard's video, everyone couldn't help but think of the battle between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Open black lens bracket. Do you guys still remember? At the beginning, the battle between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama, what Whitebeard said. Close black lens bracket. Remember, at that time, Whitebeard yelled out the sentence without hesitation. Lousy just wants to protect his family. It was this sentence that allowed Whitebeard to establish the victory. Close black lens bracket. Yes, I remember it too. I didn't understand what Whitebeard said at first. Until now, I don't understand the importance of my family to Whitebeard. Yeah. However, although Whitebeard's passage is touching, the pretending effect is also good. Close black lens bracket. But I think that Whitebeard has no chance of winning in the selection. Advertisement, I agree too. That sentence of, Be My Son, is shocking, but to be honest, it is not a shocking pretense. I admire Whitebeard, but I am not going to vote for him. Open black lens bracket. Yep. Close black lens bracket. When everyone was talking, finally Whitebeard's voting period passed. Then, video 1 play. Most of the strong in Pirate World edited a video of themselves. This makes the chat group continue to sensation, and keep on watching. After reading these, I think the thing that impressed me the most is the wave of Hawkeye. The red hair is also good. I only voted for the red hair. I hope he is one piece, hee. I think Whitebeard is really strong. No matter who you are, I will let you be my son, hee. Wanji laughed for a while. Don't you think that Dover's napkin is perfect? Playing with everyone in the palm of the hand, let the opposite person kill each other. Close black lens bracket. This is pretending. I will give full marks, okay? Above, do you give full marks to Dover Nabo? His steps are arrogant and his eyebrows are arrogant, but at most he is on the arrogant list. Forcing the king, he is too far away. 707, in Dressrosa's palace. Dover smashed the wine glass in his hand. His brows were frowned into a river, and Dover was very unhappy in his heart. But he didn't speak either. After all, to force the selection of the king list, it still depends on everyone's own ideas. He is called Joker in the Dark World, but he is not a real clown. You guys don't quarrel, and no one can kill him yet. The name of the world's strongest creature is fierce, right? If you say that nobody killed him, I won't believe him. Then you say, who is shocked, who pretends to be the most perfect? And just when everyone was thinking about this sentence. Now these, although shocking, I am pretty cool to pretend. One bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova, close black lens bracket. Don't die in the pirate world, I really made a laugh for the Lord. The next pretending scene begins to play. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Oh, let me say, there is no one who is forced to pretend what I want to see. Seeing his words, many people in the world nodded in agreement. However, these things still don't make me feel great. What are you talking about? Don't remember, the fish head of Kaido almost didn't let Kenpachi get down last time, so it's still alive? I think Kaido's pretense is the most shocking, and he committed suicide more than 40 times. Not for naval headquarters, Whitebeard, or 4 emperors. 201 1 bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova pirate world. Impleton, impel down the great prison. Kizaru was sitting in his office, bored. After being assigned to this impel down, the whole day can be a painful one. This is not the official day yesterday. Magellan took him around impel down various places. And just walking around makes Kizaru feel very boring and boring. This impel down is simply too unfriendly to his fishing career. At this, he wanted to personally frighten those criminals every day. Originally, this was Magellan's job, but because his admiral came, Magellan took the initiative to abdicate. Said Kizaru admiral whether it is fame, strength, etc. Taken together, he is more suitable for this job. So Kizaru walked from the 1st floor to the 6th floor with a bitter expression every day. And Kizaru had just completed a round at this time, and today's task is considered complete. Sit on your own sofa and make a cup of hot tea. He watched with interest the picture played in the chat group. But looking at these, he was still a little bored. It's all up to now, haven't you reached the old man yet? Kizaru murmured and shook his head slightly, in his opinion. Whether it is Hawkeye, Redhead, Whitebeard, Kaido, Ant, Dover, etc. These people pretended not to be as shocked as he was. Kizaru shook his head, wondering how long it would be his turn. Seeing that everyone in the chat group said that no one can pretend, Kizaru agreed. Except for him, who can pretend to be thorough. Kizaru shook his head regretfully, suddenly his eyes lit up. Because the title of this video is exactly, 1 bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova, close black lens bracket. Kizaru's expression quickly became serious, expectation was even more revealed in those eyes. Watching the upcoming video in the chat group, Kizaru was full of excitement. I'm finally here. Kizaru smiled and calmed down again. Slightly drank a sip of hot tea, and the eyes under the sunglasses looked with interest. And at this moment when the screen was black, the heavens and the world of pirates were also discussed. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido looked at the chat group and said that he was not pretending to be good enough, and his face suddenly became angry. This group of people and women, these people. It's really, I don't know good or bad, when lousy becomes the one piece, you will definitely get rid of your big teeth. Advertisement. The 3 plagues nodded one after another. But Jack frowned at this moment, a little puzzled. Boss Kaido, who is this next video? How can this title be so weird? The title of the previous video was more or less related to the content. But now this, why is it like this? Jack rubbed the huge elephant head with a very puzzled expression. Kaido and others also turned their gazes when they heard this. Upon seeing the title, Kaido's face suddenly showed disdain. Cut, what supernova, how terrible is a supernova? Kaido hear that very contemptuous tone. Jack and other 3 disasters heart very much agree. Not to mention their boss Kaido the 4 emperors. To say that 3 of them 3 disasters, which would be their opponent's supernova. Straw Hat Kid? What the kid? Luo surgery or that kid? These in their eyes, all slightly rolling existence can be serious. Kaido let alone on the eyes. Kaido and 3 are nonchalantly watching, and look forward to the final result. In their eyes, Kaido will certainly be forced Pirate King, this no doubt. Cake Island. Ant red eyes, looking furious, the next seed all the children are silenced. But that kind of feeling gloomy and momentum, no one dared to say anything. At this time, like mother's anger gave birth to the extreme. She instantly furious opening. The heavens one world these guys really do not know what loaded to force. His aging mother, that a few videos, and more particularly what shocked all. But these people, Ant getting more and more angry, even with committing trend of thought eating disorder. Kata Library Lee rushed quickly opening comfort, mother. You do not worry, it is just a small part of Bushihaodai nothing. You see, this next video is about what supernova. How can video supernova shock? They must have been loaded to force garbage. So mama do not worry, you still have a lot maybe elected this one piece. Mother heard this, among the oppressive eyes this slightly dispersed. After slow for a long time, look for a loose this ant. Well, yes I'll look at what the next supernova shock of how video can. I'm certainly not his aging opponent. Kata Library Lee nodded slightly, a public children also wiped the perspiration from his face. Advertisement and angry, really horrible. Naval headquarters, within the office of the marshal. I looked at the title, Sengoku Garp, who suddenly frowned. Bai a terrifying, kick a supernova. Sengoku condensate brow, eyes full of doubts. This, how does he feel so familiar? It seems to have heard is. Not to mention Sengoku, now in the office of marshal. Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, 3 people also feel the same way. 3 at the same frowning, somewhat confused. However, Akainu and Aokiji deep eyes it is with a touch of thinking. A good scary, kick a supernova. This title and other they actually do not know. This can be terrifying, so how special it like Kizaru mantra it. 2 eyes with a puzzled look down to continue. Kizaru, if he knew these 2 colleagues, even his name did not recognize the scene, absolutely have to gas to death. Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard eyes with a trace of nostalgia, blonde hair draped behind. Face with a nostalgic smile, Whitebeard very grateful rankings let him recall the process of gathering Whitebeard pirates. These sons to him, but priceless awe, behind Ace, Marco, who touched the eyes are also revealed. But this time, people will look to the side of this next title. Look at this next title, Whitebeard slight frown. Supernova it? Whitebeard eyes deep, continue patiently watching. While many people buzzing about, the picture gradually start playing, library. This group of people can see patterns loaded to force, really interesting. Or, to supernovae is the background plate? Jiao Jiao, these guys, are also eligible to compete charts? Yes, too much fun. At the expense of everyone mocking redhead loaded to force too severe. Shanks, who is a banquet, a terrifying one, kicked a supernova. Among the group is also a hot chat. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ben Beckman, who just looked at the red-haired loaded to force the name of the scene, cannot help but to laugh now. But this title is too weird, right? One Piece, this list is really interesting. Red Hair Pirates. Colorado. S. At this time, everyone saw it the next title, cannot help but are to the interest. The red-haired captain so look hard to force everyone to be mocking.